Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Life Force Ninja in Bellingham, Washington for the second annual Premier Series Finals. All of our athletes have come from all over the world, representing various countries from all of the qualifiers we've had all season, and they'll be battling it out for the title. Welcome to day two. We've got the amateur division kicking us off, and later today you'll catch the teen division, and the elite division will round us out for this Premier Series season. My name is Kane Casillas, and joining me on the mic today is Mr. Jack Anderson.
It's a pleasure to be here, Kane. And I mean, when we talk about favorite events of the year, this is one that I definitely pencil into my calendar. This is bringing together the best athletes from across the world. And we saw yesterday so many phenomenal highlights. And I think today we're really going to be ramping things up here with the teen, amateur, and elite divisions. It's going to be such a fierce competition, Kane, because I mean, everyone's worked so hard to get here. And now we're at a point where we're literally just a winner. So all of these people are winners in their own rights, but today we're going to whittle them down to just one.
That's right. We've had so many qualifiers where the top four is what mattered. The top four athletes from each qualifier qualified for finals. Now it's winner take all. And just real quick, congratulations to our previous Premier Series Finals champions from yesterday, Joey Stone, AJ Merchant, Tyler Bowers, Megan Moore, who I believe just went back-to-back in the Premier Series, Gavin Shields, and Alea Perron. Amazing job from all six of those athletes. We're going to be crowning six more tonight. We will have our amateur, teen, and elite champions. But of course, none of this would be possible without our amazing team over at Life Force Ninja. Let's take a closer look at their process and their hand in this event.
Well, Kane, I am super excited for today's competition. I mean, this is truly going to be one of the most jam-packed competitions, but whilst we have a moment, let's run through the course format for today so that everyone listening at home understands what they're up against here today. So, the challenge, the Premier Series Finals takes on a very unique format where we're going to be starting with a placement course. This is our traditional flow course. It's super short, super speedy. And what's to do is determine the run order for the challenge course. So if your favorite ninja falls in your placement course, don't worry about it too much. It's just going to help us to determine the run order, and then we'll be moving into the challenge course, which is where Kane, of course, will be crowning our champion for each of the respective divisions. You will be allowed 2 retries across the entire course, and I'm guessing, based on what we saw yesterday, ninjas will be using these because this course is going to be super tough. On top of that, it is a very long course, and once they've used up both of their retries across the entire course, their run will be over. And instead of looking for the top 4 athletes to qualify for finals, we're of course now at finals. So we will just be looking for our winner pretty much, and of course our podium places as well. And I mean, Kane, just the lineup here today is phenomenal. So I'm super excited to see how they take on this challenge course and placement course.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Jack. This group is absolutely stacked, and of course, events like this, are super stacked thanks to amazing sponsors as well, such as NinjaWorks, the ultimate ninja timing system. All of the graphics you see on screen are powered by NinjaWorks, the timer, the leaderboards, the run order, the smoke machine that you'll see at the starting line of each course. All of that are NinjaWorks special features. Shout out to NinjaWorks. You can make a profile today to register for all competitions at ninjaworks.com. And if you missed some of your favorite runs or you missed a certain athlete, you want to know how they did, go to worldninjaleague.org because NinjaWorks is updating every leaderboard in real time on the WNL website. And of course, we have the world's leading obstacle manufacturer, DGS Ninja. You can check out all of their high quality, world-class products at dgsninja.com. They've recently begun sponsoring athletes. It began with Addie Herman last year. And now there's an entire team, DGS. And you'll be seeing quite a few of them competing today. We saw a couple yesterday, but Addie Herman will be competing later tonight. Charlie Ball will be competing in the teen division. He's another Team DGS athlete. So shout out DGS for creating amazing opportunities for some of our Premier Series finalists.
Yeah, it's such a phenomenal way that we have these incredible sponsors here that are able to help us out. And whilst we've got some time before we kickstart into this course here today, Kane, we're going to take a look at the run order here and hopefully make some predictions of who we think are going to take out the amateur division here. So as you can see, every single one of these athletes has qualified at some point throughout the season. They are all phenomenal in their own respect. But Kane, taking a look at this amateur female and amateur male lineup, who are the people that are really standing out for you here?
You know, so automatically looking at the amateur female division, number 8 on your screen, folks, Daniela Blanchard. She is a heavy favorite to take the title. She is the reigning world champion from just this past June. And also, she placed 3rd place at the Ferox Premier Series finals last year. She has plenty of experience in these high-pressure, high-stakes competitions. I don't think she's going to let any of the nerves get to her. I can see her absolutely locking in and walking away with that title. But of course, there's plenty of talent, and I could see many athletes taking the win in the amateur female division. I'm going to give a shout to Seda Magtoto, who's going to be running 2nd. You know, she's a very well-rounded athlete, has a lot of power, and I have a feeling that she's going to give Daniela a big run for her money. On the male side, I mean, Ryan Cooper, who's going to be running way later. He's not even on your screen right now, folks, but Ryan Cooper has been on a dominant run this Premier Series. He placed 2nd at the Premier Series finals last year. I believe he placed 2nd at the World Championships as well. And he won the Austin Ninjas and Modus qualifiers for the Premier Series. One of the few athletes coming into finals with 2 wins under his belt. So he's definitely a heavy favorite coming in. But there's so many stacked athletes there. You can see number 9 on your screen, Ryan Harsha, very well-rounded athlete. We saw a great performance out of Makayo Stammer, who will be running later. Rory Yago's here. There's just so many top Americans, Canadians, and Australians here that are just going to be tearing it up.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, Kenyon. I mean, you've picked them well in regards to the people that are definitely the standout athletes, but if there's one thing we know at the top level competition, it's really anyone's game here because they all know how to win at the end of the day. They've all deserved to be here, and they know how to compete at the highest level. And due to the difficulty of the courses that they're going to be up against today, a lot of it's going to come down to how do they handle themselves in the placement course, which we're going to take a look at very soon, and then how can they utilize their placement advantages in the challenge course. I think it's going to be a lot of mind games and a lot of ticking the right boxes here today. And fortunately enough, we do have a walkthrough video of the course that these ninjas are going to be facing down here today, which we're going to be super excited to jump into.
That's right. We have 7 obstacles set up for the placement course right now. And our athletes, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, our athletes here walking around the course, just sizing everything up, making sure that they know exactly what is in store. They know all of the rules. They've gone over it with Jaden and Becca.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super exciting to see. I think what we're going to see as well is on this placement course in particular is when you have a lot of high-level ninjas, they push the speed to the absolute maximum. And we're going to get a live walkthrough here of the course
That's right.
and get our hands on the obstacles.
Boxed in is the name of the first obstacle. They'll swing a ring into the box before working through the rest of those steps into the door busters. A mini tramp into some saloon doors for the spider. Just as shown right there, they're going to pop right through those doors, shimmy their way through the spider walk before hopping right on to Time's Ticking, a little tick-tock, bit of a pendulum swing over to that spinning disc. It's going to be a little tough, but if you have quick feet and are nimble through there, you can 1 or 2 step that and you will be absolutely fine for working your way down this interesting slider and lache line here. That ring is going to bring you on down to that trapeze before you land on that step and have to make a 90-degree right turn through this next set of rings, which I believe is called Ultimate Frisbee. As you work your way through these discs, you're going to go from the disc to the bar. A lot of big directional changes here to the dismount platform.
Yeah.
Working your way through the skate jump, you're going to have to build up a lot of speed and really send it on that skateboard to catch that ring. We saw a lot of athletes come undone on that obstacle specifically. But once they do, they can work on that last shelf, dismount there, sprint through those steps, and get to the placement course buzzer, which is always an amazing thing to see. Didn't see as many as we expected in the younger divisions yesterday, but that just goes to show, you know, Becca and Jaden made a finals course. You know, this is what is expected out of our athletes who have qualified here today, and I cannot wait to see how it's going to push these last 6 divisions.
I mean, when you talk about an intimidating placement course, that speaks volumes to the level of the competitors here today. This is just the placement course. You know, it's meant to be something that's a little bit easier. So I can't even imagine what they're going to be doing for the challenge course if this is what they're doing for the placement course. Like, the level that it's going to go up is insane. And I think usually these ninjas would clear any placement course that's thrown at them throughout the season. But in this context where not only is it an incredibly technical placement course, but also they're expected to go as fast as possible. I think we're going to see a lot of these ninjas make mistakes, and that's going to leave the door open to those who just really are performing well on the day. I think we're going to see upsets. I think we're going to see surprises throughout today, and that's what we love, Kane, is like we really don't know what to expect, and it's going to be super hard to predict. You can see all of the ninjas there just lining up and trying to best understand how they can tackle this course, working together with one another. And Kane, I am just so pumped to get underway here and see how these ninjas fare on this course. It's going to be an epic day.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm more excited for, the athletes or the obstacles, because I loved what I saw yesterday out of day 1, but I'm so ready for this field. I've been looking at their bios especially, and I just keep seeing Stage 2 at Worlds, Stage 3 at Worlds, World Champion, second in the world, you know, like so many decorated athletes here today that anyone could take it, like you said. And I think it's just going to come down to who has the better day, you know? Someone could be really, really on point while someone else could give us the shock of the year. Hopefully that's not the case, though.
And I think something that's beautiful for the caliber of these athletes is even if they do make the mistake in the placement course, they have the ability to bring it back. These are the athletes that we saw throughout the season. They may have made a mistake or two, but by the time they got to the challenge course, even if they had to run first in the challenge course, they would just bring it, overwhelm the rest of the competitive field with a really fast time, and go on to win their division anyway. So I think anything is up for grabs here. And with this amateur division, these competitors are truly going to set the stage for what we can expect for the rest of today. And I just can't get over how difficult this course is for a placement course. Like, I know all of these athletes are phenomenal, but the technical turns, the speed at which they're going to have to be going, I mean, this is a recipe for disaster for anyone who's not as strong as these athletes.
I agree. And you know what? The key to a course like this, Jack, is commitment. You know that you have to make these moves first try with spinning discs and angular turns. You know, you really have to make sure that you send it, or, you know, you're not going to have enough time, or you'll find yourself stuck in no man's land because you hesitated. You have to really go pedal to the metal as soon as your timer starts. And honestly, if you fall in that regard, at least you could say that you went down full sprint in the course.
Yeah, that is such a great point. I mean, this is such a mental course as well, in regards to if you're not mentally there, if you're not fully confident in your ability to make a lot of these transfers and transitions, you will get stuck in no man's land. It's going to require a lot of linking, a lot of speed, and the moment that fails, the moment that you have those slip-ups, you're going to lose valuable seconds and potentially just get stuck in limbo on a single obstacle, and that could throw you out for the rest of the course. So I think as commentators, it's going to be fascinating to watch, and as competitors, I'm sure that they're really trying to get themselves mentally prepared for this huge challenge here today. And I mean, just hats off to the amateur division for taking on such a difficult placement course. And I think it's setting the scene for what is going to be the toughest challenge course that we've potentially ever seen in the history of the sport. So I'm super excited to see how they fare on both of these courses.
I completely agree, and I'm looking at our run order here. We have, by the looks of it, we have 8 in the amateur female division, and then I believe 23 in the amateur male division. So we're going to have quite a bit of action here. 31 athletes running through this placement course. Curious as to what the time limit's going to be here. Time is not something we've discussed in regards to this course, but Life Force is always doing a really good job at picking the perfect time limit to where you can only take 1, maybe 2 backswings across the entire course. Like you were talking about the links and everything, they're likely going to set this time limit to where our athletes are going to have to make some big moves, make some big links. Otherwise, they could not fall and run out of time on the course halfway through.
Yeah, whilst we don't know the time limit at the moment, I can almost guarantee that it's going to be something that is super tough. Like, Life Force always brings it. They're constantly making some of the best courses in the country. And so we're going to be able to rely on them to set a time limit that is going to be at the level of these athletes, to really push them to their limits. And I think, as you said, we've got a lot of competitors here who are stage 2, stage 3, even world champions. So they know how to go the distance on these courses, and it's going to be that time limit and just the pressure from the other athletes is going to be really pushing down the time. I think one of the things as commentators that we always hope for is that our initial competitors throw down really top times, and it just puts an amazing sense of pressure on the rest of the athletes and forces them to innovate on the spot. And I think there's going to be a lot of that here today.
That's right. Now, looking at our run order again, out of the 8 athletes in the amateur female division, it's worth noting that 4 of them are the top 4 from the Life Force qualifier that was here earlier this season. The first runner, Olivia Bolin Ford, Seda Magtoto, let me double check this last one, Talia Francis, and then Kalina Keating, who's number 6 on your screen, was the winner of the Life Force qualifiers. So definitely have a little bit of experience on these obstacles, not necessarily what they've set up, but they know how the holds at Life Force feels. Maybe it's a little bit more of a familiar environment for them. We'll see if that makes a difference between them and the remainder of the athletes who didn't compete at Life Force this season.
Yeah, and it definitely would give a little bit of an advantage, but I'll tell you, one of the disadvantages they might have is knowing that Daniela Blanchard is running last in their placement course. Having that pressure of the reigning world champion breathing down your neck, knowing that they're going to have the final say of what the top time is for that placement course. I think that's a very scary prospect that's going to force them to really want to push the time down as far as they can go, because Daniela not only is a phenomenal athlete, but she does have that advantage of going last in the placement course, so she knows what time she's going to have to beat, and that's going to allow for a huge advantage there.
That's right. And looking again at the last 3 athletes on the females division, numbers 6, 7, and 8, Kalina Keating, Kristen Brickner, and Daniela Blanchard. Those are your winners of the... That's right. So the way the run order has been seated this time, those who placed 4th and 3rd are going to be earlier in the run order. The 2nd and 1st place athletes will be in the back of the run order for each division. So Kalina winning the winning the Life Force qualifier, as stated earlier. Kristen Brickner won over at Austin Ninjas, and Daniela Blanchard won at Ferox. So that is why those are our final 3 runners of the amateur female division, which is going to put many of our higher seeded athletes, using air quotes with that, towards the back end of every division's run order.
Yeah, and I think that is a fantastic concept. It really is going to put the pressure on these earlier seeded athletes. Hopefully they were tuning in yesterday or were at the venue yesterday so they could get a feel for how the previous divisions went on a similar structured course. But going first is definitely no easy feat. We've seen, though, that a lot of these top athletes are able to just perform first time. They know what they want to do in their heads, and they execute on it, and it can be a really strong time. But going later in the run order is just so valuable, and that's why all these athletes are going to be pushing to their absolute limits in the placement course, so that when it comes to the challenge course, which is really where the business end of the equation starts to kick in, where we really start to look for our champion for the Premier Series finals, that's where that run order is really going to become super valuable here. So placement course is going to be a little bit lower stakes, but once we kick into that challenge course, I mean, it's going to be, we're literally just going to be like measuring up each of the ninjas and really trying to predict who's going to take out this championship.
I can't wait, and I'm getting a little bit in my earpiece here that we will be kicking off very, very shortly, folks. Thank you guys for staying in the chat. Loving to see all of the support for this event. Loving to see all of you guys rooting for your favorite athletes. You know, be sure to throw in the chat who you guys think is going to take home the title in our amateur division. And if you're sticking around with us all day, we'll play this guessing game with all of our divisions. I want to see who your favorite ninjas are, who you're rooting for, and who you think is going to give us the most surprising run of the finals, because I think that's still very much up for debate.
Well, I think if there's someone I'm rooting for, it's the 2 Aussies that we're going to be seeing here today, Darren Baker and Millie Baker, of course. And as a commentator, I will be having a little bit of bias towards them. Of course, I'd love to see them up on the podiums or even up on first place. And we're going to see Darren Baker run in the amateur male division. So for anyone from Australia who's staying up nice and late for this event, we'll definitely be cheering them on, because they're doing our country proud. And there's so many phenomenal athletes in Australia, and they're 2 of the best.
Yeah, Darren Baker is going to be, as you said, running in this amateur male division. He's going to be towards the back, having won at the compound earlier this season. So he's going to be grouped up with the rest of the first place athletes from the Premier Series qualifiers. And I think that's going to really help him out. He's one of those athletes where I can see him studying the course, always analyzing. And the more time he has to do that, I think the better his run is going to be.
Yeah, he's a very technical athlete. He's also one that's very well traveled. Him and Millie fly around to just about every ninja competition in the world that they can get their hands on. So I think coming from Australia, it can often be intimidating, but I think they're well equipped here to really go the distance. And we saw in his run at the compound, he was such a technical ninja, and really using every obstacle and doing it in a very efficient manner. So I think even though there's some younger people in the division, Darren Baker could definitely step up and potentially get a podium or even take out the win here. And I think that's such an exciting prospect. I'm sure there's heaps of people in Australia that are crossing their fingers and cheering on the Aussies here today.
Absolutely. And when it comes to his daughter, Millie, obviously, she doesn't let the pressure get to her as well. Placed top 10 at the World Championships this past year, is the reigning Premier Series champion. She was in the teen female division last year. This year, we'll see her competing in the elite female division, where she placed second at the compound to Zoe Harkness, who's also in the building this evening. So it's going to be a big, big battle. They're definitely facing a lot more heavyweights than they did last year, but I definitely think that they're ready to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, I think especially now that Millie's in the elite division, it's going to really put the pressure on her to have to step up here today against, the likes of Addie Herman. The pressure is going to be immense on their shoulders. But who knows? Last year, I think we had multiple winners from Australia. So who knows? Maybe once again we'll continue to surprise everyone and show up with force here.
I can't wait to get to those divisions, but I also can't wait to get to this division. The amateur division is always, to me, like, I feel like it's the most consistently exciting because it's the most broad age range, it's the most broad skills range. You have athletes coming from different walks of life, different training patterns, different, everything. For some athletes, they have to juggle ninja with a full-time job. Others, maybe they just get to do it after they're done with their homework. And to see that they're all still going neck and neck with each other is one of my favorite things about this division. And it's one of those where someone who you think is a shoo-in for the podium could drop at any moment because of a silly mistake that maybe they just overreached or something, or they undergrabbed and they fell, and because of that, it opens up a huge window of opportunity for everyone else. And when people see that in this division, I feel like they capitalize on that the most, and it leads to some really entertaining runs.
Yeah, just the diverse age range, it really lends itself to so many different skills that, the younger ninjas typically are a lot more explosive, but the older veterans have just a wealth of experience that they can often bring to the course and look at obstacles differently that the younger ninjas may not have seen and be able to get time advantages. So I think it really is anyone's game, and that's such a great point. The amateur division, it really brings so much excitement. And speaking of excitement, I mean, Kane, we finally get to kick ourselves off with our first competitor here.
That's right. This is Olivia Boland Ford, placed 4th here at Life Force earlier this season. You can see her repping the jersey that she earned by qualifying. You're going to see a lot of those this weekend. Already on the move, had a minute as the time limit here. Kicks through those doors and is going to pop right through. Now jumping into time's ticking.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this time limit is tough, but Olivia is moving well so far. She's going to take that second backswing there on the TikTok to make sure of it. That plate spins, and she's looking strong so far. With 32 seconds left on the clock, she is setting the precedent for the rest of the amateur female athletes to follow here.
Great move off of the step. Now she's got to make her move onto Ultimate Frisbee. Gonna have to pop right to the bar. Finds herself a little circular. Now the truss was on for other divisions, and it looks like it's on for her, but she's having a hard time with the reach, and time is ticking away, Jack.
Yeah, she is stuck in limbo here, and unfortunately, Olivia is going to conclude her run here. Make no mistake, that was a great run and a great start there. I'm sure we're going to see Olivia really step up there in the challenge course. We can see on the TikToker there, she really took her time to make sure of that second backswing. I'm sure the other competitors are watching on. They're seeing now that you have to get that pop. She definitely had the momentum there, but just didn't quite back herself in to really make sure of it.
That's right. And now while Olivia got 4th at Life Force, Seda Magtoto, who's up now, got 3rd at Life Force. She's on the move now. A minute to push through. We're not seeing a lot of force through those doors. Just a nice little nudge. And Seda is back on the move. Nice high jump down to build extra swing.
Great momentum.
Wow. And these are the links that we were talking about.
So well. Yeah, she is moving through super quick here. Roughly 5 seconds ahead of Olivia's time to this point. And now is beginning to fly through. Is she going to get the pop here? She does, utilizing the
beautiful
trust.
Tack.
Very well there.
That was such a smart move. Now
Seda
coming into the skateboard.
Like she could complete.
Oh, a little. Oh, she's stuck a bit. Gonna use the skateboard to reset. She's got 10 seconds left and gets a hold of that ring. Time is slipping away, but she's so close to the buzzer. She's got to move. Come on, Seda. 1 second. No, Seda Magtoto timing up at the buzzer. Gave it her best, but that extra swing on the ring really just took away the extra time she needed.
Yeah, it goes to show just how quickly you've got to move through this course. I mean, Seda's run overall was phenomenal. But unfortunately, just that little bit of a slip up there, getting caught in limbo on this course, it did cost her that time. But next up, we have Talia Francis, of course, looking to one-up the fellow competitors here. I love the smoke that they've put on for the show here today as Talia now begins her run. She knows that she's going to have to move through super efficiently.
Whoa!
And jumping into the doors.
That was huge. She just shoved it open and went straight for the bar. Trusted her coordination there. It's paying off right now. She's got a great pace to this point.
Yeah, I mean, Talia is moving with a mission here. The stakes could not be higher here in this Premier Series finals. And Talia is really rising to the occasion here.
Oh, taking a couple extra swings. Gonna tick away some of those seconds. Oh, and a missed grab on the UFO as well. Now she's hung up on Ultimate Frisbee. Trying to tack off the wall to reset her angle. But now 10 seconds left. It's just not going to be enough for the buzzer here. Let's see if she can keep progressing and maybe get one more touch point before time runs out.
Wow.
I think that was an undershoot with the foot touching there. We'll have to see. Maybe that will be adjusted, but at the moment, Talia France is sitting in second place.
Yeah, Talia can be super happy with that performance, and it looks like, yeah, that Ultimate Frisbee is going to be a crux point for our ninjas here today. You have to get that pop perfectly. She recovered well, but just couldn't quite make that platform. The time pressure got to her there, but I know that we're going to see her put on a great performance in the challenge course as we now move into Zoe Whelan, another phenomenal athlete. We're continuing to fly through the amateur female competitors here as Zoe feels the pressure. Could she be our first finisher here in the amateur division? Really making sure of those doors there.
Zoe finished second at the Stanford Ninja Academy at the start of the season. You know she wants more than second this time around and is definitely moving with that urgency.
Yeah, great pace to this point.
Ooh, looks like she wanted to match and grab, but it kind of threw off her swing. Now she's going to pop up to the disc. Doesn't have the angle she needs. No. And now she's going to have to reset herself. She's really trying to with that truss. Stabilizes, and she's there. 20 seconds left, still salvageable.
It definitely is here. She's moving well to this point.
Way too centered. You want to hit the outside of that disc so it spins you directly to your target. And now, looks like Zoe Whalen's going to fall right there on Ultimate Frisbee. This obstacle proving to be very brutal.
It is. And Saya is still going to be in first place at the moment. We're yet to see a course finisher here today, which is just speaking to the difficulty of this course. Zoe going to put herself into third place at the moment. Talia in second. And then Olivia is likely looking to run first at the moment, but we're going to see how the rest of the competitor field goes. As we said earlier, Kane, as we move through these competitors, they are getting progressively better in regards to how they qualified throughout the season. And next up, we've got Jalen Bennett looking to hopefully be our first finisher here today in this amateur division.
Jalen placed second at ARC in Colorado. Ooh, taking a couple extra pushes on those doors. Maybe not what she wanted. She's still moving and might be setting herself up for the release now. Taking an extra swing.
Ooh.
I think I would have gone right there.
It's going to cost her.
And she's there. Oh, almost sends herself over. Now has to really center herself here.
Oh,
no. She's not getting dizzy. Good correction.
That's definitely not a place you want to be stuck in. But Jalen is now moving here. 28 seconds on the clock, a little bit behind the rest of the competitor field to this point. Can she pull it back here? These rings are a great place to make time up, and if she can get this pop, she can definitely make it further than her fellow competitors to this course. But you need the momentum here, and Jalen, unfortunately, now stuck in limbo like so many competitors before her. She's got to get her hands right here, Kane. This is proving to be such a crux point of this run here, and she just can't quite get her momentum in the right direction here. Jalen Bennett going to come out on this course and put herself into fourth place at the moment. Just a lot of unlucky moments there, I would say.
Yeah, unlucky is the right way to describe it. Definitely not something... Obviously, you can't fight a spinning disc, but she did a great job at settling and moving forward. Just needed to figure out those discs, and we'll see if Kalina Keating, who won here at Life Force in the qualifiers, can figure it out and become our first finisher. So far, only Seda Magtoto has made it past that obstacle.
This is Kalina's home course. She has that advantage coming into this competition. And now let's see if she can put that advantage into action here.
Oh, you gotta
Everyone
go,
seems to be
girl.
putting too much. Yeah, the pressure on those doors, it seems like you're only meant to tap them there. They keep bouncing back. But she's doing great here with the momentum on the TikTok. And now moving through here with this sliding rail. But it's this next obstacle cane that is the crux point. She's moving at a similar pace to most of the competitors to this point.
All right, now for the moment of truth, Ultimate Frisbee. Got to line up those hips diagonally. And she gets the set. Oh, just hesitated a bit. And we were talking about how hesitation can be your undoing on this course. Here we see Alina Keating hung up. Centers herself and goes for it. She's there, but she only has 10 seconds left, Jack.
Yeah, and the momentum is not on her side here, but she's going to adjust if she can get some pops through here. But unfortunately, Alina is going to come unstuck there. A great run overall, going to center her in the middle of the pack with everyone else. And Kane, Seda is still holding on to that top spot. We are yet to see a finisher here. Is anyone going to be able to finish this course here? I think as we move through to our last three competitors in this amateur female division, they are the three top seeded athletes. So hopefully we're going to see one of them through here today.
That's right. Ivy Stein was the winner of our Stanford Ninja Academy qualifier, which was the first qualifier of the season, which means she qualified the earliest, had the most time to prepare for finals. We'll see how that preparation paid off. Good leap in.
Yeah, Kristen is moving super well. She's moving well through this course to this point.
Kristen,
age 34, nominal athlete here. Kristen really taking the time to line this one up here. And now coming in a little bit slower than the rest of the competitor field to this point. But if she can make it through this obstacle here, she will easily put herself into one of those top spots just due to the difficulty of this obstacle here. And unfortunately, she's going to have to go back here.
Ooh, she's a little circular on her swing right now and can't really reset. She doesn't have anything to grab back to being at the bottom of a slider. Kristen really, really trying here. Just realized as well, I accidentally called her Ivy because the name card said that. Sorry, Kristen. Kristen was the winner of our Austin qualifier. And so it's very surprising to see her drop into 5th place right now.
This whole course, Kane, is taking us all by surprise. It's really, with the placement course, it's hard to process what is happening just because we're moving through the athletes here. But I'm hoping the final competitor here is going to be able to take out this course and get a completion here.
That's right. This is Daniela Blanchard, the reigning adult female world champion, placed 3rd at the last Premier Series finals. You can see her wearing the Los Angeles Ninja Academy shirt. They recently opened in August, and she moved out to LA from the East Coast to coach.
Well, Daniela is moving through well. She is our reigning world champion, so we're hoping, struggling a little bit there, taking that backswing on this obstacle, but now into the TikTok. Hopefully she can build up some momentum to gain back that time. She's going to have to do a second backswing. But she is our reigning world champion, so we can get and make it up on the back end of this course, which is complete upper body here.
Great positioning there as she pops off that step. Now let's see if she can handle the disc.
Wow.
Oh, slams into it. Didn't look like it hurt, but definitely killed a lot of her momentum. She's going to pop through anyways. 10 seconds remaining, and it looks like Daniela Blanchard might only be able to hop into 2nd place at best if she can get this grab, but she peels off. No buzzers in the amateur female division.
Talk about an upset for a division here. Every single competitor, including our reigning world champion, has struggled under this course. And it's going to be interesting to see where that time puts her. At 4th place at the moment, our reigning world champion will not be taking out the top seeded spot. Instead, Seda will be in our top position at the moment, and that's the beauty of this competition today. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have time to waste because Ryan Harsher, our first competitor in the amateur male, now stepping up. And the amateur males only have 45 seconds. Even more difficult. This is going to be so tough to complete in 45 seconds.
Rockin' Ryan, as he's called, loves rock music, is a guitarist as well. Putting that rock and roll power right now to the test. Oh, he's going to kind of go for a little beta break. I don't know if that was faster, but it was an interesting strategy. He's still got 15 seconds. Oh, but he's not hitting that at the right angle. Ryan's got to go very soon.
He's going to get stuck in limbo here. He went for the dismount, but unfortunately, he's going to come out on obstacle 5. Ryan Harsher. I mean, blink and you'll miss him. He went so quick through this course, but with only 45 seconds on the clock, Kane, the moment you make a mistake on this course, your run is essentially over in regards to getting that completion. Well, next up, we are just flying through these competitors. It's hard to keep up. We've got Devin Dennis next. I hope everyone's keeping up at home. We would love to see a clear here from Devin, another phenomenal competitor here.
Devin coming out of Dragon Fit in Tampa, Florida. Dragon Fit been growing a lot in their size of their team, and with that, their talent. Devin just one of their shining examples of that. Good move up. Now has to make sure that he's set for this step. Ooh, goes right through the trapeze. Has to take a backswing. 15 seconds remaining. This time limit, unforgiving here, Jack.
It is so tough. I mean, 45 seconds just feels impossible in some respects.
And they had to mark him as a fall. You can touch the green on the truss, but you can't touch the metal itself, and that's going to cut Devin's run short. Wow, incredibly surprising there. Probably wasn't thinking about it either. He just kind of maybe just grabbed it out of habit. Unfortunate. Now, it's worth noting, folks, that if athletes in the top 4 opt to not compete in finals, then we do have alternate spots. Ryan, Devin, and the current runner, Gage Barrett, are alternates. Garrett placed 5th at Modus, our final qualifier of the season. But he's trying to show that he belongs here. And so far, moving very swiftly. A nice, a little trip there. Now he's got to get up. He's got about 20 seconds to pull through.
Yeah, he's moving well through this course so far, Kane. But I mean, this 45-second time limit, again, is really catching up to these competitors. We demand near perfection here today, it seems. That is the order we are requiring of these amateur male athletes. And I mean, Gage throwing down, using his wingspan really strong there, but the time limit is just going to make him come unstuck there, unfortunately, Kane. And Ryan Harsher at the moment going to be holding on to that top spot.
You know, it was just that stumble right there that you're seeing that really took out about 5 or 6 seconds. That could have given him a lot of extra time needed to beat the remainder of the obstacles. Not all of them, but a good deal of them. You never know what's going to happen here at finals.
Well, I mean, if there's someone who could complete it, I think Josh Van Zeeland has shown so much promise throughout the season, and hopefully we're going to see him throw down a great run here. He's quick off the mark. Moving well so far. Bursting through the doors there and getting that blind grab perfectly.
That's what I was looking for on the doors this whole time. Bit of a big step up for him, but he's popping right through. Josh, nice stabilization there, but has to take a backswing to reset before grabbing that slider. Let's see if that helps him. Great momentum. Pop off. Like we said, no hesitation is what we need, but he's a little stuck here. And he builds and almost gets it, but comes up short. Just had his hips a little too far back and wasn't able to fully catch that last bar. You can see here, he catches his body kind of in a little V. You want to be either fully extended in a straight line or right up to it with your chest almost hitting that bar.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm hoping that we're going to see more of those blind grabs through the doors there. Well, next up, we've got Carter Pierre. Stepping up from Canada. Let's see how he goes here, Carter. Now, moving through this course. Are we going to see the blind doors grab? It looks like it. Such a tough obstacle, but he got really great height there, and he's moving through well so far to this point.
Yeah, very smooth. Carter placed 4th here at Life Force this season, so is familiar with the lay of the land here. Nice pop there. Very assertive move. Puts him into first place off of time. But you know he wants more, and he can get more. Now on to skate jump.
Could Carter be our first finisher here with 10 seconds left on the clock? He's down to the final 2 obstacles here. He's got to move, though.
3 seconds remain.
3 seconds
and
on
Carter,
the clock.
Carter LaPierre is our first finisher of the day. 44.27 seconds. He had less than a second left on the clock.
Carter has officially done it. He has been our first finisher in the amateur division. And I'm sure he won't be our last, as he is now throwing down the gauntlet and the standard that the rest of the competitors are going to have to try and compete with. I mean, he was almost flawless throughout the entire run. It's going to be super hard to optimize what he was able to achieve there. And I mean, Carter can breathe a sigh of relief because he knows in the challenge course he's going to be running super late, if not potentially the last person.
That's right. And now we're going to see if Jeremiah Merriman can follow suit. Coming out of Motive School of Movement in South Carolina, placed 4th at the Arc Ninja qualifier. So made a bit of a trip out to Colorado. Shows the dedication, but he peels. Good save there by Jaden as well, stopping that TikTok. Unfortunate early exit there for Jeremiah. It's very likely we'll see him run early on this challenge course.
Yeah, likely even first out of all of our competitors, unfortunately. I mean, Jeremiah showed so much promise to that point. Like, I know we only got to see a small part of his run. He was moving so quickly, and you can see he was really trying to stay on the edge there so that he could build up that momentum, but unfortunately he just came a little bit unstuck there.
Well, coming up to the course now, coming out of Ninja Labs, is Brody Messier. We'll be seeing his sister Adelina compete in the teen division later, but right now it's Brody's time to shine.
Brody moving through, going to pop the doors first and then not avoid the blind grab, which costs a little bit of time, but he's going to make up for it hopefully on the back end of this course now. Oh, he's going to take a second swing here, Kane. That could cost him a lot of time. He's making sure of it, though. He doesn't want to make the same mistake that we saw from his previous competitors. Brody moving well to this point.
Oh, but he might be coming off of this off angle. Oh, no, he's perfect there. Great catch there out of Brody. Let's see if he can get the rest of this. Ooh, just a bit of a wide. He just didn't go far out enough, but he catches the bar, gets the dismount. Oh no. Falls backward, did not cross the front plane. That hand on the pit pillow at the end, that's what's going to mark the fail. Unfortunate there, but Brody went for it, and I got to respect the commitment.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how everyone's tactics are different on this obstacle here. In my opinion, looking at it, you would expect people to go for a wide grab if they wanted to be safe, but how would you approach that one, Ken?
You know, I think they're all trying the same thing that I think works, hitting the very far outside. The problem is I don't know if they're sending themselves far out enough. We'll see if Luke Van Zeeland can do that. We saw Luke's brother Josh just running a little bit earlier. Luke placed 3rd at Austin Ninjas, qualifying him for the finals here. And he had a really good placement course run at that competition, so it's no surprise he's moving very well right now.
He's super quick. Can he get the pop here? Can he keep the momentum? Looking strong so far. It's the second lâché that really causes the Ninjas to come unstuck, but he gets the one-handed grab! And with 15 seconds on the clock here, Luke Van Zeeland outdoing his brother here and potentially going to take out the top time here if he can hit that buzzer. Kane, we may be seeing a new fastest time here. Luke Van Zeeland, ladies and gentlemen, taking out the new top time. He looks pretty chuffed with himself and also a little bit tired. He knows that he's well secured now for that challenge course later here today.
That was absolutely insane. That one-handed dismount.
Yeah.
Coming out of Ultimate Frisbee there. Let's take a look at it again. Goes for the gibbon and launches himself right out and then just keeps going as if it was part of the plan. Awesome job by Luke Van Zeeland.
The confidence to do that in a Premier Series finals out of all places. Luke Van Zeeland taking the competition to the next level. He's optimized over Carter's run. And it's going to be interesting to see, can anyone beat Luke's time? Well, Duncan Murray now has a tough road ahead of him, seeing what was just thrown down by Luke Van Zeeland. But let's see how Duncan goes on this run here. This competitor field getting more exciting with every competitor.
Duncan Murray placing third at Self-Low, and oh my goodness, just got a little too close to the edge there. But you know what? Duncan Murray didn't have the smoothest placement course run at Self-Low. He fell on the first obstacle, and he still made it on the podium in the challenge course. So anything can happen, and it's likely we could get another Duncan Murray comeback today.
I'd love to see it. You can see him lying down there. A nice quick run from Duncan. We're going to see a lot more of him on the challenge course. Next up is Davis White. It's interesting to see that these competitors have been coming unstuck so early here, but it is that demanding time limit. But let's see how Davis goes here. He's going to push open the doors, not go for that blind grab. Hopefully going to make sure of this TikTok here. And he gets the landing. Great momentum to this point, but he's going to take a second swing here, Kane. I don't know if he needed it there, but it's going to cost him a little bit of time. And he now knows that he's going to have to make up for it a great deal here.
And we're seeing a lot of athletes try that match and grab on the black ring, and they're having to reach back. That's also going to take time away, but Davis gets that link over. Can he get that second move? Not quite. He's going to have to recenter himself. Finds himself spinning around. 3 seconds left, and that's probably going to do it for Davis's run.
Unfortunately, that is the case there. Davis White, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately lost a little bit of time early on with that second backswing on the TikTok. But I mean, upper body-wise, he really did show a great deal of technical prowess. So I'm going to be interested to see how he goes on the challenge course, which is going to be longer times, longer distances. So I think he's really going to shine there.
Well, now it's Canadian Ninja Makayo Stammer. Makayo had a great showing here at Life Force, and he's looking to have another one again.
Makayo moving well to this point. Yeah, this is quick, Kane. Wow. I mean, talk about a smooth run for the first 4 obstacles. Can he get it to
no!
I spoke too soon.
Man.
That was such a strong run to that point. And Makayo, unfortunately, going to come unstuck there on the crux point of this course for so many ninjas here today. It was just that little slip up there. But I think, based on what we've seen here, Makayo, again, going to be one to watch on that challenge course. So many of these top ninjas coming out a little bit too early, but I think this is, there is so much promise for that young man.
Well, coming up now is the underdog of all underdogs, Ethan Alavrides, who qualified at ARC, but he actually competed in about 3 or 4 different qualifiers. I think it was at ARC, his 3rd comp of the season, where he finally punched his ticket to the finals, and now he wants to make the most of it.
Yeah, he's showing good promise to this point, taking a little bit of time, but he's now going to have to build up the momentum. He's lost a great deal of time on these early obstacles, and unfortunately, Ethan's run going to come unstuck there. But again, we've seen so many phenomenal ninjas actually come out on this TikToker obstacle, so hopefully we're going to see Ethan really step up here in the challenge course. We love to see his commitment and tenacity, so hopefully we're going to see him bring that later on.
Well, now coming up from Obstacle Ninja Academy was the 2nd place at the Self-Low qualifier, Mike Belalcazar. Ooh, a bit of a slip there on the step, but he's all good.
Mike
he's really moving here.
Yeah. This is what we love to see, like just this ferocity that he's applying to the course here, where he just wants to beat up the course almost. He's trying to grab every obstacle as quickly as he can. This is what it's going to take in order to complete this course in under the time limit. Mike moving well to this point, but is his momentum good here? I don't think so, Kane. Oh, no.
Oh, using a bit of attacking motion. Managed to use the truss for momentum. That was smart, and a nice, powerful pop. Oh, he's on the skate jump. Does he have the time? He peels off the ring. Just came up short. Gonna find himself in 3rd place, though. Made a good run.
Yeah, overall, a great run, and I think the way in which he was grabbing the obstacles and attacking the course is something that I think is going to be super valuable for him in the challenge course. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we are just continuing to fly through these athletes. We're going to get to know them a lot better on the challenge course later here today. Next up, we've got Lewis Moore, another phenomenal ninja in this division. Hopefully he's going to go super quick here, and we're going to see him through this course and get another finisher on the board.
Lewis, an athlete I'm very familiar with. It was funny because at Worlds, he was like, I just turned 40, man. I feel old. I don't know if I can hang with these guys. Still got second in Austin Ninjas. Still moving the way he's moving. Absolutely insane.
Well, if it helps, I had no idea he was 40. I would have guessed 25. So he's doing well, and he is moving through this course like a young gun. Absolutely flying through every single obstacle. And with 13 seconds on the clock here.
Oh, no, just shorted that. One of his hands.
He was just coming out of that.
You could tell he wanted to go for a quick pop. Good stoppage right there before kicking back and setting up the angle for the disc. Very smart move there. We talk about our old having those IQ plays, Jack. That's exactly what we're referring to.
And next up, we've got Jackson Vansickle. Hopefully another very young ninja who's very experienced simultaneously. And he's definitely one who could potentially complete this course here today. He's got the speed. And now let's see how he goes on this course.
Very good work there. Popping right through those doors. A bit of a back grab. Links the TikTok. And now he's going to really move it. This might be the fastest. Yes, it is the fastest to this point that we've seen. Let's see if he can keep the momentum going. Great pop there. Oh, swinging the opposite direction. Now he goes through. We might be looking at another finish if he can put it all together here, Jack.
Jackson on pace with some of the top times here to this point, but it all comes down to the back end of this course. He knows he's got to go.
Ooh,
everything's a little bit chaotic here.
Run, Jackson, run! 1 second
on the clock.
No! Jackson just falls short of the buzzer. You can see the frustration. Thought he had it, and we thought he did too. It was that backswing on the shelf. He was all crazy, all crooked, and he really just had to straighten out before going.
It was just a few key momentum shifts that were kind of going the wrong direction throughout that cost him those extra time moments. Like, he couldn't quite get the dismount there. It was just these small inefficiencies. But I'll tell you what, Jackson's going to be one to watch here. I think it's been a very promising run.
Well, now we're kicking it into high gear with Rory Yago, who got second here at Life Force. Rory, an incredibly well-rounded ninja, just so good at pretty much everything you throw at him. And he's going to take one extra swing before moving on through.
And I was just thinking, Kane, it's crazy to think that we're in the amateur division. We would be able to convince people that this was the elites because, I mean, Rory is moving like he belongs in the elite division. What did we just witness? 18 seconds on the clock here, Kane. Fastest to this point even, potentially. Oh my.
He's
Rory.
Absolutely going to destroy Luke's time with a little spin around at the buzzer. 36 seconds. Oh my goodness.
Timed that more perfectly. Saying that he belongs in the elites and then he whips that out. That is phenomenal there from Rory. I mean,
Rory Yago has just thrown down the gauntlet.
How is someone going to beat that? Like that. This Lachey lane here, it just made it look so easy, and so many ninjas lost so much time here. So the fact that Rory pulled that out, I mean, we might be looking at a winner here today if he can keep that up.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. And to think we still have 8 more runners to go, including Christian Hart, who's running next. Christian, an incredibly strong athlete. Haven't even gotten to talk about him yet, but he's a really good guy. He's a nice kid, and he's a very strong kid too. You can he's won the Barbados Ninja Throwdown most recently. He's qualified for the Premier Series both seasons he's competed, and you guys can catch him next summer on ANW 17.
Ooh, very exciting. And I mean, Christian Hart, a fan favorite here today. He is such a phenomenal athlete and definitely one of the top contenders here. The placement course has proven to be extremely difficult here, so we're going to have to see how Christian fares. Rory currently in the top seeded spot. Christian going to be eyeing that one up here. He's really going to have to make up some time here with a phenomenal run. Couldn't quite get that first link. Let's see how Christian goes on the back end.
Nice.
Making up that time there. Oh, this is going to be close here.
A bit of a dive for the thing. Oh my goodness. Well, he's not going to beat Rory's time, but we are going to see another finish here. Barely gets it with 0.56 seconds left. Half a second on the clock. Christian Hart jumps into 4th place. That's our second buzzer beater.
I mean, we expect nothing less of Christian. He's a phenomenal athlete. He's incredibly consistent. He always shows up well. He's been in the World Championships 8 times to this point. So, I mean, he knows what he's doing on these courses at this point. And I think this division is just getting more exciting, competitor by competitor. And to think the fact that we're just looking for our winner here, we're just looking for our top 3, it is impossible at this point, Kane, to pick a winner.
Well, a good candidate for the win is Lucas Shanamian, who's up right now. Placed 2nd at the Stanford Ninja Academy qualifier at the beginning of the season. He's going to dive right through those doors, not wasting any time.
He's moving well. And the standard of these athletes is just going to another level at this point. Lucas is flying through this course, and it's really going to come down to how efficiently can he make it through this obstacle here. And he's moving so quick. This might be the quickest time to this point. He's really going to be contesting Rory's time at the moment if he can connect this back end of this course.
Well, it looks like Rory's time passes by, but Lucas Shanamian still going to get a 40-second run, jumps right into 2nd place.
Wow, and we're just being engulfed in a wave of finishes now. Like the bar has really risen because all of these individuals at this point have either placed 2nd or 1st in their respective qualifiers. So the bar is really stepping up here. And I mean, I'm just blown away by the caliber of these competitors here.
Well, now we are jumping into the first of our qualifier winners, Kyle Sanders, who won at ARC in Colorado. And he's showing exactly why he won.
He's going to take a backswing here.
Ooh, a bit of a belly flop onto the disc, but he's up. Loses a bit of time there. He's got to pick it up.
Yeah, he's really going to have to step it up here, Kyle. He is moving super well to this point, but the time is whittling down here. 15 seconds on the clock. Let's hope we can get through this obstacle here. Ultimate Frisbee,
now he's got to set up that angle. Ooh, comes off. Oh, and just comes down. Kyle Sanders, though, something I don't believe about his bio. He's 46, Jack.
I know.
I was
like
he's 26, man.
It. I mean, if I look like that when I'm at 46, I think you're winning at life. You're doing pretty well.
Absolutely. I'd be a happy man. But I think it was just that belly flop on the disc that really took it out of him. I think if not, he would have absolutely cruised through the rest of that. But we'll see on the challenge course. Up now is one that you're pretty excited to watch. I'm excited to watch him too. The winner of the compound qualifier, Darren Baker.
Yeah, coming all the way out from Australia for this competition. Oh no! No,
Whoa.
Darren Baker coming unstuck there too quick. An unexpected trampoline collapse there. And our compound ninja winner has now come unstuck and will be running first, it seems. Just the speed, unfortunately, getting the better of him there. But we do know he's a phenomenal athlete, and I'm sure he's going to set a great challenge course run once he steps up there, but we will be seeing him run first at this point in time. Owen Mitchelson, coming out of Canada, another phenomenal athlete, now going to be stepping up, looking to set back in motion the wave of clears that we've been seeing as of recent.
Owen was the winner of the Life Force qualifier in the amateur division, so we know he's capable of taking down Becca and Jaden's courses. Oh, a huge backswing, though. That's going to take a little bit of time away. And those half seconds definitely have mattered.
Wow. Yeah, he got that momentum perfectly there, just having the right amount. And now he's going to line it up like a disc. Rather than going with the momentum approach, he's really going to make sure of it here, but this is going to cost him so much time here, Kane.
Well, he gets the ring. He's going to get some extra touch points if he can grab that shelf, and it doesn't look like he can. Just dismounts a little too late. Lands himself into 7th place.
And 7th at this point in time isn't too bad. You have to remember, we have 24 competitors here in this amateur male division. And to think, we're going to have to see all these competitors through on the challenge course. We have a long day ahead, and anything can happen at this point. So being 7th place isn't too bad. But, I mean, if we're thinking of a superstar, someone who potentially could take out this whole competition, someone who's been dominating throughout the entire season, it's Ryan Cooper, ladies and gentlemen. Blink and you'll miss him. There's 45 seconds here on the clock, and he is a superstar. Ooh. Having a bit of a struggle here so far, but Ryan can definitely bring this back.
My only concern with this course is that Ryan is on the shorter side, and while he has plenty of power and tech, some of these reaches, he's really going to have to dial it up to an 11 out of 10 for, just like this one, perfectly done. Ryan Cooper showing why he won 2 Premier Series qualifiers, sets himself up great. Now, I mean, he could be looking at Rory's time, which actually, never mind, it just escapes him, but we are still in buzzer territory here. Ryan Cooper with less than a second. Oh, no way. What?
Just missing it.
At the very end.
Ryan Cooper, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck there. He's out. He's won 2 Premier Series qualifiers this season. He's been dominant all year round. And to be honest, it probably just came down to that inefficiency there. But make no mistake, I mean, if there's one young man who can bounce back from adversity, it's going to be Ryan Cooper. He is so consistent on those challenge courses, and I think we could see him really step up there. Well,
now the winner of the Self-Flow Ninja Academy qualifier, Tiago Lima. Tiago, I believe, had the fastest time on both the placement and challenge course. Hasn't fallen on an obstacle in the Premier Series yet.
Well, hopefully he doesn't start that trend here, because Tiago is moving very quickly through the back end of this course. Just getting every single grab, leaving us on the edge of our seats here. Oh my! Oh no! Oh, he's lost all his momentum here. He gets it.
Scratch that, he's safe.
And he's still on his course.
Yeah, but he's got to not be so crooked here. 4 seconds left. We've seen so many buzzer beaters. Who's going to win this one? Tiago stumbles. Finish line. Oh, man. Tough break there. You can see his coach, Flip Rodriguez, patting him on the back there. But an amazing run from Tiago. Just came down to the wire.
I mean, with the Ryan and Tiago both coming unstuck now on the back end of this course, it just goes to show the caliber. And I mean, is anyone going to be able to beat Rory's time? I think after this, we're going to have to go back and take a look, because how did he get that time? How did he get 36 seconds? Where did he find this ability to cut off 4 seconds from the next closest finisher, which is Lucas? Like, it is blowing my mind.
Well, now we are down to our final runner of the amateur division. This is Braden Guile, who won at the Stanford Ninja Academy.
Well, he's
huge leaps.
He's got a lot on his plate here. So many phenomenal competitors have come before him. But Braden is our top-seeded competitor coming into this competition here today. Let's see how Braden handles it. Moving well so far. Small inefficiencies throughout, but he's got the power to make it up if he can get this link, and he does. Wow. Moving so well through. Skate jump now. No troubles there. He's got that extra wingspan, which is going to help him a little bit, and that power. With 8 seconds to go, Kane, this is going to be another buzzer beater here. Braden moving through. 3 seconds left on the clock. If he can pull himself up and hit that buzzer, he will.
Nice
just
job.
In time.
And take a look at that. 0.8 seconds left on the clock. That means we are rounding out our placement course here for the amateur male division with 6 finishers, and 4th, 5th, and 6th all cleared with less than a second left.
Wow. I mean, talk about a placement course. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not even onto the challenge course yet, and these ninjas are already being pushed to their absolute limits. And that's what we love to see here. These life course designers always putting in the work, always, as you said, they know the perfect time. Like, they know what's going to push these ninjas to their limits.
Well, there you have it for our amateur male division. Rory Yago is going to be the final runner of the amateur challenge course, while Darren Baker will be kicking off the amateur male division. They'll be running after the amateur female division, which will be kicked off by Jalen Bennett, and Seda Magtoto will be our final runner of that division. It's just one course between all of these athletes, Jack. 8 female athletes will be battling for the title of Premier Series champion, and all 24 of our amateur male athletes will be fighting for that top spot. It's anyone's game right now. And the nice thing about the placement course is our athletes got to touch some obstacles. They're warm, their minds are active, their bodies are active, and I think we're going to see a lot more control out of them now that they don't have to sprint a course.
Yeah, no, the sprinting part of is definitely out of the cards now, and it's going to be, we're going the distance now. We're going to see who has the technical ability, who's able to do some beta breaks that are going to help us to innovate and tackle what is the toughest challenge course of the season. I mean, this is just, it's crazy to think that we're just in the amateur division, because it really feels like we're commentating an elite division at the moment. I mean, the caliber that these athletes are at, like the level that they're competing at is blowing my mind at the moment.
Yeah, it was a great wave, a lot of surprises, a lot of really good breakouts. You know, it's still hard to tell who a favorite is. I came into this for the amateur male division saying it's the Ryan Cooper show, and Rory Yago has been quite a lot. But taking a look here at some of the replays, I wanted to highlight the 2 amateur female athletes I shouted out earlier, Seda Magtoto and Daniela Blanchard. Taking a look at their runs, Seda got so close to the buzzer. She was absolutely flying, had the links where she needed, and it just came down to that last climb up. She missed that ring for a second and had to re-grab. And that definitely threw her for a loop there. But I have a feeling that, again, now that she's not going to have to rush, I think we're going to see her hold on to one of those top spots, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see her on the podium, potentially as our champion. But one of her biggest threats to that is the woman in 4th place right now, Daniela Blanchard, who had a surprising peel out on Ultimate Frisbee. Daniela was moving very smooth, maybe not the fastest we've seen her move, but we know that she's capable of performing very well on techier courses like this challenge course. So I do think that it's anyone's game. On the men's side, we saw so many different things. Starting off with the fastest time of the division, Rory Yago, who absolutely slaughtered the course. I didn't even know it was possible to do it sub 40. And he honestly looked like he could have gone faster. That's the scary part about him. Rory has been on a tear in recent months, and I think this is just the latest comp that he's going to notch under his belt as a success. But then, of course, we have Ryan Cooper, who just had a little bit of a slip up at the very end that cost him. You could see that grab as well, a little awkward. Ryan Cooper's about 5'3", if I'm not mistaken, so really has to go for bigger moves, such as that ring as well. And he just hit the buzzer as it hit 0. Just as you can see the crowd losing it. I don't think he's going to let that happen. You know,
I think Ryan's really going to step up there.
On the opposite end of the spectrum, we have our athlete who's running first in the amateur male division, Darren Baker. Darren was coming in, and we were hyping him up, and he just stumbled right off that mini tramp. That's such a rare technical error from him. But again, I think it was just speed kills, you know? And I think that now that speed isn't going to be the driving force of the challenge course, we're going to see a different Darren Baker. We're going to see the Darren Baker that we're used to. And I'm looking forward to it. And then, of course, Makayo Stammer is another athlete I wanted to highlight here real quick, because Makayo had just this really awkward fall off of the first Frisbee, but he was moving so clean that I think he showed the most promise out of our early falls here on the first half of the course. Like, I don't even know what that whiff was, but still a great run.
It's a tough little mistake there from Makayo, but I mean, he's definitely going to be one that I think we are going to be expecting to go super far. I think also the Van Zeeland brothers, I think Josh Van Zeeland is one that's worth highlighting there, because throughout the course, he was super consistent. We saw him do super well in the qualifiers as well. And between Luke and Josh, I mean, I'm hoping that between the two of them, we'll see a podium finish from one of them. Luke Van Zeeland currently sitting in third place at the moment. And hopefully his brother's going to take some of those lessons and apply them for this challenge course here. We are getting our first look, ladies and gentlemen, at the challenge course obstacles here. There are 11 obstacles. That is no joke. 11 obstacles that they are going to have to finish, each one more difficult than the previous. And I mean, today's the day that we are going to be pushing these ninjas to their absolute limit. And we're now going to get to take a quick look at the course that we will be facing here today.
First off is outside line, where using the ring, the athletes will maneuver through these steps before working their way over to PK4U, a bit of a parkour-oriented type movement, tacking off some walls, going over and under some bars. Gonna have to make some moves back up then to wall runner. That cliff is going to swivel and lock in before you slide across that track using the ring, maneuvering through some cliffs and doing a 180 move to the steps before working your way up again to number 4, high flying. It's a large throwback there that you can see coming up to the wall. That's going to tip over, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
Then it's going to come down to some skate tech. We've got some skateboards here again, but the skateboard, you have to jump up to the mini tramp, catch that ledge, swing into the skateboard, and it will tip down. It is now a seesaw skateboard. You're going to have to grab the ring as well. There's a lot of moving parts here before jumping to that sky hook and coming in to the next obstacle, roundhouse.
This
My
is incredible.
goodness, it's a wild course, guys. They took so many different techniques and just threw them all in one obstacle. It's awesome. You're going to run through these shrinking steps here before working your way over. This is more of a tricep-based obstacle. They will slide one hand on each. This is a Brett Sims obstacle before popping right over to the salmon ladder bar, making that transfer over to the other side. And then this one is crazy. Walled in. Oh my goodness. On rails. You pop this ring on the ledges. You have to be super precise with everything before landing back on the platform. We saw the most amount of falls on that obstacle yesterday. So be careful for that one. It's going to be a lot. Log ride there. We just saw them run across the log. There's just so much to keep up with. I'm having a hard time keeping up with it. They're going too fast for me, Jack.
Yeah, this is tiring.
On rails, the flying bar that goes down the slider, which you can see right now, I'm most excited for that one. I loved seeing that in the preteen division. And then hopping up to the final obstacle, full send. You just have to go for it because all that awaits after that is the beautiful challenge course buzzer. And if you hit that, there's a very high chance you will end up on the Premier Series Finals podium.
Oh, that's absolutely right, Kane. I mean, I'm just tired looking at the course, let alone the ninjas who are going to have to tackle this course here. This is without a doubt the toughest challenge course that we have ever set for our amateur division here. And I mean, there is so much on the line. These ninjas are going to be hungry for that top spot. We're going to see 8 amateur female athletes and 24 amateur male athletes all fighting for those top spots. It's truly going to be anyone for the taking. There is so much technical demand on this course. It's not only going to be technical, but it's just exhausting in regards to you're going to be up in the air, hanging, doing these power moves. And I mean, Kane, for anyone to complete this course, that is an achievement that you can hold high because this is a beast of a course.
Well, now we're going to get into it very, very soon. Jalen Bennett's going to be our first runner. Had a surprising fall early on the placement course, and that's what put her first on the challenge course run order. But I don't see that happening again. Over at Arc Ninja, they train so many techie moves, and Jalen, definitely no stranger to those. Now, Life Force has really, really dialed up the unorthodox moves to an 11 here for the finals, but we wouldn't expect anything less. We wouldn't want anything less. It's going to come down to, we said, commitment on the placement course. I think adaptability is going to be your best friend here on the challenge course. Now, I cannot wait to see this. Again, the crux point that you're going to want to look out for is that push-pull, those sliding tracks before transferring to the salmon ladder bar. It's so tricky to have your hands at a position next to your hips and then have to fling them up to catch a bar that is above your head. You're falling, your hands are going up, everything else is moving back. It's absolutely crazy. And it's one of those split decision, like quick second moves that you have to commit to. Man, shout out to Becca and Jaden once again for making what, in my opinion, is one of the best championship level courses I have ever seen. Now, folks, that we are approaching crowning our first 2 champions of the second day, be sure to throw in the chat who you're rooting for. Who do you think our amateur female and amateur male champions are going to be? Do you have any predictions on how many clears we'll get? I love to see the little guessing games. You know, that's kind of my uproots in Ninja. I started off as just a fan, and I'd sit around on a call with my friends watching some competitions like these, and we'd be not betting, but we'd be placing our bets on who would win. No money involved, no gambling, but yeah, I just enjoy the predictions. So feel free to throw some stuff in the chat. Love to see the support that I've been seeing for all of the different athletes, whether they were from the United States or Canada or Australia. You know, it's really good to see the Ninja World coming together for an event like this in the most supportive way while still remaining incredibly competitive due to the high level of talent. Looking at the chat right now, seeing about 4 or 5 names mentioned to win amateur male. Goes to show just how competitive that division is. Looks like we're just waiting for Jalen to come up to the starting line. But again, Jalen placed second at Arc Ninja over in Colorado. Very great to see that we've, Arc Ninja just recently joined the World Ninja League, and we're super excited because Colorado has such a high talent pool, so many amazing ninjas out there, and they don't always get the opportunity to compete in WNL, just not many qualifiers in their area. So super grateful to have Arc out in Colorado repping the league and putting more Colorado ninjas on the map for some athletes who maybe are just more WNL centric. But Jalen showing what she's made of here at the Premier Series Finals, and I think it's a great sign of what's to come. Now, just a reminder on the challenge course, if you fall, you get a retry. Your run ends if you fail an obstacle twice or fail 3 different obstacles, but so far Jalen's remaining very clean on her run and very efficient. Only 25 seconds through the first 3 obstacles. Now, this fourth obstacle here, called high flying, this is where things start to get tough. Jaden and Becca definitely made this one to be pumpier. It's a lot of hang time, especially if you're caught up like Jalen. She's going to take a drop, pauses her time. She doesn't want to lose a bunch of time. If she is able to beat this on her second attempt, her run will continue. And she'll want as much time on the clock as possible. Gets that by the fingertips again. Good kick over. Jalen really getting comfortable on this obstacle now. She's going for that move and gets it this time around, first try. Great link. Awesome landing coming into obstacle number 5, Skate Tech. As a reminder, she's jumping up to a hold, coming down on a skateboard that's going to tip, and she's got to grab a ring at the same time. Ooh, a little stumble, but the ring drops. She's able to recover it. And now going straight for that skyhook move. Going to take a backswing. Still has a minute 20.
Yeah, this challenge course proving to be so difficult here, but there still is time on the clock.
Now for obstacle number 8, walled in. You can see her really trying to force the swivel. It might be best to take a retry here, but maybe you don't want to, knowing how techy and difficult the obstacles ahead will be. She's going to use her second drop, which means it's do or die for Jalen Bennett.
Yeah, no more retries here, Kane. It's literally, yeah, it is do or die here. Jalen moving well through this course to this point. Obstacle 6 at the moment. Let's see how she fares.
Well, she's through. But now for what was the crux point of our younger divisions yesterday, obstacle number 9.
Yeah, this is really where things start to get tough. I mean, the technical demand here, Kane, of this obstacle is
7.
It's hard to put into words. Oh, well, that's
man, and that's going to do it.
You can see that Jalen had a great run overall, setting the standard here, and it's not easy to go first on the challenge course for your division. Jalen still fighting super well throughout. She had a few little slip-ups, and unfortunately, after using both of her retries, she came unstuck here. Next, we're going to move into another phenomenal athlete, Olivia Boland-Ford. She showed great promise in the placement course, came out a little bit earlier than she would have liked, but showed great promise for this challenge course here. So let's see how she goes as she now moves through the first 2 obstacles. Great so far.
And I'm loving the urgency that I'm seeing out of these athletes. They know that the back half is going to be so long and technical and pumpy that they're trying to tear through this first section of the course as quickly as possible.
I agree, and I think those first 3 obstacles are tough, but they're definitely, since they're lower body intensive, they're just trying to get through them as quickly as possible. So when it gets to these upper body obstacles that are a lot more demanding, they have plenty of time to rest. And Olivia moving well so far. Oh, but just couldn't quite get the grab.
Yeah, we saw that move get Jalen as well. Looks like that might be one of our early challenges on this course that could trip up some of our athletes. I think she just released a little too early. You know, she had the right angle, she had the spin going, but letting go too early means that you don't get the distance that you need on those discs.
Yeah, and I love this obstacle here where you kick down the board. It's so dramatic, and I love how the Life Force team has set up this course. I mean, this is a great way to have the finals here, and Olivia getting it the second time around. And we're going to see her onto obstacle 5, which is great. And, I mean, this course is just so intimidating. There's 11 obstacles here, each one more demanding than the previous. As she's now lining up this skate jump. This is super difficult here. She's really going to make sure of it. Going on her knees there.
All 4s. Yeah, a good way to play it safe on that skateboard.
No troubles on the ring dismount. this obstacle as well. We saw earlier that Jalen had a bit of trouble on it, needing to use a retry. Olivia hopefully going to be able to make it through and save that retry for one of the later obstacles, which are much more difficult than this one.
A good reach up to the ring. And it looks like that retry is going to stay in her back pocket. She's going to take that step down and is now coming into push-pull. Jumps into first place. So at the moment, Olivia is your champion. Still very early in the challenge course. You know, we still have 6 runners to go, but Olivia is doing well on time. Making sure she's chalking up right before this tricky move I was talking about earlier. Not enough push there. Has to go back to the steps.
Yeah, this is a tough obstacle here, and it's been very well designed, super demanding. The challenge course has to have a crux point, and this is going to be one of them here. Olivia really taking the time to make sure that she gets through this obstacle here. Her second and final attempt.
And now she's at the end of the track or close to it. Has to make a quick transfer up to the bar. One hand and gets it. Good use of her other hand for stabilization as well. Didn't think about that one, but that's why she's in the Premier Series finals and I'm not. No!
Just didn't quite get that transition. That's tough.
Well, Olivia definitely broke the beta on quite a few of the obstacles. Definitely has a run that she should be proud of. You can see her sitting down though, probably thinking about the fact that there's still so many talented athletes to come after her. Don't know if that'll be enough, but at the moment, she is holding on to the top spot.
Yeah, and well, next up, we're continuing to move through the phenomenal athletes here. Kristen Brickner is going to be our 3rd amateur female athlete stepping up onto this course. To think that we have so many athletes to come, she's really going to have to bring it here. The stakes could not be higher here in this Premier Series finals. Kristen now begins her attack on this course. Moving well so far. These first 3 obstacles, it seems like the game plan is to get through them as quickly as possible so you have time for the later obstacles, and Kristen is doing that. She's sticking to the formula here.
Very swift so far. Ooh, a bit of a awkward yank grab there, but she's out of the woods and coming into obstacle number 4. This is high flying. Gonna need a big leap off of that trampoline to get that throwback. And she's gonna size it up, test it out a little bit. Making sure that she's confident on her release and just all short of it. I mean, the good thing is about that fall is, yeah, I mean, it's never good to lose a retry. But the other nice thing about it is it was at the beginning of the obstacle. She didn't lose a lot of time. So she still has 2 minutes and 46 seconds on the clock.
And she didn't use too much energy there, but that jump is a big jump. She gets it the second time. She really made sure of it. But that means she's going to have to get this obstacle, the rest of this obstacle first time. And we saw both Jalen and Olivia both make an error on the back end of this obstacle here. So Kristen's going to have to learn from their mistakes and get it first go now. This transition can be tough.
Kristen. And she gets it first try. Now for the dismount, going to take an extra backswing. Huge dismount there. Amazing job from Kristen Brickner, keeping her run alive. Still in 3rd place, currently at a pace that's not up to speed with Olivia. So I think she's going to have to beat push and pull if she can make it there. But she falls back on the skateboard. Wow. Just didn't get her body forward enough. She got her feet on there, but you have to get your whole body. We saw Olivia go on all 4s with it. Saw Jalen do something similar. So it's probably good if Kristen can get more of her body. You can see Darian Bennett, I believe that's on the sideline, coaching her through it. Oh, and she oversteps it. Wow, just couldn't keep the momentum intact.
And Kristen Brickner is going to come unstuck on that obstacle. That's going to conclude her run. Unfortunately, she will not be taking out our Premier Series title here today. But make no mistake, she has thrown down a great run and just been so incredible to be able to make it here today. Unfortunately, that obstacle causing her to come unstuck, that skate jump is no joke. Now, next up is Kalina Keating, a phenomenal competitor here today. She's really going to be looking to bring the heat and hopefully the distance, because she knows that there's so many phenomenal competitors that are going to be coming after her.
And again, Kalina won here at Life Force in the qualifiers. We'll see if she can go 2 for 2. Placement course didn't really go the way that she wanted, but it all comes down to this challenge course that determines our champion.
She does have that home course advantage. You know, some of this may feel a little bit familiar. The heights and distances hopefully gives her a little bit of an advantage here today. And Kalina, phenomenal ninja. And we'd love to see her make it through more obstacles here and hopefully get closer towards those 11 obstacles. And Kalina, she's on a mission. She's definitely on pace to...
Ooh, a nice little roll of that dismount. Came into it with a lot of force, so she made sure to go through it in style and break that fall. No retries to this point. The first athlete to do so in this division, and that means that she's ahead on time.
Oh, good. So I was worried she was going to stumble over there. Kalina doing well to this point. No retries needed so far. And that's great, because I think Kane, she's going to need them for the back end of this course where it gets more difficult. Positioning herself well here. Now got to grab that ring.
There we go. Very smooth run from Kalina Keating so far. Jumps right into first place on time. But of course, beating push and pull will separate her from the pack and put the pressure on the remainder of her division that is coming after her.
Yeah, this does have a huge upper body demand here. Kalina really going to have to bring it. We saw the demand on the upper body. Not only does she have to grab that bar above her, also get the salmon ladder transition. Kalina going to be using one of her precious attempts here. She's out of retries if she doesn't make it through this obstacle. So this could be a life or death situation here. And Kalina!
Oh, and that's going to end her run.
Unstuck.
And no. You know what it was, Jack? She just came into it a little too slow. She tried to give it a nice push, but you can't push up on that obstacle. You have to go forward through it. My intended beta for that, I guess, would be running through those steps and using that momentum to push through. However, that can be really tricky to place your hands, so I can see why she took the approach she took. It just didn't pay off for her this time.
Yeah, well, next up we have a ninja with a reputation larger than life. It's Daniela Blanchard. She is our reigning adult female world champion. So if there's anyone who's going to be able to go the distance in this course, it's going to be Daniela. She had a bit of a tough start on the placement course, coming in 4th place overall. But Daniela, we know on the challenge course she's going to come to life here, and hopefully we're going to see her go the distance and make it through obstacles. You can see the pace that she's bringing here, Kane, is phenomenal to this point.
That's right. Daniela got 3rd place at the last Premier Series finals. She knows what it takes to win. She knows that she needs to give it more if she wants to get that top spot. And so far, she's been flawless. Wow. Amazing dismount there. Ahead on time by quite a bit. Just about 10 seconds ahead of Kalina Keating's time. Gonna take a little breath here. Daniela used to be a coach at Empire Ninja in New York, moved to Los Angeles to become the program director at the new LA Ninja Academy. Be sure to check that out if you're in the Culver City area. They also recently joined the World Ninja League, so Daniela becoming more active in every facet of the sport.
Well, Daniela, flawless to what we just saw with Kalina. Can she connect here on this very difficult obstacle?
We haven't seen an athlete get through this yet today. And the thing with Daniela is we know she can get through this. She's now locked into the podium. There's only... actually, no, she's not locked into the podium. There's still 3 runners left to go after her. So perhaps getting this would put her in a good spot for it. Good grab with one hand. Now this is where we saw Olivia fall on the salmon transfer. Daniela's got a lot of power.
Oh.
Crooked jump though. But it doesn't matter. She's going to move on through.
Fix it.
And get that dismount. I mean, if it's not required, right?
No, yeah, it's a great strategy. strategy there. Daniela now going the distance here. She's cleared more obstacles than any other competitor to this point. Could this be a run? This is the next difficult obstacle. We saw so many ninjas come unstuck on this obstacle yesterday. Can Daniela, our reigning world champion, make it happen here? She gets it.
Almost. That last one almost was off there, but she's all good right now. Daniela Blanchard making it look easy. Coming into obstacle number 9, the log ride.
And she's flawless to this point as well. Yet to make a textbook run here from our world champion, showing up the rest of the competition and showing us why she deserves our leader of this Premier Series finals here for the amateur division. Daniela, further than we've seen anyone go in this division so far.
Now that's a huge launch out to the flying bar. She gets it, has to control. Great core stability there. That bar could have slid off, but it stayed on because she tightened up. Now on rails, comes down on her. Oh, man. And of course, folks, you can see there, those two sliders on the track, they slide separately. So if you are not even on that bar, one side could get ahead of the other and cause a slip up like we just saw with Daniela.
I mean, talk about a huge lâcher there. Daniela had to fly through the air. This is gonna.
And she's gonna have to do it again with 5 seconds left. It doesn't look like there's gonna be enough time here, Jack.
But she shows up with force, and unfortunately, that's gonna end Daniela's run. But fortunately, she's in the top spot at the moment, and the rest of the ninjas have their work cut out for them if they want to compete at that level. I mean, Daniela putting on such an incredible run there all around. She was flawless to that final obstacle that she came unstuck on, and that ring toss. That is such a tough obstacle there.
That was definitely a run to remember, and now she's potentially on the brink of a second podium in the Premier Series finals, but there's still 3 athletes to go in the amateur female division. So I could be eating my words. Zoe Whalen is up now, and Zoe Whalen is not one to sleep on at all. You're not going to want to count her out of any of these competitions.
No, Zoe had a great placement course run, putting herself into 3rd spot ahead of the world champion Daniela Blanchard. Yeah, Zoe has just seen Daniela run, and she knows that she's got to go super far in this course if she wants to get on that podium and secure that top spot. There is a breath of fresh air that's been breathed into these competitors here, and Zoe is moving so quick through this course so far. Now going to be looking to kick down that door and get herself up there and onto the back of obstacle number 4.
And gets that move the first time. Looks like our athletes have figured out that transfer, as Zoe Whalen's going to come into the skateboard now. Obstacle number 5, skate tech.
Moving with a very similar pace to Daniela, so it's really anyone's for the taking at the moment. Zoe has come to compete. She wants that top spot here. She wants this Premier Series finals win for the amateur female division.
Good skip there. We saw that happen a lot in the younger divisions yesterday. So it's nice to see that beta break is still in play. Now Zoe
4 seconds ahead as well.
Wow. It's going to come down to how she handles push and pull.
Yeah, this obstacle is tough, especially the push component here, and Zoe going to come unstuck. It's so demanding here, but she's going to get a second attempt at it. That's going to put in Daniela's pace. So she's really going to have to push it.
This obstacle's kind of like shuffleboard. You slide it too far, you're going to end up bouncing back. You don't give it enough, you're going to have to force your way across that track, and it's just not going to work. And that's why Zoe had to take that drop. And it looks like she might be stuck again unless she can pop her way through. Good fight out of Zoe Whalen. She's at the bar. She gets to it. She's not going to be on pace with Daniela right now, but she does still have potential to jump into first place if she gets the rest of these moves.
She's building up that momentum. She gets the grab. And now just going to be looking for that dismount there.
Good use of the trust there. Looping around.
So
minute 5.
moving great to this point. It looks like if she wants that top spot, she's going to have to go further than Daniela did. So she's going to have to complete the next 3 obstacles in the next 55 seconds. Oh no.
Just peeled off of the handles there. Maybe needs a bit more
Zoe
chalk
is
there.
now all out of retries. Got 50 seconds on the clock here. She's going to have to fly through this obstacle, and this is definitely one of the toughest on the entire course. You've got to grab that ring side on, and Zoe just can't quite get there. And unfortunately, that's going to conclude Zoe's run. She can happily put herself into second place at the moment. With only 2 competitors to go, it may be enough for a podium.
That was a really, really good run. Fighting through that 7th obstacle there, but gotta catch that ring on obstacle number 8, the walled-in obstacle, evenly. Otherwise, it will tip out like it did for Zoe. But now we've got Talia Francis on the course. Talia placed 2nd in the Canadian Ninja League's Nationals most recently, so definitely one to look out for. Placed 2nd on the placement course as well. And she's moving with a big sense of urgency. Daniela Blanchard locked in on the podium right now. Talia looking to at least crack onto the podium, but if she can beat Daniela's time to the 10th obstacle or beat the 10th obstacle, she will be 1 run away from becoming the Premier Series champion.
And I'll tell you what, Talia is moving with a great pace to this point, very similar to the rest of the competitor field. She's actually slightly ahead of Daniela's time to this point. So she's definitely optimized this course by seeing what everyone else has been doing. Flawless to this point, but we know, Kane, that the course gets much more difficult after this next obstacle.
A low grab there. She wants to pop herself up, but she's got to hurry before it swings back. That swivel does not lock. She's there. Jumps right into 3rd place now. Just about less than a second ahead of Daniela's time to this point, but it's not going to matter unless she can beat this obstacle.
Well, Talia, this is really where is the make or break part of the run. This push-pull, the ring that's going to be up next.
So
Talia, wow. And if she can get this transfer here, this will put her on the top pace to this point. Talia now building up the momentum here for this transfer. And she gets it!
Super crooked.
Very
There was
disjointed.
a foot tap. There was a foot tap.
Oh.
And I just don't think there wasn't enough power behind that swing. That backswing can be a lot. You know, it's tough to set up a front swing on a salmon ladder because you're worried about the bar coming off, but that backswing needs to be cranked like Soldier Boy. Oh no!
Oh, no!
Talia Francis. Oh man.
It's not what we were expecting. I mean, Talia was so strong throughout this entire run, and I think me and Kane are a little bit lost for words here because she has done such a phenomenal job to this point. Talia Francis, unfortunately, just coming unstuck near the end there. But make no mistake, she's still going to be holding on to 3rd place at the moment. And that means that there's only one person left in their way. Daniela Blanchard holding on to top spot at the moment. But I mean, there is one final competitor, and she happens to be our top-seeded competitor here today, Kane.
That's right. Seda Magtoto was my dark horse pick. I said it would come down to her and Daniela Blanchard, and that's literally what's happening right now. Either Daniela or Seda will be your amateur female champion, and Seda looks like she wants it bad.
Yeah, I mean, Seda was phenomenal on the placement course. She absolutely dominated, going so much further than any of the other competitors. So Daniela's going to be watching on close by as her Premier Series title a hand and how she goes on this course. And Kane, she's looking strong to this point, keeping to a similar pace to Daniela. It's neck and neck to this point. But make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, we will be crowning a winner after Seda's run. Either herself or Daniela will be taking that top spot, and it's neck and neck to this point.
Just a little less than a second off of Daniela's pace as well. This is a neck and neck matchup here, folks. Gets off of that skateboard quickly. Gonna link that dismount, yes, and jumping straight up. Very, very quick decision. She knows the pace that she has to move at, which is why she's cruising through Roundhouse. Now for the push-pull. She gets through this, and a title is very much within her grasp.
Yes, she is a little bit behind Daniela's time to this point, so her win conditions are either going to be that she flies through the back end of this course or she goes further than Daniela did. And it looks like she'll go further. She's really taking the time to rest and recover. Seda, we
Gets
know,
the grab.
has the strength. So phenomenal, so strong to this point.
And a nice pop across that salmon ladder. Already looking for that off-axis dismount, using the truss there. She's going to touch down and jumps into second place. So your podium, ladies and gentlemen, for the amateur female division, Zoe Whalen in third, currently Seda Magtoto in second, and Daniela Blanchard in first. We'll see if that switches around. She's actually just ahead of Daniela's pace right now.
Yeah, she really made up some time there on that obstacle. This is the obstacle where it all comes down to be truthful. This is such a tough ring grab here, but Seda gets the first grab. Part of the job is done, but now she's really got to pop this ring through. It's this next transition that's the tough one, Kane, and Seda gets it. We could be looking at our winning run here.
And with the dismount, she's just 0.3 seconds off of Daniela's pace. She's got to move, because this obstacle might be the deciding factor, and she falls. Oh my goodness. I think she's going to have to beat on rails, the flying bar.
Oh, and the toughest obstacle on this course, that flying bar. She's going to have 42 seconds to beat this rolling log and then move on to the final obstacle here.
All right, well, she's
coming down to the wire. This is going to be too close to call here.
18 seconds behind Daniela Blanchard's time. A missed jump there. That's all right. She's using her last retry. And no matter what, based off of the time, it is do or die. She's got to get this.
Seda really leaving us on the edge of our seats here. She's going to have to absolutely send it here. On this... she's got a huge lâcher to that point. Wow. 13 seconds left on the clock, Kane.
It's going down.
Do it. She gets the
did
grab.
it.
You can see the
she got the move. Seda Magtoto gonna run out of time on the final obstacle, but she will be the Premier Series champion in the amateur female division, and she knows it.
You could see the look on her face. Seda leaving us on the edge of our seats. She was first place in the placement course, first place in the challenge course, and ladies and gentlemen, she is officially our Premier Series champion for the amateur female division. Talk about a nail biter, Kane.
That was absolutely insane. I was about ready to say that Daniela had it, and again, talk about a clutch performance. Came down to the wire. Seda just fell short about a half second on the placement course of the buzzer, and you could tell she wasn't going to let that happen again. She was on a mission this entire time. One of the most exciting runs we've seen today. Got a little dicey on the back half there, falling on the log ride, and then missing that early jump to the rings, meaning she had to flash this obstacle pretty much. And flash it, she did. Coming down the rails, you could see how surprised she was, how excited she was. And I mean, wow, just what a well-deserved win for Seda Magtoto.
I mean, that reaction when she's coming down the rails was priceless. It looked like she surprised herself a little bit there when she got that grab, because she knew what had happened, that she was officially our Premier Series champion for the amateur female division. And I mean, so well-deserved. Daniela Blanchard in second place, and just an unfortunate miss there for Daniela, but she's had such a phenomenal season as well. So Seda, I'm lost for words, Kane. I mean, what a nail biter. What a great way to close out the season for our amateur female division.
That was wild. Wow. I'm literally like in shock right now because of just Though that was, oh.
Yeah, Seda really gave us a surprise there. Like, really put us on the edge of our seat. I was very much ready to crown Daniela as well. But, I mean, Seda just coming out the gates there. And we are jumping right back into it with the amateur males. Darren Baker, the resident Australian, the man you've seen all around the world competing at every competition he can get his hands on. Darren is a phenomenal athlete, but unfortunately he came unstuck on the placement course, made a little bit of an early mistake. But make no mistake, he is one of the top athletes here today. He placed first in the compound qualifier back in Australia, and he's here to show up the rest of the competition. Darren moving with a mission to this point. Super quick, Kane, so far.
Oh yeah, Darren's a very decorated athlete. He won the qualifier back at the compound, and most recently, actually, just last month, he won the Masters division of the Ninja Challenge League, so he is Australia's best master competitor. Might be one of their best amateur competitors, period, given the fact that he won the qualifier as well.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's got so much experience in this sport, and he thinks about every single obstacle so methodically. So Darren...
no! That's right.
They've got to jump to it.
Yes, they removed that green box. Forgot to mention that to y'all, but they're going to have to leap from the skateboard, and Darren just overshot it there.
You've really got to time that well then.
Not only that, but you don't want to come into the skateboard with too much force, which I think is what happened. You want to finesse it just like that and set yourself up for that leap to the skyhook.
Okay, Darren making great work of this course so far, and I mean, he's our first amateur male athlete on this challenge course, and he's setting the scene really well for the rest of the competitive field. It's going to be interesting to see what other changes they've made to this course other than the demanding time limit, of course. I think it's going to be interesting to see how they go with this push-pull obstacle. I think it's going to lend themselves better to those with really strong upper body strength, used to that dip work, and Darren is very strong in the upper body department, so let's see how he goes on this push-pull obstacle. And they've still got that bar that they can grab.
And he gets there. Now we know Darren can salmon ladder, so getting this transfer shouldn't be too difficult. He's a little crooked, but he can get out if he needs to. He's going to straighten out and use the nunchuck. It's a bit of a cone chuck, I guess. All right. Now coming into walled in this tricky ring obstacle.
He's looking a little bit pumped to this point. He is on the most demanding challenge course of the season. He managed to place first in his qualifier. Can he do the same here in this finals? He's now lining up the rig grab. And unfortunately grabbed it with one hand. As you can see, you will have to grab it with both hands simultaneously to stop the ring from knocking out. He's still pretty happy.
Yeah, and that's
all things considered.
I think that's a sign of the fatigue kicking in there. Got two hands on it that time, but just not enough of a grip there. Darren Baker's gonna start us off pretty strong with a run to walled in, but I don't know how that's gonna hold up with 23 other strong athletes coming after him.
Yeah, as much as I want to hold that Aussie bias and support there, unfortunately, I think some of the later competitors are going to go a little bit further than that. But, I mean, Darren Baker throwing down a great run, representing Australia proud. And unfortunately, just having a little bit of unluck in the placement course as well. Well, next up, we've got Ethan Alavrides, again, another competitor who came out far too early on the placement course and is going to be looking to prove himself here today. It's just, yeah, we're going to see a bunch of these amateur males who really came unstuck for going too fast early on, but we know they have so much potential to go really far in this course. And I think, all things considered here, Kane, I think across these 24 competitors that we have, we're going to see a bunch of finishes here.
I have a feeling we'll see some buzzers too. But Ethan trying to be our first of the day. Now, when it comes to Ethan, I don't know if there's any athlete that wanted to be here more than him. He competed in 3 different qualifiers trying to lock in a top 4 spot. Finally got the job done at ARC. He's going to use that bar, which takes out a bit of his swing. And I think he's going to have to take a drop here. Yeah, he doesn't really have anywhere to go. He tries to reach back. I think it's probably just best to drop and hold on to those remaining 2 minutes that he has right now, but he's fighting for this one.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get his hands centered and try to use the disc to line up a lache here. But that washer that the disc is connected to spins so much. And Ethan is in struggle town here. He's going to have to reset, learn from that mistake. Ethan, we know he's got the resilience. He managed to get here after 3 qualifiers, so a very resilient athlete. And now going to be stepping up for his second attempt on this obstacle. We've seen a lot of ninjas in the amateur female division come unstuck here. So hopefully Ethan can move past it.
The thing is, we didn't see anyone use the bar. We saw them all jump straight to the disc. And Ethan, the student pilot, comes down on the obstacle ironically named High Flying.
And that's going to close out Ethan's run there. Huge respect for him throughout the season. I mean, he's been such a big part of this competition. He had a great run there, but unfortunately, yeah, this challenge course is the toughest one we've ever seen. And next up is going to be Duncan Murray. I mean, another athlete who came out far too early on the placement courses and is really going to be looking to prove himself here today.
Again, back at the self-flow qualifier, Duncan Murray fell on the very first obstacle of the placement course, but then proceeded to beat the challenge course. So don't underestimate this guy just because he's running third. He's got a lot to show.
And we can see that with the pace that he's moving at to this point. Duncan, very quick off the mark. Now coming into obstacle 4 with 2 minutes 40 on the clock. These amateur male athletes really have to push it here with 30 seconds less than the amateur females. There is no time for stopping here. And Duncan, great flow on these first 4 obstacles. Nice and consistent here as he now moves through to the skate jump.
Comes into a
very techie obstacle.
Ooh, good.
Wow.
He's going to take an extra backswing. You could see he was a little twisted there, but he's all good. And I don't think he was meaning to go right away. I just think he was leaning a little too far forward there, but he's recovering well. And a minute down, and he's already on obstacle number 7, push-pull.
Yeah, this is crazy quick. Duncan is setting a new standard on this competitive field, showing everyone what's possible and why he deserves to be here. Duncan, in a bit of a limbo state here. You can see the control on his face, trying to make sure both pads move at the same rate here. He gets the bar grab. He's done the push part. Now it's going to be the pull element, which is going to be the salmon ladder transition here. And you have to build up so much momentum.
Tries to come at it
just
all,
going straight.
And wow. Came at it a little crooked, but he manages to stick it, and now he's jumped into first place. Coming into walled in now. We saw Darren Baker get a little fatigued at this point. You have to wonder how Duncan's arms are feeling, especially with some techie, tricky obstacles coming up next.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't get a chance to rest here on this course. Minute on the clock, Duncan looking super strong. He gets that first ring grab, which is the toughest part, but the second hard part is that transition.
In and out.
Duncan
And out.
Yeah, that... It looked like he had it there, but unfortunately, yeah, just slipping out. You can see him taking a moment to reset. He will be using his second... He's got no more retries on this specific obstacle. Duncan, it looks like he's got it under wraps, so I think he's going to get it this second go.
All right, gets it the second time around. Still is going to have a retry in his back pocket if he can escape this obstacle and keep his run alive. But he's got to hop it into the hook. Trying to get a tilt.
That is tough.
And it looks like he is going to line it up already. Very smart decision. Can he get the point here? Now, he might have to just run for it. He's got 15 seconds, no time for the buzzer, but could he get this last obstacle? Log ride. Lines it up. 7 seconds left, Jack. He gets it, and he's going to run out of time, but he's going to try it anyways. Duncan Murray. Not the most amount of time left on the second to last obstacle, but a run to the second to last obstacle this early, going to put the pressure on the athletes to come.
Yeah, no, that's a great run there by Duncan Murray. We love to see it. Even that skate tech obstacle there, he did make up some great time there with that move. Unfortunately, he didn't. He made it so far through that ring, through that walled-in obstacle, but fell on the first go, which cost him a lot of time. So it would have been interesting to see had he got it that first time, how much further he could have gone. Next up, we got another competitor who showed great promise here, Kane. It's Jeremiah Merriman, and unfortunately just came unstuck early on in the placement course because of the speed at which he was moving at. But make no mistake, he is here for business, and I think we're going to see him go super far here and potentially contest that top spot at the moment.
Well, Jeremiah Merriman, coming out of Motive School of Movement in South Carolina, qualified in Colorado at Arc Ninja. Goes to show the dedication to the sport he has. He's willing to go to Colorado, to Washington for these competitions, and he's making the most of it right now. Super clean. Great swing there. Yeah, we saw him come out early on that TikTok in the placement course, and now we've got another momentum-based obstacle with the skate tech, and he's in the clear for right now. Wow. Really just powering through that.
I mean, to think that he came out so early on the placement course and now is putting down this textbook run on the challenge course. He's moving so quick to this point. Jeremiah, phenomenal athlete. Let's see how he goes on this push-pull, which is where the time can be made up, and Jeremiah has definitely done that so far. He's got to get this salmon transition here.
Yeah, that...
And he gets it. Now looking for the dismount.
Those skates were invented by Brett Sims, which is the owner of Motive, where Jeremiah comes from. So no stranger to those. You could see that he was the most comfortable on that out of any athlete we've seen so far.
Very comfortable. Oh no! That ring grab is so tough there. Jeremiah, not too much time lost, which is the good news. But if he does fall here, his run will be over. He's on a similar pace to the rest of the competitor field to this point. Jeremiah now lining it up.
All right, gets the ring this time. Now for the really tricky part. Popping it up, keeping it even. And now making the transfer. Oh, but he just wiggles out. Had too much swing going forward. And unfortunately, Jeremiah Merriman's going to end his run there.
Yeah, I mean, that ring transition towards, it's tough enough to go through it as it is, but that when you've got to prop the ring up and then lash it across and pop it into that new hole, that is going to be one of the crux points of this run. Jeremiah, a great run to that point. Unfortunately, his run's probably not going to hold against the rest of the competitor field, but overall, he can hold his head high for a great weekend performance as we now move into our next competitor here, Devin Dennis. Another phenomenal athlete. All these amateur male athletes are really top performers here. They mean business. They know that there's 24 people all competing for one spot, and they all want that win. And Devin is now going to be laying down his run here today.
Well, here we go.
Through the course well.
Taking a bit of time on these first three obstacles, not the approach that we've been seeing. Oh, there's the speed. There we go. Now Devin's turning on the burners.
It's like he heard you talking and then started turning on the burners. Devin now moving with a mission here. He knows he's got to go if he wants to finish this course in time. This course not only demands perfection, but also that you move at the absolute top speed that you possibly can. He's taking the time to center. Gets that dismount. Devin a little bit behind the rest of the competitor field in regards to time, but he's very smooth in his movements, so hopefully that's going to help him to save some energy.
Devin started Ninja when he was 10. Came in to a gym in Orlando. Currently still living in Florida. Is training out of his home gym, Dragon Fit. Been there since 2019. And in those 5 years with Dragon Fit, he's become a coach.
Wow. Fantastic. Devin now moving on to the push-pull. This is where we start to get serious. This is where the obstacles begin to really ramp up in regards to difficulty. Devin just needs to get that grab onto the bar there. He gets the pop. You can see that it's such a difficult transfer there. And now he's going to have to do the salmon ladder. So much power there behind Devin's movement. No need to really set himself up straight through. Now with a minute on the clock, he's going to have to get this ring toss, this walled-in obstacle, first time. If he wants to be competitive here on this field, he can definitely do it. He's got the power, and that's what this obstacle demands. Let's see how he goes. Oh, just not getting the ring grab. Luckily, not too much time lost to that point. And he lost about 5-10 seconds. Now with 50 seconds on the clock here, he's going to have to go, go, go. He wants to take out that top spot. Devin lining it up. That's the first transfer. Now it's got the first pop. And now lining up the big one. This is the big gap that's tough. And just going to slide out.
Yeah, undershot it there, and he did just kind of get rejected by the ledges. Close one there from Devin, but not going to do it in terms of taking the top spot.
Yeah, it's that ring grab, the walled-in obstacle where you have to use that ring. It seems to be the crux point for these amateur male athletes, and it is so tough. Not only is that transfer difficult, but then the subsequent pop with the ring itself. I think this is someone that you were quite excited for in the commentary, Kane.
That's right. Makayo Stammer had an early exit on the placement course due to what I consider a freak accident, but he was moving just like this the whole time, and I figured this guy's got a lot of promise, and so far he is proving me right.
I mean, 20 seconds to get to obstacle 4. Not even 20 seconds. He's now just past the 20-second time limit. Makayo is moving like he wants that top spot. He came out and stuck on that placement course, but boy, oh boy, is he going to be a strong contender here today. And if we're going to see our first finish, it could come from Makayo.
Oh! Comes in with a lot of force. And was leaning back a bit too much.
Though.
No, you can see he's got the AirPods in. He's in his own world right now, Jack. He's locked in. And I think that'll play to his benefit. You know, he's the 2023 Canadian Ninja League champion.
Wow.
And he's definitely still moving like a champion.
Oh my, he just doesn't stop here. Even with that blunder, he is still the fastest to this point, which is crazy.
That's right. Now, this is Makayo's second time competing in the Premier Series. Been doing Ninja for around 5 years. Says he loves doing flyaways and recently got a triple flyaway off of a rope swing into a river. I kind of want to see that now. Triple flyaway is crazy.
That's crazy. Well, I think these later obstacles are going to play to his advantage then if flyaways are his strength. You can see the power that he brings here. Now popping up is this big ring transfer that he's got to get, and he gets it just. Makayo now going to be looking for this very difficult transfer. Everyone's had different techniques. Oh, so close. Makayo now out of retries, unfortunately making it through almost the entirety of that obstacle and coming unstuck at the last minute. You know, he's still got energy in the tank, so he can definitely get it done here. Wow.
Now for the transfer, he's not going to flip it the way Duncan did. He's going to do a quick match and go by the looks of it. Trusting his tech, and he just peels off.
Oh, no.
You know, I like the move, but it just means that you're grabbing everything by the fingertips, and that proved to be Makayo's undoing there.
Yeah, that obstacle is so tough, and I think the other competitors are going to be watching on, questioning how Makayo went about that obstacle, and potentially they might just have to copy and really take the time to set up the ring, have that time burn to make sure of it more so.
Yeah, taking a look at Makayo's approach there. It was a good idea, but I mean, that's only going to put him in second place. I say only because there's so many to come after. And Duncan Murray now is still going to be holding on to that top spot. He had a very different approach to that ring.
Yeah, well, next up, the competitors just continue to get better and better as we move through to the later seeded competitors. It's Gage Barrett, competitor number 7. It's crazy to think we've only gone through 7, which means that we have another 17 athletes after Gage. Like, it really only gets better. Oh, it looks like a little bit of maybe he touched the ground? Is he going right back to the start? Wow.
Yep, that's all one obstacle. Did
Well,
not
only 10
engage.
seconds lost overall.
Good turnaround there. He's still keeping his pace up, not letting that early fall get to him, but not having that retry for the later obstacles is going to be pretty scary further down the line.
Yeah, it definitely is going to rattle him a little bit. But as he goes deeper into this course, he should get his confidence back and be able to forget about that retry. I mean, if there's a place that you want to use the retry, at least he didn't lose too much energy because it was the first obstacle, and it's not too upper body intensive at all. So that's the positive that we can see from that. Gage now going to have to, I guess, demand near perfection for the back end of this course here.
Well, now coming into skate tech, leans too far back, and that's his second retry there, Jack. Oh man, Gage Barrett now puts the pressure on himself.
Yeah,
he's
really
got to get
on the back
more
end.
forward here. We're seeing a lot of athletes just hit it with their heels. He's got to get his whole body up there. There we have it. But he falls forward. Ring goes flying. And Gage Barrett's going to come up short here.
That is tough to see. Gage had such an interesting run. He's really given us an interesting weekend there. Coming unstuck on obstacle 1, that probably knocked his confidence a little bit for the back end of the course. And we're going to swiftly move on to Kyle Sanders, someone who... What was his age again? He took us all by surprise, I think.
46, apparently.
Yes.
I still don't believe it. Great footwork there, but it doesn't surprise me. Kyle's a former D1 football and baseball player at Northwestern University. He started as the safety on the football team and was co-captain in his last season. For the last 10 years, he's coached his 2 daughters and 1 son in flag football, basketball, and baseball. Also started and is the head coach of the Team Warrior Challenge, consisting of 48 athletes. Enjoys taking people up in the great state of Colorado. Up 14ers. That's crazy. Up 14ers in the great state of Colorado. Sorry, misread that. Kyle and his wife Christy own an online store that, among other things, sells organic supplements and sports nutrition products to fuel athletes to achieve their goals. Lastly, Kyle owns a company that does professional development workshops, team building, and motivational speaking. Dude, this guy lives and breathes fitness. No wonder he's moving the way he does. Oh, gonna have to swing back, though.
He is going to have to readjust here. Hopefully he can find it. But, I mean, talk about an inspiring individual here, someone that we can all strive to be more like. Kyle now struggling a little bit on this obstacle. He's going to have to reset here. He had too much momentum on the first go and just it knocked him back. But hopefully it isn't going to knock his momentum too much here. He hasn't lost too much time overall. Hopefully his energy is still intact. And I mean, if the fact is correct that he is 46, him rowing down such a great run is so inspiring. Like, he's competing with the best of the best in the world here.
Well, he's not just competing. He's not just competing with the best of the best. He is one of the best of the best. Look at him go,
100%
man.
here. Now looking for the salmon transition. He gets it.
Goes up
nice
a run
and
as well.
Positioned there.
All right.
Ooh.
He's going to find himself in 5th place right now. Still has a minute left on the clock. He's going to have to beat this.
You can see that heavy breathing there from Kyle. He's starting to feel the effects of this insane challenge course here. He's lining up the ring. He's got one retry in the back pocket. He's going to use it there. And Kyle is going to have to dig deep here if he wants to finish walled in. The obstacle that has proven to be the most difficult one on this course so far. It is both technical and physically demanding here. Does Kyle have the energy in the tank? Oh, he just can't quite get that ring grab there. But Kyle Sanders, ladies and gentlemen, an inspiring figure in the ninja community. And what a great run all around, Ken.
Yeah, very good fight out of Kyle there. The footwork was probably what impressed me the most. He was super nimble on all of the lower body obstacles there. I love to see it. Now we've got Brody Messier. Definitely a force to be reckoned with. Brody and his sister Adelina made a big boom most recently in the last few months on the global level, performing very well at high level competitions, and Brody's showing exactly why he belongs here at the finals right now.
Yeah, Brody really had a strong placement course run. Unfortunately, came unstuck a little bit too early, but we know that he's got what it takes to go the distance here on this challenge course, which is where it all matters. I think that we're only at our 8th or 9th maybe competitor is just crazy. There are so many people that are going to come after Brody, so Brody's really going to have to put on the burners, as we can see he's doing at the moment. A great run to this point. Oh!
And again,
I'll tell you,
got on it with essentially, just kind of the ball of his foot. He was kind of on his tiptoes a bit, and it ended up pushing him back as the skateboard went forward. You got to hit it flat-footed, and you got to get your chest forward. And we've seen that trip with a lot of people. Brody, just the latest victim of that move.
Yeah, you've really got to get that chest forward, be on all fours as you go into it.
Oh,
and just again, he's going to slip off on skate tech. Oh, that's so unfortunate. And unfortunately, that is going to conclude Brody's run there. We know he could have gone so much further. We could see the disappointment on his face. I mean, just look at how he moves through that front end of the course. But unfortunately, it's just a small thing like skate tech that took him out in the end. Well, next up, Kane, we're going to be swiftly moving on. We've got Davis White, another young man who showed great promise on the placement course, but unfortunately, again, just came unstuck, couldn't quite get the finish. And now Davis is going to be looking to prove himself here on this challenge course. He's seen a lot of the other competitors go through, and now he's going to have to learn from their mistakes and try and make it to the second last obstacle if he wants to take out in the top spot.
You know, Davis trains with his two brothers and sister. They're training over at Ascend Obstacle Training, which is run by Lucas Reale and Matt D'Amico. And one of their mottos is every course is a speed course. They definitely prioritize efficiency, and so far Davis really putting that on display.
That's a great quote. I hope that they put that on a t-shirt somewhere.
Oh, it's everywhere, man. You got to check out Matt D'Amico's shirts.
That's fantastic. All right, well, Davis White moving through this like it is a speed course, making great work of this course so far. 2 minutes left on the clock here, at a similar pace to some of the front runners so far. Now etching his way through here. Didn't quite get the momentum he was looking for here. Now going to have to pop up to the bar. Gets that, and now going to be going for the salmon transition.
What I like to see here is that Davis still has both of his retries in the back pocket if he needs it.
And yeah,
not going to need it for this
on these last few obstacles. Because this is where, yeah, as you were saying, Kane, this is where you really need them. This is when it starts to get tough.
That's right. Walled in has been the cutoff for every single athlete here in the amateur male division, except for Duncan Murray, who's the only one to beat it so far.
Yeah, Duncan's
so beating
nice
this obstacle puts Davis right into second place.
And we'd love to see it here. Duncan now lining up the transfer. He gets it. Is he going to go with Duncan's approach of adjusting the ring? Or is he going to try and send it? Okay, he's going to go for the lash approach.
And he gets the move. You know, it's not the fastest beta in the world, but it's definitely the safest. And just like that, Davis White well ahead of Duncan Murray's time as well. Currently in second place. If he gets this soon, he'll be in first.
And it's crazy to think he's been flawless to this point, which is absolutely nuts. He's on obstacle 10 now, 25 seconds to go. It's not going to be enough time to complete the entire course, but he could get through this next obstacle if he plays his cards right. But this lâcher is crazy big.
He's going to need to kick his legs up higher. Oh! I see what's going on here. That's right. Forgot about that change. Oh, but he peels off. And he's got 2.5 seconds left. It's just not going to be enough time. So that is going to do it for Davis's run. You can see him, you know, generally happy with how he performed. And I would be too. But currently now our new leader, Davis White. We'll see how long he can hold on to that for.
And that's a fascinating new addition to the course that Davis has highlighted for us. I'm actually wondering if that is a tougher move for these amateur males, or because now they don't have to do that massive lâche that we saw with the amateur females. So instead, they've got to try and pop the bar on from the side. Which one would you say is more difficult there?
I mean, it's definitely hard to lock in your core doing the big launch the women did, but for the men, having to do a 90-degree rotation with the bar in one hand to spot the cradles, I think that's a lot more technical. We'll see if Lewis Moore can give us our next look at that obstacle, but he's got a lot to work through first.
I think as we move through the competitor field, one thing they're coming to understand is that if they want to finish this course, they're going to have to go super quick. And I think knowing that you've got some phenomenal athletes coming behind you, Lewis is really starting to put on the burners here and attack every single obstacle, which is what we love to see. Oh, whoa. That was a close call there from Lewis. Almost sent himself flying. Lewis is not short of entertainment when it comes to his runs here, leaving us on the edge of our seats here as he moves through this course. Still flawless to this point.
Ooh, safe. And then he touched his foot on the track there. You can see his left foot hit the edge. And so Jaden tells him to reset. He's going to get a retry here. Bummer, because getting this obstacle first try saves you that retry and quite a bit of time. Nice landing on the knees. We saw that with Davis as well. And I think landing on the knees might be the move.
Oh, wow. Super quick into that next move as well. Lewis attacking this course. Really great so far. He's a little bit behind pace, but overall still super strong. And I think hopefully this back end is going to play to his strength of the way in which he attacks the course. A great pop. Now looking for that transition. Lewis is extremely efficient. He doesn't want to spend an extra second on any obstacle. He wants to be on and off as quickly as possible here. And Lewis, with a minute 20 to this point, is going to be contesting those top spots here if he can make it through this obstacle first go.
Now, I'm really excited to see this because I don't think I've seen a 40-year-old ninja train more tech than Lulu has here. This guy, if you check out his Instagram, he's doing all types of techie moves. And it just pops out. Hope it didn't hit him in the face. I don't think it did. But man, it was looking so technical ability. I think he just got a little too far out to the edge with the ring itself. So when it turned, it just slipped off. He needs to go from a little bit further back, but he's not going to get the chance to. And that is going to do it. His run is over.
You are right. I mean, for a 40-year-old, the level of tech that he is bringing to this course is phenomenal. And I can't wait to check out his Instagram afterwards because he moved through that course really well there. And that's so disappointing on the walled-in obstacle. Unfortunately, he just couldn't quite get the ring tech to work well for him. Ryan Harshaw is up next, and I believe he was our first runner of the amateur male division. So to see him later seeded is fantastic. He's a phenomenal athlete, earned his way into this Premier Series finals, and I think he has what it takes to take out that top spot from Davis White, who's sitting comfortably in first place at the moment.
Ryan Harshaw, one of our alternates actually, which was very surprising to me. Ryan is definitely Premier Series finalist material, but ended up placing 6th at Stanford and 7th at Ferox, not qualifying traditionally. But now he's here. He really wants to show. Is he going for a skip? No, he's going to do the typical 180. Good. But Rockin' Ryan, as he's called, big fan of rock music, plays guitar, been in Ninja for 6 years now. And he's got a lot of experience and a lot of power to his punch. I have a feeling we could see Ryan Harshaw, the alternate, pull through a big run here.
Yeah, he's definitely stepping up to the plate at the moment.
Oh
no! It's this skate tech obstacle is really getting to our ninjas here today. So many of them, especially in this amateur male division, have made mistakes here. Ryan The next victim on the list here. Hopefully he can pull it back. He's had that time to feel out the obstacle. Can he get it on his second attempt here?
You know, Skate Tech is... Ooh, he's got to get the ring, though. It dropped. He's back up. That's going to cost a bit of time, but he's in the clear right now. Going to take a back swing to be safe.
Nice. Yeah, Skate Tech proving to be super difficult there for Ryan, just not going his way. But luckily, he's still got decent time on the clock. It's not ideal, but with 1:40, if he can move through the push-pull obstacle, which is coming up now, a little bit quicker than his fellow ninjas, he can get back on track. Taking a moment to get a quick drink, chalk up, and begin the upper body gauntlet that is the last 4 obstacles of this course.
All right, now slowly, for that transition up to the trapeze. Got a hand on it. And he's going to send it right over. Setting up his dismount here, working around the truss. And he's going to remain in 8th place despite getting too walled in. Just goes to show how many athletes have had trouble on this obstacle. But if Ryan can get this, he'll jump up to the top 3.
Well, we know Ryan's got good tech. Does he have what it takes to make it through walled in? He's probably got to get it on his first go. He wants to remain competitive for that top spot. And he's looking good. He's got to get this pop now. This is the final component. Can Ryan do it? Ryan Harsha is going to make it through this obstacle, which is what we love to see. 8 obstacles down. Now moving on to obstacle 9. Not taking a moment's rest. He wants to make it through. And with 20 seconds on the clock here, he's got to beat this obstacle.
He's got to beat this obstacle in the next 10 seconds before time runs out so he can hop into first place. And he just comes off, and that's that 90-degree turn that I was telling you about, Jack. So tricky to maneuver with one hand on the bar to start with.
It is deceptively difficult there. And with the time pressure that Ryan had, I mean, yeah, he's probably going to wind down the clock here with 3 seconds left. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough time, but yeah, he tried it. So we love to see it there. Ryan Harsha, a phenomenal run, a great athlete, and it's really great to have him here at the Premier Series Finals. Just so smooth, so consistent, and yeah, unfortunately, just a few little slip-ups there. He's still in 2nd place. Like, make no mistake, that was a great run. But we know with a little bit more time, Ryan could have gone the distance.
Well, with that, Jack, that was 12 runners. We are officially halfway through the amateur male division. We have 12 more incredible runners left, which means this entire leaderboard could be shaken up right now.
And I think it's going to be. Unfortunately, I'm very proud of Davis White's and Ryan Harsh's and Duncan Murray's efforts, but I think seeing the caliber that we've got left, I mean, with Rory down with 11 runners before him, I mean, there is so many strong runners in this division left to go.
Looking at the names right now, we got Josh Van Zeeland on standby. Rory Yago is going to be our final runner. And so many big names, so many athletes who won a Premier Series qualifier. We got Christian Hart in the mix, Lucas Shanamian, Ryan Cooper, Jackson Van Sickle, Owen Mitchelson. You definitely can't sleep on Owen Mitchelson, but we'll get to him after Josh Van Zeeland. All right, Josh taking on the course now. Working his way through. Now, him and his brother Luke both made it to the finals together. Josh just came up a little short on the Frisbees on the placement course, but now working his way through the challenge course with good pace to this point.
Yeah, he's moving well to this point. And I mean, the standard is so high and the bar is so high at this moment.
All right, now for the first big test of tech, skate tech. We've seen skates kind of appear a lot in recent months. It looks like it might be one of the new ninja trends. And you can tell that some of our athletes are still trying to figure it out as Josh just lands on it again, leaning too far back.
Yeah,
it's weird.
It's such a tough obstacle. It's really
also
taking everyone by surprise here.
Yeah, having to swing into it. I mean, it's not a move that athletes are unfamiliar with. I've done it, but adding that dropping mechanism, the seesaw aspect of the skateboard, throws off your positioning so much. Josh figures it out the second time around, though.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case that a lot of these ninjas are burning a retry on the first attempt, getting a feel for the obstacle, and then are able to bounce back really well here. Josh, now moving through, 1:48 on the clock. He's still competitive at this point in time relative to the rest of the field. He's still stuck in 10th place, though, at the moment. You can see just like how far he's going to have to go if he wants to be a top contender here. Oh, and just holding on there on that bar. He gets a hold of the truss. That was very close. Josh, looking a bit, he's breathing heavy now. And as you can imagine, I mean, he's 7 obstacles down here on this incredibly tough course. He's got the remaining 4 obstacles, which are arguably the toughest of the course. So he's going to have to eye it up here. 1:10 on the clock. It demands perfection through these remaining obstacles.
One of my favorite things about Life Force's courses, it gets pumpier and techier at the same time as you go on. So Josh is really going to have to dig deep. He's got the flip now for the transfer. And I think the code has been cracked on walled in.
And that is the benefit of going later. In the run order, they've been able to see what works, what doesn't. And Josh Van Zeelen, ladies and gentlemen, is going to thrust himself into the top spot, taking out Davis White's top position. But he's not done yet. Josh Van Zeelen, if he really wants to secure himself into the top 3, he's going to have to go the distance here. And this obstacle is probably the toughest out of all of them. You've got to get this 90-degree transfer. And with 15 seconds left, Kane, this is going to be his one and only attempt.
Oh, he had it. Oh, him in the head. He seems all right. I think he's slapping it off. You see Jonathan giving him a pat on the back, like, you're good, man. You got 10 seconds. Try it again.
Yeah, and with 10 seconds left, I mean, it looks like Josh Van Zeelen's probably not going to be able to get this obstacle done, but he's going to be holding on to the top spot for now. Super quick all around, and unfortunately, yeah, he plonks it in, and it is so surprising, you know, that 90-degree grab to the average person probably wouldn't look like the most difficult part of this course, but it is such a technically difficult grab. It's so deceptive.
Yeah, I mean, if it was an object like a ring or even a batarang, you know, something smaller, it would definitely be a lot easier. But having the awkward length and weight of the bar definitely throws you off there. We'll see if Mike Belalcazar can pull through and potentially be our first athlete to beat that obstacle, but he has to get there first.
And you have to remember, for those watching on at home, with every competitor, it just gets better and better because they did better on that placement course. So as we move through, we're going to be expecting only better things for every single athlete, and Mike is showing us that he's here to show up. One of the quickest so far on this course.
Oh my! He didn't take the backswing. He wanted to go through it. Took a little seat there, but it paid off.
Yeah, that might even save him some time and put him at the fastest time to this point, or at least keep him very competitive here. And if he can get this first go, oh my!
Just
Mike
not
is
enough
not
swing.
stopping.
You can tell he's going for broke here. He's linking through everything, getting some advice from Coach Flip right there. And I think he's going to take an extra backswing here. Oh, but the ring drops and down goes Mike. And Mike Belalcazar shockingly going down. Speed kills on the challenge course, folks, especially when you have to be precise. I liked the push through on that door, but I think I maybe would have reeled it in just a little bit more.
Yeah, he was very aggressive on that course there. Unfortunately, it works sometimes, but the risk is definitely there as we move through to Owen Mitchelson, another phenomenal athlete who had just not quite getting a buzzer on that placement course, but he's going to be looking to do it on the challenge course. I mean, the speed at which these later athletes are moving solidify why they are some of the best in the country.
Well, Owen Mitchelson is where things are going to start to get interesting. Not only did he win the qualifier here at Life Force, he was the only athlete in the amateur division to clear the challenge course. So if anyone could get our first buzzer of the day, it's this young man right here.
And Owen, again, not stopping there to kick the board down first. He's just running straight into it. We're starting to see these later ninjas really look for every point of optimization here. And I would love to see Owen Mitchelson get our first clear of today. He's definitely looking like he's on pace to potentially do it. It's just going to come down to, can he keep this consistency or the back end of this course when things start to become serious. He's kept all his retries to this point though, Kane. I must say he's looking very strong at this moment in time.
He's also got a lot of time left as well, so if he can get through these next couple of obstacles quickly, he'll have enough time for on rails, the flying bar.
I think so, and it does demand near perfection in order to get to on rails with enough time to actually complete the obstacle here. Owen Mitchelson moving well, just taking a little bit of extra time to line up this swing here. He gets it.
Utilize that cone chuck looking hold. And is going to chalk up a bit before walled in. Already in 7th place. Goes to show great time so far.
Yeah, this is fantastic to this point.
He's one of the faster athletes who made it to this point. All right, gets that
just
first
looking for that pop.
Drop down. Now for the flip, the ring. Going slow and steady, good.
Yeah,
hand there.
They've really made this obstacle a lot easier through learning to just position the ring well. And Owen Mitchelson could be contesting that top time at the moment. Can he make it through to obstacle 10 here? He's just got to get this dismount.
Yes, by 0.12 seconds.
Wow.
Owen Mitchelson jumps ahead of Josh Van Zeeland, which means in order to really get a more comfortable lead, he should definitely beat this obstacle. Now, we saw him take down some bar tech in the Life Force qualifier, and he gets the hop. Now for the on-rails portion of on-rails, comes down, gets the dismount. Owen Mitchelson in the clear. He's got 10 seconds to go. He's got to link it through, but he misses. You got to get the backwards grab on the hook before popping up to the cradles. I just don't think it's going to be possible in 7 seconds.
No,
but
I think
it'll be cool to see.
But I mean, what a great run to this point. Owen Mitchelson setting a new standard here for the athletes. He went straight for the bar. That actually could have happened. He looks kind of close, to be truthful. So you can see there, he's got a smile on his face. I think that could be enough to potentially get him podium here. He set a new standard for the competitors, so smooth throughout. He demanded near perfection all throughout that entire run. And he solidified himself in that top spot. And we're yet to see anyone else beat the first 10 obstacles. So Owen's going to be holding on to that top spot. I love the face plant the first time around. It looked like he wanted to have a rest. And whoever's going to win is now going to have to beat the first 10 obstacles quicker than Owen did.
Well, Tiago Lima, a very capable athlete of doing that. Tiago is a very fast ninja. Comes out of the Florida area and won the SoFlo qualifier.
Okay.
Good move.
Tiago looking quick to this point.
All right, making his way over, using the bar, but quick pops through. Looks like he has
very
his
little energy there.
to his guns. It's working out well.
Such a technical athlete.
Oh, too far back. Didn't go for the backswing on the skate tech, and I think he probably should have. Just so that way
he could have cost him a little bit. It seems to be the backswing is necessary in order to line up this skate tech. It is a surprisingly difficult obstacle for our ninjas here. Tiago getting it on his second attempt. And now looking for that dismount. He's going to be going straight through to the next obstacle. Just looking to grab that ring. Oh no, he's getting stuck in limbo here. He might have to use a retry to reset.
Oh man. And that means Tiago Lima's going to have to flawless every obstacle.
Yeah, the standard is very high here now for Tiago. The stakes couldn't be higher. In regards to pace, he's not too far behind everyone else, but he is going to have to be perfect now for the remaining 4 obstacles that he's got left. And obstacles 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 are the toughest of the course. Minute 30 on the clock. We're going to have to see a textbook run here from Tiago.
Well, he's got the transfers down. And you know what? He's made up for some of the time that he's lost on his falls. Still in 8th place right now. And again, it's no longer enough to just make it to the second to last obstacle. You have to make it to the final obstacle to even be in contention for the win. All right, working his way through Walden. Little off there, but he saves it. Good recovery. And he pops right through the skyhook move. Dismount perfectly lined up. Awesome job, Tiago, not wasting any time. He knows that this obstacle he doesn't need to rest for. And now for the real test. He's in 2nd place right now. If he beats this, he is ahead of Owen Mitchelson's pace, so perhaps we could be looking at a new leader.
Yeah.
I don't know. Where's he going? He's...
Oh my!
Yo! That was crazy!
What?
And Tiago Lima's gonna be our new leader if he can stick this dismount.
Oh no!
Oh no! And that's his run over! What?
Tiago Lima, no! Oh wow!
What a huge move there!
That was insane. How did he do that? That was we're gonna have to see that in the replay there, but I mean Tiago Lima may not be in 1st place at the moment, but that was a 1st place performance, particularly with that final move. Look at that, like mid-air, just that pop. And he had what it took to take out Owen's time, but unfortunately it just came off. And I'm lost for words there, Kane.
That was one of the most back and forth things I've seen in the Premier Series all season. I don't even know how else to describe it.
That's the beauty of the finals as we move on to Jackson Vansickle. Owen Mitchelson just holding on to his top there, breathing a sigh of relief. Tiago Lima in 2nd and Josh Van Zeelen in 3rd. So Jackson Vansickle is going to be looking to take any of those spots at this current point in time. But, you know, as we move into these back-end competitors, he's going to be looking for the win here. And you can see them just smashing through that board there just to go as quickly as possible.
Jackson had a great run on the placement course and placed 2nd at Modus, which is how he qualified here. He's a senior in high school, planning to attend the University of Arkansas, where he'll be studying engineering. Been doing Ninja for 7 years, enjoys the creativity of completing courses, definitely in the right place right now, given that he's at Life Force. He's often known for breaking a course and always finds unique ways to get through obstacles. I'm going to assume that means breaking beta and not breaking obstacles themselves. Enjoys training and coaching at Modus Ninjas in Overland Park. He loves bouldering, especially as a way of cross-training for Ninja. He's a consistent cheerleader for his other competitors and finds joy in encouraging others on as they compete. He's often found giving tips to other ninjas after he runs because he wants everyone to do their best regardless if he wins or loses. Talk about a class act right there.
Yeah, no, that's what every ninja should aspire towards. And I mean, Jackson would have plenty of tips to give because he is putting down a class of a run here. This is phenomenal. He's flawless to this point. 1:19 on the clock. Owen Mitchelson will be quivering in his boots knowing that Jackson's coming after his top spot here. He's got 3 more obstacles to get there, and he's probably going to need to be perfect again. The bar is so high here on this challenge course.
Well, he's been perfect so far. Has to keep that clean streak intact to have enough time to beat the course. And that's what I love, again, about the timing of these Life Force courses. Is he going for the one stick transfer? Side of the rings! Oh my goodness, and he gets it. He crossed the plane, he's all good. It's a finished platform. and he can step up to the start platform whenever he wants. He's perfectly fine. Oh, they might have given him a retry for that, actually. I don't think they were. I don't think it matters. He'll get through that right now.
Either way, he probably won't need both retries based on the time anyway. 25 seconds on the clock here. He's going to have to complete this very quick to contest Owen Mitchelson's time. Now eyeing it up.
Good thing is, Jackson doesn't have to really jump for it. He's got a longer wingspan, but he peels off.
I think he went. Did he go for the double overhand there? Potentially.
No, he had a mixed grip. I just think it slipped out from under him.
Damn. Okay. Well, with 9 seconds on the clock, I don't know if Jackson's going to be able to get this on his second go. He knows he has to go. Yeah, you can just see he knew that the time was against him there. Jackson Vansickle going to secure a 4th place position at the moment. Still a couple of runners to go. We'll see how that holds. But make no mistake, Jackson is going to be one to watch in the years ahead. He's clearly such a phenomenal ninja, has so much great tech there. We saw that double-handed grab on that ring. So, I mean, what a great run all around.
Well, now comes one of the favorites to win. Ryan Cooper, 2-time Premier Series qualifier winner, won at Austin and Modus. 2nd place at the last Premier Series finals. You know this young man wants more. I said that he was, I guessed that he was 5'3". Got a correction from his family. He's 5'1", and he's moving with the power that he does.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to see someone fly through the air and just have no fear on a course, it's Ryan Cooper. He has dominated this season so far, and he's definitely one of the favorites coming into today. He may not have the height that some of the other competitors has, but he has the heart, and that's what matters here today, as he's moving through this course quite well to this point here, keeping up a very competitive time. But it's this back-end cane that is where it's really going to see, does Ryan have what it takes?
A good landing there, a little bit sideways, but he was able to stick it, and he's remaining perfect so far through these first 6 obstacles. Coming on to Roundhouse.
It seems like he hasn't used up too much of his energy either. He seems pumped, and I think this back end of the course, Ryan knows how to fly, and I think this is really going to play to his strengths here. He's been flawless to this point, so this bar grab that's going to come after this push exercise might be a little bit difficult. We're getting a little bit of a course reset for him in the midst of it all. Ryan not being phased by it. This is looking like a great run, Kane.
One of the techiest challenge courses of the season was at Modus, our final qualifier of the season, and Ryan was the only one to beat it. So we could be looking at our first buzzer if he can pull this off.
And he's got the time here, provided that he's perfect for the back end of this course. He could do it. He's got the tech. He's got the laches. Ryan now lining it up.
Good
It's
move
the first
there.
ring grab. Let's see
now, what's his approach going to be?
Well, it looks like he's going to go for the double pop. He does!
Wow!
Ryan Cooper continuing to push boundaries here as he moves through to the rolling log. It's going to be a big grab there, but Ryan manages to get it. Now looking for the dismount here. This is going to be so close here. He pushes himself into 2nd place fastest to this point. But Owen Mitchelson still happily sitting in 1st place because Ryan is going to need to beat obstacle 10.
Well, I do believe that Ryan has all of the skills necessary to get this obstacle, potentially be our first finisher of this challenge course, but this jump has been so tricky for people. You can see him really trying to size it up and coordinate it. He gets the move. Now for the transfer onto the rails. Looks like he's going to go on this next swing right about now. And he sticks it. He's going to dismount out of there. Ryan Cooper, 1 second behind Owen Mitchelson. He's got to beat this obstacle. And down he goes. Ryan Cooper, heartbreak as he's currently sitting in 2nd place. The placement he had at the last Premier Series finals. And there's still 6 runners to go after him. So close for Ryan Cooper, but Owen Mitchelson is going to hold strong onto that top spot.
Yeah, Ryan just had such a strong run overall, but Owen Mitchelson just holding on by that 1 second. It's really hard to say where that time was lost. I mean, Ryan had such a technical run all around. Perhaps just with setting up the bar for that 10th obstacle there, he lost a little bit of time over Owen Mitchelson. And Ryan going to be sitting in second place at the moment. But with six competitors left to go, we're going to have to see how he holds on there.
And these are the top Christian Hart's next. Oh, this is going to be another really good run. Christian Hart and Ryan Cooper, to me, are along the same vein of competitors in terms of their strengths and their overall skill level. And
I agree.
I'm very excited to see how Christian is going to tackle this course, which we're seeing right now is just moving too fast for my mouth to keep up.
Yeah, oh my. This has to be the quickest to this point, potentially. Christian is running it faster than a 100-meter sprint at this point, and he's going to go with the board. He makes it work there, a little bit dicey. Oh my, Christian is definitely the quickest to this point, 2 seconds ahead of the fastest time so far. And he knows that he wants Owen Mitchelson's time. Can anyone stop Christian Hart, ladies and gentlemen? He is not stopping for anyone.
Bit of a slow swivel there on Roundhouse, but he's in the clear now, moving through. Yeah, he's not resting. He hasn't stopped to chalk at all either. Now making sure that he's precise on this one. Christian, 8-time world finalist, 2nd time at the Premier Series finals, the young adult champion at the Barbados Ninja Throwdown in 2023. You can check out more about him on heartcoreninja.com. Hart spelled like his last name that you see on the screen.
Well, I mean, no one's been faster than Christian Hart to this point, so he's well seated to potentially take out the win here. Christian really wants the Premier Series title, and he's pushing. Looks like he's going to adjust the ring. Everyone's had a different approach. And
he's going to do it midair.
Yeah, looks like he's going to go.
And he does it.
He does get it. Wow. He's been moving so quickly here. 1:23 left on the clock here. If he can get through this obstacle, he'll be in the top spot in regards to the fastest to this point. Now in third, Owen Mitchelson and Ryan Cooper sitting comfortably in first and second. But Kane, if he finishes this first go, then he will be in that top spot because he's been so quick relative to the rest of the competitor field.
Not only that, but he's got both of his retries still remaining and the time to use those retries if he needs them. Not looking to use it here. He lines up on that first set of cradles. Now on the rails, comes down, gets the dismount clean, and that's going to put Christian Hart into first place. With 5 runners remaining, we could be looking at our Premier Series champion here. Missed that thing on the bar tech. You can see that both of those swing independently, so you have to be dead even on both. If you hit one earlier, that hook will drop and throw off your placement on the other side of the bar. Christian does it, unfortunately, twice, and that is going to do it for his run. But 2 minutes, 19 seconds to the final obstacle is going to put him in first place and is now going to put a tighter time limit on this course for the remaining athletes.
I mean, I don't know if you can go... Actually, to be fair, we do have some phenomenal competitors left. But going much faster than how Christian just did that course, he was so quick. And there were so many instances where if people tried to replicate that, they would likely make a mistake. So... It might be that they're going to have to finish the entire course in order to beat Christian's time. Like, it's really hard to go much quicker than how he just did it. And this is, I mean, Kane, we asked for some entertainment and we're definitely getting it here.
Yep. And now we have Carter Lapierre on the deck right now. Got 4th in the 2023 Canadian National Championships. And we saw him barely get the buzzer with less than a second left, but fought for it and is definitely going to be fighting through this challenge course. Started Ninja at the age of 11 and made it to finals in his first year of competing. And from then on, he's just been obsessed with Ninja and the uniqueness it brings on every course. His dream is to place high in a pro division competition. Well, so far, he's doing very well for himself. Great time to this point, only 40 seconds used as he's about to exit Skate Tech.
Wow, yeah, I was saying, is there anyone that's going to be able to contest Christian Hart's current position? And it looks like Carter could be the one to do it. Having a little bit of trouble there on the ring, but overall, not too much time lost. He's realized that he can't stop because Christian didn't stop either. And this is an obstacle where hopefully he can make up a little bit of time here if he can be quick. That was a great transition to that point. Carter, minute 54 on the clock still. He definitely, if he can keep this up, he could finish this course and be our first finisher here. And to be honest, Kane, if you are finishing this course, that could be what it takes to win the entire competition.
Yeah, you had said you were expecting a lot of buzzers or something along those lines. I think my estimate was at 2 or 3. So I'm not too surprised with what we've gotten, but I am getting a little nervous about my prediction as Carter peels that ring out of the ledges. Oh, he tried to go for that slow swivel, but he didn't move his hand in time to steady it. Lost leverage. This is a bit of a physics game. He has lost
a little bit of time here. There still is enough time to get all the obstacles done if he is perfect and has the run of his life here. Now continuing to move through. It's going to be interesting to see what approach he takes the second time around. He's going to do the transition in the air. Oh no, he's going to fix it.
There we go. Just needed to make that minor adjustment, popping his hand where it was needed.
Okay.
And first athlete we've seen trip over that log, but look at how fast that thing is spinning, Jack. That thing moves.
You forget that it does move until you see someone fall on it there. Carter, unfortunately, using up his second and final retry, not burning through too much time, which is okay here. But with 45 seconds left on the clock and 2 more obstacles to go, he's not going to have much time to rest here as he lines up his bar grab. This is the tough one.
All right, gets the bar unhooked. He's now going to leap out to the first set of cradles. He can get this. He just has to get on the rails. He's there, and it comes undone. Hit a little too far forward on the left side, and it just, or on the right side, our left, and it just peeled out from there.
Well, Carter has, unfortunately, that's going to conclude his run there. I mean, what a phenomenal athlete. Truly solidified himself as a top contender in the Ninja community here through this Premier Series Finals performance. But we're going to keep moving through the Ninjas as they just get better and better.
Well, we're now down to our final 4 runners. Braden Guile, placed 4th, also cleared within a second on the placement course.
It really is anyone's for the taking here. Braden placed 4th on the placement course, got a great finish on that placement course as well. And Braden has shown us that he knows how to move quickly. He's got all the tech. If you compare it with the endurance, this could be a winning run right now. He's going to kick down the door. And he's moving super quick. This is a great start from Braden.
Very aggressive pullback there. Benefits him, saves him a little bit of time. Now Braden getting forward. Oh, a little too far forward. Huge rollout there. Tried to save himself there.
That would have been insane if he did manage to get that save. He was very close.
Braden's a 16-year-old from Pittsford, New York. Excited to be training with the Ninjas over at Rock City Ninja. In addition to Ninja, he's also a soccer player, and he skis. Wow. So, huge explosive leap there. Braden's passionate about bringing awareness to body dysmorphia in athletes and is a strong advocate for mental health and wellness. Great message there, Braden. And the longer he's up there, the longer he shows what truly is important in life.
Well, I mean, he came unstuck there on that obstacle, but he's still got a very competitive time to this point. The way in which he moved through push and pull there, Kane, that was super quick. And he just slid it across like it was nothing. How quick is Braden just moving? Braden's just moving through these upper body obstacles like they're nothing. This is fantastic. Braden now in 11th. Those numbers are going to whittle down here as he moves on to the 10th obstacle here. He's currently in 4th. This is where things start to get serious. He's got a minute 10 on the clock here. If he can complete these last two obstacles, that could be enough to win the entire competition here today. Christian Hart sitting comfortably in first place at the moment, but Braden Guile is going to be looking to take out that top spot here. Now eyeing up the grab.
Oh, he front grabbed it.
Off.
Yeah, he didn't go for the mixed grip, so his fingers slipped off of that bar.
A critical error there that's going to cost him a lot of time. He looks very comfortable up there, but yeah, it was that double overhand grab that got him in the end.
Also worth noting, you can see Christian Hart running his chalk, just the sportsmanship in this competition. Great stuff to see. Christian Hart potentially giving chalk to the guy who could threaten his time. He's got to stick this and dismount. And Braden's going to land in second. He's got to go. Now this is what Christian whiffed. And Braden's going to fall short, and that's going to end his run. No retries left to help him out that time. Second place right now, as Christian and Braden are going to switch up. Braden actually, look at that save, or near save.
It's like a break.
It was a good fight. It was a great effort. No, that's what I was thinking of. Although I don't want to think about, I don't want to think about you talking about breakdancing, you Australian. Raygun ruined that for you.
Yes, I know. But to see the camaraderie there from Christian Hart, you know, our top competitor at the moment, I think that's a real testament to the quality of this sport. And next up, we got Luke Van Zeeland, our third last runner of the day for the amateur division. I mean, I'm smiling through my teeth here, knowing that these last three competitors all have the potential to take Christian Hart's top spot. And Luke Van Zeeland definitely is one of those. His placement course run was phenomenal. He was early seeded and he threw down one of the top times of the day here. So Luke, he knows how to go quick, and it's really just about putting all the pieces together here for these athletes. We saw his brother Josh Van Zeeland already run. He didn't quite have the luck needed to take out a top spot here, but Luke is going to be looking to do that here today. He knows that Christian was quick to this point, and he's trying to keep up.
Luke trains out of True Momentum over in Texas alongside his brother and Ryan Cooper, who is currently sitting in fourth. There's a little save there on Skate Tech, and Luke's back up and back in motion.
So many close calls here on Skate Tech.
All right, now we're moving back in business here. Coming up to push-pull. This obstacle hasn't really been a problem for our amateur male division. Sizing up the slide.
He's taking that moment. Well, that was a great slide. It's good that he took that extra time there. He did take some time to rest, but it seemed to be worth it. Hopefully he's not breathing too heavy because he's got a lot of the course left to go here. Josh, looking strong to this point. He's going to grab the hold above. And now with 1:30 on the clock, you can see he's breathing a little bit heavy here. If he can keep pushing here, he could go the distance. It's going to have to be perfect on these last few obstacles, though.
All right, making his way over very efficiently now. You can tell that he knows his limits. He knows when to turn it on. And, like, he's taking his time to rest, but as soon as he's on an obstacle, he's attacking and just a little too far forward off the ledge there. Gonna have to retry.
That is tough there for Luke Van Zeeland. Now going to be having a second go here, but with 57 seconds on the clock, it's going to be hard to remain competitive in this very insane talent pool. Luke, second attempt here. Let's see what approach he takes. Might go for the mid-air pop.
And that's going to
just
do
out
it.
of gas there.
Luke Van Zeeland gave it everything he had, but just came up short on that transfer on both attempts. Good little save there on Skate Tech. That jolt kind of flung him, but he was able to reel it back in.
He did save it well there, but unfortunately, it's just that ring toss that is super difficult here. We're going to be moving into our next competitor here.
Lucas Shanamian was second on the placement course, second at the Stanford Ninja Academy, and placed sixth at the World Championships. Definitely one to look out for. And I don't think he's okay still being a bridesmaid. I think he's ready for that title.
I think so. Lucas is moving so well through this course. He is, of course, our second top-seeded competitor. He finished the placement course in a time of roughly 40 seconds, so really solidifying his position here. And he knows that he's got a lot of work cut out for him if he wants to contend. Christian Hart's top time at the moment. Essentially, the requirements are make it through the first 10 obstacles quicker than Christian, or finish the entire course, which we would love to see here from Lucas. Little bit of a stumble there, but he's looking strong so far.
Lucas trains 4 times a week, trains at Strive Ninja Fitness, and also on his backyard course. He likes to practice with Zach Keenan and James Burns, 2 incredible ninjas. And he says he likes hybrid courses better than speed. Hybrid style courses are kind of what we're seeing here on this challenge course, so I think this is right up his alley.
Yeah.
He's barely fatigued. He seems to be very strategic in all of his moves, and I think this is going really well for him.
Yeah, this definitely could be a winning run here. It's too close to call at the moment. This is definitely, walled in is definitely the obstacle that has been such a difficult point for our ninjas here. But Lucas looking strong here. Can he get this pop? He does. Okay, so now we're really starting to get down to the business of, can Lucas win this entire competition here? He's got 1:12 on the clock, and he's got 2 obstacles to go. If he wants to get ahead of Christian Hart, he's going to have to absolutely zoom through this obstacle 10.
All right, he's got a hold of that first bar. Going to have to make the transition to the first set of cradles. This is obstacle 10 on rails. He overshoots it. Well, that's all right. 51 seconds and a retry.
Yeah, I think he does have another retry here. He's going to have to probably get through obstacle 10, which could put him into a podium position, but then is also potentially going to have to complete our final obstacle. Can Lucas pull it off? We're about to find out here, as he has his second attempt. He's had a feel for the bar, and now he really needs to try and get it into that cradle the second time around. Oh, and just overshot it.
Such a bummer there. But Lucas Shanamian gonna land in the top 5 right now, 5th place. Had a really efficient run and just couldn't match the depth perception of that 10th obstacle.
Yeah,
and
unfortunately just coming unstuck there.
With that, we have 2 athletes locked into the podium. Christian Hart in first right now, Braden Guile in second. At worst, they'll bump down a spot but stay on the podium. Owen Mitchelson currently in third. Yeah. And one man is standing in his way who I'd be terrified of if I had to face him, Rory Yago, who absolutely destroyed the placement course. And Jack, I don't know how familiar you are with this competitor, but Rory Yago is that guy. Rory Yago could...
He's that guy?
He could pull off that clear. He is that guy.
Oh, well, Rory, ladies and gentlemen, he took us by surprise. He completed the placement course in 36 seconds. No one even knows how he does it. He walks on water when he's on this course here. He just flies. Ooh. Taking an interesting approach with the board, though. Okay, he manages to make it work. Luckily, he's been so quick to this point. He's the fastest so far through this obstacle, so hopefully not too much time lost. Rory is now flying through this course here, Kane. He's definitely been the favorite ever since we saw him take down that placement course.
Good leap out.
Wow, just so efficient.
Steady himself a bit. And I like that he's moving quickly, but he's also taking time where he needs to make sure he doesn't make a careless mistake. That's a veteran move.
Yeah, Rory just so confident, so strong all throughout this course so far. And I mean, he's not looking gassed one bit. He's keeping a very competitive pace relative to the rest of the competitor field. And Christian Hart is going to be worried here knowing that Rory is chasing down his top time.
Well, Rory placed second here at Life Force in the Premier Series qualifiers, 12th at the World Championship, and won the title of World's Strongest Ninja at Worlds as well. This guy has the skills necessary. He loves to do speed things. One-handed save on that skyhook as well. My goodness.
What a great move there.
It's
Rory,
also worth noting Rory got third at the last Premier Series finals. I'm reading through his bio right now. He says that's one of his proudest moments in his Ninja career. How proud would he be, do you think, if he pulls off the win here at Life Force?
I mean, he's got all the ingredients to do it. He's definitely prepared, and he's looking strong here. He's the fastest to this point. He's just got to beat Christian Hart through Obstacle 10 here, or potentially even complete the course. He's got the time. He's now going to be looking for this transition. This is the make or break point. Can he get the dismount?
Yes, he does, and he's in first place. Rory Yago is your amateur male Premier Series champion. Now, with
Rory...
40 seconds. Whoa! Yo, the skip and the link. And Rory Yago's going to crush the buzzer. A challenge course clear to end off the amateur male division. Rory Yago is your amateur male champion. What a finish to the day for the amateurs.
I am lost for words. Rory Yago, I mean, could there be a more deserving winner here today? He crushed the competition in the placement course and now has finished the challenge course, something that no one else in the amateur division was able to do, and he crushed it with 30 seconds left on the clock. I mean, Kane, it's just undeniable that he is the best here today.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild. That skip out to that set of cradles there was what made the difference. That weird little back hook thing, he saw so many people falling on it, he just decided, I'm going to ignore it entirely. Paid off for him. Got the title. Third place last year at the finals, and first place for Rory Yago this time around. Let's take a look at that skip again. Huge leap out. Got the edge of the cradle as well, and managed to save it.
That is genuinely phenomenal. The fact that he managed to complete that course with roughly, I believe it was like 28 seconds left to go, is a testament to how phenomenal he is as a ninja. And I mean, I think we've got to see him up in the elites pretty soon because he is just insane.
Yeah, he's more than ready for elites. And that is going to do it for our amateur divisions. Taking a look again, congratulations on the women's side to our amateur female champion, Seda Magtoto. Second place, Daniela Blanchard. Third, Zoe Whalen. Taking a look again at Seda and Daniela's runs. I was telling y'all since the beginning, I had Daniela as my winner pick with Seda as my dark horse to cause the upset. And what do you know? It came down to those two. Seda had an incredibly powerful run, making it to the final obstacle. Was the only one in her division to beat on rails. And she had plenty of time to spare as well. Like, it was so clean, so smooth throughout the whole run. Didn't really need many retries either. It was just a very calculated really run that really paid off.
Yeah, taking a look to Seda there. A well-deserved. One thing that's been clear is both of our winners here in the amateur male and amateur female have both thoroughly their wins because they have won with very dominant runs here.
Yeah, and then taking a look again at Daniela's run, you can see Seda getting all the love from her family, her supporters. And then, of course, our runner-up, Daniela Blanchard, got third at the last Premier Series finals, taking second this time around. If this pattern continues, we'll see her at the top of the podium next year.
I think so. Daniela, just another phenomenal athlete. Such a favorite coming into today, and I know that lache there, how far she flew was just insane to watch, and I think we're going to see her dominate competitions in the years to come. And Seda, of course, just taking out that win there, so well deserved, and her reaction when she realized that she completed Obstacle 10 was just priceless.
Now, on the men's side, there are a couple athletes I wanted to shout out before we get to the obvious ones. Duncan Murray was like the third runner or something like that on the challenge course, and he managed to break through so many of the obstacles that proved to be crux points for his fellow competitors. So I just wanted to give him a big shout out. It was a great fight. He had to figure out a lot of these obstacles on the fly, on his own.
He gave us that ring favor there as well.
Yeah, he really did set the pace for his fellow competitors. Braden Guile as well for his insane flip that he did on the skate tech. I thought that was really funny and also really cool. The fact that that was almost safe as well is just insane. A lot of body awareness there from Braden. And, you know, he's not walking away completely empty-handed. He is going to be our bronze medalist today. And then we have, in my opinion, the biggest what-if of the entire event. Thiago Lima in 7th place. After that whiffed dismount on rails, Thiago was cruising through everything, and it looked like he was going to take out the top time by quite a bit as well. And I think that would have put more pressure on Rory Yago, but look at how smooth his run was. Just a really unfortunate ending for his run there. I thought he had it personally. And just a great fight overall. Look at that move that he did there too. So clean.
That was crazy. Yeah, he literally, like, if he didn't come out there, I think he could have had what it takes to also get a clear there and put so much pressure on the rest of the competitive field.
And then, of course, there is our runner-up of the event, Christian Hart, who we weren't sure if anyone was going to beat him. Christian Hart had such a dominant run that we agreed, like, you had to get the buzzer to beat this kid because there was no other way you were going to be faster than him. Which we were wrong about both.
We were wrong about both, but I mean, Christian Hart is such an incredible competitor, and I really hope we see him step up into the elite division in the years to come, because he's truly going to just thrive as an athlete in all contexts. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite get that final obstacle. We saw Rory Yago just completely skip that grab there that Christian got stuck on.
And of course, taking a look at our champs run, Rory Yago, the only finisher of the day so far on the challenge course. Absolutely crushed. Yeah, flawless. No retries. Crushed the time limit, the time to that final obstacle that put him in first place anyways. This last obstacle right here, that skip and everything, that's a victory lap. That's
look at how close it was.
The little foot scrape on the pit pillow there, but it's incidental. They're totally fine. And then the nice link over to the wall and a climb up to the buzzer for victory. A great job from Rory Yago. A well-deserved win for both Seda and Rory. I couldn't be happier for them. They definitely showed that they are champion material. And there we have... I think that's our podium getting all set up, or maybe just the athletes coming together.
Yeah, coming together as a community, and that's always the most beautiful part of this competition is we always celebrate the athletes, and everyone comes together at the end of the day. Everyone comes out to do their best, but they're happy for whoever ends up winning here. And I mean, just shout out to the amateur division, because in general, like, you would mistake them for the elites. Like, this was truly such a phenomenal competition.
Completely agree there, Jack. Well, that's going to do it for us for now. We are going to be back in about 35 minutes at 12 p.m. Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern time. The teen division will be kicking off. Actually, we're going to stay here because we're doing awards. Hello. There's Zoe.
Daniela Blanchard.
And there's Daniela. Now it's time to crown Seda as the champion as she pops on down. A lot of respect all these three women have for each other. That's a beautiful trophy.
These competitors are winning big here today. Those are our 3 top amateur female athletes, and getting the confetti in the background. It's a great photo moment for these athletes. I think Seda, Daniela, and Zoe can be so proud of their efforts here today. And just wow. I mean, when you're thinking of who are the best athletes in the country, you're looking right at them here. Winning the Premier Series finals or being podium is just such a phenomenal accomplishment. And they have all worked so hard over the season to achieve this feat.
And now it looks like it's time for the men to step up. Calling up on 3rd place is going to be Braden Guile. And there's the young man of the hour coming on down.
Braden just had such a phenomenal run there, taking out 3rd place. And again, such a great season from Braden as we now move into our 2nd place here. Christian Hart. I mean, the young man that we thought had what it takes to take the entire competition out, is going to get that second place trophy.
And that means the champ is now approaching the stand. Rory Yago in first place.
Wow, and such a well-deserved first place position. So much camaraderie and support for the rest of the team, and hopefully we'll see that confetti go off again. It's a very great moment for these competitors. And Rory Yago, standing tall and proud as the winner. I'm sure this will be his last season in the amateurs. I'm sure he'll be stepping up to the elites very soon, because I think that's where he belongs.
Well, with that, now we are going to be taking a little break. We'll be back in about 35 minutes, 12 p.m. Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be back for the teen female and teen male divisions. And then rounding out the night a little later will be the elite divisions. You're not going to want to miss it, because the courses are only going to get crazier, faster, tougher, techier, pumpier, you name it. They're going to crank it up an even bigger notch. So be sure to stay tuned. Man, Jack, always a pleasure being on the mic with you. I'll see you very, very shortly.
Sounds great. See everyone soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Premier Series Finals in Bellingham, Washington at Life Force Ninja. I'm your host, Ken Casillas, alongside Jack Anderson. And while we've wrapped the amateur division, we are going to be kicking off the teen division, where we will crown a teen female and teen male Premier Series champion.
That's absolutely right, Kane. I mean, the amateur division was but a taster of what we can expect for the rest of today, and the teens are really going to be stepping up here to the plate and giving their absolute all. This competition has truly been one of the highlights of my year, and I think the rest of this competition today is going to be such an awesome highlight. We have so many incredible competitors lining up here today wanting to take out that top spot, and we can see on the sidelines all of these competitors gearing up, mapping out every single move of the placement course and the challenge course.
That's right. You could see some really strong athletes on both divisions. Porter Fernand just left the screen not long ago. She's going to be one to look out for. On the men's side, we saw Charlie Ball, who is definitely a heavy favorite coming into this competition. So, I mean, I can't wait to see how that's going to play out here. But with that said, I mean, so many strong athletes. There's Lily Brown-John alongside her sister Nora and one of her coaches, the Chow brothers. I can never tell which is which. They're twins. But Lily getting some advice from Nora there. She'll be running in the teen female division. I believe she's one of our earlier runners. She will be our fourth runner of the placement course. You can see her mapping out the skate obstacle there, jump skate.
Yeah, so for those tuning in, we have 11 in the teen female division, which is a couple more than we saw in the amateur female. And then we have 23 in the teen male division. So another stacked division, all vying it out for one position. That's pretty much the name of the game here today. Over the past couple of months, we've been looking for the top 4 qualifiers. But every single person here today has solidified their spot. And now we're just looking for, I guess, our top 3 and ideally top ninja here today. And it's going to be exciting to dive into the list of ninjas that we have coming on this course here today. And you can see they're all eyeing it up and just trying to figure everything out. We can even see some of our elites here getting prepped for their course.
Some of our elites are here to coach some of the teen competitors. You could see Jackson Erdos there alongside Nick Warren, who's going to be running a little later. And yeah, just so many top athletes here. Just as a reminder on the format here, folks, our athletes will be running a placement course and a challenge course. The placement course will be a speed course, and your standings on the leaderboard after that will determine your spot in the run order for the challenge course, where on the challenge course, you will have 2 retries. You can use them on separate obstacles. So your run ends if you fall on the same obstacle twice, if you fall on 3 different obstacles, or if you get the buzzer. Now, typically, the top 4 in the Premier Series would qualify for finals, but since we're at the finals, this is a winner-take-all event. Whoever has the best result on the challenge course will be the Premier Series champion in their division.
And that's absolutely right, Kane. And I think we've seen throughout this the amateur division that there were so many upsets. Even if you were seeded well on the placement course, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to take out the challenge course. But it is a good indication. And whilst we have a moment before we kickstart underway for our team division, it's definitely worth taking a nod to our sponsors.
That's right. Of course, none of this would be possible without the power of NinjaWorks, the ultimate timing system, taking care of the leaderboards, run orders, placements, obstacle names, all of that logged into ninjaworks.com. If you ever miss an athlete's run, you want to know how they did, go to worldninjaleague.org, because thanks to NinjaWorks, we're updating all of the results from all of our competitions in real time. Shout out to Carl and the rest of the team at NinjaWorks. And of course, there is the world's leading obstacle manufacturer, DGS Ninja. DGSninja.com has all of the obstacles that you need to set up the best course in the world. They've begun sponsoring a handful of athletes. It began with Addie Herman, who we'll be seeing in the elite division later today. But one of their DGS Ninja athletes, Charlie Ball, will be running in the teen division very shortly. So shout out to DGS for not just some amazing obstacles that power some of the world's best ninja events, but also for providing some great opportunities for our athletes to show their skills at the highest level. And of course, an extra huge shout out to the team over at Life Force, Becca Margulies, Jaden Welch, and the rest of the Life Force team. Let's take a look at their hand in this giant operation that is the Premier Series Finals.
Well, a big shout out once again to the Life Force team. They are responsible for truly putting together one of the most amazing courses that we have seen in the country. They are literally, their biggest strength, to be truthful, is putting together a course that roughly only 1 or 2 ninjas ever end up finishing, and then also picking a time limit that really pushes the ninjas to the absolute limits. And when we get a chance to take a look at our placement course, you'll get to see that not only is it extremely difficult, it is also set at a time limit that is so demanding for our ninjas, and we saw so many upsets on this placement course. Not only is it extremely technically challenging, but also you've really got to push it in regards to the time limit. We saw with our amateur division, the males had 45 seconds and the females had 1 minute, but both were pushed to their limits. We only saw a handful of finishes across the board, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how our team division fares up against this course. And very soon we're going to get a live crossover where we can get a chance to see how this course fares.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how this course has been adapted to fit the team female division and later on the team male division. I do know that the team female division will have a minute as their time limit, whereas the men will have 45 seconds. So they're really going to have to sprint through this first obstacle boxed in, making their way across those steps.
Yeah, you can see it's
shuffling
really
on through the doors. Great stuff there. They have to pop through those saloon doors, down the spider, and onto the third obstacle, times ticking. That tick-tock is the touch point there. Onto that spinning disc, we saw a couple of people struggle with their footing on there in the amateur division, so hopefully our teams can put it together before making their way down the cat jump and through this lane of rings that you're seeing right here, down the slider, and over to the first disc. This disc is the beginning of an obstacle known as Ultimate Frisbee. They can use the truss with their legs if they need to readjust themselves, set up their angles for the links, down to skate jump, the second to last obstacle. They're going to jump onto that skateboard and up to the ring that is on a windshield wiper. That'll do a 90-degree turn, taking you over to the last black ring there before you grab the shelf, dismount. And the last obstacle is called Go, 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 because that's exactly what you need to do. Running through and up that wall to the buzzer. In the amateur division, we had 6 clears overall. 3 of them cleared with less than a second left. And on the female side, we had 1 athlete, the champion, Seda Magtoto, just time up in front of the buzzer. So you really have to sprint through that home stretch.
Yeah, it really is a time crunch. And we saw so many buzzer beaters where individuals like Ryan Cooper just came short by like half a second here. So you've really got to push it the entire time. And with the technicality of this course, it's easy to make mistakes. Now, Kane, eyeing up the competitor field, of course, we have this roaming camera, which is giving us some incredible insights into what's going on into the athletes' minds. Who, in your mind, looking at this roster, is a potential winner across both of the divisions?
So I was right-ish about the amateur female, and I was not too far off base with the amateur male. So my record's not great today. But if I had to pick out of the teen female division, Adelina Messier is probably the one that jumps out right away. She's number 7 on your screen, folks, for those who are just tuning in. She is the reigning teen world champion. Comes out of Ninja Labs. We saw her brother Brody compete earlier today. And Adelina is definitely ready for the big leagues. It's worth noting here, guys, that the teen division is based off of who was in the teen division last season. Since then, this upcoming season, season 10 of WNL, we've lowered the age limit for elites, and a lot of these athletes are going elite or are ready to go elite now that they're old enough to. Adelina definitely fits in that category of she's ready to go elite. But also, right after her is Porter Fanon. I think they both have different strengths. I think Adelina's a little faster. I think Porter's grip strength is insane. So she's definitely one that I'm going to want to keep an eye out for as well. Our last runner in the teen female division, Savannah Salinas, also a very, very dominant competitor. She qualified, I believe, over at Austin Ninjas, and then actually took the trip out to Life Force a little bit later. So now she has a little bit more experience at this gym. And get this, she won at Austin and at Life Force. So definitely someone you're going to want to sleep on. Now, on the men's side, there's just too much talent for me to pick one. I think if you've been in the community long enough, you've heard the name Charlie Ball for years. Charlie Ball has been just a huge, huge trailblazer in the youth divisions for years now, and he is absolutely at that pro level. And a lot of people would just kind of expect he's a shoo-in for the podium, but this is the Premier Series Finals. Anything can happen. Last year, to my knowledge, Charlie didn't podium despite being the favorite there as well. I think he got 4th or 5th. But it's also worth noting that as athletes have gotten older and more experienced, they've all caught up to him. We have Nick Warren, who is an absolute force on the course. He's going to be really, really dangerous. Sam McCarthy, Dominic Jackson had great runs over at ARC. If we're talking about overseas talent, we've got Jai Whitby from Australia, who's going to be running. He is very, very techy, very fast, and I think the Life Force courses are going to play to his strengths a lot. There's a lot going on here. And we also have we've got a couple Canadians, we've got a couple Aussies here. We have our first British athlete of the day as well, James Percy, who's going to be running in this division. James won the Premier Series event at True Function, which was essentially a battle between all of the Europeans, and James came out on top. So now let's see how he fares against the rest of the world. It's going to be very exciting.
Well, yeah, I think the lineup is so stacked, and if there's something that the amateur division taught us, it's that it's really hard to pick a winner here because everyone has earned their right to be here. For those who haven't quite been following throughout the series, every single one of these individuals qualified at their respective qualifiers and has truly earned their spot here. I'm super excited to see how Jai Whitby fares. We saw Darren Baker from Australia as well in the amateur male division. He came out a little bit earlier than expected, but hopefully Jai Whitby is going to step up to the plate and really thrive here because he is phenomenal.
Well, and this placement course is going to be unforgiving. As we were saying in the amateur division, you have to be assertive. You cannot hesitate on this course. Commitment is what's going to get you to the buzzer, and commitment with a combination of good technique is what's going to get you the fastest time.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think it's worth noting for those tuning in at home and wondering how the run order was decided, as well as you look at these incredible athletes. You may be wondering why some are running first and some are running later. It was essentially decided based on how they placed at their respective qualifiers. So those who maybe qualified fourth or third in their respective qualifiers will be running very early on, and those who won their qualifiers will be running at the end. So that's kind of how that's decided. And what that gives the top qualifying athletes is the advantage of just seeing how the others compete on the course and being able to know, I guess, what time you have to beat is such a huge advantage for a lot of these competitors, and just seeing what types of mistakes the competitors were making. I think overall, if they were here earlier on in the day, they would have seen the amateur females and males take on the course, so there would have been a lot to learn there. But I think the teens are always looking to do beta breaks as well. That's something that I think they really embrace in their teenage years. They just want to push the course to the absolutes, and if they have an idea, they're not going to be afraid to take it. So what that means is if you're running later on in the course, you're going to know what are the best strategies moving forward, and hopefully that's going to help you to secure a top time on the placement course and then go on to win that challenge course. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go here. I really can't pick a winner at this current point in time, but we're going to get underway very soon here for this team division, for the Premier Series finals. It's super exciting, Kane, and I think we're going to be in for a treat here.
Yeah, I love what you said about beta breaks, because that is so true. The teen divisions love to go for those skips. They love to look for those loopholes. WNO rules. We can tell you what you can't touch. We can tell you what's in play and out of bounds. We can't tell you how to do the obstacle. And that's really allowed the creativity to flow in these younger divisions. And looking at the first three teen male competitors, Tyson Knutson, Jonah Beauregard, and Nick Menzorio, those are three who are going to go for some big stuff if they can figure it out in time. I think that's going to be really, really good to see.
Yeah.
Overall, I'm very excited for that.
I absolutely agree. And I think it's going to be interesting to see what types of new strategies that they bring to this course. And I think the pace that they're going to be applying to the course is going to be even stronger than potentially what we saw in the amateur division. Some of these teams just know how to go and just push the time down, because I don't think they're afraid of falling. I think the amateur division, as you get a little bit older, I guess you start to be a little bit more conservative and take your time on the course. But I think these teams, just like a lot of them, just don't want to hold back. They just want to go.
Well, I cannot wait to go on the placement course. A minute left here, and then we'll jump right into it. And also a minute on the course for our teen female athletes. It's going to be wild. And it looks like, there we go. There's Grace Walk kicking us off.
Fantastic. We're kicking into it. Grace Walk, hopefully she's going to run on this course, because she's only got a minute on the clock, pushing open those doors and starting us off in this teen division here. Huge amounts of pressure to be going first. Taking a little bit of extra time.
It's worth noting that Grace placed 6th at the Stanford Ninja Academy, is actually here competing as an alternate, but 4th, 5th, and 6th at that qualifier were incredibly close together. Very competitive field. So Grace definitely has what it takes to hang with all of the other finalists here.
Yeah, and she's looking super strong to this point. She does have a handful of obstacles left to go with 15 seconds on the clock here. As you can see, if you aren't moving at 100% top pace, this timer will run down. But overall, just such a phenomenal run there from Grace. Super consistent. And unfortunately, just coming unstuck there on that 5th obstacle.
Well, a great start to the teen division there. I was skeptical of her links there off of that first frisbee just because of her size, and she absolutely made me eat my words. And now we're going to see Mackenzie Burwash do the same thing. Mackenzie placed 4th at the Life Force qualifier. You can see her rocking the jersey she got for that qualifier spot there. Comes out of Vertex Labs Academy. According to the screen, her bio says she comes from Momentum Movement Academy. Perhaps I'll get the clarification on that a little later.
And I guess it's worth mentioning that we didn't see any clears in the amateur female division. So hopefully some of the team females here can step up. We had a very close call with our champion, of course, but unfortunately, we would love to see our team females getting some clears here on this very difficult course. Mackenzie moving well so far. Going to be pushing open those doors, and they're bouncing back.
Yeah, you gotta push those through and then go immediately. You can see the doors really slamming on her as she did a backswing. Gotta get a little higher for maximum momentum here.
Oh, just gets her foot on the TikTok. She's going to take that backswing. Is she taking another backswing to really line it up here?
All right, well, she's in the clear coming down the slider now and into the cat leap. Right there is her touch point.
Looking strong.
Oh!
And Mackenzie just coming unstuck there into obstacle 5, the ultimate frisbee. And yeah, unfortunately, that's going to end Mackenzie's run there. Luckily, it's just for the placement course, so that'll help to determine her placing. She'll likely be running relatively early at this point. Grace Walk holds on to the top spot for now, but we have 9 more phenomenal athletes in this team female division yet to step up. And the caliber of these athletes is just going to get higher and higher and higher. So I'm excited to see how they fare on this course. But it is the Premier Series Finals, so it is a very tough course. The minute clock time is very tight, and you have to be perfect if you want to get that finish.
Well, we're going to jump next into an athlete coming out of true momentum, Zuri Harrison. There she is at the starting line. Got third at Austin Ninjas. That's how she qualified for this final. Nice pop through, push those doors right open. Caught onto that trapeze. Good trust in her abilities there.
Yeah, Zuri moving well to this point. This is looking like a great run so far. With 39 seconds left on the clock here, there's definitely potential for a clear if Zuri can keep up this pace. She's got 3 more obstacles to go, and the ultimate frisbee is definitely a crux point for so many of our athletes.
Good.
She manages to get
ability
through.
There. That's going to put her in first place for right now. She's got to get that reach.
Oh,
nice
fantastic.
Move. 15 seconds remaining for the last 2 obstacles. She's got to move, but a buzzer is within reach if she's efficient here. Gets the grab. Got to give it a nice pull back. Coming down 5 seconds, Jack. I don't know. It's going to be very close. No, a stumble.
No.
Just went
Zuri
for
Harrison.
it. Oh,
Just
man.
coming unstuck there. But I'll tell you what, that was a great run all around, and Zuri can be super happy with that. Just a few different little time inefficiencies across the board that cost her not getting that clear. But I mean, just with another 5 or 10 seconds, she would have gotten there. But Zuri Harrison going to be putting herself into first place moment that Lily Brown-John is going to be looking to contest that top time. As we move through the athletes, this is going to be our 4th competitor here, and we're almost at the point of getting a clear with Zuri. So hopefully Lily can step up and push that time even further.
Very efficient really so far out of Lily. Should be good to go here, and she does. All right, we're moving. Coming into cat leap now. Sets herself up very nice. Tries to do a matching grab. Has to take an extra swing. That's going to cost her a bit of time, and now she's, I think, trying to set herself up on the slider, but it's not the angle she needed unless she's going to spin around.
Oh, fantastic.
Very smart. Wow, what good foresight there from Lily Brown-John.
Wow. Lily Brown-John.
All right, but she's got to move.
Flying. This is fantastic.
She's a second ahead of Zuri right now, Jack. She's got to get moving. She reaches out for it. That's going to be huge. Got to get to the buzzer. Lily Brown-John setting the bar very high with a buzzer on the placement course. 57.84 seconds.
We love to see it there. Lily Brown-John just throwing down a great run there. And that's our first female clear of the day, which is what we love to see. The bar is just getting higher and higher for this team division. as each athlete steps up to the course and one-ups one another. And Lily Brown-John, currently our top-seeded athlete. Great move there as well. There were a few moments where we were a little bit worried, but she always pulled it back and had a plan in her mind. I'm super excited to see if the rest of the competitor field can keep up, with Allison Bond stepping up next, coming out of Ninja Mania.
Ninja Mania trains a lot of speed. They specialize in head-to-head, so it's no surprise Allison's moving at a fast pace right now. She placed 3rd at the Stanford Ninja Academy and was top 25 at the World Championship.
Wow. Yeah, she's clearly got a phenomenal resume here, and she's moving through at a similar pace to previous competitors here, keeping up well, but it comes down typically to this obstacle right here. How quickly can she move through the ultimate frisbee? She's got great momentum
links
there.
Her way through.
Smoothest we've seen all day. Even
oh
potentially.
No, a little stumble there. Very smart call to put the pit pillow there. Imagine hitting the hard floor. Great call by the Life Force team.
Yeah, they've designed every aspect of this course to cater for every need and every possibility. Well, now we're going to move into Amelia Keating, another phenomenal ninja coming out of Life Force. So she has that home court advantage of, I believe we saw Kalina Keating, her sister, I would assume?
Yes.
I believe that would be a fair assumption.
Very good skip there. Didn't even bother with the trapeze. Just went straight into a spider walk, trusting in her ability to go fast there. Taking an extra swing. No, she's not. She's popping right into it. Placed second at Life Force. You know she's going to want first place today.
She seems so comfortable up there at her home gym, representing everyone in the stands here, just moving so well so far. How's she going to fare on this ultimate frisbee? Oh no! She's going to take an extra spin, but
she had the angle. Yep, she still had the angle to correct that, and she did. 17 seconds left though. She can make this. She might even be able to top Lily Brown-John's time if she can get out of this shelf quickly. She's got to move. A buzzer within reach here. Amelia Keating gets the buzzer in 58.36 seconds, just half a second behind Lily Brown-John. She's going to be in second place.
Yeah, Lily still holding on to that top spot there, but Amelia in a close second spot at the moment. This is going to be a very tightly contested team division here. It's going to be really hard to pick a winner. I mean, we've had Zuri, Lily, Allison, Amelia all throw down great runs here, and we're just getting started. We have 5 more competitors left, with Adelina Messier now stepping up to the platform. Let's see how she fares on this course. 2 clears to this point. Is Adelina going to be our third?
Adelina definitely a favorite coming into this competition, but you can never be too confident, especially at such a high level of competition. Anything can happen, but Adelina's showing her consistency that got her that world champion title.
Yeah, I mean, coming in as a world champ.
Wanted to do a match and grab. Gonna have to lose a bit of time. She's just a couple seconds behind the leaders right now. But she tacks off of that trust, sets herself up. Should have the link, but goes a little too far forward. Now she has to make some adjustments. And I don't know, Jack.
She gets the grab. Her momentum's all out. She's only got 12 seconds. Yeah. She's going to have to go
7 seconds remaining. She gets the shelf. One-handed swing. She goes and she falls off the side. Such a close run there. But still a great job from Adelina Messier. Dove for that finished platform, and I believe that's going to put her in 3rd place. 4th. No, wait, let me check that again. 3rd place, yes.
Yeah. Just coming unstuck there, but I know Adelina, as our world champion, is she's going to be able to bounce back. She's done it many times before. As we now move on to our next competitor.
This is Porter Fanant, who won the Arc Ninja qualifier. Oh my goodness, what?
Porter having a bit of an upset there.
That might be the most surprised I've been all day, because Porter Fanant is someone who I think can take down this. I think she could clear the challenge course. Now, it's incredibly likely she'll have to be the first runner on the challenge course. That's going to be brutal.
Yeah, it does look that way. It does like she's going to be the one stepping up as the first runner. And that is a pretty big disadvantage for the challenge course. But as you said, if you think that she has the capability to complete it, then she'll be able to overcome it.
All right, well, now Sayla Taylor is attacking the placement course. Sayla won the SoFlo Ninja Academy competition. See her rocking some W&L merch there.
Yeah,
a
we
nice
are getting to that
tip
point.
Off, but she's facing
We're
back.
going to take a
She's gotta
second
turn
swing.
around. There we go. Just needed to position
She does
her
recover.
footwork.
With 30 seconds left on the clock here, Kane, she's going to have to really pick it up. Luckily, all the remaining competitors won their respective qualifiers, and Sayla was one of those. So let's see if she can pull it back here with 20 seconds left. This is going to be have to be the greatest run of her life if she's to finish this course on time.
Oh!
Just couldn't quite get the transfer there. Under that time pressure, it definitely does make things more difficult. Sayla throwing down a great run here, but she's likely going to be pretty early in the run order as we now move into our second last competitor and one of our top seeded competitors here, Hannah Amaro. She won her qualifier coming out of Midwest Warrior Academy. She's a phenomenal athlete and definitely going to be one to watch here today as she begins her attempt on this course.
That's right. We saw Hannah and her brother Jackson actually take joint wins at Modus in our final qualifier of the season. We'll be seeing Jackson run a little later, but Hannah right now really building up a lot of power. A low step on the disc, and she's going to lose some time trying to regain her footing. Setting herself up for the trapeze. A bit of a low grab, but she's in the clear.
Hopefully
And now
that
she's got to
hasn't
make up
shaken her
a
too
lot of
much.
time here. You know, she's
Yes,
remaining
too much
composed,
time.
but looking at the clock here, Jack, 22 seconds coming into Ultimate Frisbee is not a lot of time.
No, it isn't, and it's probably not going to be enough to clear, but hopefully she can get a few more obstacles under her belt. And it looks like she's going to have to do what Adelina had to do earlier, which is like really get a lâcher going. And unfortunately, Hannah Amaro is also going to come unstuck. We've just seen two of our top-seeded competitors come unstuck at the same point here, both Sayla and Hannah. And with only one more competitor left, it looks like Lily Brown-John is currently looking safe in the top spot, but we have our final competitor now.
Savannah Salinas has won 2 qualifiers at Austin Ninjas and here at Life Force. She had a surprisingly early exit on the placement course at the Life Force qualifier, but I don't think it's looking to repeat itself right now. Very well done. She specializes in ninja, but also has an OCR background, so those short 100-meter courses gives her the speed she needs for courses like this one.
Well, Savannah is looking so strong and has that advantage of being on the Life Force course before, knowing their course design style, and having won 2 of the qualifiers. I mean, the confidence that you have coming into a competition like this would be at an all-time high, as she's demonstrating that so far. She's in contention for one of the top places at the moment if she can stay strong here. It's really how does she execute these last few obstacles here. Savannah now looking for that dismount.
Ooh! I thought she fell short there, but she didn't.
Yeah,
She's going
it
to
was
climb her
so
way up to the
close.
buzzer in the fastest time, 56.1 seconds.
Wow.
That's going to be our top spot, so she'll be running last for her division on the challenge course.
I think both of our hearts sunk there because we were a bit worried that she did have a foot touch there. But it looks like she's got the clear there. Savannah Salinas is going to be our last seeded competitor in the challenge course, meaning she has the advantage of watching all the other runners go through before she has her own crack at the challenge course there. Savannah definitely been the most dominant teen female this whole season and is continuing to show up, showing that the practice and the effort is really starting to pay off.
Well, with that, folks, Porter Fanon's going to be your first runner on the challenge course when we get to it. And Savannah Salinas will round out the teen female division. But now it's time for the boys, the teen male division kicking off right now. Tyson Knutson is up first, coming out of Life Force. It is worth noting, guys, the time limit is now 45 seconds for the men. That doesn't seem to affect Tyson. He is bounding right through. No fear, no hesitation.
Wow.
A lot of assertiveness on this course. Love to see it. Got to go with a 1-2. And tried to go for that reach. That matching grab has been throwing off a lot of people. And now Tyson finds himself a little bit on the back foot.
And I mean, he knows that as the first teen in the male division, he's going to have to really push it with a one-handed grab. What? Tyson is a machine. That is
I don't think
that grab.
Oh, he's trying to get that shelf in. Now it swings away from him and time expires. Speed does kill. Tyson was moving at a great pace, but I just think maybe his body was moving a little too fast for his brain to keep up. I could see where he was planning everything out, and it's just like, I think he needed to maybe slow it down just a tad.
Yeah, no, he definitely was putting on the burners, but he knows that the teen male division is absolutely stacked with so many competitors yet to come. We have 23 in this division and only one winner. So your odds are less than 3% of winning, so you've really got to push it and take risks here. And these teams are definitely trying to do that. Jonah Beauregard, is flying through this course. The team males only have 45 seconds here, so if they take a moment to breathe, they will run out of time here on this course.
Jonah took fourth at an incredibly stacked field at Ferox, and I don't think he's going to settle for fourth this time around. Nice use of the hands there on the skateboard. Got himself a low but safe grab. Actually led to a very controlled swing. That might be the move. Jonah Beauregard runs out of time, but might have just broken the beta on how to safely maneuver through skate jump.
Yeah, that was an interesting maneuver there. I wonder if others will follow suit, or if that was a one-time option. It might be difficult to grab the ring. Jonah definitely has that reach that maybe some of the other teams don't, but overall, I mean, it could be something that the other teams want to follow with, or they'll try their own tactics as well. Well, I mean, with 23 competitors here, I think we're going to see a couple of finishes, and we're going to see some fast ones. We saw Rory in the previous division complete the course in, I think it was 36 seconds. So I think some of the teams might be eyeing up that time and wondering, can I get there? Can I beat Rory's time from the amateur division?
I'm going to be honest, someone who I think could take it is this next athlete, Nicholas Manzorio, coming out of Next Level Ninja. He placed fourth at the SoFlo Ninja Academy, but speed is his middle name. Very efficient. He's one of those athletes where he has a lot of power. He doesn't look like he's going super fast, but when you look at the time and how efficient he's going, suddenly he's put up the first or second fastest time.
Well, he's looking competitive at the moment, sticking to a similar pace to his fellow competitors. Nicholas looking great to this point. Just a few inefficiencies here and there. He definitely could get this course finished if he's super quick on these last few obstacles here.
Well, he gets a hold of that shelf. And I think we're going to get our first teen male buzzer. Nicholas Manzorio, 42.6 seconds on the clock. A very comfortable buzzer that's going to put him in a good spot on the challenge course.
That's crazy. Our third runner of the day, and we've already seen a finish here in this teen male division. And with 20 runners to go, the bar has just been risen. And he did beat it in a comfortable time. It wasn't even a buzzer beater. So the other competitors are really going to have to step up if they want to compete with Nicholas. And there is our resident Australian, Jai Whitby, who will now be stepping up to the plate representing Australia for this teen male division. Full country cheering this young man on. He's super quick. He's got the tech. Can he pull it all together here in this 45-second time limit and secure himself a first place position?
Oh, no shot!
Serving up the Australian special here, following in the footsteps of Darren Baker. Unfortunately, both Australians have now come out at the same point. That speed is just getting the better of them. You can see the doors required a bit more momentum into them than he expected there. And unfortunately, Jai Whitby, he'll probably be running first on the challenge course.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to push through easy to the trapeze, and he just misjudged how far into the chute it was. But now, Wilder Marsh is going to be working his way through. Coming out of Austin Ninjas.
Oh, he could have almost gone there. It's so much momentum coming into that. That was fantastic. Wilder moving like a man on the mission. He knows that Nicholas Menzorio has that top time, and he wants to contest.
Well, the thing is, looking at his time right now, he's taking a lot of backswings to the point where he's only got 18 seconds coming into Ultimate Frisbee. I think he can make it to the final obstacle. I don't know if a buzzer is within reach right now, but it's too late. Got a little too wonky on that spin there, and that's going to send him off the course.
Yeah, Wilder was definitely wild on this course. He really pushed it to the limits, but unfortunately just with a few key inefficiencies throughout, it cost him that time. And then when he really had to push it on Ultimate Frisbee, he ended up lucking out there. Now, as we move on to Caleb Riley coming out of Ninja Intensity. He's been doing Ninja for 4 years now, so seasoned athlete, has a great wingspan coming into this competition, and hopefully can use that to his advantage here on this course.
Caleb placed third at ARC. Over in his home state, Colorado, made the trip out here. And wow, a huge pop. Maybe overshot one of the moves, but already back to his regular composure. Good tack off the wall, setting himself up as he needs to. He's in fourth place right now, in hot pursuit of first. On to skate jump now with time to spare. We could be looking at another finisher if he can line up this transfer to the shelf. He's got to move, and he's got to let go now. 4 seconds, Jack. It's going to be down to the wire once again. 0 seconds, no! And at the top of the buzzer, I think if he just dove for it, maybe. That is a pretty far lunge, but such a close one there out of Caleb Riley.
Yeah, Caleb just coming unstuck there. Such a close run. I mean, 45 seconds is just such a demanding time. But that's what we're here for. I mean, 23 competitors here. We only want to see a couple of finishes, so this time limit is so demanding. Ethan Perkins, ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor coming out of Traverse Ninja. Let's see how he fares. Oh, great energy so far on this course here. Similar to, he gives off Ryan Cooper vibes a little bit here. Has a shorter wingspan than some of the other competitors here today, but is bringing so much power to this course.
Wow. Huge swing there. Got a little stuck with the truss, and now he's a little off axis. Might have to adjust his hands. Oh, he's going to try and muscle his way through. Just didn't have it. I think it was too little too late. If he had done that when the disc was spinning faster, we might have seen an amazing save there.
Yeah, it was very close. And unfortunately, just going to come unstuck. I think this course, they could easily complete these teen male athletes, but it's with this time limit that it adds another layer. And a big shout out to the Life Force team again for designing such an incredible course. I mean, they're just so good at figuring out what is the level they need to design at, and they always meet it. Next up, we've got Samuel McCarthy coming out of SoFlo Ninja Academy. Samuel, another speedy ninja here. He's going to be looking to put on the burners, knowing the time demand that's at stake. I'm wondering if some of these ninjas...
Extra
he's
swing
taking
here.
Another backswing. I reckon he almost could have gone on his first swing even, potentially. And I think we'll see some of these later ninjas even experiment with that. So many backswings here from Samuel McCarthy. These are going to be costing him so much time here as the clock is already at 19 seconds. Blink and you'll miss it. The clock runs down so quickly here. Samuel trying to make up some time here with some great upper body tech. But Kane, he's down to 6th, and if he was just slightly more efficient, we would have seen a finish here from Samuel McCarthy. Oh, so close.
Still made it to the end, and that's going to put him in 4th place. Yeah, again, we were talking really about commitment. Yeah. We were talking about commitment and pulls and too many backswings. And while he had an amazing finish, Samuel McCarthy's run is prime example of too much hesitation and there's no recovering.
Yeah.
But up next is a Gravity Forge athlete. This is Nick Warren. Nick placed third at the Stanford Ninja Academy in an incredibly stacked field, and he's ready to show that he's ready for the big leagues. I mean, we've all known this for a while. If you know Nick Warren, you know that he is absolutely a contender for the title today.
Ooh. Well, he's throwing down a great run so far, gibboning through those rings, nice and smooth. He's got a lot of sideways momentum, but he manages to fix it all up. Now, looking for the dismount here. This could be a top time here, contesting Nicholas Manzorio's time. If he can keep up this pace here, it's going to be close.
The ring. He missed the ring at first, and it threw off his timing there. I don't know if he's going to get Nick's time, but Nick Warren going to beat out Nicholas Manzorio? Maybe. No, second place, 43.1, but still a buzzer that's going to put him in a good spot for the challenge course.
Ed Kane, he's definitely one to watch and someone who could take out the entire tournament. I love how he just jumped over the rails there afterwards casually. But yeah, so much power behind this young man. He moved so efficiently through the course, and if it wasn't for that one slip-up, he would have had that top time there. But unfortunately, he did make that slip-up. But on the challenge course, his strength could really come out.
Well, now is the third place athlete from Ferox, Gavin Markowitz, placed 5th at the World Championships, another Gravity Forge athlete. And he should be good to go on this swing here, which he is. Commitment is key. He might be able to get Nick's time if he can just stay this smooth.
Wow, so smooth to this point. Yeah, Gavin is...
Ooh, a little off, yeah. Just caught a little too close to the center of that frisbee, and it threw off his dismount a little further on the outside of that disc, and he would have had that link there perfectly.
Oh, Gavin was on pace for a top time there. That was clinical in regards to how he was moving, and I respect just the way in which he moved through that course there. That was so smooth. As we now move into Dominic Jackson, our 11th competitor here in a competitive field of 23 teen male athletes. Let's see how he goes. Moving through the course well so far. Pushing open those doors, really making sure of it. Now dropping down onto the ticker. Building up that momentum. He's going to go now. Similar to the rest of the competitive field to this point.
Now, Dominic is the beginning of our runner-ups here. Placed second at Arc Ninja.
Wow.
Had a great placement course run. I believe he was first on the placement course. And he's showing that speed again. But he's got to recover here. 5 seconds. Oh, and a stumble there. So
he knew
close.
He had to go.
Yeah. Gotta respect it when someone falls going full send.
I know. And I actually think what Dominic was able to highlight there was that ring from the skate tech. That ring transition is honestly such a crux point in regards to like where they're losing a lot of time. So it's going to be the ninjas that can make that loopy transition well, that are actually going to get the top time potentially. On top of anyone that's able to do the TikTok without taking a backswing. Which I would love to see potentially.
And now Cooper James is up, coming out of Victoria, Australia. He placed second at the compound. Double checking on his results from the latest Ninja Challenge League competition as well. But either way, Cooper has definitely... Whoa, a little backwards there. Spun around a lot. Just didn't have the stability and the footwork that he needed.
Well, Cooper James, unfortunately, coming unstuck there, just didn't quite have the momentum in the right direction. He came out of Geelong Ninjas Academy in Australia, which is fantastic to see. Next up, we're moving on to Jackson Ross, another strong contender here today, who placed very well in his qualifier.
That's right. Jackson placed second here at Life Force not long ago. Momentum Movement Academy is his home gym, one of our Canadian athletes. A bit of an awkward swing, and he touched the floor. And Jackson Ross is likely going to be our first runner of the placement course, or of the challenge course, sorry. Oh my goodness. Oh,
Are they going to give him
believe they
another
might
go?
I think maybe it was a false start. My guess is it was a false start.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay, now Jackson's on the move.
We were a little bit scared there. Hopefully that hasn't thrown him off too much.
Had me worried. Now he still seems pretty dialed in. Should be good to go, and he does. Quick pop with the hands there on the ring slider. Oh, gonna need an extra backswing, but he's looking at his target. 22 seconds getting onto this second slider. And another backswing. He's trying to set up his angle. Yeah, I can understand that he's trying to set up his angles for the Frisbees. I can see that in the way that he's shifting, but it just takes a little too much time. You got to be able to do it in smaller pops, because now, despite not being beaten by the course, the time is what's going to take down Jackson Ross.
Yeah, that is unfortunate there, but Jackson Ross will come unstuck there. He had that false start to begin with. That might have knocked his confidence a little bit, and he had too many backswings throughout that fourth obstacle, and by the time he got to Ultimate Frisbee, whilst he was lined up very well, it was too little too late. As we now move into Michael Matthews, another phenomenal athlete here. Competitor number 14 out of 3. We are flying through these competitors one by one, and Michael is moving great so far on this course.
Michael coming from California, qualified by placing second at Austin Ninjas. Gonna do a match and go. A lot of power coming down this slider. Needs to set up. Good use of the foot there to set his angle for this disc. And he's out of there. Has 15 seconds. We could be looking at a finisher if he can land this swing properly. Got the turnaround grab. So clean. Michael Matthews might be setting the fastest time so far. Yes, he does. 42.1. A half second faster than Nicholas Menzorio.
I mean, what a move there from Michael Matthews. That's going to be a textbook move that people are going to want to copy there. He moved so well throughout this course and was so consistent. But what was the real time save was the fact that he somehow spun around and managed to grab that hold and dismount the quickest out of anyone so far. And I guess as we touched on it, it's going to be the people who are quickest around these key points. Well, next up, we've got Ben Bucci Torres coming out of Modus Ninja, another really strong candidate here. The time has just been pushed down with another finisher, and Ben's going to have to really step up if he wants to take out that top spot.
Well, here we go. Ben coming on up, smoke going off, and off to the races he goes. Nice little attack off the wall, jumping straight in through the saloon doors, popping his way through. Should be good for the TikTok. And links his way through and falls off the side.
Oh, no.
Maybe needed a backswing there. Just went a little early. It's crazy. I think he might have jumped a little early in terms of momentum, but late as well in the sense that I don't think it got to its maximum height. Taking a look at the fall again, it didn't.
He went for it.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think if he waited like an extra half second, he would have hit it at its maximum point and he would have made it.
Yeah, that was so close there.
All right, now it's time for Cameron Godbout. Bounding right through these first couple of obstacles.
Oh, he's moving
Placed
quick here.
13th at the World Championships. Second at the Stanford Ninja Academy qualifier at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, and the Stanford Ninja Academy qualifier was one of the most stacked qualifiers of the season. And Cameron is showing why he deserves to be here. He is moving through this course. 15 seconds left on the clock. It's going to come down to how can he do this transition here. Is he going to get straight onto the handles? He is. Looking for that dismount. Kane, this could be a top time here if he can get up the platform really quick. And Cameron Godbout is going to be our top time now with a time of 41.27.
Wow, what an incredible run out of Cameron there. Textbook. Linked everything he needed to. Taking a look at those links again. Linking the dismount, we've seen some people do it, some people not do it. They've opted out of it. Cameron Godbout went full send, and it paid off for him with 7 athletes still to go on the placement course here. He's put himself in a very good spot coming into the challenge course.
And that is a scary prospect to think we've had a wave of clears, and yet we still have 7 athletes left to go. Nicholas Jacob going to be next up, another phenomenal athlete. Just, they're all going to, these remaining 7 athletes are all going to be pushing the time so much here. And we're going to see them all contesting for those top clear times. Nicholas, great movement so far on this course. Losing very little time, actually having one of the fastest times so far. As I say that, though, he struggles with the connect. He's going to have to really pick up the pace now. And he does. He recovers well here with 14 seconds left. Oh, this is...
Look at the wingspan helping him out too. Perfect reaches. He's got the time to get there. I think he has... 0.7 seconds behind Cameron Godbout. Would have been the fastest time without a couple of stumbles in front of Ultimate Frisbee, but still a great job. Nicholas Jacob puts himself into second place.
Yeah, the fact that he brought that back after just a few, like some of those key inefficiencies is a testament to how fast Nicholas was moving there. Like it was really hard to fault Cameron's run, but then Nicholas had those inefficiencies and still managed to get a very similar time. So hopefully we're going to see the time pushed down even further here, as we have Parker Malakad stepping up to the platform, coming out of Fit Set Ninja.
Parker also won the qualifier here at Life Force earlier this season. An early spill overshot the disc, and you can tell he did not expect that. He's going to be running earlier on the course.
Yeah, just not building up a big enough swing there on the TikTok. And unfortunately, you can see there he couldn't quite get his footing, and that plate spins a lot. We've seen a few of our team male athletes come unstuck there as we now move through. We've only got 5 more competitors left, and James Percy is one of those athletes as he gears up.
James moving very swiftly through. Winner of the True Function qualifier.
Kicking down the
one of our taller
there.
athletes.
Now
he's losing a bit of time, and he comes off on the TikTok, shaking his head. Gives a thumbs up, he's all right, but that is going to put him pretty early on our run order for the challenge course.
Wow, we've seen both Parker and James come unstuck at very similar points, despite them being 2 of our top-seeded athletes here today. This whole competition's full of surprises.
Well, one that's not going to be a surprise is the eventual buzzer that we're going to see out of Gunnar McClarty. Like, this guy can fly. Winner of the qualifier over at Austin Ninjas. One of the fastest athletes in Texas that I've seen.
Gunnar is so quick. Blink and you'll miss him. He's got great tech. He's got great power. And this course hopefully is really going to play to his strengths here. And I think...
but he messed up his link, and now he's off. Commentators curse them. Commentators curse is real. I don't care what people say.
We did. We got too excited, and Gunnar just couldn't quite. He had the landing of the day.
What a fall too! Oh my gosh.
It's like he'd win a belly flop contest with that one.
Nah, he was jumping off of the top of the ropes in a WWE match there.
Yeah. Well, Jackson Amaro is up next.
We saw Jackson's sister Hannah also compete today. Jackson and Hannah both won their divisions at Modus, which is why Jackson's so late in the run order. Showing a lot of promise right now. Very efficient. Good tack off the wall. Sets himself up for the link. Has to commit, but doesn't have it. Gonna go the second time around, and he's there. Pull back to save himself some time and speed. He's got 10 seconds to go. He's got to move. I don't think a buzzer's within reach, but he's got to send it anyways. Oh, come on. Jackson Amaro skipping over one of the steps. Time's up in front of the buzzer. Oh, man.
Oh, so close there. Jackson Amaro going to put himself into 7th place at the moment, but so much left on the table there. It was just a couple of little inefficiencies there. He really pulled it back on the back end of that course. having one of the quickest back ends that we've seen so far. But Jackson, unfortunately, not going to quite hit the buzzer. But we've got one of our fan favorites. Up next is Charlie Ball, someone who is expected to really go far in this competition here today.
Every time my co-host and I will guess like what the fastest time will be, Charlie Ball then proceeds to annihilate it by like 5 seconds. And we're seeing that right now.
Well,
he's moving very quickly. The DGS sponsored athlete popping his way through.
Oh my he's not just he's gonna blitz this entire run and set the fastest time of the entire day potentially. Charlie Ball, ladies and gentlemen, 15 seconds on the clock. I don't think this has ever been seen before here at Life Force. Oh my days! You called it 33.14. That's why he's one of the sponsored DGS ninjas. I mean, Charlie Ball. It's not a great day when you see him on the competitor roster because he just takes everything to the next level here.
I gotta say, I couldn't speak during that run. There was just this big smile crawling across my face because I was just in awe of what as he got further and further. I was like, he could link this, you skip that, you jump that. He did everything that you would expect out of a Charlie Ball speedrun. And now Gianmarco Caban, the final runner, is going to have to try and match that to get a good spot in the run order for the challenge course. Going to take an extra backswing here.
Well, whew. And blinking, you'll miss him because Ian Marco, again, another phenomenal athlete, similar to the caliber of Charlie Ball. He knows how to move through this course. These last few team male athletes are just insanely quick. And I mean, Ian Marco coming in at a very similar time to Charlie Ball, just a couple seconds behind.
Whoa!
Can he contest a similar time? And
no, he went down. He hit the box with so much force, it slid out from under him, and he just couldn't keep hold of the wall. Oh, man. That was looking to be our second or third fastest time.
Yeah, that definitely would have been the second top time there. Ian Marco still had 10 seconds on the clock to that point. And I hope he's okay there. That was a bit of a crumble there, but he will be in 7th place at the moment. And Charlie Ball sitting comfortably in 1st place.
Well, that's
placement course.
That's gonna wrap up our placement course. 6 clears on the teen male side. Gianmarco, our fastest non-finisher by a significant amount as well. But taking a look at some of the craziest... just got word as well. Gianmarco is okay. But taking a look at some of our big highlights from the teen, female, and male divisions here. First off, on the female side, Zuri Harrison had what I thought was going to be the fastest run in her division. She was absolutely sailing through, and it was just a little stumble on the footwork on the very last obstacle that really, really threw it off. It was so, so close there. And then, of course, in 2nd place right now is Lily Brown John. And I was questioning her methods in the middle of the course on Ultimate Frisbee. Had that pullback beta, and I wasn't sure what she was doing, but obviously she did because it worked out for her, and she became our first buzzer of the day, of the teen division at the very least. And taking a look again at her run right here. I love the different approaches to obstacles. There's that swoosh that I was talking about. Very, very smart, calculated run by Lily Brown John. Puts her in a good spot for the challenge course. Now, on the opposite end of the spectrum, we have a very surprising fall from Porter Fanant, who's going to be our first runner on the challenge course. Porter, unfortunately, just came undone off the mini tramp, peeled off, didn't get a good enough bounce on that trapeze. And Porter is by far one of the favorites to win. So to see her fall so early, it's going to be tough seeing her run first. And then, of course, we have our fastest teen female finisher, Savannah Salinas. Savannah absolutely crushed the course, showing why she is a 2-time Premier Series winner in the regular season, sailing through all of these big moves, linking as much as she could. And, I mean, what else is there to say? She demolished that course. Now, on the men's side, there are quite a few big runs here Jonah Beauregard had one of my favorite skate, it's called jump skate on this one, the jump skate beta, where he went really low on the skateboard to give himself a good grab on the ring. Here's his run again. Very high level performance. Set himself up for that shelf grab, which got so many people to waste time. He got that easier than anyone I had seen all day. Of course, another very shocking fail is Jai Whitby coming out of Australia. Jai has had a bit of a rocky Premier Series season this time around. Didn't get the expected win at the compound and had an early fall as well. Hopefully he can turn that around for the challenge course and show us the Jai Whitby we've all come to know and love. A run that I think showed a lot of potential. Gavin Markowitz coming out of the Gravity Forge. Gavin absolutely put on a show. Just had a little bit of a whiff there. And, yeah, maybe just a bit of a commentator's curse in a way. But I don't know, man. Gavin Markowitz, definitely one to look out for coming into the challenge course. He'll be towards the middle of the pack, so he's definitely got a shot at gaining beta while also putting the pressure on the athletes to come after him. And then, of course, Michael Matthews had an amazing turnaround grab here. Looking at, again, the second to last obstacle as he spun around on the ring to grab the shelf, put him in a 4th place with that run. Just about, surprisingly but not surprisingly, almost 10 seconds behind the fastest finisher, Charlie Ball. I remember at Stanford, my co-host Billy and I, we were talking about, oh, the fastest time on the placement course could be 25 seconds, and Charlie put up 24. Here I was thinking we maybe get a run in 35 seconds. Charlie Ball does it in 33. Absolutely no hesitation. He linked every possible move. I genuinely don't know if we're going to see a run in any division as fast as that this weekend. Great job from Charlie Ball. He'll be our final runner of the teen division as he had the fastest time. So he'll be running last. Oh my goodness, guys. One of the craziest placement courses we've seen. Jack, now that we're coming into the challenge course, what are you expecting?
I am honestly just like blown away in regards to the caliber that we have seen in this teen division. And I think, to be honest, one of the battles that I'm excited for is between Ian Marco and Charlie Ball. I think those two competitors in particular have what it takes to go through this course, absolutely crush it, and set a new top time. And I honestly don't know how to feel. This has been one of the most exciting divisions I think I've seen in a very long time. Just so many phenomenal athletes across the teen, female, and male division. And whilst we have our predictions at the moment, whilst we've seen how they fare on the speed course, at the end of the day, this second course, this challenge course, is much longer, it's much more intense, and it's not necessarily about how quickly you can go. It's about, can you do the tech? Do you have the energy? And we're going to be getting our first look at the obstacles that our ninjas will have to be walking through here today. We can see we've got the steps here. With outside line, you will have a ring, a small lâcher there to the platform. These first few obstacles, this is obstacle 3 here. It's called Wall Runner. A lot of it is things that it hasn't been a struggle point for our ninjas. It's mostly about just trying to get through it as quickly as possible. You'll dismount onto that platform. And this is where we start to get into the course, I'd say, like a lot more of the serious stuff. So we've got high flying first, where you have to jump out to that bar there, make a lâcher through, knock down that board there, and then turn yourself round with this disc, make a dismount. It's pretty hard to follow, but as soon as you see one of the athletes do it, you'll quickly catch on. Next up, we have skate tech, where you have to lâcher onto one of these skating devices, which is on a declined angle. So that's important to note. So many of our amateur males came unstuck on this obstacle. Once you make that dismount, you'll then head on to roundhouse, another obstacle that we didn't see too many troubles with. But again, ninjas made simple mistakes and actually had to use a bunch of their retries there. You basically want to try and get to this next obstacle, obstacle 7, which is push-pull, with all your retries left in the bank. So you're going to go up these steps, no troubles whatsoever there. But then you have these 2 sliding little devices that you have to push along synchronously, because if they're out of sync, you will fall. Then you have to make a salmon ladder transition and look for the dismount, and then finally you'll jump back up and you've got walled in here. This is our first truly technical obstacle where you will have to push a ring across, look for a dismount. I know we're moving through super quick here, but you'll get the gist once we get started. We've then got log ride. It does move very quickly, but overall there's no real troubles there from our amateur ninjas. And then we get onto our last two obstacles. This is on rails. You have to lash out to a flying bar, then take that flying bar down to the rails, slide down the rails, get a dismount there, and then finally move on to the final obstacle, which is full send. We saw our winning ninja from the previous category skip part of the final obstacle of full send. But essentially, you do a couple of flying bars, and you hit the buzzer there. The time limit as well is super tough. I believe it's 3 minutes 30 for the team females and 3 minutes for the males. So essentially, you don't get a chance to stop and breathe. You need to be perfect, and the bar is so high for these ninjas. We only saw one clear in the amateur division.
Yep, and that is correct on the time limits. 3:30 for the girls, 3 minutes for the guys. So efficiency is going to be key. The real thing about these challenge courses that Life Force has done, it gets techier and pumpier at the same time as you progress through the course. It starts off pretty easy. You're going to see these athletes go through the first 3 obstacles pretty quickly. But then you're going to see athletes start to be a little more cautious maybe, or take a couple extra swings. And that's where the seconds will start to tick away, and that's when the energy will start to go away. And then, of course, Becca and Jaden decide to go, oh, you're feeling a little tired, maybe a little bit of fatigue. Now you have to do this weird skyhook flip. Now you have to launch yourself on a flying bar coaster. Like, it's just insane, and it's insane in a good way. Don't get me wrong, I love this course, but it's really, really going to test literally every skill our ninjas have, getting progressively harder as we progress.
Yeah, I mean, we saw with Rory Jaeger in the previous division, in the amateur male, he set a time of roughly 36 seconds on the placement course. And now that we've seen like Charlie Ball and Ian Marco setting a similar pace, I think it's going to be interesting to see how they fare on this second team male course, because they set potentially faster times than Rory did. And I think between the two of them, they're really going to push down the time, and I hope we're going to see a couple more clears this time around, because I think some of these athletes are just phenomenal here. And then on top of that, I mean, yeah, just between the two divisions, it's going to be fascinating to see. One thing I will caution for the audience is, you see that run order now, but just because this is the run order at the moment, it doesn't mean that's what it's going to look like by the end of this all. I promise you now that we will see upsets, we'll see surprises, and that is the beauty of this Premier Series finals, is you just don't know what to expect.
Yeah, anything can happen. The people who run first could end up in first place at the end of it. We saw last year in the Elite Division, Jay Lewis have like this really early fall on the placement course. He ran like first or second. He ended up taking second place overall. You know, and we've seen many stories like that in the Premier Series, and I think we might be about to witness another one with Porter Finant about to take on the challenge course.
One of the athletes that came out earlier than expected, and Kane, one of your picks to go all the way here, because she truly is a phenomenal athlete, and unfortunately just came unstuck on that placement course, as we saw with so many of the other phenomenal athletes. Porter going to be kicking us off here with this first obstacle. The first 3 obstacles are really just about moving as quickly as possible, and Porter is moving with a great pace so far.
On to wall runner now, gonna tack off, do a little 180. Perfect. Now this is where the struggles were beginning for the amateurs here on high flying. Gotta kick that door over, but it's the disc that comes after the bridge where we saw a little bit of trouble. Porter definitely has the skills to link this. She's gonna jump right out. Perfect grab. Just gonna set up her dismount.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can see Porter's come here to compete and just has so much to offer to this course. She's really moving well to this point. And now let's see her on the skate tech. This obstacle really stumped a lot of our competitors in the previous division. And Porter also going to have too much of a swing coming into it. She's going to have to adjust here. But this skate tech here, Kate, it's surprisingly deceptive, you know? Like, it looks relatively simple, but we saw so many ninjas make mistakes on this obstacle.
Well, typically when you're dismounting to a platform, you throw your chest forward, but you're not over-exaggerating that move. Now you have to, because if you're leaning back in the slightest, you will fall backward. But Porter gets the hang of it the second time around, links her way to the dismount, and is coming now into roundhouse. Taking a bit of time, reaches the ring though. No trouble there for Porter. She's looking at that skip. Nope, gonna step her way through. Very smart move. Still has a retry in her back pocket if she needs it. Now, push-pull was the major cutoff for the amateur female. Let's see if Porter can get teens. Yes, she's good. Has to get this salmon transfer. Shouldn't be a problem for her, given her experience. Perfect landing. All right, Jack. Now we're in the thick of the woods. Porter Finant facing walled in this tricky ring tech obstacle. Have to be so exact with every movement.
Yeah, she's moving so well to this point, though. I mean, big props to her. Almost breaking the obstacle there. You can see it bending a little bit. Porter gets the transition and now just has to find her way onto that ring dismount here. Porter, our first competitor, and Kane, oh, that was very close.
It's fine. It's fine. It's a finished platform. She's good.
Yeah, your prediction is so true. I mean, to have Porter as our first teen female athlete stepping up here and just dominating, going through the first 9 obstacles with 48 seconds left, the standard that she is setting for the rest of the competitor field, it could spook some of them out here, especially if she can get through obstacle 10 here.
Well, this Lachey out to the flying bar is going to be kind of crazy. She decides to use that wall. It is in play. She's going to play it safe now. This is called on rails because this next set of cradles is going to drop down on her, and she pops right out of there.
Wow!
Enters the final obstacle. Porter Finant might be starting us off with a buzzer, Jack. Just a couple moves to go. Is she going to skip it? Yes, she will. Porter Finant getting us started high. I told you. 3 minutes, 24 seconds. Porter Finant went from a shocking and disappointing fall on the placement course to the top of the challenge course, and potentially might be holding a podium spot in the palm of her hands with that run.
In the Premier Series history, I don't know if we've ever seen that happen before, especially in the finals context. I mean, to come out and just have a tough placement course and then pull it all back together in the challenge course. You were saying it, Kane. You called it. You said Porter has what it takes to finish this entire challenge course. And I thought, going first, it might be a bit tough. But Porter has pulled it all together here with a clinic run and has likely either secured herself. I feel like this would be a safe podium finish, but who knows at this point, Porter could take it all out. I mean, well done. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, what a way to start off our challenge course for the team female division. Now Mackenzie Burwash has some big footsteps to follow in.
I mean, has Porter just intimidated the rest of the competition now? Because she has set the bar so high with the finish. I mean, usually save the finishes for the final few competitors here. But Porter, who knows? Maybe we'll see a wave of finishes here today. That would also be fantastic to see. I mean, I'm still in awe. And Mackenzie is now going to be moving through this course, knowing what Porter has just done as the first competitor in this 11 competitor lineup here. Mackenzie, another phenomenal athlete.
Typically, when I'm competing, I don't like to watch the runner who's directly ahead of me just because I like to have my plan and stick to it. It's more of a discipline thing, knowing your strengths and sticking to your plan. Mackenzie here is a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Definitely has discipline to spare. You got to think she's sticking to what she knows. She's trusting her abilities, and it's paying off for her. Oh, an early fall. That's all right. I'm going to use a retry. Nothing wrong with that.
That's incredible that she's so good at ninja and is a black belt. these teens have so much talent behind them. I mean, to have your third degree black belt on top of just being one of the best ninjas in the country, that's a big statement right there. That's awesome.
Best ninja, one of the best ninjas in the world, Jack.
Yeah, sorry, in the world, like literally, yeah. That's crazy.
All right, well, let's see if she can get this disc link this time around. Taking a breath, sizing it all up. Gets the grab this time around, keeping her run alive.
Okay, we're now moving through here. She's taking a little bit of time to reset, calm her nerves, calm herself from that fall. Mackenzie needing to now get a wriggle on.
All right, skate tech can be so tricky. Gotta land forward, or at least with your chest slightly forward. But she does, and she just comes back, didn't get it far forward enough. The thing is, a lot of our athletes are landing in a great position if the skateboard was going in a straight line, like on the placement course.
Yeah,
but unfortunately,
that is very true.
Because it tips over, you then have to adjust your body with the seesaw motion as well.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that. You've really got to like get that height as well as, yeah, it's just dealing with the complexity of it going down a downwards ramp. Mackenzie on her second and final attempt. She's out of retries now here on this obstacle, and she pull it all together here on skate tech.
Taking a lot of extra backswings. All right,
perfect.
Gets the sit down that time.
She really wanted to make sure of it there. Now looking for her dismount. So close there with almost coming off the platform. And now moving through to obstacle number 6.
Now, it is worth noting, Jack, I was noticing a little bit of a grimace on the last obstacle. She might be tired and just comes down on roundhouse. Yeah, that swivel was just a little too far back, made the reach a little too tricky for her.
Yeah, Mackenzie, unfortunately, just coming unstuck there. I mean, overall, Mackenzie threw down a great run, coming after Porter as well, who really set that strong precedent for the competitive field to follow. Mackenzie currently sitting in second place, but we have another 9 competitors to go. Porter sitting in first place for the time being with a time of 3:24, so there was still 6 seconds left on the clock there. That the other competitors are going to have to eye up. That you can see as we move down the competitive field, the caliber gets better and better because they all did consistently better on that placement course. We've got Grace Walk next, another phenomenal athlete. And I mean, this team division is shaping up to be one of the most exciting divisions of the weekend.
Well, with that, Grace Walk is going to be at the starting line now. Grace, one of our alternates, who is stepping up for the big leagues. I mean, she's no stranger to the big stage. She placed, yeah, she's placed top 50 in the World Championships before. I believe in past seasons she's been even higher than that, and been on TV a couple of times for Ninja, so she knows how to handle all the bright lights.
Oh,
Not going to let that phase her.
Fantastic. Well, Grace Walk, there should be a walk in the park for her as she now moves through. And Kane, I have a question for you as a ninja. How would you think the Porter's early stage finish, do you reckon that's going to be impacting the rest of the competitor field? How would that impact you, do you think?
You know, I don't like to... I think comparison is the thief of joy. And I think if you are... If you have a plan and you know that you want to stick to it, you know, you watch Porter's run, you make some adjustments based off of really good beta breaks that she had. You know, she put on a textbook run and showed exactly how to handle every obstacle. And so maybe I look at the run and say, okay, my strategy was different from hers, but she did it theoretically faster or safer. And I'm not, like, she didn't use a retry. So, Grace is going to need a retry there, though. So yeah, maybe just kind of taking your plan and making some adjustments based off of what you saw worked really well, I think that's the best compromise, the best way to stay calm while also remaining competitive. And let's see if Grace can make the correction here on Skate Tech. Got the landing this time around.
That second time. Yeah, these landings have been fascinating so far on Skate Tech. Everyone's landing it in a different manner. Some side on, some front on. And Grace is going straight into the next obstacle there. No hesitation here. You can tell that she's a seasoned competitor here. Has come here to compete. Now looking for that dismount.
Goes straight for the jump.
Jumping to the next
Very well done. Putting herself in second place ahead of Mackenzie Burwash.
Now, push-pull is definitely one of the tougher parts of this course because, especially this pushing component, it's not something that the competitors are likely too familiar with, and they're really going to have to hold their body up nice and straight and tight as they push through. Grace looking good so far. She's popping. She's falling. Oh, no. So close. You can see as soon as one of them goes out of place, it's going to be a struggle.
Yeah, and that's going to cause her to use her second retry. It is one life only left for the rest of the course. You can tell that she's really trying to make sure she can get a gauge on this before actually moving. That's a much better push. And the reach with one hand.
So close.
Wow. Her wingspan, not the biggest. Yeah, not the biggest reach, Grace Walk, but has a lot of grip and really put that to show here. And just comes up short. Man, what a good fight out of Grace, though.
Yeah, Grace throwing down a great run overall. So much, just great movements from her. You can see the experience that she has, and it's so great to have her a part of the competition here today. But we're going to keep moving through these phenomenal competitors. It's really anyone's for the taking at the moment. And Hannah Amaro, another phenomenal athlete who's really going to be wanting to take out this win here today. She's moving through well so far. She knows that she's going to have to get a course finish if she wants to win here, or at least get through the majority of the course if she wants to be on a podium.
Hannah Amaro representing... Oh, man, a fall backward. Very surprising. Ooh, maybe she looks like she's checking out her leg. Hopefully nothing's too serious there.
Yeah. It is these little moments, though, that can knock the confidence, and it's going to be up to Hannah to see how she's going to respond. She's attacking it a lot quicker, so hopefully this gives her that extra motivation to push even harder here. But those early upsets can make it harder mentally to keep pushing through and giving your absolute maximum. But Hannah's looking strong so far.
Hannah representing the Midwest Warrior Academy, such a dedicated community to Ninja. Hannah, one of their best, setting up that disc jump. Great catch there. Now, hopefully that leg won't hurt too much from the jolt of that dismount. She gets up, she's good. Just a little trip over the mat there, but she's still standing, she's still moving, and now we're going to see her skating on Skate Tech.
Yeah, more lower body here. She's going to have to use. Hopefully her knee is okay as she now lines it up. Has a good backswing there. Lining it up well.
Whoa! And
that's all good. Flies off the platform, but works just fine for her there. And now she's moving through. I mean, 1:56 on the clock. Her pace isn't too bad to this point. This is definitely still in a time that she could complete the entire course. She's going to have to go perfect, though.
Yeah, it's not up to speed with Porter yet, but slowly but surely that gap is closing. She's scraping off a couple seconds with every obstacle she beats, but taking a breath here to make sure she has push-pull right.
Oh, that was good, though. That move there, that is fantastic. She made that push element work really well for her favor, and then hopefully she can get this salmon ladder transition. And no! Just couldn't quite bring the bar over. You need such a big backswing there. Can't be too strong on the forward swing or you'll fly off the bar, but Hannah just needs to have a stronger backswing. She had the push element of the obstacle, though. Very well down-packed there.
All right, she's taking a glance over at the clock. 1:10 left. Great move once again.
Yeah, definitely going to be something that the other athletes are going to want to mimic there. She knows she's going to have to build up a lot of momentum here. As she lines up for the second. Oh! It does seem like a pretty decent transition. You've really got to send it there. You can see the gap between those two salmon ladder rungs. You've really got to send it. Hannah Amaro, ladies and gentlemen, she had a great run overall. Made it very interesting to watch, but unfortunately just couldn't quite get the pull of that push-pull obstacle. As we now move into Sailor Taylor, another phenomenal athlete. She had a great run on the placement course here and is hopefully going to be able to go the distance here.
Sayla's military kid. She's lived in a lot of different places. New York, Washington, D.C., Seoul in South Korea, Virginia, and Florida as well. She's a part of the National Junior Honor Society, part of the middle school flag football team as well, and a member of the Future Farmers of America. Has a goat named Percy. Shout out Percy.
Aww.
Comes out of Jungle Gym right now in Florida, training with the likes of Caleb Bergstrom, the whole Bergstrom family. Great facility out there.
Yeah, and great mentors to have as well. Sailor moving through this course really well so far. Now, gearing up for skate tech. This landing's always the tough part, and she's looking okay. That looks clean to me. Sailor now just looking for the ring and the dismount. No troubles there. Moving through the course well so far. And I mean, with 2:10 on the clock, Sailor might be the fastest to this point. Wow.
It's looking like it. She's about 10 seconds ahead of Porter's pace, but she misses the grab. One of the tracks comes down with her. They're going to do a little bit of a reset. It's a good thing the challenge course timer will pause when they're doing a reset. Always a good thing.
Yeah, and luckily that didn't land on her as well. That's always a good thing. Sailor has a shorter wingspan than some of the other competitors here today, so this makes this obstacle extra difficult. Reaching up for that bar, but she gets it.
And now for the part that has been tripping up quite a few of her fellow competitors. The salmon transfer. Got it, though.
Well, yeah, and she got to the top rung as well. Phenomenal work there by Sailor. I mean, I think that wingspan for her to reach out to that bar was difficult, but once she's up in the air, she's all good. You can see her breathing really heavy, though. This course is taking it out of her. It's such a difficult and taxing course, and this obstacle is definitely one where you're going to want to have a lot of energy here. Sailor moving through well so far. Obstacle number 8.
Oh, a little off there. She makes the save, though, and now just has to pop over to that second ring. Great catch.
So strong.
Looking at that dismount. And now in a very comfortable second place. She is going to need to pick up the pace, because even if she clears, right now Porter Finance got the faster time. Oh, nice dismount.
Okay, 35 seconds left for 2 more obstacles. Sailor showing us why she's one of the best in the world. She is doing so phenomenal at the moment, but has 2 of the toughest obstacles left. Sailor looking like she's going to go for the big lâché potentially, or go for the sideways grab. Okay, she's going to go to the side.
15
now
seconds
she's
left.
have to jump out to the bar. Hopefully she can clear this obstacle here. With 8 seconds left on the clock, she's just got to get this lâché here. 4 seconds left. It's going to be...
And with 1.7
So close
seconds
there.
left, they're going to reset, but that's going to do it for Sailor Taylor's run. Second place right now with half the field still to go. She's put herself in a really good position.
She has. Sailor threw down such a great run, and I mean, overall, she can be super proud of that. Even before the walled-in obstacle here, she was breathing very heavy and continued to persist there, which is what we love to see. But Porter going to be holding on to her top spot for the time being. But the competition is just going to get more fierce here with Allison Bond, another great athlete who had a great placement course run. They're really starting to get to the point now where these athletes consistently perform, both in the placement course and hopefully now the challenge course. As we now
Allison's
gear up for Allison.
ninja for 7 years. Started off at the Movement Lab in New Jersey, then moved to Connecticut, so that's why she's over at Ninja Mania now. She played lacrosse for a club team and for her high school as well as a goalie and midfielder. She's got 3 birds, 2 dogs, and a small chicken and duck farm. She said she loves the warped wall and loves Ninja for the environment it provides. She says she's made a lot of great friends from around the country, and her team is extra family. She's a freshman in high school and a high honors student with all honors classes. So just very, very well-rounded, not just ninjas, but individuals in this sport, Jack.
I know, like, literally these kids are incredible how they're able to do all of this and perform at Ninja at such a high level at the same time. It's like, when do they get time to train in amongst all their hobbies and activities and interests? It's fantastic to see here. And I think that's what makes the sport so great, is just like these people on and off the field are just so exceptional. Allison Bond moving through with the fastest time to this point. 2 minutes 37 on the clock. I mean, time she has moved so quickly through these first 7 obstacles now. On obstacle 7, and only a minute has gone. This is a phenomenal time to this point.
Ooh, a low grab on the salmon ladder, so she's going to have to go straight for the truss, but she's out of there. And well ahead of Porter's pace right now, with 2 retries still to spare coming into this super techie gauntlet, starting off with walled in.
Wow, she has time to even take a breather here. Like, this is such a fast pace to this point. Not that she needs it. Allison Bond was just stepping up to the plate. She had a strong placement course.
Oh, undershot. I think she just needed
Okay.
to settle for an extra swing before making that transition. But that's all right.
Yeah, it
She'll
was a
get
little
another
bit further
shot.
than she expected. Yeah, luckily she didn't lose too much time there. The clock has started back up. And she's now stepping up to the plate.
All right. Gets the grab again.
Okay.
Second time's the charm for Allison Bond.
Yeah, the second transition.
Oh, she's going for a big
She's
move.
got the ring pretty.
She got it.
The ring was very far back there, and she still made the transition look easy. Allison Bond, she's still hopefully in contention here or a top time. It looks like she's still the
11
fastest.
seconds ahead of Porter.
That's crazy just to think about how fast Allison was moving here. She's just got to be consistent for the remainder of this course. Porter didn't make any mistakes on these last 2 obstacles, so Allison won't have the luxury to do that either. 52 seconds left. We could be looking at a new top time here. But Allison has 2 of the toughest obstacles on this course here left. Ooh.
She's going to have to reach back for that ring.
I think she's going to reset.
She's going to take the drop.
Yeah, she's going to reset.
Okay. You know what?
Okay.
That's probably the smartest play. While she does have to land all of these bar moves now on the last 2 obstacles flawlessly, she has 36 seconds, which is more time than I think she would have had she tried to stay up.
Yeah, no, that definitely was a smart play there. But she's going to have to send it. 25 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be such a close call as to whether she can get a finish here. She's going to have to be perfect. She's out of retries, and this transition here is so tough. She gets it. Allison Bond now onto the final obstacle here.
Oh, she had to pull herself up to the platform, but she's in.
Wow.
And with 5 seconds left, I think that's going to do it. Allison Bond's going to have to settle for second place for the time being. Still a great fight. Had an awesome push there to the final obstacle.
Yeah, she's sitting comfortably in second place, and I mean, she was the quickest by a significant amount. Even date, she was still quicker than Porter by 10 seconds out of the walled-in obstacle. But unfortunately, just with a few more inefficiencies, everything came unstuck. It could have been fatigue. It's just such a technical course. But I mean, wow. These team females are really taking it to the next level here.
Well, just like that, we are halfway through the teen female field. We have 5 runners remaining. And currently, our first runner, Porter Fanant, is holding on to the top spot with a buzzer in 3 minutes and 24 seconds, which is going to put the pressure on our last 5 athletes. But
just so many other phenomenal athletes here, so who knows? I think we will hopefully see another finish here.
oh man, so next up is going to be Zuri Harrison, then Adelina Messier, Amelia Keating, Lily Brown-John, and Savannah Salinas. Porter is anything but in the clear right now.
Yeah. No, it's definitely, her position is up for threat. Zuri Harrison, one of the early competitors we saw in the placement course, she went really far, showing phenomenal strength in the upper body department, and hopefully she's going to bring that here. Great power. So Zuri now commences her run. Porter completed the course with 6 seconds left, and I think all these remaining athletes are going to have that time. In the back of their minds. That's where they're going to be aiming towards. And Zuri, I love this wall runner. It looks like something out of a movie when they do it quickly. And Zuri moving so fast through these first 3 obstacles, keeping similar pace to the rest of the competitor field.
Zuri's been doing ninja for 5 years, has been the world's strongest ninja at the World Championships 2 seasons now, and placed 11th at the World Championships. Qualified here by placing 3rd at Austin Ninjas.
Okay. Zuri bringing a huge resume into this competition here today. I mean, to be a 2-time world's strongest ninja, that definitely put you at the top of this competitor field here today. And one of the threats that could take Porter's top spot here. Zuri moving through well so far. Everything's been perfect to this point. And now we're going to be moving into the upper body components of the course. We saw that Zuri has that power. Is she going to be able to execute on that now?
Well, she's not wasting any time coming into push-pull. Has a good pace to this point, and she's ready to size up that shuffle over. Has to get the grab now. Good reach. Now for the salmon transfer. Has to give it a pull back and across. Great hop over. A lot of power there. And a nice reach to the truss. She's going to touch down. Currently in 4th place. But of course we know that the only way to hop into 1st is by beating all of the obstacles. Still has 4 to go, including walled in.
Yeah, and you can see her breathing heavy here, but she's really going to have to find it within her to fight and push to her limits. Zuri now lining up. Walled in, one of the toughest obstacles on this entire course. So technical. She gets the grab. So much power behind her. This first transition shouldn't be too much of a struggle. It's going to be the second one. Okay. Now this is the lineup she's going to have to get.
All right, got to that last ledge, has to make an adjustment, and she does. Now for the move to the second ring.
Okay. This is a great
peel off there.
Oh, you hate to see it right at the end there of that obstacle. You can see the disappointment on Zuri's face, knowing that she has to do all of that again. She made it so close to the end, and it was just that dismount there. With 43 seconds left, the opportunity to finish the course is probably off the cards. She could potentially take out a 3rd place spot, maybe, but if she can get through obstacle 10, but she's going to have to push it. Oh no! And that's going to close out Zuri Harrison's run there. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck a little bit early. We know she had the potential to go so much further there. You can see on wall run, she moved through so smoothly there. Push pull, so much power, and it was just walled in where she came unstuck there. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite hold on with that one-handed grab.
Well, now we move to our final 4 runners. Starting off with our reigning world champion, Adelina Messier. This is going to be fun to look out for right here. As Porter is in the top spot, Adelina looks like she's on the hunt right now, Jack.
Oh, she is hunting. She is moving quicker than anyone to this point so far. She is... Oh, no!
Whoa!
Wow.
Whoa!
Was not expecting that there. Adelina taking a little bit of a fall there, but now recovering. She is our reigning world champion, so hopefully she's going to be able to recover here. She's grabbed onto the board and now is stuck a little bit in limbo. Manages to make it work. She's going to have to do some mental recovery here in order to really reset herself through the chaos that was that obstacle. We know she can do it, but she's now 15 seconds behind Porter's time to this point.
Yeah, and you want to stay at least... Oh, my goodness. A fall back, just didn't get enough forward momentum. She's going to get her second retry here.
Oh, no, she might have hit her hand a little bit as well.
She's looking at it.
Grabbing it.
Well, we'll see if she can push
Adelina,
through.
Our world champion. She's going to have to pull it back here a lot.
She gets the grab, and now she's going to hop over to the skyhook. Coming into roundhouse.
She must be a little bit shook from all of that. But if there's anyone who's going to be able to recover and pull all of this back, it's going to be Adelina. She knows how to thrive under the pressure. 2:04 on the clock. She's not too far behind. This is still a solid time to this point. She could definitely get a finish here if she can be fast on the back end of this course.
That's right. Now, staying within 6 seconds is what you'll want. If you are 15 seconds behind Porter, who finished with 6 seconds to spare, that means you're 9 seconds off of the initial time limit. You really got to cut down those numbers. We'll see if Adelina can clutch up here on the back half of this course.
Yeah, this would be a crazy clutch if Adelina can pull it off. But, I mean, she is our reigning world champion, so hopefully she can do it. She's been rattled by the front end of this course. Now going to be attacking the back end, which is where it gets really tough. She's out of retries, so if she falls, her run is over. She needs to be perfect for the rest of this run.
Got the
Gets
jump
that transition.
over.
Whoa.
Had to shift the ring back inside. Swings a little crooked. She'll have to readjust before the dismount here. A minute left on the clock. Adelina's got to take control of that swing. And she gets it, gets out of there, and coming into log ride now. Hops into 4th place ahead of Zuri Harrison.
Okay, this is going to be a close goal. Oh, no!
And that's going to end Adelina's run with a fall on log ride. No retries left in the bank.
I mean, the way in which she was moving through the front end of that course was so strong until on obstacle 4 she had a shock fall there. And then managed to lose her second retry as well. Pretty early on and just cost her there. Well, it goes to show that anything can happen here in this Premier Series Finals. I guess that's what makes it exciting. Amelia Keating, ladies and gentlemen, is now our next competitor. Porter sitting comfortably at the moment in first place. Is Amelia Keating going to be the one to take out that top spot? The bar is incredibly high, but Amelia showed us on the placement course that she is here not just to compete, but to win.
You have to think Amelia's probably feeling a little comfortable right now. Started Ninja as soon as Life Force opened. Since then, she's been training there, spending most of her free time at the gym as a member of the team. In her 5 years of doing Ninja, she's won over 50 medals. She placed second at the Life Force qualifier this season and was top 30 at the World Championships.
Well, I mean, talk about a resume to have coming into a Life Force competition. Amelia is well seeded to do well in this competition. She has that home court advantage. Can she pull it all together here? Doing a standing transition there. We haven't seen that yet in this female division. Oh, this is just textbook. The movements is so clean here. Amelia Keating contesting the top paces at the moment, staying strong so far. She's just going to have to keep this up and have perfection on the back end of this course. Taking a moment to take a breath. This is so intense here, Kane.
Ooh, she's squirming a little bit, though. Gets the grab on the trapeze. All right. Flipping her hand around, prepping up that transfer. A minute
this is
and a half
strong.
Officially passed by. Wow, what a high pop up puts herself right
Yeah.
up there for the hold. She's going to shake
That
out a
is
little bit
crazy.
in the middle of the obstacle. Very impressive run there.
She was breathing a little bit heavy. She's not choosing to chalk up this second time around. She knows she has to go, though, and that's the challenge of this course is there's really not much time for rest, unfortunately. Amelia, just can't quite get the ring grab there. Now going to have a second attempt here with 1:29 on the clock. This will be her second and final attempt on this obstacle. Can she pull it together? She knows she's got to lash a little bit further this time around.
Good catch on
Gets
the
the
ring
grab.
once again.
Okay, now we move into the difficult part of this obstacle. This big ring transition. She's getting it nice and close to the edge. She's now going to have to build up some momentum. Oh, what a pop. That was fantastic there. Amelia now looking for the dismount. This is equally as tricky. She gets that grab and now is looking for the dismount with 52 seconds left on the clock here, Kane. This is going to be close here. It definitely is possible for her to get a finish, but she's going to have to be perfect and not going to be able to stop the remainder of this course.
Well, she's going to take a little bit of a break to size up on rails and got a little bit of chalk as well. Now I think we're past the point of no return.
Yeah, no,
Gotta
this is
pop up
the
there
one and done. She's
before
got to
making
make
the
this
leap
work.
out. Just going to retry it out. Nice grab
Ooh.
there. Bit of a slip, but she's lining up that transfer. Gets it on the rails and pops off. Now jumps into second place. She's got 10 seconds to move. And I think that's too many backswings there, Jack. Just a whiff there. And she's down.
Exhausted.
She knows she's out of time. You can tell that she gave it everything she had. Amelia Keating, a very comfortable second place.
Yeah, Amelia threw down a great run all around. Just, I guess it just gassed her out towards the end there. This challenge course is truly so pumpy. As you said, the Life Force team seems to make each progressive obstacle more difficult and more techy. So by the time you're getting to the end, you're doing the most technical obstacles, and yet you're the most tired simultaneously. And that's the beauty of the Life Force design here. Well, we are moving through to one of our final competitors here, Lily Brown-John.
That's right. Our second to last teen female runner got third here at Life Force to qualify for the finals. Been a part of Ninja for 7 years, trains out of the Momentum Movement Academy in Canada. She really enjoys traveling with the family for Ninja comps. We saw her mother compete in the amateur division in the qualifiers. Her sister Nora will be competing later today in the elite division. She also enjoys playing on her high school volleyball team and loves burnout courses. So you have to think that on top of the large amounts of technique that she has, she should have the endurance to push through this course. The question now is, will the technique come with it?
Yeah, we're about to find out here. Lily Brown-John, yeah, she did have a great placement course run. And to be honest, this has
almost
been
fell off, but a good save.
Yeah, I was up to that point. I was going to say this has been one of the smoothest runs we've seen so far. Lily looking very comfortable, having seen most of the competitors now go. He has the advantage of knowing what is the best strategy moving forward. She's a little bit behind Porter's time, but she can pull it back here on the back end of this course. This is really where the results are decided here. She's going to have to move and go as quickly as she can through these remaining obstacles. 2 minutes on the clock. That time will run down very quickly, though. Slipping a little bit, but she manages to get a hold of the bar. Let's see how her salmon ladder transitions are.
Now, it's also worth noting that
momentum.
Porter did have to use a retry. Ooh, a low hop. She's going to have to go straight for the truss. But Porter did have to use a retry on her run. Perhaps getting through the course without using a retry is all that it would take for Lily to hop into that top spot.
Yeah, it would be phenomenal to get through this entire course without a retry. And I think that is where the bar is currently set. Lily Brown making her way through this course, currently in 7th place, but with each obstacle she completes, she'll move up the ladder. She's got all her retries left at the moment. Now doing the first ring pop. Now she's got this sideways transition where she's got to build up the momentum and really get a big pop here. Looks like she's about to go. She gets it. Now has to get this dismount. High up the ring.
You can see the ring tilting a little. What is she doing here? She doesn't have to do this. She's going for it anyway.
She wants that lâché style transition there. Yeah, she made it look very easy there. Might have cost her a little bit of time, but overall, I guess it was a safe move in her book.
Yeah, you know, it's likely what she was most comfortable with doing. While it, like you said, a stumble there. While it may have taken some time away, it definitely paid off for her. She was comfortable, but now you're gonna need to clean up her agility. You can see her coach telling her how to position her feet to avoid spinning out. Gets the grab this time around.
Okay.
And this will put her in the top 4.
But she's only got
top
20
5.
seconds
She's in
left.
5th.
Yeah,
she's gotta go.
Yeah, she knows that she could get this done potentially. Is she gonna go straight for the bar?
She's gonna have to really leap out now.
The red lights are going. She knows that she's got to go. Unfortunately, it was that 15 seconds to complete obstacle number 10 just isn't quite going to be enough there. But Lily Brown-John, unfortunately, coming unstuck there, going to secure a 5th place finish for the time being, but we still have one more competitor left, a top-seeded competitor. And, wow. Porter, at the very minimum, has secured a podium. So Amelia Keating and Porter have both secured podiums at the very minimum. And it's going to come down to our final competitor.
Yeah, this is a story and a half. The winner of the team female division is either going to be our first runner or our last runner of the division. Here's Savannah Salinas, coming out of the Ninja Lair in Las Vegas. Ninja Lair, a great facility out there. That's some really cool stuff. Now, Savannah has quite the resume that I've waited specifically for this run to talk about. Has won quite a few world titles, a couple of world records in OCR, got 5th at the last Premier Series finals, 3rd at the last World Championship. She's a 2023 Spartan Kids World Champion, got 3rd place in the Ninja Sport Championship, and 2nd place in the USA World Cup, on top of winning the Austin Ninjas and Life Force qualifiers in the Premier Series. So she's dangerous. She's dangerous.
I mean, she could get she could win any ninja competition with that kind of resume, it sounds like. And Savannah, of course, threw down a great placement course run as well, which means she's had the advantage of watching every single competitor go through this course, learning from their mistakes, seeing what works well. Savannah, unfortunately, going to lose a little bit of time here on this obstacle, which means she's going to have to make it up in the back end. But if we know anything about Savannah, it's that she has the endurance from the OCR background that she has.
Now, it's essentially a 1v1. Savannah versus Porter, or Savannah versus the course, depending how you want to look at it. Savannah remaining clean so far, and I was going to say that might have given her the upper hand because Porter fell on the skate tech, but that extra time on roundhouse, like you said, that could have just equalized things there for the two of them.
Wow. Well, Porter's going to be watching on anxiously, hoping that she'll be able to take out the win here, but Savannah is moving through this course extremely well. Not looking too tired at all. Usually we see our competitors breathing pretty heavy here. Her pace is strong here, Savannah, and it's going to come down to perfection on this back end of this course. 1 minute 30 on the clock to complete 4 more obstacles, sorry.
Now, with Savannah, she won the last Life Force qualifier, which means she has to have tech in the bag. And so far, moving very well. Now, the thing is, you're not going to want to rest too much before log ride. You're going to want to sprint through this to save yourself the time. She's got a minute left. And looks like she's going to do exactly that. Runs right into it. Sets herself up for that dismount. Going to take an extra backswing and should be good to go here. Okay,
Kane,
ladies and gentlemen.
So close.
This is the moment of truth. Well, one of the two. These are the types of obstacles and the types of runs that define champions.
Savannah has 2 more obstacles remaining for her to take out this title. 33 seconds on the clock. She's going to have to go super quick here on the back end of this course. It's either Porter's or Savannah's for the taking. We're about to find out. Savannah making it through that obstacle, and with 22 seconds left, she's going to have to go here. She's in second place. Okay, this is going to be so close.
Oh my gosh. She has to. Oh no, she gets stuck on the backswing on the release, and she dropped.
No.
And with 8 seconds left, Porter finishing with 6 seconds left, that means that she would have to beat this in 2 seconds. It's not going to happen. Let's just see if she can get the buzzer in this time. She pops it up and misses, and no! Savannah Salinas going to take second place for the Premier Series Finals, which means Porter Fanant will be your champion. But let's take a look at Savannah's run.
Savannah, I mean, she had an incredible resume coming into this competition. Probably the favorite to win the team female competition. She definitely showed us why, but it was unfortunately just on that final obstacle, she couldn't quite line it up with the perfect transition there. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, that Porter Fanant is going to be our champion for the Premier Series Final Team Female Division. She is the first person in history to run first in the challenge course and take out a Premier Series Final title, so she can hold her head high. I mean, you couldn't predict this even if you tried. The first competitor on the challenge course is officially our winner. That is phenomenal.
Just absolute insanity. And to think, it is possible, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to think that you're at a disadvantage just because you're running first. You just have to trust yourself and commit to your plan, stick to your guns. Porter Fanant showing us exactly how that's done.
Oh my.
Amazing end. And
I just can't believe that. I think I know that you predicted Porter to complete the course, but I don't think mentally I was quite prepared for it. And as she started to progress through the course, and in my head, I was like, okay, hopefully she'll get obstacle 10. And then she managed to get obstacle 11 as well, just blowing him out of the water there. I mean, talk about a comeback. That is history making right there.
That was incredible.
Yeah, and we're going to be gearing up, ladies and gentlemen, for our team male division in a moment here. They're just making some of the course adjustments before we kickstart underway. If you thought that was tough, we're now going to be ramping it up a little bit. There's going to be a couple small course adjustments to make it more difficult, and then on top of that, we will be cutting 30 seconds off of the time. So it's going to be tough. We saw Rory in the previous division still manage to finish the course with, what was it? I think it was 26 seconds left on the clock or something like that. He still had a solid 25 seconds left. So it's definitely possible. And I think some of these team male athletes are going to be able to pull it off.
I absolutely see this being a race to the buzzer. I would be surprised if we get less than 4 clears. I think 4 clears is the minimum we're going to get. Yeah.
Okay. What's your, I reckon, okay, so my prediction is, I'm going to go with, I think we'll get 3 clears. That's my prediction. I just feel it. What's your prediction as a number?
I'm going to stick to 4.
4, okay.
I think we're going to get, I think we're going to get like 1 early clear. I think we're going to end up with maybe a bit of a drought somewhere in the middle, with some very close runs to the final obstacle, and then the floodgates are just going to open in the last 8 to 10 competitors. I don't know.
And I guess with that in mind, what time are we predicting here? We saw Rory pull it off in, I think it was like a 2:34 or something along those lines. What would be your prediction for the top time, the winning time here?
So Rory got 2:28, taking a look over.
Okay.
Honestly, I could see a lot of athletes in like the 2:30s, 2:40 range. And if Charlie Ball doesn't do any crazy whiffs the way he did at the last Premier Series Finals, he'll put up like a 2:10.
Oh, you're calling a 2:10 from Charlie Ball?
I mean, look,
that
Charlie
would be-
Ball. Charlie Ball, I mean,
Yeah.
there were some bold predictions
Definitely
about him
pulled
last Premier Series finals, and he very shockingly ended up not even getting on the podium. So anything can happen. It's anyone's game right now. I don't know if I have a clear favorite in mind, but I mean, if anyone's going to absolutely
everything goes
slaughter, right, if everything goes well, Charlie Ball will slaughter our predictions.
Yeah, well, as we can see there on the board at the moment, we've got our two resident Australians there. So I'm hoping that we're going to see them go deeper into the competition, both coming out much earlier than what they would have liked, Cooper James and Jai Whitby, but they have so much potential within them. And I know that the reason they made the trip out is because they're here to compete. And it's going to be interesting to see. I'm excited to see Jai. He'll be stepping up first here in the run order. So hopefully he can put the pressure on.
Could we see another Porter instance here? Let's take a look. Because Jai has all of the capabilities.
Yeah, Jai is a phenomenal competitor back in Australia. He excels in the sport of ninja, and he's come to this world stage in order to compete and hopefully take out the teen division title. We saw Porter in the previous teen female division take out the win, being the first athlete. Can Jai follow it up? His tech is phenomenal here. We have lots of Australians cheering him on at home. Now lining up the dismount.
Jai setting the bar pretty high for his fellow competitors.
They have 3 minutes on the clock here. So he's moving with a decent pace to this point. He's really made up a lot of time with great tech here. I would say he's got to apply a little bit more urgency if he wants to get that clear. But so far, Jai is moving through the course extremely well to this point. Let's see how he goes. This is really where the course starts to get serious here. Jai is very familiar with the salmon ladder tech, so hopefully this transition should be no troubles. He's moving very calmly through this course and putting everyone at ease, I would say. He doesn't look tired at all as he moves through the back end of this course. We're going to see one adjustment here on walled in as the ring tech is going to become slightly more complex. But hopefully Jai is up for the challenge.
Yeah, that's right. You're not going to have a second ring there. You got to take that ring with you to the skyhook. So Jai flipping that ring vertically now to get that skyhook lâché.
Great pop. Wow.
So composed, so calm. Still has 1:10 left on the clock. Whoa, a one-handed grab.
Okay, well, Jai Whitby, he's our first competitor here in the teen male division, and he is 2 obstacles away from getting a finish here. We're going to see it reverting back to what we saw with the amateur males, where they're going to have to grab the bar. And make no mistake, this transition is extremely difficult here. This 90-degree kind of awkward movement with the one hand. It's very awkward. Oof. Oh, and Jai just comes unstuck there. Okay, 43 seconds left on the clock.
You can see he was trying to take out that 90-degree element. He was facing forward, but that caused him to go a little diagonal, and the force going in the way that he probably wasn't preferring to pivot caused a little bit of a peel out there. So let's see if he can make the adjustment necessary. 30 seconds, which means he could still get some skips here. Oh, no, and just a missed grab there. And Jai Whitby's going to round out on this second to last obstacle, showing what he's made of. Showing that placement course fall was just fluke.
Yeah, no, definitely. He came unstuck on the placement course, and who knows, if he wasn't first up, maybe it would have helped him go a little bit further in this competition. Jai, one of the most formidable athletes back in Australia, really doing his country proud. As now we move through to James Percy, another phenomenal athlete who came unstuck as well early on his placement course run. We saw a lot of upsets overall, Kane, from the teen male division. I think they're just very much willing to take those risks and go as quickly as possible here. James came unstuck as well early on in the competition.
Now, I'm very curious as to how James is going to fare on this course, because the Brits have seemingly 2 different styles of ninja. Either very, very endurance heavy or very, very speed heavy.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. touch something that was out. I believe it was that top bar. Yeah. I was going to say just either very, very endurance heavy or very, very speed heavy. Not a lot of tech over there yet. It was like a breakthrough when True Function finally added skyhooks. And I know James has been practicing his tech whenever he could, but it's one of those where he's going to have to really, really dig deep here, especially as we get further into the course.
Absolutely. James now lining up this transfer. He gets
Nice
the grab,
move.
and now he's just going to be looking for that dismount. Very smooth. Okay. Asking for some chalk. Now moving
Got
on to
Hollis
skate tech.
Lansford on the sideline. All right, now one of our taller competitors, he's going to need to really tuck those legs up, but he just kicks it out. You can see Hollis on the sideline giving him some pointers. Hollis, the British Ninja Champion. He'll be running in the Elites later tonight.
Yeah, and I guess being taller is definitely a little bit of a disadvantage here because you've really got to get those knees up here. James gets it the second time around. Going strong here with 1:30 left on the clock. He's going to have to push it on the back course if he wants to go the distance here.
Ooh, but doesn't have much of a pivot here on Roundhouse. Let's see if he can rely on his reach to get that ring. Should be good now. And he's through. All right, should be in the clear now. Coming into push-pull, but doesn't have any retries left, Jack.
Ooh, okay, yeah, so he's got to be perfect from here on out. And I mean, the course is really only about to get tougher. And this is often where you want to save those retries. But James, moving well so far on this obstacle. He's got that extra reach to this bar, so hopefully that should help him a little bit. He just gets a hold of it. His legs are dangling. Yeah, he could touch the bottom if he's not careful. Now, lining up the trick. Oh!
Just kind of threw the bar out.
Just couldn't quite get in alignment there. And that's going to conclude James Percy's run there. We can see in the highlights here, he had good momentum throughout the course, but unfortunately just a few little slip-ups cost him in the long run here. And we will move through to our third competitor here. Another resident Australian, Cooper Janes, coming out of Geelong Ninjas Gym, which is fantastic to see. Taking the trip out. It's such a far distance that the Aussies, and I guess the Brits, also have to travel to be here. So it's great to see them coming out and competing in full force. Cooper Janes came out early on the placement course, but hopefully similar to Jai Whitby, is he's going to go the distance here and really start to push the pace and set a great standard.
Cooper's been training twice a week at Geelong Ninja Gym for 4 years now. Loves to challenge himself on new obstacles. Always chooses to take part in the harder training options. That's the stuff of champions right there. Loves to train in the backyard while playing fetch with his Kelpie Lucy and designing obstacles in his shed.
Wow.
His brother and sister have been inspired by his dedication to the sport and have joined Ninja because of him. Says he's made a lot of friends and learned how to be a leader while he's been in the ninja community. Enjoys training with the adults and collaborating with others to create new obstacles that will challenge himself and others. And it looks like he's got a new challenge ahead of him, skate tech.
That is tough. It looks like he had it. He was perfect on the initial tech, the difficult part. But when it came to making that jumping transition, unfortunately, he just came short there. Cooper Janes now lining up for his second attempt. He knows how to do the tech part. He just needs to jump a little bit further next time. Oh no! And Cooper Janes is going to conclude his run there. Unfortunately, just not quite able to overcome skate tech. It is such a technical and difficult obstacle there. Cooper was so smooth throughout, such a wholesome candidate as well. He held his ground the first time around, but on that second attempt, unfortunately came unstuck. As we now move on to Parker Malakad, another phenomenal athlete who was quick off the mark, but unfortunately came unstuck as well on his placement course. So these are all the wild cards, all these earlier competitors. They came out early on the placement course. We didn't really get to see them in action, but we know that they can definitely move. And Parker is moving. Fastest to this point.
All right, now coming up on high flying. Gonna take an extra backswing. We've seen different approaches. Some people will push the board down and go with it, or they'll take a backswing. Parker right now sets himself up very well for the dismount. Beautiful landing there.
Parker is moving phenomenally so far, which is great to see. So much power and great technique. He holds himself well there on skate tech.
Yeah, something that Parker has plenty of is body control and awareness. And that's because he has a big gymnastics background before switching to Ninja in 2021. So he's a 3-time Canadian national finalist, and he competed in his first world championship this past summer.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, I think the ability to just know where every part of your body is at all times, especially on obstacles that alternate between your upper and lower body like this, it definitely plays to Parker's strengths. And right now, he is moving so effortlessly through this course.
Yeah,
no chalk as well.
Some of the best ninjas in Australia have that gymnastics background. It just like allows them to move through the air so effortlessly. And when it comes to big laches, having that gymnastics background just makes a world of difference.
Kind of shoved it a little diagonal and didn't keep it wedged in between.
Yeah, perhaps maybe a little bit more height there would have helped him out. But that's okay. Parker's still looking strong here. Minute 5 on the clock. He's really going to have to put the burners on for the rest of this course.
All right, now coming across, gets the move that took him down last. Now for the ring transfer, he might go for a switch in midair. He gets it, but peels off, and that's going to end Parker's run. Such a good attempt there. Had the right technique, but just not the grip left in store.
Yeah, it was so smooth to that point as well. I mean, Parker was just rowing down such a great run, but unfortunately just couldn't quite make it stick there as we move through. I mean, Kane, we still have another 19 phenomenal athletes, and we've only seen 4. So, I mean, the caliber that we're going to see out of the remaining competitors is going to be awesome.
Well, Ben Bucci Torres is now going to be taking it on. The Modus local, sailing through those first 2 obstacles like they're nothing.
Yeah. Then another athlete with so much to prove here. He didn't have the placement run that he wanted, but Ben is going to be hopefully pulling it back here. He came out very early on in that placement course, but we know he has potential to go so much further in this competition.
There's that kick down that I was talking about. Ben, also known as the Shadow Ninja, been doing Ninja for 2 years only. Already at Premier Series caliber. Amazing progress. He's active in his youth group. And he's a servant of Christ, he says. Saved by faith. He's homeschooled. He plays the piano and guitar. He also draws and loves to film and edit. Overshoots that. Man, that was close.
Just coming unstuck there. Ben gonna have his second go here. I can't believe he's only had 2 years in this sport. He is so strong as a ninja for someone with only 2 years of experience. So that's fantastic to see, and to think where he's gonna take himself with this sport in the years ahead is awesome to think about. And he's getting that transition nice and smooth the second time around.
All right, now coming into roundhouse. Gonna go for that skip there with the little broad jump to the platform. Now push-pull. Still has a retry if he needs it. Hopefully he won't need it on push-pull. Can maybe save it for a trickier obstacle.
Gets the grab. Okay. Yeah, and this push-pull obstacle seems to be one that these team males are doing really well with so far. There hasn't been too many slip-ups on that obstacle, but the same can't be said for this next one. Walled in is definitely proving to be one of the resident crux points of this course here. Such a difficult obstacle. There's 2 difficult points. First is this transition, which Ben's got. Hopefully this is going to be textbook here. And the second is that second transition.
Oh.
Ben can't quite hack it on that first go. So he's going to have to start all over again. He's out of retries. So now he's got to be perfect with 51 seconds left on the clock.
All right, gets the grab the second time around. And now is facing the skyhook transfer, and he peels off as well.
Oh,
That's
no.
going to end his run. Ben Bushi-Torres, unfortunately, not going to be able to hold on. He's in third right now, but with so much talent still coming after him, I mean, I don't think he's going to hold on to that.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, the competitor field's only going to get stronger here. We've only had 5 of our competitors come through so far. But I mean, Ben, for 2 years in the sport, props to him for doing so incredible. Well, next up, we've got Ethan Perkins, another phenomenal athlete coming out of Traverse Ninja. These first few
Traverse
obstacles
Ninja
are always
over
done
in
so
California.
smoothly. Mm.
Yeah, California. He loves mountain biking, rock climbing, karate, and of course, ninja. Got top 60 at the World Championship in the team male division, one of the largest divisions, so that's definitely still impressive.
Yeah. No, anything in the top 100 is impressive when it comes to the team division. So many athletes, so many phenomenal athletes. The caliber is crazy. As Ethan now moving through, gets the jump, all good.
All right, gets that reach on roundhouse. Had to kind of wrestle with the swivel board for a bit, but he's all good. Coming into push-pull. Ooh, hands a little uneven, but he's close and level again. Reaches for that trapeze. Very nice move. Trying to set himself up for that transfer now. Gets it, goes up a rung as well. All right, now Ethan Perkins touches down, jumps into third place right now. But the obstacle that only Jai Whitby has been able to beat right now. Walled in. Tricky ring tech here. Coming on up. Got the grab, a little unsteady there. You can see the ring tipping with every swing he's taking. Gotta dial it in just a bit more. All right, now for this transfer. He's gonna flip the ring. There we go. All right, and Ethan Perkins is gonna be our second athlete to beat Walled in.
Ethan moving well so far. Going to be contesting Jai Whitby for that top spot. And it looks like Jai's just going to hold on to first place for the time being. He's got 28 seconds on the clock. Ethan now going to be looking for that transfer. If he can make it through this obstacle, he will be in first place. But this transfer is super difficult here with this bar. It's very awkward. And to do it with one arm is just extremely difficult here. Ethan holds on with 7 seconds left. He's going to have to go. And Ethan
he gets the dismount.
Our first team male through obstacle 10. And that's going to close out his run there. Wow. Ethan Perkins now in our top seeded spot.
You know, Ethan really dug deep there at the very end. He had to go. And he really put the pressure on everyone else. Yeah, just a great run overall. No real stumbles.
No, just very consistent and just a couple of inefficiencies here and there that cost him on time. But overall, like, can't fault his run too much. As we through to Wilder Marsh. Hopefully he's going to go wild on this course. Coming out of Austin Ninja, he's definitely going to be one that's hoping to first place. He knows how to put on the pace. And if he can get through the first 10 obstacles quicker than Ethan Perkins, he will be in first place.
All right, now Wilder moving with a very aggressive pace, and it's working for him. With 3 minutes as the time limit, as opposed to the 3:30 that the ladies had, you know, you have to go that much faster. All right, now coming into skate tech, which is tripping up a lot of our athletes in past divisions. Not Wilder. Nope, he's all good. Gets a hold of that sky hook, pops right off, and jumps right into roundhouse, not wasting any extra time. Awesome move there.
Wow.
Wilder really
Wilder
pushing
moving.
up. He's on pace with our leaders right now, and he's in 5th place. Goes to the edge of the track, and it comes out. He had to adjust his hands so he wouldn't jam his fingers on the skates, and I think that's what tipped everything over and sent it off.
Okay, Wilder gets it the second time around. I was worried there he might miss it, but he manages to pull it together here. Wilder, just can't quite get that transition.
You know, reading his bio, he has a lot of strengths, mainly leg-based, triple jump, 200-meter, 100-meter relay, football as a running back, you know, and he plays violin as well. Very nice. But it was the upper body obstacle that got him. Now here is the candidate that I think could be our first clear. Gavin Markowitz.
Oh, yes, Gavin showed so much promise in the placement course. Unfortunately, he came earlier than he would have liked, but ladies and gentlemen, I think this is evidence of he is on a mission now. Got all that energy saved up from having a bad placement course run and is looking to apply it to the challenge course, which is where it all matters. You're right, Kane.
He's linking his way through everything. It's not even been 30 seconds, and he's already on skate tech.
Yeah. Gavin now through skate tech, which is a place where he can breathe a sigh of relief, and the rest is just upper body. I think, Kane, your prediction of a clear is imminent when Gavin's on, and if he can keep up this pace and this quality of movement, he could very well do it.
Well, Gravity Forge always has such a high level of talent on their team. Gavin, just one of their many incredible athletes. We'll be seeing his teammate Nick Warren running later. And we'll be seeing some other members of Gravity Forge, including the coach right there, Jackson Erdos, running in the Elite Division later today. But now, Gavin coming up to walled in. Great hop up. Gonna have to make this second move across. Gets that, no problem. Now, what's his strategy going to be? He's going to flip that ring, play it safe.
Yeah, I think that's the safest strategy.
He is blazing ahead of our leaders right now.
I think if Gavin can keep this up and go for a flawless run.
Ethan Perkins is in trouble right now.
I think so.
In fact, the entire challenge course is in trouble.
I think Gavin is seriously in contention to be one of our top times here today. He's still got 2 obstacles to complete, but this is the strongest run we've seen so far to this point. Gavin eyeing it up here. Wow.
All right, now this backwards grab, we didn't see anyone get this on the backwards hooks. The only finisher, Rory Yago, skipped it, and Gavin just misses it.
I wonder if anyone's going to follow Rory's tactic here, but it looks like Gavin's going to eye up the reverse grab here. This is just, it's so hard to line both of these up. Gavin, the first to get it in place.
It's worth noting that Rory is significantly taller than Gavin, so Gavin had to make that move, and he's got a couple more left before becoming our first finisher. I'm on fire with the predictions today. Gavin Markowitz, our first challenge course clear in the teen male division.
Wow. Gavin setting the stage for what is bound to be a top division here. That could be the winning run, but I think he has inspired fellow athletes to really push the boundaries. I mean, Gavin was clearly on a mission. He moved through every single obstacle so well there. And you just can't fault that run. It was on a very similar pace to Rory from the amateur division. He went through every single obstacle. almost flawlessly. And that's going to be tough to beat, but I think the rest of the teams are now going to be pushing towards that. So, Kane, if your prediction stands, we will now see a drought of non-clears, I believe is the next part of your prediction.
Yeah, but I have a feeling the runs are going to start to get a lot more intense because of Gavin's run. He's thrown down the gauntlet. He's shown it can be done. He had plenty of time to spare. And Gunnar, Gunnar's going to gun for it, you know?
He's quick as well. Gunnar didn't quite have the placement course that he was hoping for, but he showed so much promise, similar to Gavin. So now he's going to be putting that into action here.
Wow, very powerful kick of that board. He enjoys rebuilding four-wheelers and dirt bikes. He can do a wheelie on a dirt bike in all 5 gears. He can also reupholster furniture and automotive seats. He's an avid fisherman, and his favorite thing to catch is bass. He's also a part-time coach at his parents' newly built ninja gym, Outlaw Ninjas, in Edinburgh, Texas, which is also where he trains.
Yeah, and you can tell he's one of the best coming out of Texas at the moment. He is phenomenal. So much upper body strength, so much power, so much speed. He did so well in his qualifier, and now he's here to show up the rest of the competition field. And I mean, he's really kind of contesting with Gavin's time at the moment if he can keep it up. This is going to be close.
I think he's going to go straight for the swing on the dismount, using the truss for support, but he got that. First one we've seen him do that today.
Yeah, he's trying to save that time, and it probably shows that he's got a lot of energy left.
Oh!
Okay.
Came in a little too hot there on the ring.
He only lost about 5 seconds there, all things considered. Hopefully he didn't tear his hand or anything like that there. Now, lining up for a second attempt. Hopefully that didn't shake him too much. Okay. It's probably going to have to be perfect for the rest of this run to keep up with Gavin's time, which is the standard. Let's see what approach Gunnar takes here.
He's going to go for the pop.
Oh!
And that undoes it. Gunnar McLarty might have just made... Well, not might have. He made a fatal error in that strategy.
Yeah,
I think he probably should have played it a little safer, and his run would have still been alive, I think, if he had gone with a different approach.
I think the playing it safe approach is definitely the way to do it, but that's going to conclude Gunnar's run as we now move into Jackson Ross, another phenomenal athlete. This is really anyone's for the taking.
Ooh, nice skip there. Jackson's coming out of the Momentum Movement Academy over in British Columbia in Canada.
Ooh.
Got second here at Life Force in the qualifiers, so he knows a thing or two about Becca and Jaden's courses. Very well done so far. I can't believe he's already done with the fourth obstacle. It felt like he did too, because he's going so quickly.
Yeah, he's on a very similar pace to Gavin's time, which is what we love to see. I mean, as we move through this competitive field, we're really starting to see these athletes get ridiculously consistent. And even there, Jackson having a little bit of a slip up, but recovering very well. Oh no! He's going to have to reset. Yeah, he knows it.
Yeah, better to take the drop there than to try and fight it and lose all the time because of it.
Yeah, honestly, it's not too much time lost there, so Jackson can definitely recover. It's more so the mental effects that might have on him making that slip up there, knowing that he needs near perfection if he wants to finish in that top time. Now starting to slide back. It's a weird pop. I think you see a lot of the competitors get towards that bar and think about how awkward that grab is there, but Jackson manages to get it in the end. He's now a little bit behind the rest of the top times so far, with about 10 seconds behind. So he's going to have to move here. 1:27 on the clock, 4 obstacles to go. He's going to drink, chalk up, and then hopefully smash out the rest of this course. With 1:18 Kane, this is going to be tight.
Yeah, he's falling slightly behind the pace of Gavin and our other leaders here, but still has a run that he can absolutely salvage as long as he's efficient through these next few obstacles. Oh, and it comes out as he tries to switch it. Gonna need a retry. His last
That's going to
retry
burn
at
up. Yeah, it's going to burn up his second and final retry there. So he's got to be perfect from here. And he's also wound down the clock a little bit too much here with 45 seconds left. It's going to be hard for Jackson to get a clear here. But hopefully he can go far in the course. He's looking for that ring turn this time. You've got to be super careful with it because, as you can see, it slipped out for so many of the ninjas. He gets the pop, though, and could still contest, potentially. He's got 4th spot at the moment. I don't know if it's going to be enough to take out Jai Whitby's time. It looks like Jackson Ross is going to solidify himself into 4th place for the time being, unless he can pull out a miracle here.
He could do what
With
Thiago
5.
Lima did and try and yank it out, which I think is what he's trying to do, but it's going to be too little too late. Down he goes, and time runs out. Still a great run from Jackson Ross. As you said, he's going to be in 4th place for now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, with the competitor field that we have remaining here, Kane, I don't know if it's going to be enough to hold. But yeah, Jackson Ross, another great run, just a few little slip-ups there. As we continue to move through the competitor field, Kane, I mean, it's just going to get better and better and better.
All right, Tyson Knutson now up on the course. Tyson was our first runner on the placement course. Managed to work his way towards the middle of the pack.
Yeah, it's definitely tough being first up on the placement course, so Tyson could definitely bring a lot more to this competition if he's able to pull something out here. Now that he's seen a bunch of competitors go through the challenge course, hopefully he has that advantage that a lot of the other competitors had in that placement course. Having to take an extra backswing here to make his way up there.
I'm very excited to see how he handles all the technical stuff on the back half. He's a Life Force native, you know, this is his home gym, and he's been training here for 3 years now. When, you know, outside of Ninja, he does basketball and track and field, so very athletic all around. But what excites me the most is it says in his bio, he enjoys gaming, unicycling, juggling, and trying to get faster at solving Rubik's Cubes. Those are a lot of coordination-based skills. And we have a lot of coordination-based obstacles ahead. So I think Tyson might thrive in this environment.
I love how in the ninja community, everyone has so many different talents. Like, it's never that they're just a ninja. They've always got to have heaps of other talents under their belt, which I love. And it's just so phenomenal to see. Tyson moving well through this course so far. 1:29 on the clock. He's been flawless to this point, but is about 20 seconds behind the rest of the competitor field. So he's going to have to really pull this back here if he wants to get a clear. Gavin still sitting comfortably in first place at a time of 2:38.
All right,
now
coming
moving
into
through
Walden. In 7th place right now. Not a terrible pace. Still moving pretty efficiently. And he does have the chance to absolutely fly up that leaderboard.
He definitely does. As he lines up this ring, he's going with the safe approach here. Oh, and it just slips out there.
Yeah, maybe just had a little bit too much power on that front swing, and it caused the ring to slip out there.
Unfortunately, Tyson is going to have to give that a second go now with 40 seconds left on the clock. Okay, so this isn't going to be a winning run, but hopefully he can make up some ground and get further up the placements here. Tyson gets the ring grab the second time. Is now going to be interesting. Is he going to shift up his approach? Okay, so he's going to try the same safe approach here. Hopefully the ring doesn't slip out. That's the risky run, but Tyson manages to get it the second time. With 15 seconds on the clock, hopefully he can get the dismount and go straight through on the rolling log.
Oh, slipped out. Just got sent off to the side by the log at the very last second.
He still does have the potential to make it through this obstacle here, and he's in 5th place at the moment. That's going to hold either way, but hopefully getting through this next obstacle can help to secure him extra points that will hold him well in the standings, and that's going to conclude his run here. Tyson Knutson with 9 of the obstacles completed, 2 left to go. It was a great run all round, just a couple of little mishaps that unfortunately caused him to come unstuck. And that means Gavin is still going to be holding out in that top spot. So far, your prediction's looking right, Kane.
Well, keep in mind, I said that as we get around the top 10 territory, that's when we're going to start to see a resurgence in the finishers. I didn't look at who's 11th, Jonah Beauregard. We'll see. He could absolutely get it. But right now, it's Sam McCarthy. And Sam also very capable of doing very well on this course. Look at those strides right there. Wow. Very smooth already. Coming in with a lot of speed. Again, our athletes know that towards the end, the obstacles are going to get slower and more technical, and they'll be a little more fatigued. So they're trying to be as quick as possible through this first half.
Wow. Samuel's moving super quick to this point. He's actually the fastest so far on our course, which is great to see. A little bit slower on that obstacle there, but it's remaining competitive, just 2 seconds behind the top time to this point. Gavin sitting comfortably in first place. We'd love to see some more clears here on this course. Wow! I don't know if we've seen anyone do it that quickly so far. Samuel, it's going to be interesting to see how his time is holding up against the rest of the competitor field. He is moving though, Kane. Like, he knows that he wants that extra time on the back end of this course. He's breathing heavy now.
Well, he's pushing through regardless. Nice transfer on the salmon ladder. And a good grab onto the truss for a comfortable dismount. Now in 7th place. You can see Sam repping the SoFlo jersey there. SoFlo Ninja Academy hosted one of our qualifiers.
Oh. Okay,
wow,
just not
so close there.
Yeah, that was super unlucky. Luckily, there wasn't too much time lost there. He's a little bit behind Gavin's time, but all things considered, Samuel is throwing down a great run at the moment. He's just going to have to connect on the back end of this course. Okay. Looks like he's going for the safe ring transfer. He did that really quickly, which is great to see. Usually people take a little bit of time. So Samuel.
Yeah, he's making up for a lot of lost time. Reading through his bio as well, Sam's born in Southern California, but moved to SoFlo this summer. He'll be studying out there. He plays the guitar and is a first-degree brown belt in Shaolin Kempo Karate. This dude's a weapon, literally and metaphorically. Like, it's crazy. Cool. He wants to give a shout-out to Coach Jeff at Kid Wonder, Team Redeem, and Coach Diego and the SoFlo Academy Elite Team, which he's been competing and training with since the summer. Now making the adjustment here for our second-to-last obstacle on rails. Gotta get this jump. Steadies himself. Hold on tight.
This still has potential here. Samuel McCarthy now onto the final obstacle. He's gonna need to be perfect here with 19 seconds left. He has no time to rest. 15 seconds. The clock is winding down. Oh, but unfortunately,
and looking at the time, I want to see him get this. I think he can get this, but it won't be fast enough to get Gavin Markowitz anyways. Oh, man. Down goes Sam McCarthy, but he's in second right now.
Yeah.
Well, a very, very solid run. Yeah, had a lot of speed and power. You could tell that, he started to slow down a little bit as the obstacles warranted it, but also fatigue started to play a factor towards this back half. But he dug deep. He was doing all right for himself, very all right for himself, actually, making it all the way to the final obstacle. And with that, Jack, we are halfway through the teen male division. We are down to the top half of the placement course leaderboard. Kicking it off is Jonah Beauregard, who placed 11th.
Okay, so we're only halfway through I think we know that this competitor field is going to get shaken up. As per Kane's prediction, we're going to get towards the point now where we should be seeing some more clears. Gavin Markowitz sitting comfortably in first place. He had 22 seconds left on the clock when he finished, and that's going to be the standard that these athletes are going to be trying to match.
Great link out of flying high, or high flying, sorry. All right, going to take a backswing here on Skate Tech, setting himself up perfect, landing on the knees. Now for the jump up to the skyhook.
Moving so strong so far. I mean, the demanding nature of this course for these team males is tough here. But Jonah is moving so smoothly through this course so far. Great movement. I mean, with 1:56 on the clock, this is looking to be a very competitive time. And I think what it's going to come down to is, for this next obstacle, can he pull it together? This is the point where you want to save that time. If he can be perfect here, this could be a winning run to take out that top spot.
That's right. Not only has walled in taken out a lot of competitors, but it's also been a separator off of time, like you've been saying. So getting this first try will be huge. And Jonah currently on track to do just that.
Wow. Oh, this is phenomenal here, Kane. He's moving and is potentially going to be contesting Gavin's time with 2 more obstacles left. Jonah Beauregard is now eyeing up that top spot here. If he makes it through this obstacle, he'll be in second place. And then to get first, he's going to have to get a clear here. And I mean, with a minute on the clock, he's looking so strong to this point.
A nice hop out there by Jonah. 45 seconds or so remaining as he enters the final obstacle. He's going to be in second place now, bumping Sam McCarthy down a spot. Hooks it in first try. That's something unlike Gavin. Gavin had to use that retry for it. And now we're just a couple moves away. Oh, this is going to be close, Jack. Who's going to get the faster time? Is it going to be Jonah or Gavin? Oh, come on, Jonah. 2:43, 5 seconds behind Gavin. But a buzzer to boot on the challenge course. Great job from Jonah Beauregard.
You can see the exhaustion this course has taken out on him. It is so demanding here, but Jonah throwing down such a great run here. And unfortunately, he couldn't quite take out that top spot. But he's sitting pretty well for podium at the moment. But as you said, being only halfway through the competitive field, it's really going to be a hotly contested position, second and first place. So we're going to have to see how that holds up. But regardless, Jonah can be super proud of that. And it's worth noting that he was second in the placement course. So to pull all of that back is phenomenal.
I'm going to pat myself on the back. I said around the top 10, we'll see a resurgence in clears. He was 11th. And I think I'm feeling good about my prediction of a minimum of 4 challenge course clears, as Caleb Riley's up next, and he could absolutely start a send train with Jonah.
To be honest, I would love nothing more than a send train at this point. I think my prediction was at 3. I would readjust it to 6, because I think these athletes are truly excelling here. Caleb, oh my, yeah, just the way in which he's moving through these obstacles is magical. And I do think that I really hope we start a send train here of just all these competitors just getting clear after clear, and we push down the time, and then by the time we get to the end, we have our final competitors really having to fight for that win. Oh,
he
okay.
falls back on skate tech. Now making things a little interesting.
It's an obstacle that has just burned retries of so many competitors here today. Like it's a one retry burner that just always seems to take out. No one's safe.
Well, he's in the clear now and coming into Roundhouse. Still has a retry left. I don't think he would need both retries. I have a feeling he's someone who could only really need the one and be fine for the rest.
Yeah, no, I agree. Caleb Riley now moving forward, doing well. Gets that grab. With 1:38 on the clock, he's still in contention potentially for this top time, but I mean, he's going to have to absolutely put on the burners here for the back end of this course. So we'll see how much energy he has when he gets off this obstacle. Usually by how heavy they're breathing, you can tell, but Caleb looks pretty comfortable. 1:20 on the clock, though. He's going to have to absolutely push it through walled in, the obstacle where the most retries and the most fails have been throughout today. Caleb gets the transition. Now going to flip the ring, go the safe approach. Oh, it just comes off the edge. Oh, that's tough.
And now Caleb finds himself in some hot water.
Okay,
All right.
attempt number 2 here.
All right, he gets the
Fantastic.
skyhook move that time. Caleb also enjoys dirt biking, coaching, and football. Again, very diverse backgrounds for all of our athletes here. Now for the second to last obstacle. Has to be perfect on the home stretch here. Ooh, a little stumble there, but he's all good. Gonna unhook that bar. To land in those cradles, can he at least get this final obstacle? Would put him in 4th place. And just comes down.
No.
And that's going to end his run
Okay.
with no retries left. But Caleb Riley still put up a very strong run. Having the average athlete making it to the second to last obstacle now really does put into perspective how stacked this field is. You have to go far. You have to commit to every move. And Jackson Amaro is going to have some big shoes to fill now.
That's absolutely right. We're going to see how Jackson fares on this course here as he begins his attempt. We're really starting to get down to some of the final competitors here. We've still got plenty to go, but the caliber of these competitors is really strong here. All of these people performed consistently on the placement course, and now are going to be bringing it over to the challenge course here. Jackson moving super strong at this current point in time. Great pace. We've seen all of these final athletes, just for these first few obstacles, have been so consistent.
All right, here we go, coming into skate tech now. This is where things are going to start to get a little dicey unless Jackson can string it all together. Perhaps he got a little bit of advice from his coaches and perhaps from his sister Hannah, who was on the challenge course not too long ago in the teen female division. Always good to have mentors and family members, teammates, anyone really who can tell you how an obstacle feels before you try it so you know how to compensate for that. And so far, Jackson's clean through the first 6 obstacles. Looks like he maybe wants some chalk or maybe was taking a look back at the timer. Now coming into push-pull. Gotta give it a nice shove. Very clean move there. Gets a hand on the trapeze. He's doing very well for himself right here.
Yeah, this is a great run overall here from Jackson Amaro. And if he can stay this consistent, again, it's really this back end of the course, Kane, that's going to decide it.
Jackson's been doing ninja for quite some time. He was 8 years old, living in Chicago before they moved to Omaha in 2019. His family opened the Midwest Warrior Academy 3 years ago, and that's where he and his twin sister train. Since then, he's been a snare drummer for the high school marching band, and he does the triple jump and long jump in track. Let's see, when he gets this skyhook move, we'll then be able to switch over to his lower body for log ride, but first, gotta get this transfer.
Okay, and with 38 seconds left on the clock here, he's really going to have to push it here, Kane. Now lining up the log run. It's strong so far.
There's that. And the dismount there. And to think, getting to the second to last obstacle in other divisions would put you on the podium. Gavin just in 7th place right now.
That is tough. That's just the nature of this division here. You've really got to push it. As Jackson now lines up for this grab. He could technically complete this obstacle here, Kane.
Oh no! Shoots that jump. Puts the bar out in front of him, but doesn't get the height that he needs.
Yeah, that is unfortunate here. And Jackson's run is going to come to a close with 4.5 seconds left on the clock. Unfortunately, it's not going to quite be enough.
Oh man. Well, Jackson
Okay.
Amaro not going to hop into the podium, but a run to the second to last obstacle on a course like this, never anything to be ashamed of.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. I mean, the caliber of competitors here in this teen male division is just insane, to be truthful. As you were saying before, you've essentially got to get a course finish at this point if you want to even be considered for the podium. Dominic Jackson is going to be our next competitor. He had a phenomenal placement course run, and so now stepping up to it, we're going to see how Jackson fares on this course. He's moving through with great pace. We saw that also come into play on the placement course, and I just love that wall rider obstacle. It always looks so cool when the ninjas do it. Now looking to kick down that board. Okay, fantastic start here so far from Dominic Jackson. A little bit behind the fastest time. Gavin's still holding on to first place at the moment. So he cleared the course a little while ago, and no one's quite been able to catch him. So Gavin's going to be sitting very happy at the moment, but Dominic close behind as he now moves through this course. But this is where it starts to get serious. He's at a similar pace to everyone else, a little bit behind Gavin's time. But this is really where champions are made, this back end of the course. Looking strong so far. Now going to be moving into this very tricky ring tech obstacle here. Walled inside in such a small space. It's such a technical obstacle. The ring has to be moved perfectly here. Dominic gets the transition. Now it's going to be interesting to see what approach he takes. It looks like he's going to go for the double-handed grab, and he manages to hold on here. This is fantastic to see from this young man. 1:08 on the clock. This could be a winning run here potentially if Dominic can pull this out. Now lining it up. He gets the grab here. Dominic Jackson now looking for this transfer. He holds on.
All right, now in third place, moment of truth. He's going to chalk up, and he's got not a lot of time to beat Gavin Markowitz. Oh, man, and just misses. Now, Gavin Markowitz finished with 21 seconds remaining on the clock, so if you see a 21 on the upper right-hand side of your screen, folks, time's up. No!
Oh,
Dominic just falls short on that bar hook once again. That move only been mastered by a couple of people today.
yeah, but I mean, Dominic had such a clinic run up until that point. It was smooth. Really, it was hard to see where he lost the time against Jackson across this course, but unfortunately, it was that final bar grab that is so difficult. We've seen so few ninjas here today be able to get that in place. Well, I mean, Payne, our next competitor, is phenomenal. We have Ian Marco Caban.
Oh, Caban, one of the fastest athletes I've seen. He was our final runner who had a surprising exit on the final obstacle of the placement course, but he's not letting that stop him. He's definitely not slowing down.
To be honest, I think if there's someone who's going to be able to take out Gavin's top time at the moment, it's going to be Ian Marco. He is so quick on that placement course. He showed so much potential. Just had a little bit of a slip up, which cost him in the long run. But I think we're going to see him pull it back here.
Whoa, good save on the skateboard.
Great save.
Way to dial that back, reel it back in when he needs to touch in a bit of control. Roundhouse, not a problem for him. He's going to keep moving. He knows that Gavin put up a big time and that he's going to need a big run to match it. But now he bounced back actually on push-pull. Coming in maybe a tad reckless, but he's always able to make a correction when needed. And that's going to bump him up into 11th place.
I think Ian Marco has a lot of great upper body and tech. So hopefully on these later obstacles, he can make up the time here. He's a little bit behind Gavin's leading time at the moment. But if he's quick through the remainder of these obstacles, he can make it up. Ian Marco, well, doing a great job so far.
So good. Making sure he doesn't shove the ring off unnecessarily. He gets that skyhook move. And he's now
moving
to the second to last obstacle in one of the fastest times to this point.
That's absolutely right. As he gears up for the last two obstacles on this course, Ian Marco Caban could be our top time here. But he's going to have a clinic finish for these last two obstacles here. It's going to have to be flawless as he lines up this very difficult grab. He holds on, now has to make the transfer. He's adjusting his mix grip. He's got a good backswing there. Gets it.
He's got about 20 seconds to beat Gavin's time, now down to 10. He hooks it on.
Ooh, and he gets it.
It's coming down to the wire. Oh, but the bar gets stuck. He's got to lift it higher. Gets the move. I think it's going to be a little slower than Gavin Markowitz, but Ian Marco Caban is going to have the third clear of the teen male division and the third fastest time, just a second behind Jonah Beauregard.
And you can see he is exhausted by that course, lying down at the buzzer, but he has completed it, and Ian Marco Caban can be super proud of his run there. Just a few seconds short of the other competitors there, but all round, what a great run there. He's currently on podium. We'll have to see if that's going to be fast enough of a time to hold in his position. But Gavin Markowitz is still in that top position for now. This is
here's
one of
where
the most tightly contested divisions.
Things are going to get interesting from now on, Jack. We have 6 runners left, and they are the 6 finishers of the placement course, starting off with Nick Warren.
Well, that's a very exciting prospect. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to take it up to another level here because all of these athletes have not fallen here today, and I don't think they plan on falling. And first, we've got Nick Warren. He showed great power. That was kind of his signature move in the placement course. Just so quick and so powerful with every single obstacle. And hopefully that's going to play to his advantage here as he slams down the board and makes this course his own. He's
nice
on a mission
link
here.
through high flying. Now, it's worth noting Nick and Gavin train together over at the Gravity Forge, so they know each other's moves. They probably have been told similar strategies by their coach, Jackson Erdos, and I think it's just going to come down to the execution.
Well, I mean, having Jackson Erdos as your coach is not too bad as well. That's a very handy coach to have coming into this competition, and you can see Nick Warren's been trained by the best as he is performing at a top level here, contesting these top times. He's actually the quickest to this point so far, which is exciting to see here. Gavin could be in trouble.
Oh, but he falls short on that second transition, and that's gonna make things a little interesting. I mean, he was ahead of pace by quite a bit, to where I don't think it's going to be that detrimental, but he's got to make sure he's locked in, especially here on Walden.
Yeah, it's going to be...
Oh, he's going to go for the flip.
Transition.
Oh, no! He tried to get his hands on the side of the ring, and he comes up short. Oh, and that's going to do it. Looked like he had it in the bag, honestly.
It did. Nick Warren had such a great time, and actually we've seen a few of our high-flying competitors just make mistakes on this walled-in obstacle, and specifically when they choose to not go with the safer approach. Fortunately, that pop is a little bit more difficult when you don't take the time to position the ring properly, so that's going to end Nick Warren's run there. As we now move into Nicholas Manzorio, another phenomenal competitor. Gavin Markowitz still sitting in that top spot. He's been holding it for the majority of this challenge course so far. But Nicholas Manzorio, one of our early finishers in the placement course, he is a phenomenal ninja.
Now, Nick Menzorio was our first finisher of the placement course. Ended up running third on that course, and here he is in the top 5. One of our final 5 runners of the teen division. Great push down.
Wow.
He's going to set himself up.
This is so smooth.
Oh, looked like he wanted to link his way through, but he decided to pull back instead. Now he's got to really, really push to make sure he can stay on track with Gavin's time and potentially surpass him.
That might have been the softest landing we've seen so far on that obstacle on Skate Tech. That was so smooth there. Nicholas moving through. He's a little bit behind pace compared to Gavin's time, but overall he's still moving smoothly here. He's really going to have to put on the burners now. You can see he's a little bit behind pace.
Good reach. Very efficient there on the salmon move. Wrapping around the truss. And he's going to chalk up a little bit before walled in. Oh, he looked like he wanted to jump straight to the ring and thought better of it instead.
Yeah, he lined it up. Nicholas eyeing up the top time here. It's going to have to be perfect for the rest of this run. Great transition. Now lining up the ring. It looks like it's close to falling off here. Nicholas hopefully going to get the pop. He does.
All right, no waiting really. He's just going to jump right into log ride.
And now with a minute on the clock, this is definitely a finish. You can definitely finish here, Kane.
Well, not only that, but he still has both of his retries if he does need them. This first move on the flying bar is the part that stumbles athletes the most. Nicholas Menzorio locks it in first try. Now to get on the rails. Nice pop down. He's not going to waste any time. He knows he has to move if he wants to be the Premier Series champion. Locks in the back hooks. Now has to build and go.
Okay.
Just a couple moves away. And one more before the buzzer. He's going to end up, I think, in 4th place. Look at that. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th all within a second of each other. Nicholas Menzorio not going to get the top time, but does get the buzzer on the challenge course. Going to be in 4th place right now.
Yeah, regardless, Nicholas can be so proud of that. But unfortunately, he's just going to be etched out by Ian Marco for 3rd place, for podium at the moment. What a great run overall. Just perfection all the way through. And, I mean, just the standard of competitors here just means, in a lot of other divisions, that's a winning run. But unfortunately, in this teen male division, everyone here has come to compete and push it to the absolute maximum. And we can see, Kane, we are coming down to our last 4 athletes.
Well, next up is an athlete who does not want to settle for anything less than the best. It's Michael Matthews, who placed 2nd at the last Premier Series finals in Fair Oaks. So you know he wants more this time around. Coming out of the Movement Lab in San Dimas, California. Been doing Ninja for 4 years. And this is going to be a big run here. I think this will be very telling of how the last few runners are going to be attacking the course.
Yeah, Michael definitely had a great placement course run, solidifying one of the top times here earlier today. And now he's going to be eyeing up for that 1st place. And I agree with you, Kane. I think he has what it takes, and I don't think he'll be settled for anything less than 1st place. Michael Matthews lining it up. Going to smash through this board. Following a very similar trajectory to a lot of the other competitors. He's going to make sure of it with a backswing. And roughly 3 seconds behind top time at the moment, which is Gavin Markowitz. He's been holding on to that time for the majority of the challenge course, but Michael Matthews is looking to seize that top time here. He's making great time back so far with some very efficient moves. I mean, This is going to be a race.
This dude is not stopping for anything right now. I think he knows what's at stake. He knows what he has to do. He's been to the Premier Series finals before, and he knows exactly what happens if you take too much time to rest. Quick chalk up real quick before giving a huge pull up to walled in.
This is really what we love to see out of a winning athlete here. If he can keep this up for the rest of the course, this is potentially going to be a winning run here. He is not taking a second to breathe. Michael Matthews, unstoppable at the moment. And surely
Links
that's
the
going to put him
too.
12 seconds ahead of Gavin Markowitz to this point. I mean, we knew he was moving fast, but this is ultra quick.
All right, now let's see if he's got the tech on lock. He's got to hop over to that ledge on the side before popping the bar out. And now we're down to the nitty-gritty here, Jack.
Yeah, this is a grab that's quite difficult. Oh,
whoa, he linked it! He linked
Matthews.
it. He's in 5th place right now. This backwards move, so tricky, but he's there.
Okay.
We might be looking at our new top time.
Oh yeah, we aren't just looking at the top time. We're looking at someone who has absolutely smashed this course record here today. Michael Matthews with a time of 2 minutes and 10 seconds. You predicted it earlier, Kane, that someone might be able to pull off a 2:10, and Michael Matthews has gone and done that there, just casually walking off. He has made history at the moment with a phenomenal challenge course run of 2 minutes and 10 seconds. He didn't even stop to breathe. He was just so quick through this entire course.
You know, I said that Charlie Ball would be the one to get 210, and I now owe Michael Matthews an apology because he absolutely just had what I think is the most dominant run of the weekend. But
absolutely,
I mean, who knows, man? There's still 3 runners to go, and anything can happen at this point.
Yeah, they now have
very
a new
hungry
standard.
runners. Yeah, the time limit has essentially been cut down by 50 seconds for them if they want to be the champion. Nicholas Jacob out of Cicada Ninja Warrior now bounding through these obstacles.
Yeah. I mean, to see these competitors doing it in 2 minutes and 10 seconds, you couldn't have... I don't know.
Is he going for that jump? He's going for that jump. Jack, he got the jump. No way.
Oh, what a beta break. Coming right at the end as well. Oh my days. Nicholas Jacob could potentially, with that move, save so much time here over Michael Matthews. It's moves like those that are going to help him get ahead of the competition. He's only just ahead of Michael Matthews' time to this point, but it might just be enough here. He knows he can't stop. Oh, Kane, this is unbelievable. Nicholas Jacob, it's going to be so close.
For those who are wondering about the time, look at the bottom right of your screen. If the number next to Nicholas's name says is in green, it means he's ahead of the leader. If it's in red, it means he's behind. It's been going back and forth between his pace and Michael Matthews for the last 7 obstacles now. He's now 4 seconds behind Michael. He'll have to link his way through these things. Oh no, a miss! A retry, still on the cards though.
He would have to really go for it here.
He gets it locked in this time. And the 210 just passes by. He can't get the win here, but gonna fight for a spot on the podium.
Oh, absolutely. Nicholas Jacob, ladies and gentlemen, throwing down a phenomenal time as well, crushing into that second place spot with a time of 2:23. He's happy with that. Nicholas Jacob is looking pretty solid in second place with just a few competitors left to go. I mean, what a run. He was going back and forth there with Gavin. With first place. And, what a run. Just with that one slip up. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite get that first place.
It was like you said, Jack. Everyone was pretty even early on, and it came down to those final obstacles. At the end of the day, Michael was just a little more efficient than Nicholas, but right now, Nicholas sitting on the podium, potentially locking it in if he can outperform one of our last 2 runners. Michael Matthews locked in for his second podium, his second consecutive podium in the Premier Series finals.
Wow. But I mean, we
now
have
it's
2 strongest competitors left.
That's right. Cameron Godbout now, our second to last runner. Stepping up to the plate, and off to the races he goes. Great movement so far out of Cameron. He's currently first in the power rankings for teen males in the current WNL season. He's an 8th grade honors student and is the Ocean State Ninja because he lives across the street from the Narragansett Bay in Rhode Island, the Ocean State. In 2024, he earned the spot on Team USA's youth team at the USA Nationals in Anaheim. He placed 13th at the World Championships, where he was also awarded a spot on the All Balance team. He won the Barbados Ninja Throwdown in the teen division in 2023 and 2024. He's placed 5th at Worlds before. That was in season 8, just in 2023. Oh man, he's got so many. I can't even keep up with this. If I keep reading his bio, he'll be done with the course by the time Let's talk about his run, because he's been killing it so far.
Yeah, this is definitely in contention with Michael Matthews' current top time. Again, very neck and neck like we saw with Nicholas Jacob. So he's now got his work cut out for him. Cameron moving through with a similar pace. It doesn't look like he's going to do the skip that we saw Nicholas Jacob take. He's going to line it up. He's a little bit behind pace of Michael Matthews, but there's definitely potential for him to bring it back. He's got to move through this quick though. Walled in. He's going with the safe approach of the pop. It's nice and close to the edge there, so hopefully that ring doesn't slip out here as he goes for the pop and the dismount.
All right, he's
Fantastic.
in the clear, jumping into log ride. Making his moves now on rails. Here we go. Showtime here for Cameron Gombout.
Absolutely.
In the top 10 right now. You know he's pushing for a podium spot at the minimum. And it looks
It's
like
going to be super close.
he's going to have to fight for 3rd right now. Currently, Michael Matthews and Nicholas Jacob outpaced him to this point. So Gavin Markowitz is the only finisher here alongside Jonah Biergaard that Cameron is eligible to beat, but he falls short on the back grab twice in a row. He's going to have to settle for a top 10 finish, which isn't bad, all things considered, by any means.
No, it's a great run overall, and it's crazy to think that he made it through every single obstacle but the last one with a stellar time as well, and that still leaves him in 8th place. Just the standard here in this competition is crazy. And Kane, I'll give you the honor of introducing our final candidate here today.
Last year in the Premier Series Finals preteen male division, Charlie Ball got the fastest placement course run just to have a shocking exit on the challenge course where he placed 8th overall. Will history repeat itself, or will Charlie Ball right his wrongs? We're finding out right now. So far moving with reckless abandon. Our fastest placement course clear.
Wow.
Absolutely demolishing everything. Gonna have to take a backswing here because he was a little off-center, but he's there. Skate tech now. Gonna have to get a little more precise. And he falls back. I think he just didn't lean forward enough. But he's gonna make an adjustment. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Only 30 seconds through 5.5 obstacles. Absolutely ridiculous.
That is crazy. Charlie Ball, he's without a doubt the fastest competitor here. But can he connect it all into a winning run? He did it on the placement course, and now he's got to do it again on the challenge course. Michael Matthews sitting comfortably in 1st place, and that's going to be where Charlie Ball's mind is on.
Well, certainly right now the time to beat 2 minutes, 10 seconds. It hasn't even been a minute. And Charlie Ball is on obstacle number 8. He can only make one more mistake. He'll have to be precise. He'll have to be exact on every obstacle. He's going to adjust that ring, and it pops out! Oh, man. And now, folks, this is where things are going to get interesting. Charlie Ball's going to have to be perfect and basically not rest at all throughout the rest of this challenge course.
I think as long as he doesn't make a mistake, he can still get the win here, but he's going to have to go so quickly and be phenomenal in the back. Oh no! Charlie
Oh
Ball!
my gosh.
You hate to see it.
History repeats itself for Charlie Ball as he goes down on the 8th obstacle, walled in.
Oh, that's so unfortunate there. The ring just not doing himself any favors there. Unfortunately, it just seems like the ring wasn't on his side there. He was the quickest to that point, without a doubt.
Whoa.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that in mind, Michael Matthews is our official winner of perhaps the most stacked team division of the Premier Series Finals history. Well done to Michael Matthews with a time of 2 minutes and 10 seconds, absolutely crushing this placement course. And then, of course, shout-outs to Nicholas Jacob and Gavin Markowitz, who, of course, will also be on the podium. What a stacked division there. So many upsets there. You can see Charlie Ball in 16th place. You couldn't predict this even if you tried, but that's the beauty of the Premier Series Finals.
Well, with that, you guys, that's going to do it for our teen division. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. Starting with the teen female division, we had our Premier Series champion, Porter Fanant, who was the first runner on the challenge course after an early exit on the placement course, become the only finisher in her division, pushed through, only had one little slip up. There's her placement course fall, and you can see just how frustrated she was with that. And she definitely used that to fuel her incredible challenge course run. Popping right through, just had a little mistake on the skate tech, but managed to bounce back again and pushed all the way to the buzzer, the only athlete in her division to do so. Porter Fanant showing that she has the mind and heart of a champion, as well as the skills, of course. And there's that historic buzzer, the first athlete to run first and be the only finisher in the Premier Series to be the winner as well. Just historic as a whole. And then, of course, on the teen female side, we had Savannah Salinas, who was the runner-up, put a lot of pressure on Porter's run. It looked like she was on pace to potentially beat her as the final runner of the wave. It was do or die for Savannah and for Porter. And it was so incredible to see these two duke it out to the best of their ability. Savannah just missed that flying bar move, and that was the separator between the two of them. And then the shock of the teen female division is number 7 on the leaderboard, Adelina Messier, the world champ, surprisingly going down in the middle of the challenge course. Was moving so swiftly, had an amazing placement course run as well. And I wasn't expecting so many precise moves to be the undoing of Adelina, but such a close one there. Great run from all of the teen female athletes. And then, of course, on the teen male side, in 3rd place is Gavin Markowitz, who was among the first 10 runners of the division, managed to hold on to a podium spot, was our first challenge course clear of the division. And I called it. As soon as he stepped up to the starting line, I said, he is going to be our first clear. He is the most likely to be our first clear. Yeah. And sure enough, he powered his way through this course in such incredibly professional fashion that it looked easy. And honestly, I thought for a hot second that he would have been able to hold on to first or maybe second. But 3rd place, definitely something to be proud of for Mr. Markowitz there. And then, of course, one of my favorite saves was by Ian Marco Caban, who unfortunately is going to find himself in 5th place, just outside the podium. But still got the buzzer on the challenge course. As he was going down skate tech, he was absolutely cruising until he hit that jolt. He had to pull himself back in to save himself, and he battled his way over to the buzzer to become yet another finisher. Such an incredible display of resilience there from Ian Marco. And just, wow, such a smooth run overall. There's that buzzer we were talking about. Now, I want to take it over to Mr. Charlie Ball for his run. As Charlie, history unfortunately repeats itself. Just rushed a little bit on the more technical obstacles of the challenge course. And despite a dominant, fast run on the placement course, that's gonna do it for him. We all know what he's capable of, so just to see him drop twice on that obstacle, definitely a bummer. But huge congrats are in order to our winner, Michael Matthews. History will not repeat itself for him. He placed second at Ferox last year, and he was able to come out with the win this time around. Huge congratulations. Came back after last season, more determined than ever to get the win. And, you know, we said 210 was possible. I wasn't sure if it would be him. I didn't initially predict it would be him to get the 210. And I have never been so happy to be proven wrong by an athlete. Michael Matthews, your Teen Male Premier Series champion. We're going to take it back to the floor in just a bit, where we're going to have the awards ceremony, where our 6 athletes on the podium will be receiving their trophies.
Yeah, I mean, just such a phenomenal competition. And Kane, you summarized all those key moments so well there. But it's just amazing to see all these competitors now piling in. That was such an incredible division, and so many surprises, upsets, and whilst we've had so many great predictions here today, as always, like there's just been so much that we have never been able. So many phenomenal teen athletes here today, and we're going to be crowning each of the winners there. You can see all the people who have just stepped up and really dedicated themselves over the last season to be here, who've qualified to be here, and now all coming together to compete, the best of the best. I mean, that's what the Premier Series is all about. And it's just such a great event to watch and to be a part of. I mean, it's just full of so many surprises for us.
Well, just like that, there's all of our teen athletes rallied up at the top, waiting to celebrate their fellow athletes. Love to see the camaraderie of the sport. Such great sportsmanship. A lot of poise from everyone here. And you can tell that, you know, they're all friends, all here, united under the same cause. Beating some obstacles, hitting some buzzers. And just like that, there is Amelia Keating coming down for her 3rd place award, stepping onto the podium for the teen female division. Calling up now 2nd place, Savannah Salinas, coming on down. Amazing work there. And our champion, Porter Fanant, going from 0 to hero real quick here at Life Force. She's going to get the confetti pop in 3, 2, 1, pop. I was wrong. Oh well, it'll come out in a second. But there's your podium for the teen female division.
We love to see it. All phenomenal athletes. Big shout out to Porter for making history there. Truly a phenomenal effort from all these candidates, and I think it's going to be exciting to see them come back next year and compete in the Premier Series finals and also compete at Worlds as well. I think they're all going to be ones to watch in the years ahead, and this just helps to solidify their achievements in this sport. As we now move through to our teen males, who, just as the females were phenomenal, these teen males were also phenomenal.
All right, calling up Mr. Gavin Markowitz to the podium. Taking 3rd place, had an early clear, our first clear of the division. Gonna get to take home that 3rd place trophy. Bronze ain't so bad after running in the first half of competitors. Whoa, a little stumble there by Mr. Nicholas Jacob, but he's gonna walk his way back up to 2nd place there. Well deserved, well earned. And after a hard-fought battle against all of the other teen male athletes, Michael Matthews gets to stand atop the podium. No longer the runner-up, he is the Premier Series champion. Congratulations to these 3 young men and the 3 young women that were just before them. Amazing work from all of our athletes today in the teen division. But ladies and gentlemen on stream, we are not done yet. In 35 minutes, 4:05 Pacific time, 7:05 p.m. Eastern time, we will be back with the cream of the crop, the best of the best, the Clash of the Titans, the Elite Division is coming up next. You are not going to want to miss the professional ninjas doing what they do best on a course that will push them to their absolute limits. Be sure to tune in once again, 4:05 Pacific Time, 7:05 Eastern. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Life Force Ninja here in Bellingham, Washington for the Elite Division of the Premier Series Finals in 2024, our second annual Premier Series Finals, and the final division of the whole weekend. It's going to be so sad to wrap up this series, but we're going to end it on a high with the best competitors in the world. You're seeing them right now on your screen. We've got on the right-hand side Kevin Rodriguez and Addy Herman. Lewis Moore doing some demo. We saw him in the amateur division. He's going to be he's apparently going through the demo as they're going through the rules for the challenge course. That's push and pull, which is obstacle number 7. You can see just going off of names here, Jaleesa Himka, Hollis Lansford, Ramses Valdez. I mean, the list just keeps going and going. Olivia Lopez and Corinne Capriati right there, like there. It's just a battle of the best athletes right now, and Jaden Welch in the hat on the left side of your screen, one of the course designers, one of the brains behind Life Force Ninja, going through everything for you. Looks like we're going to see him demo this obstacle here for the elites. Jaden, an elite athlete himself. And it looks like they've removed that trapeze bar that was there for amateur and teen. So they're going to have to pop to that salmon ladder bar. It's going to force,
I think it's about time,
fast movements. You're going to have to carry that momentum through, and you're going to have to make a bigger push from a front support position, as the gymnast would call it. Now, we'll get to that eventually, but the man of the hour right now in the center of your screen, Jackson Erdos, the reigning world champion. He's won 2 straight Premier Series qualifiers, the first one at Stanford, the second one at Ferox, the first 2 qualifiers of the season. There's a poll going on right now asking you guys if he's going to keep his Premier Series win streak alive. 64% of you said yes, while the remainder of you said no. If you guys think Jackson's getting dethroned tonight, be sure to comment below who you think the Premier champion is going to be. And of course, show the ladies some love. Comment who your pick to win Elite Female is. We've got some very strong candidates here today. And of course, I'm Kane Casillas on the mic. Joining me today is going to be, for the final time this season, Mr. Jack Anderson. Jack, thanks for being here, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Kane. I mean, this is a bittersweet ending, I guess, for this season. This truly, we were discussing off mic before, this has been my favorite Premier Series finals. We've only had 2, but I mean, the level of competition that we have seen here this weekend has been phenomenal. The Life Force gym has really come through and just made a phenomenal course for us here today. And I think these elites are going to be pushed to their absolute limits. We have 10 in the elite female category, and then we have 21 in the elite male category. And over the last couple of months, as we've been going through the qualifiers, we've been looking for our top 4 qualifiers. But now here today, we are just looking for our winner. It's plain and simple. We are literally just looking for who's going to take out first place, who's going to get on the podium. And all of these ninjas here today, Kane, have qualified to be here, have gone and fought tooth and nail up against their local qualifiers to earn a spot here. And I am just so excited to see how our professionals manage on this ultra difficult course.
That's right. And of course, none of this would be possible without the help of our amazing sponsors. Of course, we have NinjaWorks, the ultimate timing system throughout all of Ninja. They're going to be powering the timers, the leaderboards, the run order that you see on your screens throughout this stream and every World Ninja League stream for many years in the past and many, many exciting years to come. You can check out all of their features at ninjaworks.com. And if you miss one of your favorite athletes' runs, you don't feel like watching, or you have to step out and want to keep up with results, go to worldninjaleague.org, because NinjaWorks is updating all of the results live on our website in real time. Thank you to Carl and all of the rest of the NinjaWorks team for your hard work and dedication this season. And of course, the world's leading obstacle manufacturer, DGS, being this third of this big 3 trio that we've formed here at the World Ninja League. You can check out some of the world's best obstacles at dgsninja.com. And of course, the Team DGS athletes are here. DGS has been sponsoring athletes left, right, and center. We saw Charlie Ball, a member of Team DGS, in the team male division. And tonight, we're going to see the original DGS-sponsored athlete, Addie Herman, in the elite female division. You're not going to want to miss her runs. It's definitely going to be something to see. I just can't wait. And thank you, DGS, for providing athletes like Addie and Charlie and many others with the opportunity to compete at events like these. Now, of course, as our athletes are going through the rules and demo for these obstacles, it is worth noting that none of this would be possible without the hard work of Becca Margulies, Jaden Welch, and the rest of the team over at Life Force Ninja. Let's take a closer look at their part in this massive journey and undertaking.
big shout out to Life Force Ninja once again for, again, putting on this phenomenal qualifier. And as you can see, the athletes are still going through the rules here. And in a moment, we are going to be getting underway. But before we do that, it's worth for all the new viewers listening in to talk about the course format that's going to be coming on today, because it is incredibly unique. For this Premier Series Finals, we have a very unique competition format on display here today. So what we'll be having first up is the placement course. This is going to be a super quick, super speedy course. We've seen throughout the previous divisions, it's incredibly challenging, but when you fall, your run is over. So the very traditional ninja style course format. And this is going to determine our run order for the challenge course itself. On the challenge course, you'll be allowed 2 retries across the entire course. And that's okay. It's a much longer course, so these retries are very commonly used. However, in the elites, it might be expected that they go flawless if they want to take out that top spot. And as you can see at the bottom, over the past, we've been looking for our top 4 athletes, but instead now we're just looking for our top 3 or even top 1 athlete, because that's who we're going to be crowning our Premier Series Finals champion for 2024.
That's right, Jack. And of course, as we can see here, some of the best ninjas in the world gathered here. Also want to give a shout out to Mr. Kai Diol, the gentleman in the hat right there, center screen, testing out and demoing these obstacles for them to see. Unfortunately, it was just 1 placement short of qualifying for finals, but absolutely would have earned that spot there. He's such a talented athlete, and I couldn't think of a better neutral elite athlete to have testing these obstacles, being a Life Force regular as well, working on these techie moves. Taking a swing over here at the second to last obstacle. And while they're working on that, some crazy bar tech here that Kai's setting up. But tech is Kai's specialty. You know, it's worth looking over these rosters for the elite female and the elite male division. You know, we were talking about this a little bit off camera, Jack, but this is just such a stacked field across both divisions. I don't know if we can really place an accurate prediction on the winner. Obviously, a lot of people are going to say Jackson Erdos and Nora Brown-John. They are the reigning world champions. They've both been on hot streaks of winning lately. But of course, there's so many strong candidates. So I got to ask you, is there anyone specifically that you're rooting for? You know, all professionalism aside.
Yeah, all professionalism aside, I'll let my Aussiness or my nativeness come back to me. I mean, Millie Baker will be in the elite female division. It's her first time in the elite females for the Premier Series Finals. We've seen her win in an earlier division last year, but now stepping up into the elites, I'm super excited. You can see her there on camera. She's one of our resident Australians and one of our hopefuls here today to take out a win here for Australians. She's done it before, and hopefully she can do it again here. So the Australians have been getting knocked about a little bit this weekend. They haven't quite had the performance that they had last year, so hopefully she's going to be able to take it home here. But how about you, Kane? Who's your pick?
I mean, there was one bio that absolutely broke my heart when I read it, and it was Noah Muniers. All it said was, never won a championship. And ever since then, Noah Munier is one of the all-time greats of this sport. He's been incredibly consistent, constantly getting podium, top 5 at minimum at so many competitions. And quite frankly, I think it's ridiculous that he hasn't won a major title yet. So if I had to be pulling for anyone, I'd be pulling for Noah, and it's completely realistic. He gets the win. There he is, right there, Mr. Noah Munier. He finished second place at Ferox, which is how he qualified. He was just 1 second behind Jackson Erdos, who is the favorite coming into today. Jackson right there rocking the pink shirt. There's Noah. Always loves to be, he's going to be entertaining on the course and off if you ever catch him on the sidelines. But there's the world champ, the one that he's not a fan.
He's shaking his head.
But seriously, those two gentlemen right there were within a second of each other, and it's going to be huge. But of course, there's the, you could argue the better half of Noah, Addie Herman, in the elite female division. She was the world champion last year in 2023 and was the Premier Series runner-up. So you know she's hunting for the win, but she's got some stiff competition. It's going to be Nora Brown-John that's going to be really, really knocking on the doors of the title that'll be coming up, and we'll see her a little bit later.
Gonna be
There's
super
Nora
fierce here. We can
with Millie.
Getting a little bit camera shy. I think she's walking away. But I think, yeah, she's definitely going to be the one to beat here today. But I think there are so many. In the elite female division, you've got people like Corinne Capriotti as well, who are going to be actively working to take that top spot. And I think they have every capacity to be able to do that.
Well, I was going to shout out one more, but I think everyone's dispersing, going over their strategies. My wild card / dark horse pick, I mean, one of two, Mr. Hollis Lansford, the reigning British Ninja champion right here, moved out to Colorado, qualified at Arc Ninja this time around instead of at his home in True Function, and he's going to be spending the year in the States to sharpen up his skills. But Mr. Kevin Rodriguez is the one that I'm going to want you guys to keep an eye out for. Kevin trains out of Vitality with Noah and Addie, and absolutely tore up the placement course at Ferox. Performed very well on the challenge course. He is a speed and tech expert, and these are two courses that are just predominantly speed and tech based. So I think he's going to get really comfortable really quickly here, and I would not be surprised to see him at the top of any of the leaderboards here.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, his placement course run back earlier this season, Kevin Rodriguez threw down such a quick time. It kind of blew us away how quick he was on that course, and he did take us aback as to how quick he is on that course. So I think when it comes to the placement course in particular, which demands speed, Kevin's going to be able to fly through it, and if everything goes right, he'll be very well seated for that challenge course later on.
And there's Zoe Harkness
there as well,
who won at the compound over in Australia. Actually. Yeah. Honestly, Zoe is going to be the one that's going to cause the most ruckus, I think. I think she's going to be the one that's going to disturb the peace of the leaderboard the most, honestly. There's Kevin, Mr. K-Rod. We were talking about him a little earlier. The team at Vitality there, so stacked. And popping up next to him is Teej Taylor Johnson, making the move out to the Elite Division for the Premier Series. Performed very well over at Ferox as well. Now, one that I know the chat's been popping off about, honestly, all day. Spencer O'Brien, the guy who won the Elite Qualifier at Life Force. Spencer is competing today with his father, Cody, who I believe they were first and second at Life Force together. Really, really cool stuff. Spencer taking down his old man, double checking here. Cody placed third. Spencer took the win. Spencer has all of the tangible skills that we're talking about here to take down these courses. And having been to Life Force way more than the other athletes, maybe he'll feel a little more comfortable here, maybe a bit more in his element. He's definitely going to be one to look out for, and it will not just be because of some, home gym advantage. It's going to be because this guy has all the skills necessary to take down both courses, which we haven't seen today, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. Have we seen dual buzzers today?
I don't know if we have. No, everything's been a bit of a surprise, I think, throughout the weekend. Yes,
Rory Yago got dual buzzers, and he was the only one to do so. No, I'm wrong. Nicholas Jacob, Michael Matthews. I'm wrong.
Oh, true. We did see a
Nicholas
bunch
Mensorio.
in the team.
Four people throughout the entire day that have had buzzers on both. There's Zach Toussaint, a very strong Canadian athlete who is very, very good at techie things.
Yeah, last year in his qualifier, he made a legendary skip that allowed him to take out the win at his respective qualifier. That was just insane to watch. So if you're looking for someone with beta breaks, Zach Toussaint's going to be your guy. I mean, talk about having a lot of incredible athletes under one roof. Just the concentration of top athletes from across the world. This is going to be nuts. This is what we live for here, ladies and gentlemen. It's been building up to this the whole season, and now you have all of your favorites in under one roof, all competing out for literally first place. It's pretty much for all the marbles.
It's win or go home.
There's really nothing else. Yeah.
An athlete I know who really wants it, Tom Alberti, who we just saw on screen. We saw Tom take third place at the World Championship this past season. He competed over at Stanford in our very first qualifier, where he ended up taking second to Jackson Erdos. And that's going to be a nice little story there, seeing if Tom can break past Jackson today. There we have Zach Eichenstein, the owner of Ferox Athletics. We've invited all of our course designers from past qualifiers this season to compete. Zach, one of the few who took up on that offer, he'll be competing today. The other course designer who is joining in on that action is going to be Donovan Matoyer, who designed the course over at Modus, our final qualifier of the regular season. Donovan, we saw roaming around a little bit. We'll see if we can catch a glimpse of him on camera in just a bit. He's been on quite the adventure this year, Mr. Matoyer. He's been competing locally, competing overseas. He actually just revealed that he competed in the trials for Sasuke, the original Ninja Warrior competition.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations to Donovan about that. Oh, and I just heard that Donovan's injured. Not competing today.
No.
Oh, man. Well, hope for a speedy recovery, Donovan. We've seen him coaching throughout the day, so I just kind of hoped he was still competing. Ramses Valdez there at the back of your screen in the center. He won 6 races in a row at a Ninja Mania competition, like literally consecutively with no more than 20 seconds of rest between each race. That dude's got cardio and endurance for days. So you should definitely keep an eye out for Ramses. He's also not afraid of throwing some big moves. And on screen right now, is OCR world record holder and like multi-champion in like 5 different events, Jalisa Himka, who qualified at ART. There's some big time. If you were to add up all of the world champion titles and world records that these athletes hold, we would definitely be pushing 50 or 60.
Yeah, no, definitely. The caliber of athletes here today is just insane. Like literally hearing you rattle off the facts about each of these athletes is just blowing my mind. Like not a single person here is not insanely impressive in regards to their accomplishments in the sport. And that just makes for one of the best competitions of the year. Kane, one other question I have for you is how many clears do you think we're going to see here on the challenge course based on the caliber of athletes that you're seeing so far?
I mean, we saw Kai demoing Log Ride, which is the 9th obstacle. They run across the log and they had to catch a ring. But this time they're going to have to put a batarang in the ring. And I think, just the modifications that we don't know about are going to really add wrinkles to it. I'm going to say 4
so we'll have to wait
again. I'm going to say 4 again.
4? Yeah.
I think 4 in the elite male division. Elite female division's a little smaller, so I'm going to play the percentage game here. And I'm going to go with 2 minimum. I could see 2 or 3.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that position. Those were the numbers that I had in my head. I think one thing that we can thank is Life Force for this incredible course design, because they're so good at just letting a few ninjas through and designing courses that perfectly match the capabilities of these ninjas. Like they've been so on point all weekend, and we can see our obstacle list there for the first time. We might even get a quick live demo, a quick live walkthrough of the placement course that these ninjas are going to be dealing with. We've got boxed in, doorbusters, times ticking, cat jump, crisscross, skate jump, and go, go, go. And go, go, go is probably the theme of this entire course, because we saw that with the teen division, the females had 1 minute and the teen males had 45 seconds. So depending on what type of variances they make for the elite division, they might be pushing those times down even lower, or we might see unique variations that make it more difficult, which is what I assume would probably be the path moving forward. It'll be very interesting to see what types of modifications the Life Force team has made for us.
Well, it's worth noting, again, that 5th obstacle is called Crisscross. Used to be Ultimate Frisbee, so we don't fully know what that change is going to entail. What I can tell you guys is that the elite female time limit is going to be 55 seconds on this placement course, while the elite male time limit will be 45 seconds.
Oh, wow. So the fact that they have the same course time as the teens did roughly, it means that they're going to make some significant modifications. And crisscross, I mean, the ultimate frisbee was probably the toughest obstacle on the course for the previous competitors. So it's going to be interesting to see how they they've leveled it up there. One other competitor I'd love to shout out as well, as I believe I saw Arm's name on the list as well. I think he's quite early seeded, all things considered, but such a phenomenal athlete. In regards to his tech and power and speed, I think he could definitely bring it today, like with the right ingredients and with a little bit of luck on his side. I seriously think if he can connect the dots here, he could go the distance and really be a strong competitor in this field.
Oh, snap, Jack. We're at the starting line now of the placement course, which means we are about to get the Elite Division underway. Our first athlete will be stepping up very soon. Everyone's filing off to the warm-up area or the viewing area. Taking a look at the placement course here. Have to swing into a box and then jump through these saloon doors into that spider walk. You can use that trapeze if you like before hopping down to the next touch point. That tick-tock right there. Obstacle's called. Time is ticking. You got to jump onto that spinning disc, to the trapeze, the ring slider, the other trapeze, before making it to Cat Leap, the fourth obstacle. They'll hop onto that step and maneuver through those rings, down the slider, and into Crisscross, which is going to be our new fifth obstacle. Looks eerily similar to what we had before on Ultimate Frisbee, but looks like there's now some added holds with a skyhook move that they're going to have to pull off to go into skate jump, where they'll jump onto that skateboard, catch that ring, which will swing around 90 degrees round that bend to that next black ring, down that shelf, and then on Gotta Go, we got another skateboard instead of some steps. They'll have to slide their way down to that last step, the box, and pop up that wall to the buzzer on the back right corner of that giant box there. You can see that opposite of the tennis ball. 55 seconds for the ladies and 45 seconds for our gentlemen. Not too much at stake right now on the placement course, as it doesn't eliminate anyone, but of course, this is still a winner-take-all competition.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kane, just from looking at that course, overall, there doesn't seem to be too much different, like, all things considered, and the elites really take it to another level here. So I think we're going to be seeing a bunch of clears and a lot of people pushing down the time limit, especially in this elite division. You know, they want to do beta breaks, they want to push it to the absolute limits and risk it all in the pursuit of that top seeded spot. And so I think it'll be interesting to see how they go on Crisscross. We saw with skate jump at the end there was a little bit of a difference, but with Go 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 there was another skateboard, but overall, it looks relatively similar to what we saw with the team division. Hey.
Well, taking a look at our run order on the right side of your screen, the run order has been determined based off of the placements that our athletes received in their qualifiers. So Taylor Johnson, who qualified as an alternate, is going to be going first, while our athletes who won their events in the elite female division, Nora Brown-John, Olivia Lopez, Addie Herman, are going to be rounding out your elite female division. Then we jump into the men afterwards, where Leo Riveron is going to be kicking us off, and our final runner, no surprise to pretty much anyone who's kept up with the WNL recently, is going to be Jackson Erdos.
Yeah, he's had a very dominant season, having secured 2 qualifiers under his belt to this point, and he is our reigning world champion. So I mean, he's got everything going for him at the moment. And the prediction would be sitting well with him. I'm sure a lot of people in chat are expecting him to take out the win here. He's definitely the most qualified at this current point in time. But I mean, with this kind of lineup, it's really anyone's for the taking. And I think as we work to get underway, I think it's just so cool to see so many professionals all coming together under one roof to compete all for the top spot. Like this is the beauty of this competition, Kane, which is it is impossible at this current point in time to pick a winner.
Well, it looks like the winners are going to have to pick themselves, as we're about to get underway with the placement course. I don't know, man. Like, this is going to be, there's just so many different people to root for, so many different ways that this could end amazingly for anyone right now. And I'm coming in super optimistic. But we also have to be aware that, you know, sometimes poor decisions can be made on the course. Hesitation is what's really going to take out all of our athletes, especially on this placement course, you need to commit. You need to go full send. You can't really stop anywhere on this course. And, we have to be looking out for that, because either athletes will go too fast and have an early fall, or they might go, too slow due to hesitation. And, we end up getting a lot of people timing out, which is what happened quite a bit in the amateur and teen divisions.
I agree. But when it all goes right, especially for this placement course, now that we know what it is, what time do you reckon we might see? What is the lowest time, I guess, across both divisions that you think we'll see here on this elite course?
I'm going to be honest. I think the fastest overall time is not going to be sub 40. I think we'll maybe get someone at 40 or 41. But I think the added element of that skyhook move on crisscross is going to just take away those extra seconds that would make me say, it'll be like a 35 or something.
Okay.
That's really the best I can give it.
I'm gonna predict a 34-second time. That is my prediction.
Wow.
I think someone's gonna do it. To be honest, I'm gonna say it. I think there's the caliber here. I think there's enough athletes across the board. How many do we have in the elite male division? Isn't it like 21? I think after 31 competitors, I feel like across the elite male and elite female, someone is going to figure this course out and is going to find something that no one's looking at the moment. That's what they're good at. And I genuinely think it's going to get there, but we'll have to wait and see. We're just waiting on a few more little bits and bobs, but overall, I think we will see it be pushed down to that limit, and I'm just so excited. And I think the beauty of the elite division in particular is, even if you see your favorite ninja fall on the placement course, one of the things that these ninjas in particular are great at is coming back and setting a great standard on the challenge course, even if they're first up. We saw that in the teen female division when Porta Fernand came first place despite being first on the challenge course. Well, enough talking from me. Kane, we're going to kick it off here with our elite female division with Taylor Johnson.
Yeah, coming out of Vitality and Ascend, which is just two incredible communities of incredibly talented athletes. Tej came in as an alternate, and now she's proven that she belongs here at the finals. Nice power through the saloon doors.
Wow.
Working her way quickly onto that third obstacle. Time's ticking is the name of the obstacle, and it couldn't ring truer. She's got to hop up. Look at that. Tej just 4'11", got some big hops there.
Yeah, moving so well to this point so far. Great ring movement. Be sure to keep your eyes on the clock, everyone, because it goes down quickly. Taylor Johnson going well so far. Now, gonna have to readjust her momentum here. Oh no, she's
trying to kick off to set up her angle, but it's taking a lot more time than she wanted, and she tacks off in midair. That's gonna do it for Tej. Gonna put her at 3 obstacles cleared on this placement course, and we'll see how that holds up. Strict time limit. You never know if someone could end up falling earlier, but at the same time, knowing who's coming after you, they're all breathing down your neck for that top spot. Tej should be a little worried coming into the challenge course that she might have to run earlier. We'll see, but Aspen Buist is up now. Aspen competed over at ARC, placed 3rd. And here we go.
Well, she's moving well so far through the course.
Oh, no! Just as I said, you never know. What in the world is in the air right now?
Our elites are not having an elite performance at the moment. Aspen, unfortunately, coming out very early in this race, but we've seen a few ninjas over the divisions make that similar mistake, so Aspen is likely going to be running first as we now move forward with one of our Australian competitors who hopefully can go a little bit further than our first two. Millie Baker, she won the teen female division for the Premier Series finals last year, so has a great resume under her belt and is now going to be stepping up here, hoping to go back-to-back, but this time in the elites. It's a whole new beast. And you can see that scoreboard once again. Taylor Johnson and Aspen are both going to be running very early, it looks like, but hopefully they're going to be able to overcome it and start to see some deeper runs into this course.
Now, Millie Baker placed second at the compound qualifier earlier this season, which means that every runner after her either will have placed second or first in the regular Premier Series season. So,
wow.
This is where things are going to get kicked up the notch. We'll see if anyone can push at least to the second half of the course right now. Millie getting ready to go.
Well, she's got a whole country cheering her on as Millie Baker begins her attack in the elite female division. She's got a lot to prove here.
Oh no! My goodness.
Oh,
what is happening today?
The doors don't seem to be working for our elites. What is going on here? Millie Baker, unfortunately, unstuck on the doors.
Looking at it, her hips were too far back as she pushed through the doors, so she just wasn't able to hold on as the jolt of the doors hitting the walls, impacted her. And now we'll have to jump over to runner number 4, Jaleesa Himka, who placed second at ARC. Jaleesa, very, very fast ninja here. Is a multi-champion in the OCR 100-meter events, so we know she can move and we know she can be quick.
Okay, she's taking multiple backswings there, but still good time on the clock if she can continue to be efficient for the back end of this course, making some good progress now, which is what we like to see from our ninjas. Now going down the ring slider, she's going to have to keep up that momentum here.
Well, good use of the wall there without taking away her momentum. Now she's trying to reset her swing or maybe widen her hands to steady it. Got to lock in that core if she wants to stabilize. Oh, she's just going around the carousel. She's fighting it, but it's going to win the battle over her. But regardless, Jaleesa Himka currently sitting in first place.
That is great to see that we are making some progress here. This course is proving to be quite difficult for our elites at this current point in time. Really taking us by surprise here a little bit, Kane. But Jaleesa currently going to be sitting in first with Taylor Johnson in second. And then Aspen and Millie going to be running very early on at the moment. Well, next up we have a phenomenal elite female competitor. Her name's Corinne Capriotti. She has a huge resume underneath her. And hopefully she's going to go deep into this course for us.
Corinne placed second at the Stanford Ninja Academy at the beginning of the season and also placed 8th at the World Championship. Almost had the buzzer on stage 1, fell literally right in front of the buzzer. It was heartbreaking. So I'm really hoping for big things for Corinne here. Nice reach over.
Oh, great move.
Still has the time. She's going to pop around and just fall short of the disc there. Got her fingertips on it. Maybe a little too high as well. Couldn't soften the impact.
Because we're yet to see someone through that obstacle, but it seems like they've got to use the momentum to reach out to the sky hook. Like she's got to spin around and then hit a sky hook on the other side potentially. Man. Well, our second resident Australian here in the elite female division, Zoe Harkness, coming out of the compound. She came first in a qualifier. So has a really strong reputation and has all the potential here to take out the top spot from Corinne Capriotti at the moment. She can make it past the first 4 obstacles here. Zoe, great through the doors.
If I'm not mistaken, this is Zoe Harkness's first competition abroad. Everything on her resume seems to point that she's been throwing it down under for the longest time and is now taking her talents overseas. Gonna need a pushback here, though. All right, now for the move to the bar.
Great momentum.
Now put herself in second behind Corinne. Gets the move, almost had the fly out. A good attempt there. The closest we've had so far on the obstacle, but is going to end up, due to the amount of backswing she took, in second behind Corinne for the time being. Still in a good spot for the challenge course run order.
Yeah, just coming short there. But I mean, Zoe Harkness, a great run. And yeah, she is going to be well placed. We only have 4 competitors left in the elite female division. So at the very least, she's in the middle of the pack. But we'll see how the rest of these competitors fare. We do have our strongest competitors yet to come, however. With all of the remaining competitors coming first, including Zoe Harkness, coming first in their respective qualifiers.
Well, now it's going to be the athlete who won at Arc Ninja. Coming out of Arc Ninja as well, this is Annabella Heinrichs. Annabella on the move, very aggressive. I love to see the urgency in these athletes, especially on speed courses like this one. Should be good to go
Annabella
here.
getting nice and high there.
Good grab. A
Great
nice
pace
set
so far.
pullback already. I like the way she's setting her pullbacks. It's not wasting extra time, but she's going to pause for a brief second at the wall. All right, 30 seconds remaining. And you know what? I can't tell. Oh no, a little crooked. Oh, very crooked. And I think
Annabella
we might have to
now
take the drop here. Oh man, she's fighting for it. If she gets this next touch point, I mean, she'll end up in 4th or so still, but looks like she's going to be in the middle of the pack to end off that placement course run.
Yeah, super unfortunate there for Annabella. It just didn't quite get her there. In the end, wow, this course is proving to be extremely difficult here. Well, next up, Kane, we have the favorite here today.
That's right. This is Nora Brown-John. And the way I describe it, Nora's been collecting championship titles like Infinity Stones. She's the Canadian national champion. She's the reigning world champion. She won the Ninja Sport Championship Season 3. Like, she's on a roll right now. And won here at Life Force in the qualifiers. She was the only one in her division, but honestly, with the runs that she put up, I don't think many people were going to touch her anyways.
That's crazy. What a resume Nora has. But can she make this one work? She gets the pop and now lines up. This is the difficult part, obstacle number 5.
All right, she's setting herself up and gets the grab. First one to do so today, but she hasn't officially cleared the obstacle. Now has to work through this lane. Turning her way through, has to get to that ring on the skyhook. Gets there, links out.
Wow.
Nora Brown-John in first place on skate jump with 5 seconds left, and she peels out. Just didn't get the jump she needed. Thankfully, that pit pillow's there to break her fall.
Yeah, thankfully that pillow was there. Nora Brown-John throwing down a great run there. As you said, Kane, this is going to be super tough here with this obstacle. It's been significantly extended for obstacle number 5, so that time limit is going to be so tough to get a clear here. Well, next up, we have our second final competitor here for the elite females. It's going to be Olivia Lopez coming out of Obstacle Ninja Academy. Another phenomenal, in a crazy level athlete here in this competition.
Olivia qualified by winning at the SoFlo Ninja Academy qualifier. She's also one of the rare elite female athletes to clear stage 1 at Worlds, placed 5th most recently. That list has been growing steadily, and Olivia is one of the pioneers that gets to add her name to that list. All right, working her way down the slider.
Okay.
Good
Nora
use of the wall there.
Yeah. Nora Brown-John had a great run to this point. Can Olivia Lopez match it?
She's a little off timing here. And she's lost that momentum that she was initially looking for. Now just going in a full circle. Trying to fight it, but her hands are too close together. She's rebuilding and got her fingers on it. Just fell short. Good attempt at rebuilding there, but really just one of those moves that you have to go on almost right away.
Yeah, no, that is super tough there. And unfortunately, Olivia just coming unstuck. Yeah, you really do have to go straight away. But it is such a far lash out. You can see just how far you have to extend yourself. Well, next up, we have another phenomenal athlete here, Addie Herman, also going to be looking for a win here. Nora Brown-John, currently the person to beat here, but Addie Herman could be the one to do it.
All right, Addie got second at the last Premier Series finals, made it to stage 2 at the World Championships for the second year in a row, where she placed, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say 4th. Yes.
Wow. Well, Addie Herman moving through the first 4 obstacles incredibly well so far. But it's this 5th obstacle that's the crux
she's
point.
going to widen her grip, going with a different beta here, and it's paying off. But now she's got to link her way through. She's got 20 seconds left.
That is fantastic. What a move there. We're going to be contending with Nora Brown-John's time here, potentially quicker through this obstacle. We're going to have to, once she gets the dismount, it's going to put her into second place. But if she can get through this obstacle, it's going to be tough with 1 second left on the clock. And unfortunately, just going to come unstuck there. Nora Brown-John going to be in first place at the moment. Addie Herman in second, followed by Olivia Lopez. Those are going to round out your top 3 for today. But Addie Herman showing us potentially a little bit of a beta break. I feel like a lot of the elite males might go and copy that now that they've seen it in action.
Well, so Addie did an amazing job, and it was a great run. You have to think, though, being 0.2 seconds behind Nora, I don't think speed was really her focus. I think she knew that she just had to get far on the course, you know? And I think it was a slower approach, which is why she ended up in second to Nora. But obviously, knowing the field and knowing the results that were in front of her, she placed herself in a very good position for the challenge course with that strategy. And I think, you know, there's a give and a take. We'll see. The elite males are going to have 45 seconds instead of 55 seconds. So I don't know if they'll have the time to make those adjustments that Addie did. I don't think there's as much wiggle room.
That is crazy. 45 seconds. Even to do it in 55 would be an achievement. Like, seriously, that is going to be nuts if someone gets a finish on this course. Like, I'm sure they'll be able to do it because they are our elite males. But that's going to be crazy. Okay, so rounding it out, we can see Nora Brown-John, Addie Herman, and Corinne Capriotti making out our top 3, followed by Olivia Lopez and Zoe Harkness in those top 5 positions. And we'll be seeing Aspen running first, who had some early upsets. There were multiple early upsets there from Aspen and Millie, but they'll be running early on, and there's all the potential there for them to set the standard that the rest of the competition is going to have to follow.
Well, there you have it. Those are your top 3 coming into the challenge course, Nora, Addie, and Corinne. Shout out to Corinne's sponsor as well, the Kalinowski Performance Academy, the leader in personal, group, team academy prep, and combine training. For 25 years, Coach Cal has been training individuals and teams of all abilities, all levels of experience, and from all sports, because everyone deserves a chance to be their best. So shout out to them for making the moves to help Corinne really pursue this amazing sport we call ninja.
Yeah, that is fantastic to see. We love to see sponsors getting behind all of our athletes here. And I mean, what a division. We've seen the elite females go through. We've now got 21 elite males to step up to the platform. There's going to be surprises, there's going to be upsets, and everything in between. And only time's going to tell who's going to be our top competitor here. But at the moment, the elite females, between Nora Brown-John and Addie Herman, and Corinne Capriotti, they're looking to be the favorites at the moment. You can see so many of the elite males now getting pumped up, now getting hyped, because they know that they're up next. And they're going to be looking for that top spot. There's 21 of them, so they're going to be even more fierce. We're going to have Connor Galvin.
We're going to have 19. Unfortunately, we're going to have 2 no-shows. As we said earlier, Donovan Matoyer out with an injury. And also a no-show today is Nam Phan, unfortunately. So no Nam Phan in the building. But we are going to have 19 athletes still taking on this placement course. A couple of adjustments are going to be made for them. They've, of course, been informed of these changes ahead of time when they were going over the rules. And we had an athlete or tester from the Life Force team demonstrate that obstacle for them, so that way they're not completely in the dark about it. And there's our first athlete, Leo Riveron.
Leo, of course, always a fan favorite in amongst the mix. We've seen him at so many qualifiers over the years. Leo now beginning his course attempt. 45 seconds on the clock. He's the first elite male through in this competition here. 36 years of age, and is flying through this course so far. 30 seconds already left on the clock. This time is ticking. He's taking a second backswing here, Kane. That could cost him.
Oh! They took that trapeze out. They got to go straight for the ring. And Leo just fell short.
Of course they did. That is tough. I was like, where's Leo grabbing? And like, where's the bar? And it's now gone, ladies and gentlemen. That is tough. And now we're going to move through to our next competitor, Gavin Allen. Trains out of Ultimate Backyard Warrior.
All right, on the move. Gavin placed 4th at the SoFlo Ninja Academy qualifier. Oh, and he's marked as a fall. Gonna have to take a look at what happened there.
Oh, wow.
Perhaps touched something that was not in play. Oh, I don't actually know.
Well, either it's a
I thought I was onto
start,
something. I need to look back at that.
Yeah, Gavin Allen might be getting a rerun, but he might have literally just touched the ground or made a mistake there. We'll have to wait and see what ends up happening on his run. We'll get an update as soon as we know what happened. Next up, we're going to be moving through to Hollis Lansford. He grabbed one of the tops of the boards. Oh,
you cannot grab the top of the saloon doors on the spider walk, and Gavin did that, and that resulted in a DQ.
That's tough. And when you're going that fast, it's hard to think.
Yeah, sometimes it just becomes a habit. But now for Hollis Lansford, the reigning British Ninja champion, who's now coaching at Arc Ninja over in Colorado, bursting through that door on the move. Hollis was already one of the best that the UK had to offer. And of course, due to his titles, you could say that he was the best. Now he's making his skills even better. No trapezes at all, though. He's going to have to take a second move on that slider. Good pop off. Going straight in for that hook move off the wall. Now coming into crisscross. Things are going to get really spicy here.
They just keep adding the layers of difficulty here. And I mean, with 10 seconds left on Hollis's time, I think this speaks volumes to just how difficult this course is going to be.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Oh, and the ring's off to the side. You got to take the ring in midair to the skyhook. Yo, Jaden, Becca, what are y'all doing? It's beautiful and also crazy.
This is crazy. I don't ever seen a course that has this demanding of a time and is this tough. But I mean, we do have the 21 best ninjas on the planet all in one space, so we do want to make sure that it's pushing them to their limits, but we may be finding their limits here. Well, Zach Toussaint, another phenomenal athlete. He's shown up in the previous Premier Series and was a real hallmark candidate for that series and is now coming back with great pace here. It'll be interesting to see. Will he take a second backswing? No, he doesn't. He goes straight into it.
Oh, wait, he gets stuck.
Ooh. Yeah, that is tough.
All right, jumping out to that hook.
25 seconds left on the clock.
Grabbing the slider. Got to set himself up right for the angle. On to crisscross now. Gets the move.
Oh, he's
has
really
the power, but shorts it. Just pulled himself a little too close up without extending. He's going to go down. But his time to that point is going to put him in first place for the moment.
Yeah, I think Zach knew that he just had to go, to be especially on that obstacle number 5. You've got to connect everything. I think you were saying that earlier, Kane. And I seriously, if anyone gets a finish on here, it's just going to be incredible. I think everyone's going to go nuts.
Well, here's Vinny Castronova, another one of our course designers. He designed the courses at SoFlo Ninja Academy, repping his home gym. Awesome move there.
Well, Vincent,
all right, now got to make that move. Oh, but he's going to take an extra swing.
Yeah, that is going to cost him some time. Oh, and he couldn't quite get the jump.
Yeah, he came onto that disc almost backwards, kind of like just, he wasn't facing the ring enough, so he didn't get enough of a forward jump off. You can see there, his torso was still twisted to the left while his feet were going forward. The rest of his body just couldn't keep up.
Well, next up, we have another ninja icon here, Jonathan Bange. He's repping the gold sneakers and the gold shorts. We love to see it here. Let's see, can he attack this course and have a golden run?
You've probably
I
seen
think you've
Mr.
really
Bain
got to go.
all weekend coaching athletes across all divisions, and whoa, spun out from under him. And it looks like we might be entering a little bit of a drought here, where our athletes are maybe going to have to figure out how to properly leap off of that disc, because Bain there just hit the edge and let it turn him. You know, he couldn't react in time to save it.
Yeah, this course is really tough. I think you can't take a second swing to line yourself up because you'll burn down the clock. But you've got to line it up literally within one swing, which is super demanding. I think the tactic we've seen is a lot of them just run across it, or do a 2-foot jump where they're equidistant on either side of the circle. Like, I don't know how they've got to attack it here. I'm a bit stumped.
Well,
we'll have to wait
now
and see.
their jump has to be even bigger than what it was before, so maybe that changes up their foot placement. Stepping up now is Seth Lambert out of Ninja Intensity in Colorado. For those of you who watched the latest Ninja Sport Championship qualifier, you know that Seth has all of the skills it takes. Placed second in their open round, had a nasty peel out as well, and still managed to persevere and finish the course. So definitely a fighter here.
Nice. Oh, he's taking that backswing as well. It seems to be a commonality amongst all the ninjas. Oh, but he's going now.
Oh, but he doesn't have a lot of power here. He's going to use that reach to his advantage, puts himself in a first place off of time.
Wow. Seth Lambert, ladies and gentlemen. He's making great. If he can make it through this obstacle, he'll be solidifying himself very well in this competition.
He gets the ring and he links out of there.
Dismount. Oh, fantastic.
Oh, man. Was running out of time.
He can be pretty happy with that run.
Yeah, I mean, hey, first one to break through crisscross.
Yeah, 8 competitors in, and we finally had someone overcome crisscross. Wow.
Now, with all of these incredible athletes falling so shockingly early compared to what we were expecting, be sure to vote on the poll in the YouTube chat, folks. Do we see a clear on the placement course at all? We'll find out. But now for another course designer of the season, Zach Eichenstein out of Ferox Athletics. He's designed so many Premier Series courses, including last year's finals. But make no mistake, this man is not just the brains behind the obstacles. He's got some mad skills, and he's showing it right now.
Wow, he's an Einstein in the course design and an Einstein on the course here. He is moving so well. It's Zach Eichenstein just moving like it's nobody's business. Oh my, 16 seconds on the clock, fastest to this point, and he could be contesting.
He peeled off the sky hook. Oh, man. That was the most promising run we've seen. And just the peel out there. He linked that move to grab the ring as well. And I think just that might have been just a bit of a rush, but he didn't really have much more time to waste, you know?
And I mean, when you see a run like that, that kind of might sway people's opinion about whether or not they think it's possible that this course could be completed. Because I think Zach very much showed us that he was potentially on pace to do it, like just to get a buzzer beater.
Well, up now is going to be Cody O'Brien. Cody placed third at the Life Force qualifier. He lost by 2 placements to his son Spencer, who we'll be seeing run later. Kevin, one of the older competitors in the Elite Division as a whole, and he's definitely not moving like it. Also has that great reach there, made for a perfect jump off of that slider.
Yeah, 25 seconds on the clock here. If he can complete this obstacle in the next 20 seconds, he will be putting himself into second place, which is a great spot to be.
Not enough juice there, but he gets it. Oh, but he peels off right after. Man, plot twist after plot twist here in the Elite Division.
I mean, big props to Cody O'Brien for stepping up into the Elite Division and competing at the highest level. He's still going to be well placed for the time being because so many people made mistakes on those earlier obstacles. But we're going to see Spencer O'Brien up later today, which is going to be exciting. Next up, we've got someone who really took the competition by storm earlier this year. It's Kevin Rodriguez. He is super quick here.
Kevin, one of the fastest ninjas I've personally ever seen. And I mean, he's just getting right down to business as usual. Gonna take one swing here on the TikTok before flying over. Grabs that ring. Over at Vitality, they train a lot of tech and a lot of speed, and that's a lot of what this course is.
My
No surprise.
days.
Evan just kind of floating his way through this. Still has 20 seconds left. He's gonna grab that ring, pop right off, link the dismount.
Oh.
He's got what could be the first clear, but no ring on that windshield wiper. He's got to go straight to the bar, and he just grazed it, touching down. So close
Kevin
there.
Rodriguez. That was a winning. That was a buzz. That would have gotten it. Like,
Yes, absolutely.
That's so tough.
Absolutely
Hey,
would
Rod.
have been a buzzer.
He does not disappoint on a placement course. I mean, his flow and tech is crazy, and just the speed at which he travels is so hard to replicate. So the others, I guess, are going to try and replicate it. We've got Cody Benaway up next.
All right, Cody Benaway. For those who don't know the name, you're gonna know now because this is another Kevin. Pretty much, they could both move, and I think the difference is Cody. He's got the extra height, you know. He might be able to play that to his advantage here. Good little shuffle on the disc, coming down the slider now. Now it's going to come down to if he can link this right here. He gets through that. Nice power there as well, linking everything and peels off the sky hook. No. Oh,
Just
man.
coming unstuck there. Oh, that's so tough. Oh, he's phenomenal as well. Cody Benaway really putting himself on the map here. He was moving quicker than K-Rod. K-Rod was our resident speedster, so Cody Benaway. Wow. Yeah, you weren't joking.
I keep forgetting that you've been taking some time off in Ninja recently. I keep forgetting that you might not be totally familiar with some of these guys, but Cody's the real deal, man. He can move. And so can this next gentleman right here. Third place at the World Championship, second place at Stanford's qualifier, Tom Alberti. He's gotten every spot on the podium except the top spot recently. You know he wants that.
He's definitely going to be hungry here. Premier Series title is going to be awesome in this stacked division. This would be such an honor to be able to win. And Tom Alberti definitely someone who can take out this whole competition here. He's going to take a backward swing. A little bit behind pace.
Whoa, one-handed on the disc. Well, he's not letting that one-handed slip-up throw him off. He's only got 10 seconds left, though. He's really got to move. He grabs the ring and is now going to have to go for a one-arm lache. Nice job from Tom Alberti. Going to put him in second place right now. And is going to... You're not allowed to step on that platform. Got to jump from the skateboard. So that's going to end his run. But a great job. That was absolutely insane.
Phenomenal. He should... That's still going to put him into second place, I believe. So he's going to be sitting nice and comfortable there. I think when he grabbed the ring... I don't know if he did it intentionally, but he's definitely making sure that he threw obstacle number 5, which overall is a great thing in regards to your placement, even if you just make it through the first 5 obstacles.
Well, now on the course, coming out of Ferox as well as Ramses Valdez, one of the fastest and most powerful ninjas I've seen in terms of throwing big moves. You want to put numbers on distances. I mean, this guy's doing like 20-foot moves on trapezes at Ferox. It's crazy.
Whoa.
And there's that power I was talking about.
What?
Oh, a little misgrab there, and that's going to cost him about a second, and that matters. But just the one hand on the ring. Wasn't able to connect that second one. Peels right off.
Might have tear his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope not, but wow. Ramses, again, another athlete with just so much power here. And we are flying through these world athletes. I think even just that little stumped movement there might have thrown him out a little bit and not given him the confidence. But I mean, okay, let's take a look at our times here. K-Rod with 28 seconds through crisscross. That just goes to show how quick he was moving through. Tom Alberti in second. And we're going to have a lot of people test those top spots here with Noah Munya in up next. As he says in his bio, he's never won any major title, but today could be the day. He definitely will be in contention.
It still is frankly ridiculous that hasn't happened yet. So many insane moves that this man has pulled off. He's been 4th place at the World Championship twice in a row. 2023, he beat Stage 3, wasn't in contention for the title, but beat it nonetheless. And now, here he is knocking on the doorstep of a Premier Series title. If he can link his way through, gets that skyhook, no surprise. And he's just behind his... Oh my goodness!
A little bit of a Superman move there.
I think he just wanted to know what the mat tasted like, you know?
Yeah.
But no,
really
Vitality... The Vitality boys are going to take the top 2 spots on the leaderboard right now. Kevin's still in first, but Noah's going to jump into second. Bit of a Superman right there. We don't do those kinds of Supermans in Ninja on purpose.
Definitely a WWE style move as well there. Well, next up, we're going to have Gavin White stepping up from Skyhook Ninja Fitness, another top-seeded candidate here today. He has a 19-foot lache, and hopefully that's going to do him good justice on crisscross obstacle number 5. Gavin
coming out of Skyhook Ninja Fitness in Oregon. He placed 2nd here at Life Force during the qualifier season. Now gets to pop out. Oh, that was perfect. But he's going to keep continuing his links now as best as he can. Gets that moved, links the dismount. Now he has the height. Get that bar. Gavin White might be our new leader. Hopping right in. He's got to go. Crawling his way across the trampoline, and he steps down. Oh, but Gavin White's going to be your new leader. Bounding through jump skate there.
What a great run there by Gavin. A textbook run, I might say so myself. He really moved through everything with such precision in every movement that he had. He used that height to his advantage to make it through that skateboard jump that so many of the ninjas have struggled with so far. As we now move through to Weston Boswell. All of these people won in their respective qualifiers earlier this year. So these are truly some of the best. He trains out of his backyard rig. So a bit of a home ninja.
Well, we saw in the teen division, Charlie Ball put up a 33-second time on his course, and he did that by not resting, not taking basically any backswings. He full sent everything. I think that's what these elite athletes are going to have to do if we are to get a clear on this placement course.
Yeah, no, I agree. Well, let's see how Weston Boswell fares up against this course. He built a 40x40 steel course on his family's farm, and he learned to weld and 3D print all of his own obstacles. So hopefully this young man is going to fly on this course here.
Oh, shoots directly into it. Yeah, he didn't have a backswing when he caught that. Not a kip back, I guess. When he caught that slider, his legs were already forward, and you want to have them behind you so that way you can kip yourself up to that step. Here he shot himself straight forward. There was just no recovery.
I hope his knee's okay.
Well, he got up and he was walking all right.
Yeah. No, he should be okay. Well, we're down to our last 2 competitors here. Spencer O'Brien, ladies and gentlemen. Going to be looking to take out the top spot that Gavin White is currently holding on to. Spencer flying through the course so far. It's a great start.
Spencer won here at Life Force for the qualifier season. So we know he knows his way around the gym. But even then, this is not his home gym. He's a Canadian. And he only comes here for the big comps. Whoa, went for the skyhook skip. Oh, man. And I think we're going to have to adjust that score. He has to stick the landing on that platform, I believe. So they're going to have to change it up. But he went for it, and I got to respect it. That was awesome.
Yeah, no, respect has been earned by Spencer O'Brien there. Oh, he almost had it. So close. He had a hand on that grab as well. And just a little bit more power. He could have got it. You can see there Jackson, the imminent fist bump hanging in the air.
I
I'll let
mean,
you
guys,
introduce.
we could go the entire elite division without a clear on the placement course. It all comes down to the man who's been on a hot streak of wins, Jackson Erdos. But it's worth noting, he posted on his story a little while back, he's 1-3 on Premier Series placement courses, fallen on the Stanford and Ferox courses, looking to right his wrongs today.
Wow, and he's righting those wrongs at the moment. Quickest to this point, potentially. He's flying through the course, gets the skyhook.
He's on. Oh my goodness, we might be looking at it, guys. No, he falls back. He did get the fastest time to that point. He is going to be our final runner on the challenge course, but oh man, Jackson Erdos just hit that a little too hard and was leaning too far back on that last skateboard to really get it going, but still puts himself in first.
Very true. Jackson, of course, our final seeded candidate, the reigning world champion at the moment, just couldn't quite ride the skateboard. I mean, that's a whole new kind of skill, to be fair. Anyone with, if there's any ninjas with skateboarding talent, they would have been very happy to see that. But Jackson Erdos going to be sitting in first place, followed by Gavin White and Spencer O'Brien. We have a huge stacked list of 19 elite male athletes who are going to be looking to take out that top spot.
And there you have it, guys. At the top, Jackson right there. Sponsored by Athleticos as well, a clothing brand that sells athletic pants and shorts. Made by ninjas, for ninjas. Be sure to check them out. Now with that, there's some runs we got to talk about here. No clears across the entire elite division, but I want to look at some of our best attempts here. The top two elite female athletes, Nora Brown-John and Addie Herman. Taking a look at Nora's run first. Nora was flying through, especially on crisscross, having to go a little before Addie. She was really the trendsetter on this obstacle that broke through. And I want to highlight these two because Nora did the more traditional technique that we saw throughout the remainder of the elite division, whereas Addie had a different approach to the obstacle and just ended up 0.2 seconds behind Nora. They are just fractions apart from each other, and I think that means we're going to see some really good showdowns here on the challenge course.
Yeah, that's absolutely
and then, of
right.
course,
it's going to be neck and neck.
Oh, yeah. And on the men's side, another athlete I wanted to spotlight, Seth Lambert. Seth was one of our first athletes to break through crisscross on the elite male side, and he was absolutely cruising through everything. Just had a little bit of a mishap afterwards on the skate jump. And, I mean, regardless, he's one to look out for. He's going to find himself right now in 7th place, so in the back half of the run order, a good spot to be in coming into the challenge course. And then, of course, there is Mr. Weston Boswell, one that I think you guys should definitely not underestimate. He was, had an interesting fall off of that ring slider, but when he can put it all together, he's a force to be reckoned with. And I do think now, any of those careless mistakes like that, I think that's out of his system. I don't see him falling like that again on the challenge course. But of course, gotta look at the guy who made it the furthest, the fastest, Jackson Erdos, who is once again at the top of a Premier Series leaderboard. We'll see if he can hold on to that and go 3 for 3 in the Premier Series. He won Stanford, he won at Ferox, he placed 4th in the finals last year, and I don't think he's going to settle for a podium. I think he wants more than 3rd place. I think he wants more than improvement. And he showed that with that run. Just came a little too far back on that skateboard to get a good launch.
Yeah, I mean, well, what a lineup that we have here tonight. Jackson Erdos currently sitting in 1st place, but I genuinely think, as you were saying, there are just so many athletes here. But once we get into the challenge course, the specialties of the competitors start to change. Not only is it going to be a speed course, but you're also going to have to really have that endurance, the tech. And I think based on the adjustments that we saw on the placement course, I feel as though we're going to see some significant adjustments on the challenge course to make it all the more difficult. Because even with that placement course, it is technically beatable based on what we saw here today. Like, if they connected it all together, they definitely could have pulled it off. So I think we're going to be seeing a very similar feeling on this challenge course. And whilst we have some time here, hopefully we're going to get a chance to quickly walk through the challenge course that our ninjas will be facing here today. We have some amazing camera operators who are going to be able to walk us through this course, hopefully, at some point. And you're going to get your sights set on this challenge course, which is going to blow your minds. So the first few obstacles, nothing too serious. The first one's called Outside Line. You take a ring, you work your way around the course. You'll see very quickly it's something that not too many of our competitors struggle with. And then we're moving on to Wall Runner, which is obstacle number 3. It's a bit of a wall running sequence. Again, no ninjas seem to struggle too much with this. It's just kind of fun, and they've got to move through it as quickly as possible. It's a great place to either lose or make up time. And then we move into High Flying. It'll be interesting to see if anything has changed for this obstacle. Essentially, you fly into that board, you knock it over, and you come over to that disc, and you lache through, down onto the platform there. These obstacles are super complex, but as soon as you see a ninja do it, it'll make a lot of sense. Next, we've got Skate Tech, and it seems to be, it's a balance beam that goes on a decline. It's caused a lot of struggles for a lot of our competitors over other divisions, so it's going to be interesting to see how they handle that. Followed by Roundhouse. This obstacle has been okay for our competitors here today. And now we get into kind of the serious stuff. It's going to be push-pull. Essentially, you run up these steps. You then have to move along these gliders that are independent of one another, and then hop over to the salmon ladder, make a transition across, and then work your way through over to the dismount platform. That is going to be a super tough obstacle. Next up, we have Walled In, and it looks like there's a sky hook. I'm scared as to why that's there at the moment, but essentially in Walled In, you have to transition the ring across through the sky hooks. Then we're moving over to the log ride. Everything looks okay there. Apparently there will be a batarang that they have to pop into that hook up top, followed by on rails, where they will need to transfer over, grab that bar, then go onto the sky hooks, transition onto the rails, ride their way down to the dismount. I'm sure your brains are just getting tired hearing all of this, because this is what our ninjas are going to have to do. And then full send. It'll be interesting to see if there's any variations made to this. It looks like there's potentially a smaller cradle at the end. They will then work their way through the flying bar and hit the buzzer at the top. And the time limits, who knows at this current point in time. I feel as though for the team males, we saw a time of 3 minutes, and for the team females, there's a time of 3:30. So odds are they're going to be pushing it down a little bit for these elites. It does look like there's a few variations that are going to make it tougher, but overall, no real time burners.
I'm gonna put you at ease a little bit here, Jack. The time limits are still 3:30 for the women and 3 minutes for the men. I think the course adjustments warrant that. You know, I think pushing down those time limits probably would have been overkill. I think it's a good decision to keep those time limits the same, given the adjustments that we're getting here on this challenge course.
You know, I agree. I think that's a great strategy here. And keeping everything the same is probably best.
Oh man, guys, winner take all on this challenge course. As a reminder, our athletes are going to have 2 retries. They can use them on different obstacles. So your run ends one of 3 ways. Either if you fail an obstacle twice, you fail 3 different obstacles, or of course the outcome we all want, if you get a buzzer. And of course we want to see our Premier Series champions get the buzzer. Typically, it's been all about getting in the top 4 because that qualifies you for finals. But since we're here at finals, what matters, is the podium. Obviously, we want to see our podium. The podium gets the trophies and the confetti and the celebration. But come on now. We want to see who wins, and we want to know who's going to come out with the W at the end of the day. So be sure to throw in the chat who you guys think's taking home the title. Now that you've gotten a little taste of Life Force's finals for the elites, who's going to be your elite female champion? And not long after that, who's going to be your elite male champion? Be sure to vote on the poll as well. How many clears on this challenge course out of all of our elite athletes? We're going to find out My personal prediction, I think we're going to get 3. 2 or 3. And we'll see if Aspen Buis can be our first. She's going to be our first athlete for the elite female division, kicking us off. Time limit 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Aspen working her way through those first 2 obstacles like nothing. We typically see a lot of high efficiency levels here on these first few obstacles, as they're a little easier than the others. Kind of break you in, get you warm, comfortable. Aspen lands on down, coming out of ninja intensity. They do a lot of crazy moves, the likes of Kaden Lebsack, Max Feinberg training out there. Got to go straight into the board. My goodness, got to body slam it. No extra trapeze there this time around. You got to launch yourself. Sets herself up for that grab. No retries used as well. Always good to have those in the back pocket. Jaden and Becca love to make their courses progressively harder the further into it you go. So it's definitely a good thing to have both of those retries in your back pocket for the super tricky, techie, pumpy obstacles. Now coming up to skate tech. This has been a problem all weekend for all divisions, but especially in the amateur division we saw. Aspen sticks it, but falls short on the skyhook move. Needed to get up to her feet and just rushed forward on her knees. Gonna get a second attempt here, though. She's gonna chalk up once again. All right, take 2. Gets the ring again. Oh, and you can see there the added element of grabbing that ring really does throw off the timing of everything. In past divisions, that ring was firmly on the skateboard for people to pick up, but instead Aspen had to grab that ring off of a magnet and adjust to the skateboard as it dropped on her. Threw off her balance there. So many moving parts to that obstacle, and I could see that being a major crux point for our elite division. We'll see if Millie Baker can get the hang of it. She is the teen female Premier Series champion from last year. Now stepping up to the big leagues in the elite division. We'll see how she handles it. Placed second over at the compound. And had the second fastest time on stage 1 at Worlds this past season. She's got a lot of accolades to her name, and I wouldn't be surprised if she adds Premier Series champion or at least a podium medal here to her growing list of accolades.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Kane. And we can see her here on obstacle 4 now, moving well so far. She came out early, of course, on the placement course, but is now looking to make up for this on this challenge course and is going super strong so far.
Gonna take an extra backspin
looking
here.
For that dismount.
All right, now through high flying, 6 seconds faster than Aspen. So at the moment, Millie is your champion, but of course, so much talent still to come. Way too early to tell. Oh, and she puts her hand down on the track. That's going to warrant the retry, but she had the right idea. Just overshot her reach forward for the ring.
Yeah, no, she did just overshoot it there. And skate tech has been proving to be a super difficult obstacle for the entire day here. Hopefully on her second attempt, Millie can adjust and have a better second attempt. Okay,
There's
it looks like she's going to.
And that might be the beta we see going forward on that obstacle. Now Millie Baker coming into Roundhouse.
Yeah, Roundhouse hasn't shown too much difficulty for our athletes here today.
But now that ring is a nunchuck.
A handle to grab. Adds to the level of difficulty, but this, Kane, is where things start to get serious. Push and pull. This has been upgraded to be even more difficult because there isn't that assistance in the middle ground where so Millie's really going to have to send it here.
Yeah, and the thing that is, there used to be a trapeze in between the salmon ladder bar and the skates. There isn't one now. You got to start from those shrinking steps for the run up to give yourself the speed and power you need to launch for that bar. She's got to move.
Yeah,
she's got to move much faster this time around, but she drops down. Millie Baker down on obstacle number 7, push and pull.
Push and pull is proving to be so difficult for our elite competitors here. I think that's going to be one of the crux points of the run at the moment until they really crack the beta there. But overall, Millie can be super proud of her run. Didn't have the ideal placement course there, but really brought it back, making it all the way through to obstacle 7, push and pull. She had a great time to that point. And so we're going to see how that holds up as we now move through to our third competitor here, Taylor Johnson, another competitor who had a bit of trouble on the placement course, but we know can go so far and so deep into this course.
This is going to be a big run here. Taylor, sponsored by DGS Ninja as well. Another one of our team DGS athletes, so shout out to them. Man, I'm speechless. I always underestimate the elite courses here at Life Force. I always seem to think that we're going to get some like solid, good runs across the board, and and then Jaden and Becca are just like, nope, we're going to buff everything. And
yeah, always with the elites.
Definitely buffed everything here.
Yeah, they take it to another level here with the elites. Millie Baker, you can see 6 obstacles complete in a minute 31. That is the current standing. We'll see how that holds against the rest of the elite field. We still have another 8 elite females to step up to the course here, so it's going to be interesting to see how they hold. Taylor Johnson, another really strong athlete, sponsored by DGS Ninja. It's going to be great to see how she goes on this course as she moves through obstacle 1. These are just great starter obstacles where it's just about going as quickly as possible. Oh! A little bit of
a little close to the wall there.
Yeah.
Yeah, threw off her swing. But again, every obstacle past this third one has been buffed, made incredibly more difficult than the amateur and teen divisions that we've seen today. But that's why Life Force is hosting these finals. They're going to push our athletes to the limit as Tej kicks it a little too far forward, doesn't get her hands around the board in time, and peels back. Thankfully, there's those nice air mattresses there.
Yeah, you can see just how far she's got to fly in order to make it through that obstacle. Just at every point on this course, they're really pushing these athletes. Taylor gets it the second time around. Yeah, literally, that's what you've got to do at this point. It's such a far distance. Taylor moving through this course well now, finding her momentum, finding her feet, as she now moves on to Skate Tech, an obstacle that is also extremely difficult here on this elite course. You need so much balance here.
Whoa, that thing's not moving at all. She's going to have to push it. First, we're seeing this problem. I'd almost row your boat using the ring. I don't know. The ring's not your hand. Oh, she's really trying to push it here. Got the force, maybe.
She's so close.
Ooh. At this point, maybe you consider taking a drop and trying again just to save your time. She's got 2:04 left. I think that's exactly what she's going to do. Oh, she's going to give it one more shove and gets the tip over. Sticks it. Now just has to go for that sky hook. No! Airballs it. Oh, man.
That is a big jump. Oh, that's tough.
Taylor, 4'11", 30 years old. Christ first, she's a financial analyst for MGH Cancer Center and has a 2-year-old male mini golden doodle named Harley. Shout out Harley.
Aww.
Now moving a little bit, but looks like we might be going for round 2 on Skate Tech. Oh, man.
Oh, this is tough.
Tej really trying to give every ounce of her body to power through this skateboard. You can see a slight incline on the track before it dips down. And now the part that felled her before. That sky hook. She gets it. Links out of there and falls forward.
Ooh.
And that's going to end it. Technically counts as a clear on Skate Tech, but a fall on Roundhouse as she fell forward. 5 obstacles under her belt. Tej, definitely a run to be proud of, given how much she had to fight for that obstacle.
Yeah, what a run there from Taylor Johnson. Unfortunately, just getting stuck there on Skate Tech. It is such a difficult obstacle. These course designers really don't disappoint here. They are pushing these elites to their absolute limits here at every turn. There is no freebies.
All right, now Annabella Heinrichs is going to be stepping up. Annabella, the winner of our qualifier over at ARC in Colorado. Been doing Ninja for 7 years now. A lot of experience under her belt. Always been at the top of the elite female leaderboards. Excited to see how she handles this specific course, as now we're getting into the really, really tricky obstacles here, starting with high flying.
Well,
It really does feel like those first 3 obstacles are a warm-up, as Annabella is now settled by the looks of it and seems to be in control coming into Skate Tech.
Yeah, that's a great way to describe it. Those first 3 obstacles definitely are. And then high flying, it has that difficult addition. And Skate Tech is also super tough. Let's see what she decides on doing here.
Good grab,
Ooh.
saves it on the skateboard. Wow. Great control there with her legs. Locked that in. Now she doesn't want to overshoot that platform the way Tej did. Uses Roundhouse to stabilize. And now it's going to jump right into it. Has to reach for that nunchuck. 2 hands on. And she's getting out of there.
Okay,
all right.
Annabella now putting herself into first place above Millie Baker. And this push-pull obstacle, I seriously think is going to be such a crux point. Can Annabella be the first to do it? Wow.
I want to get a side view and see just how close she was to that bar.
She looks decently close, but still, I think she's got to push it even harder here. This obstacle is so tough. She's got a lot of pace this time. She gets it. Wow.
Awesome job.
Annabella Heinrichs moving so well through this course, and we're going to see her onto obstacle 8. Our first look at the newly formed, the new addition to all of this.
Oh, that's
now,
disgusting.
It looks like
it's so cool, but it's disgusting. Oh, man. 2 rings down.
That just makes it...
Annabella using her second retry here, and I just know that for the men, that means that they're only going to get 1 ring, and they have to hop it into the... Oh, my gosh. Not even thinking about that right now. Focus on Annabella, who's going to work her way through this. Has her final attempt, 1 life left, essentially. Oh,
Annabella
just doesn't get the hands-on together.
There. Oh, that is tough. That makes the transition infinitely more difficult for these athletes here. And I think for anyone watching at home, that ring, like, you cannot have that much backspin. I mean, you cannot get much momentum on it because it's just so difficult to build up a swing from that. To think it was once a static to now going to that ring. And apparently we've been told that the men will only just have that 1 ring and they'll have to pop it into the walled-in slot. So definitely not that easy. But next up, we've got Jaleesa Himka, a OCR world champion, so someone who has the endurance to go the distance here. She had a strong placement course run. Now let's see how she goes here on this challenge course, which is proving to be also difficult for these athletes.
You know, it's going to come down to crux points and the milliseconds there. And on the second obstacle, she took a backswing where everyone else has pretty much been linking it. Hopefully that half second doesn't come back to bite her. Would hate to see that be the difference maker. But not letting it phase her. Still working through high flying. Business as usual for Jaleesa Himka.
Yeah, Jaleesa showed so much power on the placement course, and I think hopefully she's going to bring that here onto the back end of the course. She's all warmed up and ready to go, and this is where we start to get serious in regards to the obstacle difficulty. Skate Tech is the first one. This requires so much balance, a little bit of luck, and hopefully Jaleesa is going to get this one first go.
Oh, falls back just a bit upon grabbing the ring. Gonna have to reset. You can see Jaleesa's mom, Suzanne, on her sideline with the chalk. Suzanne also competed at ARC and qualified, if I'm not mistaken, in the amateur female division. Opted not to compete, but still awesome to see all of our competitors throughout the season come into Life Force. Good move there by Jaleesa. Played it a lot safer there. Now for the skyhook.
Great to see her through. And on good pace as well. I think it's going to be how deep can she go into this course. That's going to be a real big deciding factor here. As Jaleesa looking for that dismount.
Overshot. Was a little off with her aim, but she's all good now. Still in third.
Okay. But push pull. This is... Oh, she's not going to take the run up here.
Yeah, no speed here. I don't know how I feel about this, Jack. She's going to chalk up.
Oh, I don't know if this is going to be possible without the
It's
speed.
going to be a lot more reliant on power now. And she doesn't get it. She's going to have to start back from those shrinking steps there.
Yeah, and you can see that. I hope that she sends it the second time. It is super scary. You do need strong power, but it looks like she's lining herself up to go for the sprint this time. She knows that she needs the speed.
Oh,
she just
down
misses
goes
it.
Jaleesa Himka. So close. I think maybe if she had started with that technique and had a second attempt to try it again, I feel like we may have seen a different outcome there, but she's going to be in third place right now behind Annabella and Millie.
Yeah, Jaleesa, unfortunately, coming unstuck there. Zoe Harkness, Australia's final hope here in this competition. Hopefully we're going to see her go deep into this course here. She did pretty well on the placement course, all things considered, and won her qualifier at the compound back in Australia. So fingers crossed we see her go deep into this course. She's going to have to make it through many obstacles, though, if she wants to take out that top spot.
All right, Zoe has been my dark horse pick of the elite female division. Again, I don't believe she's ever competed internationally before. This is her first competition outside of Australia, and now she's showing the ninja world what she's made of. But, I mean, like I said, I think she's very capable of performing very well. Won at the compound, beating the likes of Millie Baker, who's currently in second place, and was a favorite coming into this competition.
Yeah,
she
Zoe
also
definitely
was the, it's worth noting, she was the first woman to advance to stage 3 at the Ninja Challenge League finals, which is insane because the Ninja Challenge League, they do co-ed leaderboards. They only take 5 people on stage 3. Zoe being the first woman to make it there is really, really awesome. And ooh, Skate Tech's gonna take another name there. Zoe's gonna have to use a retry.
Yeah, to make it to stage 3 of NCL, that is tough. Particularly nowadays, in regards to a course that they do at the compound. So Zoe Harkness, second attempt here on this obstacle. She's really going to have to make sure of it this time. Looks like she's going to go on her knees. Oh no, this could be a Taylor Johnson 2.0 here. Could she get stuck in limbo if she's not careful? Zoe Harkness really going to have to build the momentum. She's leaning her body forward and you can see it starting to tip. It just isn't quite getting there. This is going to burn down the clock.
She needs a little more of a rock back and forth. She's getting there. She's on the verge of it. It started to tip. Gotta be a little more aggressive with it.
Oh no. And she has no more retries, so she can't go back and fix her momentum.
Oh, she's close to it.
Oh,
Come on,
close.
Zoe. Oh, man. A minute 40. She would have a retry on another obstacle if she can make it out of here, but she's got to get this one right now.
Oh, this is tough. With each push, she'll get more and more tired. She's trying to stand up more. Now going to be giving it another attempt.
There we go. It's like she heard you almost. She's taking a breath, making sure she remains calm and composed here. It's not over until it's over. Zoe now can go for that skyhook. She's going to have to cover a lot of ground, but she's in the clear, coming into Roundhouse in 4th place right now.
Yeah, and I mean, if she can get through push-pull which has kind of been a huge crux point here today. She could still be in second place, so that's definitely on the cards here with 52 seconds on the clock. She still has the chance for 2 attempts at this if she needs it.
Oh, she got the bar first try.
Wow, Zoe
A little
Harkness
crooked on the
coming
salmon
back.
bar, but it doesn't matter. She's going to get out of there. And like you said, now in second place.
There's still potential even for her to get into first place if she can get through this obstacle. It is so difficult. Walled in has been the crux point all throughout the day. It's even more difficult for our elites. Zoe Harkness now down to 1 attempt. 22 seconds on the clock. She's going to have to pull out a miracle here if she wants to bring this one home. Currently in second place.
And that pop finally
That's the first
secures
grab.
that ring. This transfer now is like the easiest part. It's moving it into the skyhook that's going to be difficult. She's going to flip that ring. She's got 6 seconds to get the dismount.
Oh my!
She's got to
Zoe
go.
Harkness
Gets in first place. Tries to go through, but doesn't get it. Regardless,
Wow.
Zoe Harkness down to the wire, pushes herself to the top of the leaderboard. Great fight
That is
after a
crazy.
long, long time spent on skate tech.
I mean, talk about a comeback there. The mental struggle of being stuck on the skate for more than a minute, at least at that point, and then pulling it all back after all of that adversity. Now being in the top spot at the moment with only 5 more competitors to go. Zoe, that could be enough for podium. There is potential. I don't know if it's going to hold, but I mean, talk about resilience and an Aussie comeback there. We love to see it.
Well, now we are down to our final 4 athletes. Olivia Lopez up now. And Olivia Lopez could absolutely take a top spot here. Could take the top spot here. Definitely not one to underestimate. Coming out of Obstacle Ninja Academy, placed 5th at the World Championship. Has won the World Champion title 3 separate times. And that's why she's a coach over at ONA. They need her expertise, you know? They got some really strong ninjas out at ONA, leading the next generation of athletes. Olivia, part of that awesome team out there. Also was on American Ninja Warrior Junior Season 3.
Wow.
Nice
to be a
link
3-time
there.
world champion. We're getting to see that on display at the moment. Olivia Lopez moving so well through this course, but this is where things start to get serious. She's on great pace to this point. Can she do the skate? Great technique. That was well done. Super smooth there.
Yeah.
Now
It was a
looking for
little
that dismount.
slow, but she was definitely in control the whole time, which made up for it. Overshoots.
Oh!
Nice save. Oh my goodness, popping up though. Got to get that turn. She's really trying to force her way across. Honestly, maybe take the drop, save the time and energy, but she doesn't seem to want to do that. She's going to pull herself up, use that board, grab the chuck. Got to get her second hand on there. Nice fight, but she's going to walk it through. Oh, man. And now there's the risk not paying off there. She's shaking out. That had to have tired her out a bit, and I don't think she wants to be that fatigued that early on the course.
But it's okay. She's got the world champ difference here. She's going to push through. And Olivia's going to get it on her second attempt, hopefully now. That grab is not forgiving. She's clenching it and now moving through because into the back end of this course. 3-time world champion, something that I don't know how many people can say, but it can't be that many. Olivia moving through here. One retry in her back pocket. And she's going to have to use it here on push-pull. Okay.
All right. Minute 20 left. Could be the difference between 5th and 3rd right now. Getting through this obstacle. And just didn't have the momentum she needed. Perhaps it was just in the kip itself. Seemed to have the good amount of speed there, but yeah, maybe just didn't set her hips where she needed to pop to the bar. Still, Olivia Lopez nice and in control, had a good fight there on Roundhouse with an interesting save as that platform fully tipped over. Look at that again.
Grab.
Yeah, great reflexes as well. But I do think that definitely caused a bit of fatigue. And I just was informed as well, apologies to Zoe Harkness, this is not her first overseas competition, been at Worlds and the Premier Series finals last year. I guess I just wasn't familiar. It's not that the world wasn't, I wasn't. I apologize. But now, Corinne Capriotti, who placed third on the placement course, is going to be kicking off the home stretch of the elite female division.
Absolutely. Corinne, one of the favorites here today. Someone who shows up in full force no matter where she goes. Has such a stacked resume. And Corinne going to be bringing that here to the challenge course now.
Corinne's a triplet
Huge
who's
amounts
been
of
doing
power.
Ninja for 8 years at the Gravity Forge alongside her teammate and coach Jackson Erdos. She runs the 100, 200, and 4x1 in her high school's track and field team. And when she's outside of the Ninja Gym, she's over at the Kalinowski Performance Academy, who have been so kind as to sponsor Corinne throughout her journey in the Premier Series. Shout out to Kalinowski Performance Academy.
Wow.
Now, Corinne on Roundhouse right now. Nice, calm approach, reaching up for that nunchuck.
I mean, talk about an all-rounder, someone who just has so many talents in their back pocket, all of which are going to be super valuable for this ninja course. Corinne Capriotti throwing down the fastest time to this point by roughly 20 seconds, so she's well ahead of the top pace to this point.
Ooh, hands went uneven. You gotta
Okay.
keep your arms as even as possible. If one escapes you, it throws off your alignment, and you just, there is a way to recover from that, but it requires an insane amount of core strength.
Yeah, Corinne now on the second attempt. No! Corinne Capriotti.
No.
Oh, that's devastating, and not the place that you'd expect her to go out. She had such a dominant run up until that point, but there was the push-pull. It is such a tough obstacle. Flawless until then, and was really looking like she was on pace to take out a top spot. With that in mind, I believe that puts Zoe Harkness on the podium at the minimum.
You would be correct. And now let's see who the next athlete on the podium is going to be. It's either going to be Annabella, who's currently in second, or Addie Herman, who placed second at the last Premier Series finals. You know she's going to want more. A lot of athletes have been thinking it's between her and Nora Brown-John, who's coming up after her. Addie loves to do this sport, obviously, but also she's very comfortable and confident in her own abilities. She doesn't worry about other people. She just does her thing, and her thing just happens to be world champion level.
Very well said. Addie moving like a world champion at the moment, flying through this course. And I mean, very much on par in Capriotti's pace to this point. But now we start to get into the more serious obstacles. First being skate tech. Oh no, we're going to have a momentum problem here. Addie gets it nice and quick though, that's okay. A great recovery overall. We've seen competitors like Zoe get caught up there for much longer. Addie now moving through this course, jumping straight to the next obstacle. This is a great point. Very competitive with the rest of the field. And she knows that Nora Brown-John is going to be wanting to take out that top spot. She's going to have to throw down a great run here. But push-pull is that crux point. Can she get through it?
Ooh.
No!
Not enough, and
Ooh.
it's very interesting because you have to have your upper body centered with your lower body, but you also need to be able to pop with your lower body to give yourself the height and extension you need to grab that bar. There's a very fine line that you have to find, and Addie Herman doesn't find it. Fourth place right now for Addie Herman. Annabella Heinrich's going to lock herself in on the podium. Wow, huge surprise there as Addie Herman, a favorite to win it all today, isn't even going to be on the podium.
And yeah, that is just, it takes everyone by surprise, this competition, you know. The favorites here today have continuously been defeated by this course, but the absolute favorite at the moment is Nora Brown-John. She is our top-seeded candidate here today. Can she pull it off? Zoe Harkness, it's between Nora Brown-John and Zoe Harkness from Australia. We're going to have to see how this pans out. Nora definitely was the predicted win here today. She showed up well in the placement course. Can she execute on the challenge course?
Well, so far, so good. Very smooth run from Nora. But it's these next few obstacles that are going to be the real test that's going to determine what place she'll end up in.
Yeah,
been doing ninja for 7 years with her mom and sister. Favorite part of ninja is traveling around for competitions and meeting new people. Favorite accomplishment of the year is winning the NSC Season 3 Finals. Loves burnout and speed. Well, this is going to be more tech-based, something you would see out of an NSC hybrid. And now she's a little stuck. This is going to do some damage to her time on the course.
Oh no.
Maybe might have to use a retry, but she's trying to force her way down. Almost has it. Gets it there.
She gets it.
But then again, we saw Zoe Harkness bounce back from this. Nora Brown-John absolutely could. She has to finish the 8th obstacle walled in with more than 2 seconds left on the clock. So right now, Nora still has a bit of wiggle room, but push-pull has been a big cutoff for our athletes today, and that's something to be wary of.
Yeah, this is literally what it might come down to here. Nora Brown-John, she's got both her retries available if she needs them. She gets the pop though. First go, flawless to this point. Nora Brown-John, fastest to this point as well. She's going to have both her retries coming into the next obstacle. And now, Kane, this is going to be the deciding factor. She has 2 attempts on walled in, the obstacle that has been such a crux point across all the divisions here. Nora's got to get this transition first, and she gets it. Now she's got to move through the rest of this obstacle. Kane, we could be seeing the winning run here. Oh my.
Ooh. Well, Nora won at Life Force this season. Oh my goodness, what a peel out! My goodness.
Whoa.
That was a jump scare for me. I literally jumped. That was insane.
I hope she's doing okay from that, because it looks like a pretty big fall. That really took us all by surprise there. She's going to have another go at it here. She's got the time. 50. I thought that she had it there, but it just seemed to peel out a little bit here. Hopefully she's not too shook from that. That was a big fall and very unexpected, I think.
Wow. Well, she's on to it. This is going to be the moment of truth. She's got about 30 seconds to beat Zoe Harkness. Nora Brown-John.
Number 2.
Very close to the end here. You can tell she was a little rattled.
Right on the edge.
Just 2 moves away. Gets the sky hook. The dismount's going to give her the win, and she gets it. Nora Brown-John is your elite female Premier Series champion, making her way to the second to last obstacle just as time runs out. Gave it her best, and it was enough for the win. Good fight out of Nora Brown-John.
Of their runs here on this incredibly difficult course.
Well, that's going to wrap up your elite female division. What an insane ending there. Your podium, Nora Brown-John, Zoe Harkness, and Annabella Heinrichs. We're just getting a couple of course adjustments, but then shortly after, we'll jump into the elite male division. No buzzers at the moment at all throughout the elite division. We'll see if that'll turn around. We've only got a small handful of runs left, folks. Just our 18 elite male athletes. There's your run order right now. Gavin Allen's going to be our first runner. Tom Alberti towards the back half of that. And our final runner will be Mr. Jackson Erdos. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is getting dicey, man. I don't know. Ooh, I'm antsy. Jack, I can't form words.
No, it's definitely been just such a mind day. I think we've seen across all the divisions that all our expectations that we have coming in are just being blown away. And I think this elite male division is going to bring that. It'll be interesting to see if they've made any other adjustments. We know that in Walden they're going to have to do that single ring transfer. We got a message from one of our team operators that he did that move and he said it wasn't too difficult. So hopefully the elite males will be able to handle that. But it's going to be interesting to see what other adjustments they've made on this course beyond the 30-second time cut.
Just gonna take a moment to shout out said person who flashed it. That is Sam Farr, who is making all of this lovely broadcast happen for all of you guys throughout the entire Premier Series. Sam is the man. Super happy to have him behind the scenes. And
absolute legend.
Thank you for all your hard work, Sam. Getting to work with you throughout this entire Premier Series as well. You know, he's not someone that we shout out very frequently, but he shouts us out all the time. He's got people's Instagram, people's sponsors. He's doing birthday shout outs for the commentators sometimes. Like, he's a real one. So thank you, Sam.
Yeah, big shout out to Sam. And the fact that he flashed that obstacle, maybe we'll see him in the elite division very soon because he probably belongs there. These graphics have been very elite. Anyway, he wants us to stop with
we won't shout out Sam anymore, but I am going to shout out Greg, Mr. Greg Smith, who is on site right now, being the on-site guy with Sam, working with the cameras and NinjaWorks and everything. Really, there isn't a single skill behind the scenes that Greg isn't a master at, really, and without those two, the Premier Series would not nearly run as smoothly as possible. Alongside the incredible team that Becca and Jaden have set up here at Life Force. So thank you to that incredible team for this amazing event. But we're not finished just yet. We are
absolutely not.
We are 18 runs away from crowning an elite male champion, and I cannot wait to see who's going to come out on top. Can see some adjustments being made there on the cliff of Wall Runner. I believe that's Jaden making some sort of change to a ledge. Oh, he's removing it entirely. Awesome. Haha. Oh, that means they're going to go from the slider to the top ledge and then 180 to the platform. That'll be interesting. I'm curious as to if anyone's going to use that ring slider and just go for a skip. But maybe not. Maybe
I'm
not.
Sure they'll be eyeing it up. Well, as we can see here, as we just take a look around at the energy in the room, they're all waiting to see which elite male is going to take out the win here today. It's really anyone's up for grabs. We are just making a couple changes at the moment to the course, which essentially means we're making it even harder under a shorter time constraint. But if there's anything we've seen with our elites, they can handle anything that comes their way. We've got about a minute until all these changes will be made, and then we'll be underway with our first competitor. Those running earlier will have done worse in the placement course, and those running later did the best. Of course, Jackson Erdos going to be our final seeded competitor, our reigning world champion, and arguably the person predicted to take out the win here today. I think the standard is going to be that someone will have to clear if they want to win, and on top of that, probably do it super fast. I think if the team male division is anything to go off, we saw 6 clears and someone finished it in 2 minutes and 10 seconds, so with 50 seconds on the clock. So that's kind of maybe where your heads might be at in regards to how quickly they have to move.
That's right. Now, for those asking if Nora's okay, yes, we did get confirmation. She is all right. There's a bit of a scary peel. Padding at Life Force is really solid, though. And, she pushed through. We checked on her after. She is all good. Congratulations again to Nora on an awesome win. I think genuinely in the span of a year, that is her 4th world or national title. It's absolutely insane.
That's crazy.
Crazy stuff.
And it's awesome that she peeled off there, kind of hit the ground a little bit hard, but then still managed to shake it off and go back and do the obstacle the second time around. It didn't affect her, which is great to see. We can see our run order there. We're going to have Gavin Allen up first, followed by Leo Riveron, We're going to be moving through the list of 18 of the best athletes in the entire world for the male division. All of these guys have the capabilities to take out the win here. It's just going to be a matter of who can connect it on the day, who can have everything go right, who can have a little bit of luck on their side.
I'm not gonna lie.
At 13.
Just a random thought I'm having. I'm not used to seeing an American flag next to Hollis's name, and I don't think I ever will. I don't think I ever will be used to seeing an American flag next to Hollis's name. Oh man.
Well, today I guess
That's
he has
so
one.
funny.
And I think it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, you just look at this list. This isn't even the final seeded candidates. The top 5 aren't even on this list at the moment. But every single one of these people, you would look at them and be like, okay, they could definitely take all of this out. I think now that we're transitioning away from the speed course and into a more of a long-distance challenge-style course, new competitors are going to arise, and we're going to see who really has what it takes. I think the level of tech is going to be crazy, and Gavin Allen is going to be kicking us off and showing us what it's all about here on this elite male stage. Gavin, not having the run of his dreams in the placement course, but hopefully going to have a top-notch run here on this challenge course and set the standard for the rest of the competitor field.
Well, Gavin Allen had an unfortunate touch of the top of the doors that DQ'd him on the placement course, and that's why he's running first. Obviously, that's not an indicator of his actual skill, and we're seeing that now as he's cruising through the first 3 obstacles of the challenge course.
Yeah, no, he's looking great so far. 30 seconds down on the clock, nice and comfortable to this point. Great pace all round. I think with this time limit...
Nice move. Gavin is on top of an athlete who also runs competitions at UBW. He's an Eagle Scout, so definitely someone you'd want to be friends with in like the zombie apocalypse or something. All right, but now he's got to generate some momentum here on Skate Tech. Honestly, if you trust in your balance, put your right foot up, swing it back forward to push the skateboard to give it that extra momentum you need. But that's if you trust your balance like that. Right now, doing a bit of a hop and scoot, and it doesn't seem to be getting super far.
Yeah, you can see a lot of the competitors are going to be watching on, wanting to avoid this situation that Gavin's being stuck in at the moment. It makes it super difficult to get out of it once you lose that momentum. But Gavin edging closer. You can see that clock winding down here. He's changing his footing approach. He's so close. And everyone is just hoping that he can make it through here. But it is such a difficult point. We saw in the elite female division, a bunch of our athletes got stuck here for a similar amount of time. They all managed to make it work. Can Gavin do the same here? Oh!
There we go, but 47
Fantastic.
seconds left coming into Roundhouse. He's going to push for it. Nice reach there.
That was a huge time cost. But hopefully he can go a little bit further and get push-pull all done and dusted. He's not going for a run-up.
Well, he has the wingspan. Yeah, he's got really good reach here. And now he's going up and he misses the bar.
Well, I'm assuming the athletes have to go up. I don't know if Gavin would be going up for any other reason. So,
well, hopefully we'll see.
Looks like another
what
layup.
That reason would be.
Okay. Yeah, he's got that
yes, the
wingspan,
bear
which is a
traps.
huge
The
advantage.
bear traps up top.
Of course. Looks like he's just going to try and lash straight up to it.
Oh. Good try, Gavin Allen.
Yeah. Okay, so the bear traps are now an added component for the elite males. Name of the game, how can we make every single obstacle harder? Life Force is successfully producing that and giving us the most demanding course possible. But that's what we love to see. We wouldn't have it any other way for our Premier Series finals. Gavin Allen threw down a great run there, just getting caught up on the skate tech. Leo Riveron, another great athlete here. A hallmark part of these Premier Series finals. We saw him here last year as well in the qualifiers. Leo now moving through a great leap. Age 38 years of age, looking to show up some of these younger ninjas.
All right, gets the jump. Moving on through. High flying up next. Got to slam right into that board so it can tip over. Got exactly what he needed out of that.
Okay. So we've had our first 4 warm-up obstacles, it seems. None of our ninjas nowadays seem to be struggling too much with these first 4 obstacles. But now this is where the competition starts. It's skate tech. Let's see what approach Leo takes.
He gets it but falls back. Leaning too far back. And the funny thing is, when it comes to alignment, this is something I learned when training with a lot of Olympic runners. No flex, because I don't do that. But your chest and your knees is how you are supposed to base your posture when you're running or making moves like that. You want to make sure your chest and your knees are aligned. If you want to go forward, don't over-exaggerate it. And if you want to go back, make sure you're not leaning super far back. But Leo derails. Oh, there's no stopper at the edge of skate tech.
That's tough. Oh, that
Name of the
makes
game,
sense,
how
right?
can we make every obstacle harder?
That's why Gavin also jumped straight away. He didn't take a pause there. Leo, unfortunately, coming unstuck on skate tech as we move on to Vincent Castronova, another phenomenal athlete. He came out a little bit early. We're going to be seeing a bunch of ninjas who came out early, couldn't quite get the grab, one of the jumps on the placement course here. Vinny was one of those, but he can move, and I think this challenge course is going to allow him to do that.
Vinny, one of our course designers, designed the qualifier at SoFlo Ninja Academy, which he's the owner of. He has 2 daughters, and he's a 6-time Ninja Warrior veteran. Been doing Ninja for 12 years now. A lot of experience on his side. He's putting that to use right now, but Life Force put together some obstacles, set up taking some rather traditional ninja skills, but putting them all into this amalgamation of chaos. I guess that's the best way to describe it.
Yeah. Well, Vinny now going to have to hop on his skateboard and try and get it to go, and then jump right before it derails. You have to send it. He's got them. It looks like he's so close to getting the momentum, and I think he knows that as soon as it starts going, he's going to have to jump. And he gets it. Okay.
Ooh, gets a hold of that
now he's
nunchuck.
really moving.
Nice job.
He knows that he lost a little bit of time there, and he wants to make it up. He's currently in first place, but I mean, with 18 athletes in this competitive field, he's going to have to go much further. He wants to have a top 3 spot here. Vinny pushing through. Oh, just misses the bar. But a great run so far. And he definitely has the pace behind him and the power.
All right. Round 2 against push-pull.
This is definitely going to be one of the crux points. Not only the push is difficult, but also the pull that comes after it. Okay, Vinny's got it this second time around.
Oh, he's going to go for the skip. And I think that's going to be the beta break we're going to see.
Yeah.
I mean, it's awesome that he broke through on that, but one of the downsides of 15 athletes going after you is that now a lot of athletes are going to be trying that tech, and ooh, that move's going to be tough on Walden as well. There's only 1 ring as opposed to the 2 that we've been seeing for the elite females. So that means they're going to have to pivot that ring horizontal and get their hands on it and wedge it into the walls.
Yeah, this move is going to be tough. Vinny the first. We're going to see his ring is almost sliding off there. Ooh, he almost got it there, but that's going to conclude Vinny's run there. And all around, you know, he's still sitting in that first place spot. It may not be enough to hold, but he can still be super proud of going the furthest distance and giving everyone that secret beta break there. That is still a very impressive move, how far he had to fly and how precise you have to be with that catch. Well, next up, we have Jonathan Bainge, an icon. He's got the gold shorts on, the gold shoes, and he's looking to have a golden run here today as he steps up to the course with a 3-minute timer. Vinny Castronova currently in first place, and Jonathan's going to be looking to take out that top spot.
Jonathan got third at Austin Ninjas. See if he can walk away with another podium. Coming up on obstacle number 4 now. There's a lot of power.
Wow.
Good push of the
Flying
board
through the air there.
He's just a tad ahead of Vinny right now. So he's on a good pace. I think the real deciding factor on time is going to be here on Skate Tech. He gets up there. He's standing. Oh. Now how's he going to surf his way through this one?
Yeah, he's really going to have to send it.
Putting his shoulder into it.
Oh, he's so close. No.
Now he's got to remember that as soon as it tips down, he's going to have to commit to that jump or that board's coming off. He gets it. Going to take a backswing to be safe. One of our faster runs in the Elite Division through this, but of course, we're going to want to see that cleaned up a bit down the line. Nice jump down to the platform, coming into push-pull in second place, just a couple seconds behind Vinny.
Okay, push-pull. I think he's going to have to follow the beta break that was created by Vinny. Ooh! Couldn't quite get the push element, though, on his first go. Luckily, not too much time lost.
All right. Going in for that retry. Gets the bar this time around. Is he going to go for that skip that Vinny did? Looks like he's winding up the swing for it. Gets a hold, uses the truss, and he touches down on that finished platform. Now he's going to chalk up. Got Lewis Moore on his side. Here we go. A minute to go. He's 2 seconds behind Vinny's pace, so Vinny going to hold on to first place unless Jonathan can break through and beat this obstacle. Wants to make sure he's centered for this. Oh, had it, but just went in a little early. I don't know, actually. What?
Yeah.
This is such a quick movement that I don't even know what the strategy behind this is, except for take a hand off, be straight in line with the wall when you swing, and grab the other side of the ring super fast.
Oh, it is tough. And Jonathan's going in all directions but the one he wants to go, and unfortunately couldn't get the grab there. He's shaking his head, but overall a great run there. He's going to pop himself into second place. Vinny, copying Vinny's strategies on the push-pull. Got held up a little bit there on the skate tech. But overall, Jonathan can be very proud of that run.
How you doing?
And we are set for a very difficult elite male division. Oh, you can see on that first go, he almost had it.
Yeah,
four
got the
runners
fingertip
down.
in there.
14 to go. Jackson Erdos's name finally appearing on that list. And the runners are just going to get better and better and better in regards to how they placed in the placement course and their likelihood of going the distance. And someone who could definitely do that is Weston Boswell. He came out on the placement course, but was definitely someone who showed great promise coming into today. He won his Premier Series qualifier earlier this year, and now he's going to show you why he did and how he did it. Weston moving well so far. Trains out of his backyard rig, which he built himself. It's a 40x40 steel course on his family's farm, and he welded and 3D printed all the obstacles himself. So not only does he understand how courses work as a course designer, but he's also pretty insane on these courses as well. Unfortunately, can't quite keep his footing there on Skate Tech, the obstacle that is safe from No Ninja.
I think it's also worth noting he felt the need to put that he has life-threatening food allergies in his bio. But let's see if he can eat up the course right now. Currently, Skate Tech on the tipping point there. Gotta go. And he gets out of there very clean. Jumps right into Roundhouse. Knows that he spent a bit of time on Skate Tech. Doesn't want to use any more seconds of rest. Now coming right up to push-pull. A little off-center, but he pops right in. Gets the bar.
Oh, he gets it.
And he's going to go straight for that nunchuck. Yeah, that's just... The beta's been broken on that. I would have loved to have seen someone try it as intended, but I think we can kiss that method goodbye.
I think so, and it is a bit of a shame, but it's going to give these ninjas extra time that they need to crack these remaining obstacles here. Minute 34, if anyone can get this ring grab, I think they will be well on their way to finishing this course.
You know, I just thought
this
of something.
difficult transition. Yes.
What if you hop it in?
Oh,
So close. He tried to go for that quick flick of the wrist there. He's going to be in first place, Weston. Very good run. But I was just thinking, you know, like if we are able to dismount out of the wall from the ledges with the ring vertical, why can't you pop into it vertical? You already have it there. So pop into it vertical and then pull it down like a lever. It might be a little slower, but at the rate we're going, I don't see anyone getting that fast transition for quite some time. I don't know. It's an idea.
It definitely is an idea.
Oh, Sam just told me it doesn't work, and he flashed it, so he would know. All right, Hollis Lansford on the course now. The British Ninja Champion who moved out to ARC.
So yeah, it has been tried and failed by our in-house ninja. Hollis Lansford now stepping up.
Hollis is sponsored by the sports supplement company Peak Sups. He grew up doing rock climbing, athletics, kickboxing, and ultimate frisbee. Started training ninja in the UK when he was 12, so has 6 years of experience. He's been competing for 3. And now he's moved to Boulder, Colorado for his gap year to train and sharpen up his skills in ninja.
That's dedication. To move to the US solely to sharpen up your ninja skills. That is fantastic to see, and Hollis definitely one of the best here today. As he grabs for that handle. Moving through well. Push-pull. We've seen a lot of people lose a retry here. Can Hollis just flash this obstacle?
Oh, but comes up short on the bar.
He was there. He was so close. It looked like he could have got it there. Hollis Lansford going to take his second go at this now. Hopefully we'll see him through on the second attempt. And I'm guessing he's going to go for the nunchuck grab. And he gets it.
He does. All right, now jumps into second place off of time, 12 seconds behind Weston's pace. He's got to beat this. Now, Hollis is a pretty techie guy. Back in the UK, he was trying all types of tech moves, and he's only improved on it since his move here, but undershoots that first attempt. Gonna have to try it again.
Okay, his second and final attempt on this obstacle here. Hollis, hopefully we can see him through and onto the back end of this course. This is the crux point of the run. Can Hollis do it? Got a lot of sideward swing. He's lining it up well. He gets it! Hollis Lansford showing us why he is here. One of the best.
Ooh! Was on the edge for a second.
Now it looks like he's going to be doing a sideways pop onto the sky hook. Fantastic. We will now be seeing him onto the back end of this course. This is great news here.
Yes, and he gets the batarang in on log ride. Has to go for that diagonal dismount. He lands it. Gonna extend his lead a little bit. Now for the second to last obstacle on rails. He's got 19 seconds. Not gonna have enough time to clear, but maybe could get time to beat this obstacle if he flashes it, but that's gonna end his run.
Wow, Hollis Lansford, ladies and gentlemen. going to be securing our top spot for the time being. He has broken that obstacle now and shown everyone that it is possible. And hopefully we're going to see the floodgates open now and see a lot more people pushing towards clear.
And you know what, man? We're only a third of the way through the run order. 12 athletes still to go.
No way.
Hollis
What?
breaking some major beta here for us. But you have to think he might have just given his competition some ideas. If they didn't already have them.
Right. I think he's given them ideas and most importantly confidence that it's possible. All right, Zach Toussaint, a phenomenal athlete. He has had such a great season. Now he's going to be eyeing up this course here. He's quick, he's got the tech. And if he can pull it all together, he could have a great run here.
Nice skip.
Not even reaching out there. Yeah, just going straight for that. Fantastic. Fastest time to this point so far, which is great to see. Zach is on a mission. He didn't quite have the placement course that he was hoping for. He's hoping to pull it all together here on this challenge course. Fastest again to this point so far. Oh, wow.
That
Someone
is how
give
you
this man a speeding ticket.
through skate
He's
tech.
going.
My goodness.
He's now 17 seconds ahead of his competitors. Yeah, just absolutely blitzing the competition here. So, oh, he had a little bit of a slip up.
Yeah,
oh,
you could see
he did trip
he kind
a
of
little
tripped. Yeah, and that threw him off. I think he wanted to catch that as straight-armed as possible on the skates, but that trip caused a little bend in the elbows that affected his height there.
bit. Okay, well, let's see how he goes. He had all that time saved up, so he's still holding himself pretty well, all things considered. Oh, he tripped a little bit again. Oh, no!
And he lost his speed. Oh, gosh. Zach Toussaint in no man's land right now. His incredibly solid run now at a halt.
He's trying to put himself onto one arm so that he can reach out potentially. But I think his run's over here. It's fallen off the side. He's fighting as hard as he can. But, oh no,
man.
Zach
That thing is
Toussaint.
coming off. And that's going to do it for Zach
That's
Toussaint.
tough. Fastest to that
He
point,
was
but
going so
unfortunately,
strong.
yeah, push-pull just got the better of him. I mean, look at how quick he was on skate tech. He really did have the tech there. And it was just on the push-pull. He couldn't quite pull it all together. It was the two mini skateboards that got the better of him there. Zach Toussaint knows how to put on an entertaining run. We saw him in the Premier Series finals last year. In his qualifier, do a legendary skip that allowed him to win his qualifier. So he's always an entertaining runner. And he's currently going to be in 5th place, so unfortunately not going to be in the top 3. As we continue to move through 7 out of 18 competitors, we still have 11 to go. And the caliber of these athletes is only going to get better.
Here we go. 11 runners remaining. We're next up going to see Cody O'Brien, who I believe is our oldest athlete in the elite male division, but you can't tell that at all. He's moving like he's half his age, going toe-to-toe with the likes of his son Spencer as well. Waiting to see a little bit of I think just waiting for a little course reset. But there you have your final 11 runners on screen, guys. Cody O'Brien will be followed by Cody Benaway. And then the Ferox duo of Zach and Ramses. And then Seth will be coming up, and we'll hit the home stretch a little after. All right, there's Cody O'Brien taking that ring off the hook, getting ready to swing into action. Very well done. Cody's a very tall athlete, got the reach, got the long strides. I think that'll help him out in quite a few of these obstacles. like that. That was a great static. All right, bouncing up on high flying now. Good pull back. Nice force of the door there. Now, a peel out right there. Somehow lands kind of in between the mats. You can see Jaden pushing that in to make sure there's no cracks there. Shout out to the Reset team and the Life Force team, making sure our athletes are safe. Now Cody gonna have to use a retry earlier than I think he anticipated.
Yeah, definitely obstacle 4 is not the place that you want to be using it. But Cody hopefully going to reset well here as he now moves through the course. 2:17 on the clock. He's still got time. That hopefully he doesn't knock his confidence too much as he now gets the dismount. And Cody O'Brien now going to be onto obstacle 5. This is kind of where things start to get serious. Skate Tech is first up. This has definitely been, in this elite male division, proving to be extremely difficult. Okay, he's going with the safe approach. Looks like he knows how to skate well and just gets that dismount in time, moving straight through to round up.
I want to say there was something about skating in Cody's bio back in the qualifiers. Maybe that's just like a Mandela effect or something like that. Maybe I'm confusing him with someone else, but he's moving very well regardless. Oh! Got his hands to release at separate times. Needs to probably pop at both times. I think his right hand had it, but his left hand was just a little behind. Oh, and he just shoots forward. And that's going to do it for Cody O'Brien. Leaving the podium unchanged right now, but very smooth here. Was surprised at how high he got his legs up for that underbar, given his height. But awesome job there on Skate Tech. Put on an absolute clinic on that stretch of obstacles.
Well, next up, with 10 ninjas to go, Cody Benaway is up next. A phenomenal athlete. Definitely one to watch here today. As we start to move into our top 10, all of these ninjas have what it takes to take out this top spot and even get a clear here today, which is what we're hoping for. Cody Benaway moving through well so far. We love to see the wall ride. Moving at a similar pace to what we've seen with the rest of the competitive field here. First 4 obstacles for a lot of these ninjas are just a warm-up to get them settled for the back end of the course, to be honest. That's where they really start to apply the tech.
This is going to be a very telling moment for Cody's run, because I do believe that if he is able to get through Skate Tech in a reasonable amount of time, we could be looking at our first finisher, or at least a first look at the final obstacle out of Mr. Benaway here. But we got to get through this Skate Tech here. Got to give it a bigger push. Uh-oh. All right, there's the tip. Should be good.
So close.
Clean. And he's in the clear. Gonna grab roundhouse and pop right up to that nunchuck. All right, still a minute.
Lost. He didn't.
Yeah, still a minute 50, minute 45.
And with this beta break on this obstacle here, oh no! I was about to say he could make up some time by transferring straight to the nunchuck rather than going through the bear traps, which was kind of the original intention.
All right, well, there's that grab on push-pull. Got that skip off the nunchuck.
That is tough. I'm sure the course designers were hoping they would do the bear traps there. Okay, Cody Benaway going with a sideways grab this time. Something that I don't think we've seen so far.
I like this. He wants to flip it, and that might be the beta. That might be the move here.
Cody showing everyone the secret sauce. And he gets the pop. Wow, I think your prediction might be right here, Kane. Cody Benaway looking super strong here. And with just one more obstacle to go till the final obstacle, we might get our first look at the final obstacle for these elites. He's in that top spot. He's the fastest to this point by a significant amount. 40 seconds on the clock. He definitely has what it takes to finish this obstacle.
Came down and slammed that bar. kind of
I have a
perpendicular
feeling
with
they're
the
not.
cradles, you're going to have to make the adjustment. And yeah, I think I know what you're going to
they're
say.
allowed to
I don't
stop.
think they're allowed to grab the box itself. I think they're only allowed to use that foothold.
Who did we saw that with one of the amateur competitors or one of the team competitors
That
tried
would
this.
be Tiago Lima.
Thiago.
Yeah, he had that.
Yeah. So it's definitely possible. He did do it. He wasn't forced to. Cody Benaway now doing
There
it.
we
He
go.
gets it.
Now for the rails portion of on rails, clearing this obstacle puts him in an even better position before coming into this backwards bar tech. Yo, you got to Superman that on the Thunderbolt. That Thunderbolt is an invention
5
designed by
seconds
Kevin
left.
Brecky. He's got to get
Oh
going.
my.
Come on, Cody, get up there. No, a fall
No.
back at the very end, inches away from the platform. Just an arm's reach away from the buzzer. Cody Benaway puts himself in a great spot, but unfortunately not going to seal the deal.
I mean, with just
Currently
a
in
little
first,
bit
we'll
more
see
time
how
there.
that holds up.
It was literally as per your prediction. You said we could get a clear or even at least to look at the final obstacle. And had he been a little bit faster on skate tech, Cody Benaway probably would have had the time to really make sure of that final obstacle. Oh, that's tough. Cody
Well,
Benaway.
my prediction was right. I thought we were getting a buzzer or a look at the final obstacle. We got the ladder. I'm on a roll
that's
today,
awesome.
Jack.
You are. The predictions are coming in hot. Like, you definitely are on fire here today. And I believe we're down to our last 8 competitors. Zach Eichenstein.
9, actually, but I don't want it to end.
9.
Oh, this is the back half of the run order, which means we're almost done with the whole season, and it's been so fun. Thankfully, whoa, Zach, what?
Whoa.
Little
Okay.
slip there. Maybe he's checking his shoes right now. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite him on an obstacle like skate tech, where your lower body's going to be very important.
Well, Zach was such a phenomenal runner in that placement course. He's super quick, super techy, and can definitely fly through the air. So hopefully we're going to see him through this course now. He's already used up one of his valuable retries, but hopefully he can be a lot more consistent for the rest of this course now. Okay, now lining up skate tech.
Oh, a little too far
no.
back. A little roll as
Taking a bit
well.
of a stumble there. Okay, Zach Eichenstein. This is definitely not the run he would have hoped for here. He's out of retries, so he's got to be perfect for the remainder of the run. He hasn't lost too much time, all things considered, but perfection that is now demanded of him, it's there. He can't make another mistake.
Oh, he missed the
Oh,
ring and he
no.
slipped out, and that's going to do it for Zach. Had the skateboard that time, but again, just went past the ring, and you kind of need that part of that obstacle. So that's
think he
unfortunately going
realized
to end
as-
it, yeah.
He kind of was looking back and he was like, oh no, the ring, right. I do need that. And unfortunately, it was too late there because you can't go backwards because there's no support on the front end. And unfortunately, Zach Eichenstein, one of the greats, has been overcome by this course here today, but I'm sure we're going to see him back in the future, absolutely smashing it out in this Premier Series finals. As we move into Ramses Valdez, another phenomenal athlete. I mean, we're really starting to get to the point where phenomenal is the word I'm going to be using to describe all of these guys because they truly are so exceptional at what they do. And Ramses, one of those individuals, he moves with so much pace.
He's so smooth, he's so powerful, and he's just going in on every obstacle no matter what. One thing that I don't think this guy has in his vocabulary is fear. He's just going for big moves galore, and I think we're going to be seeing that a lot.
Oh,
I think he has to go
he
back
jumped
to the
ahead.
start platform to,
yeah.
yeah.
I wonder if that'll count. I think it's okay.
Well, they're not counting it as a fall. They're just, you do have to technically engage with that. And now he's got to set himself up for the push there. Got it on his
fantastic.
first one.
Oh no.
Ooh, maybe his second. There we go. That's what he needed.
So not too much time lost, all things considered, there for Ramses.
No,
Great run to this point.
he's actually going to be a little bit on pace with Cody, I think. Not too far off.
Yeah. Well, that's great news here for Ramses. Let's see how he goes here on push-pull. If he can get this first go, Cody fell on it for his first attempt. So that's a great time save he could potentially get himself.
These types of obstacles are Ramses' bread and butter, you know, and he's not far behind the leader. Now the techie stuff. I know him for his big, flashy, power lache moves. I'm not that familiar with his technical prowess, so let's see how he handles it here. Is he going to grab the sides? Yeah, looks like he's going for it the way Cody did, trying to rotate it in midair. So he'll be facing to your right, his left. There we go.
Fantastic.
Got the pop he needed.
Wow, this is textbook here. Oh, he's going for the ring pop.
Should be good to go here.
Fantastic.
Awesome move there.
Ramses Valdez.
Just like that. Ooh, looking at the time, though. 40 seconds left. He's currently in third behind Hollis off of time. Now jumps into second. But he's got to get moving. He's stopping to Chocolate. He's got 30 seconds. Now keep in mind, Cody, the read here. If Ramses gets this first try, this becomes a real conversation and a real battle for first place.
Oh, wow. Okay, so he's got a lot of momentum here. Let's see how he goes.
Oh, my goodness. No. Way overshot that. Came in way too hot.
So the best Ramses can do now is clear obstacle 10. He does just have enough time to potentially pull this one off. It is a quick obstacle, but it's going to be super close here. Ramses going for his second attempt. Oh, he gets it on the right position, but just can't quite hold on there. That is super difficult. But Ramses Valdez, that's going to close out his run there. He's in second place for the time being. You can see the likes of Jackson Erdos right next to him. He's probably going to try and take his second place spot.
Well, still a very, very good run out of Ramses. Going to put him in second place right now with 7 runners remaining. Those 7 runners are not going to make it easy on anyone, including Ramses and Cody, who's at the top of the leaderboard. Up next, we're going to have Seth Lambert, who is a lot of people's dark horse. And honestly, I've been saying Kevin Rodriguez is a dark horse. Seth Lambert is maybe a bit more of a dark horse, considering he's just, I don't know, he's popping up on the WNL scene a lot later than a few of these elites, but we're happy to have him. He's been performing very well, and I can't wait to see how far on this course he gets.
Yeah, I agree. Seth Lambert, hopefully after this competition, really going to put himself on the map here, because he had such a great placement course running and showcased such great technical skills. And so let's see how he goes here on this course. I think if he can get through skate tech here in a relatively quick pace, I think he's going to be well placed here to potentially take out Cody Benaway's top time and top position at the moment. It all comes down to skate tech, and can he move this skateboard the distance that he needs it to go.
Almost so has it tipped over. Should be good here. Really shoves it.
Oh, staying nice and low.
Trying to get it. Oh, takes a step back. No. Back foot drops. He's got to do a retry.
Oh, that's tough. Okay, that's a big time cost there for Seth Lambert. He could pull it back, but he's going to have to be perfect from here.
Give it an extra move.
Okay. Seth Lambert now knows he has to move and just go to the back end of this course. He's got 1:42. He's got many obstacles to go here. He's just going to have to send it. As he now moves on to push-pull. Can he get the pop? He does. Now got to get to the nunchuck.
Oh, he's taking an extra backswing here. Oh, he's going to go straight to the bear trap and comes out of it. What? I guess one of them didn't lock in. Oh, That's a bummer, man. I was
Doing it
excited
as
to see it
intended as well.
Yeah, I was excited to see it as intended, and unfortunate that it just popped out on one of the sides. He's going to go again. I wonder if he's going to go for the skip now. Nope, he's going for it again. Making sure he's locked in this time.
That's a crazy pop.
And to be so comfortable with it that you're going to do it a second time is really, really saying something about this man's skill. Now, he's going to position his hands as needed. Kind of at a 12 and 6, I guess. Oh, my goodness. It's in the wall. It's crooked. He's got to pop the front side up. Nice correction there from Seth. Oh, wow. Just wow.
Seth Lambert putting himself on the map here, just showing his technical prowess that he brings to this course. I mean, he may not be having the top time at the moment, but the fact that he did the bear trap when he didn't have to and just had that great ring tech there, I think is really solidifying. He's one of the best in the world at the moment and going to be one that's going to be in huge contention in the years ahead.
Well, 12 seconds left. If he links everything here, he'll be able to get to the final obstacle, but he overshoots it, and he's just not going to have enough time to get through it on his retry. But Seth Lambert put up a great run. Oh, that's right. He doesn't get a retry. He used them both. I forgot about that. But either way, Seth Lambert's going to put himself into, I believe, 4th place.
Fourth?
Yes, 4th.
He had a great start all around. Just got caught up on skate tech. Did the bear trap as well. Like the fact that he did that with only one swing is pretty exceptional there. And then that famous ring tech there. I mean, look, it's just asking to fall down. But he manages to adjust it, get everything fixed, and then go on to complete that obstacle. Oh, we have a big competitor up next.
That's right. It's Tom Alberti, who placed 2nd at the Stanford qualifier, 3rd at the most recent World Championship. He is sponsored by DGS Ninja and 111 Obstacles, which is his obstacle company. He says, I do Ninja a lot and am good at it, depending on who you ask, with a little smiley face there. I think he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He's been doing Ninja for 9 years. I'd hope that he's pretty good.
I think the world would say he's pretty good.
Absolutely.
Well, let's
now worth noting here.
Alberti.
I'm excited to see how he puts this into play. Tom is coming in 5'9", but with a 6-foot wingspan.
Ooh.
Whoa! A little bit of a stumble there. Took a little roll.
Wingspan from 5'9", though. That's huge.
Yeah, you don't see that very often.
It's probably what part of what makes him a great ninja. It's a great wingspan to have on his hands here, and I think that's going to be valuable for the later
but he forgot the ring. He
Does
forgot
he
the ring.
Oh!
And that's
no,
going to end it. I mean, he grabbed it, but yeah, they counted that as a fall. Oh, man. Tough break there for Tom Alberti.
We've seen 2 competitors now do that, where they forget that they need to grab the ring. I guess in the moment, they forget. And unfortunately, that's going to close out his run there. Well, next up, we have another phenomenal competitor. I mean, these athletes, we're really starting to get down to the final few here. And
the top
we could be
5
looking at some winning runs.
Course.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Noah Munier. And I am really pulling for this guy. He absolutely has the skills to become the Premier Series champ. Ferox had some pretty intense bar tech towards the end of their challenge course, and Noah not only beat it first try, but he linked it first try.
Oh,
so I hope we see him get to that point. He's moving with a lot of speed here, a lot of power. I think it's just going to come down to time when it comes to Noah Munier. But I do think that we're looking at our first finisher of the challenge course. Calling it now as he's beating obstacle 4 out of 11. Kind of ridiculous, but it's not that ridiculous when you realize that this is Noah Munier.
Yeah, he's definitely a veteran in this sport. He's had every accolade known to man, but he's yet to win any major title. So close so many times. Such a consistent athlete, and this Premier Series Finals could be that first title. So hopefully we're going to see him take out the win here today.
Great use of the speed he got from Skate Tech into Roundhouse. He's going to pull through and run right out. He's going to chalk up a bit now before push-pull. This is where things are going to start to get really intense. Every obstacle here really matters on this back half of the course. He's going to pop right up. Now, what's his approach? Skip or bear trap? He's going to go for the skip. Pops right down. No problem. Chalking a lot, though. Hopefully those seconds that he loses while he's chalking up don't take away from his overall time.
Well, he's been consistent to this point. He hasn't made an error, and it doesn't look like he's going to that. Yet Noah's tech is crazy. It's off the charts here, and he is moving, I believe, at the fastest pace to this point. You can see there, he's over 10 seconds ahead of the fastest time to this point. So Noah definitely has what it takes here to get a clear. There's only 2 more obstacles standing in his way. Unfortunately, they're 2 of the toughest.
But again, bar tech is something that he's very well versed in. I could see this working out well for him. He gets the first move, which is arguably the tougher move. Comes down the rails, and now for the final obstacle, he's in first place. 45 seconds left to become our first finisher. Now for the Thunderbolt move. He's got to pop this sucker up and land it in, and then hop over to these cradles. This first set, your standard set of flying bar cradles. The next set, kind of small, but he's got it. Noah Munier. No! Crooked on the transfer, the final move. 23 seconds left.
No.
He's got his retry.
Very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, 23 seconds, I think, is more than enough time for him to get it. Oh, man.
It's going to be super close.
Come on, Noah.
He's going to have to do all of that again. Can he pull it together here? Noah Munier standing on the verge of greatness. Can he get this clear?
Oh, no! Bar goes crooked. Only one Thunderbolt locks in. And that's going to do it for Noah Munier. On the final obstacle, so close to the end.
Oh, he was literally inches away from getting a clear on this difficult course, and he's left the door wide open for one of the remaining 4 competitors to take out the win here. Oh, that's tough.
Well, I mean, despite the miss on that final obstacle, Noah does find himself in first place for the time being, and there's not too many athletes who are going to be able to challenge him for that. Just 4 athletes left, but they are 4 of the best, including Noah's teammate and friend, Kevin Rodriguez.
Yeah, K-Rod's going to be looking to go the distance here. He knows what Noah's just done, and he's going to have to try and beat his friend on this course here. K-Rod, definitely one of the quickest athletes in the business. Lincoln, you'll miss him, and you can see 3 obstacles down, 15 seconds in. And he's already onto his 4th.
Good kick there after kind of stalemating that board, but he's good. He's
Great
through.
Recovery.
He says he's been doing Ninja for 4 years, says his best friends are Noah and Addie, and he loves food and being active.
I love it.
We'll see if skating is part of that active lifestyle. Seems to have the hang of skate tech.
I think K-Rod's going to be up there with one of the fastest times to this point. Flawless as well. Let's see how he goes on this obstacle. He could definitely be in contention for this top time. It's really going to come down to just manages to cling on there. This is going to be super close between him and Noah. He's ahead of his teammate. Can he pull it all together with his ring tech? The rest of this course is super techy. Kevin Rodriguez eyeing up a potential Premier Series Finals win at this point. He is moving so well through this course. This is crazy quick.
All right, gonna chalk up a bit before log ride here. Takes a hold of that bat, gotta lock it into the ring. Goes a little crooked there, but he saves himself with the bat. Now just needs that dismount. And he's clear. Still 10 seconds ahead of Noah's time. So he can afford a little bit of rest, or he can push the pace to this final obstacle. He's got to get through on rails. And gets it, barely links it.
Oh,
derails, no! Oh, it was looking so smooth there, Jack.
Oh, I thought he had it. He went for the link as well. Kevin Rodriguez. Okay, he's used up a retry. He's about on pace with Noah. At this point, Noah might be pulling away a little bit. But if he can just get these 2 obstacles, it's within reach here. Kevin Rodriguez, attempt number 2. Gets the grab. He's really going to make sure of it on this second attempt. Gets the bar in. Looking for that dismount now. 50 seconds on the clock.
He jumps into first place just 2 seconds ahead of Noah.
Oh, wow.
So Kevin Rodriguez at the moment is your Premier Series champion, but we'll see if that changes. We'll see if Kevin can be our first finisher.
Come on, Kevin.
We saw Cody Benaway and Noah Munier get close. Now K-Rod with a chance to make the correction, but he overshoots on the left side. Just misses that small set of cradles. Those are very tiny.
Yeah,
it's gonna have
such a precision point.
You're gonna have to really dial that in.
Well, he can still get
this last move.
24 seconds on the clock.
Come on, Kev.
So it's a very similar story for Noah. Can he pull it all together here? He gets the first grab. Looks like he's going for it straight away. It's a small cradle hold. He gets it. Can Kevin Rodriguez be the first competitor through this course?
No!
No!
You've got to be kidding me.
And they just... Both Noah and Kevin both coming unstuck there on that final move. Both of them mimicking each other in ways. And Kevin Rodriguez still going to be in top spot for the time being. But there's another 3 competitors left who could potentially take out that top spot.
If I didn't know who was coming up next, I would have lost. I love that switch move, by the way, that we're seeing right there, directly into the link.
Yeah, that's
thought that was really cool. If I didn't know who the last 3 runners were, I would have given up hope. But thankfully, our last 3 runners are insane, and we're going to be jumping in very soon with Spencer O'Brien. And, I mean, come on. Between our last 3 runners, I mean, Spencer's got some mean tech. He could absolutely get this.
I'm really hoping that we see at least 1 clear here from our elite males, but all 3 remaining competitors have that potential here. Spencer O'Brien definitely being one of them. He's got the pace, he's got the tech, he's got everything that he needs to get this course done. I mean, just look at the way that he moves through this course. It is truly elite.
Well, so far, so good. Not a surprise. I'm going to see him take on this skate tech. Curious as to... Oh, he forgot the ring.
Oh.
He forgot the ring. He grabs it.
Okay.
And now he's got to push forward.
If he can get through this, he'll be all good. But it's his skate tech that is proving to be difficult for us.
Oh,
no!
Steps
Spencer
back
O'Brien.
as he tried to bunny hop his way through it. And now...
Losing. Well, that's
Spencer
valuable
O'Brien
time
on the
lost.
chopping block.
Definitely. He's going to have to pull off an absolute clinic run for the back end of this course.
Ooh, gotta bring it down. Gets the
Okay,
sky
he gets
hook.
it.
All right, his run is still alive.
Yeah, we're moving back into that upper body department, a place where Spencer thrives. So hopefully he can really start to excel. Oh, gets the one-handed grab there. Going to be looking for that nunchuck and for that dismount. And he knows that he's got a little bit of time to make up over his fellow competitors there. You can see he's roughly 13 seconds behind Kevin Rodriguez to this point. There's definitely time to be made up. If he can
Just
go
has to align
super well.
himself. And now he's in. Oh, but bounces in and out. You can see him slam the ring, clearly frustrated. Of all the places to fall on that obstacle, probably where he expected to fall the least. And now he's got to pop right back in. 2 for 2 on that move. Great work. All right.
Okay, gets
Makes
it the
that
second
correction.
time around.
No retries left. He's going to have to be flawless, but he peels
Oh,
out.
no!
Spencer O'Brien down on walled in, taking 8th place right now.
Oh, that's tough.
Oh, man.
Oh, Well,
Heartbreaking
Spencer O'Brien, he had a run up until skateboard tech. You know, it's just this deceptively difficult obstacle. It's not something that our ninjas are familiar with. That lost him a retry, and then of course on this ring tech as well, it just came all unstuck there. But we're going to keep on moving through our second top-seeded competitor, the man who could potentially take out this championship and also get our first clear. It's going to be Gavin White, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how he fares on this course. He went so well on the placement course, and hopefully he's going to be able to bring that here today on this challenge course.
Gavin took 2nd at the Life Force qualifier this season to Spencer, actually, and he's not moving like someone in 2nd place right now. Very swift move coming into skate tech now. One of our taller athletes, going to be a little tough to tuck up and reorient himself, but heavy-footed there on the skate tech. He's going to have to try that again. Good thing is he's been moving at a really good pace to this point, so he still has time on his side. Just can't get too caught up here. All right.
Okay.
Ooh. Gonna have to bring it back.
Second time's the charm. Gavin White. We want to see him through this obstacle as quickly as possible and onto the back end of this course. Okay, big leap there. And he's moving now. He knows he's got some time to make up here. Okay. Now onto the upper body department. Let's see how Gavin fares. Oh, okay. So he's out of retries.
Got his fingertips on it. Yep, it's do or die for Gavin. And
perfect.
Not having any retries ahead of walled in is a scary prospect on this course.
Yeah, walled in, you always want to have at least one retry here. Gavin now going to be looking for that nunchuck grab. Gets that, gets the dismount. Okay. Now on walled in, yeah, this is really one that not many people get on their first attempt, but Gavin White is very good with his tech. Okay, so it looks like he's grabbing the bottom with both hands on it. He's going to adjust. And he gets
the move. All right, okay. Gavin coming out of Skyhook Ninja Fitness. Let's see if he can get this Skyhook transfer. Brings his hands together as well. Great job. Now for this bat move on log ride, still in 7th place. He's got to push a little further into this course. And again, has to be flawless. Taking an extra swing to be safe. Okay. And jumps into 4th.
Yeah, he has to go here. 44 seconds left. He has to be flawless. Can he pull off this very difficult maneuver?
No! Just slips off the bar. Had the placement in the cradles, but I just think had too much force coming down. Caused a peel. Oh, man.
Well, Gavin White couldn't quite pull it together there. It was a great run all around, but skateboard tech, you know, that was kind of a bit of a downfall moment where he lost a valuable retry. And unfortunately, on these later obstacles where you want to have your retries, didn't quite have it. But Kane, I'm going to let you introduce our final athlete here today.
Our final athlete of the entire Premier Series is sponsored by Athleticos, the clothing brand that sells athletic pants and shorts made by ninjas for ninjas. The reigning world champion, 2-time Premier Series qualifier winner, 4th place at the last Premier Series finals at Ferox. He's super excited to be competing here after an amazing world championships. Now he's going to go into it, give it his all, hopefully inspire his younger ninja students at Gravity Forge. That progress might take time, but the top of the mountain can be attained by anyone, even when it might not seem like it at the start. This is Jackson Erdos, well deserving of all of his flowers here. Jackson will either be your champion or it will be Kevin Rodriguez, who's currently in the top spot. And Jackson's got to get these moves in on skate tech. He's so close to it. Maybe one more push. Kevin and Noah locked in, but Jackson. Ooh.
Jackson losing some valuable time. All 3 of our final 3 runners have all made an error here on Skate Tech. Jackson Erdos, so he is our reigning world champion. Hopefully he knows how to pull it back. The second time around, he got it super smooth there, so saving a lot of time on the back end. And the athletes are allowed to make mistakes. Kevin didn't have a flawless run. So Jackson Erdos either needs to get the clear or get to obstacle 11 faster than Kevin Rodriguez did.
Well, going for that skip, no surprise. Great landing there. Getting some chalk from Tom Alberti. Kevin and Noah locked in on the podium. Jackson looking to creep up from 10th place. No surprise, he gets that ring in on walled in. We're going to see just how far up the leaderboard he can progress as he keeps his run alive. Still with a retry if he needs it, but hopefully he won't need it.
Jackson has had such a phenomenal season, winning 2 of the Premier Series qualifiers, dominating in the placement course. Just
a little dodgy on the footwork.
Wow. Okay.
He's in the clear, and he's in 4th place right now, the fastest out of all of the athletes who haven't made it to the final obstacle. But you know he wants more, you know he can get more.
He has 1 retry up his sleeve if he needs it. Hopefully he won't here. Jackson Erdos now lining up the rail here onto obstacle 11. Okay.
But he's in 3rd place. 2 seconds behind Noah Munier, 4 behind Kevin Rodriguez. So Jackson Erdos has to end this off with a buzzer if he wants to be the Premier Series champion. He's locked in the podium, but for the win, we're going to have to get our first and only challenge course clear of the Elite Division. First move, not a problem, no surprise. Now for the tiny cradles.
This is the tough grab.
He locks it. Now this is the move that we've seen everyone struggle on. Jackson's locked in. Jackson Erdos ending the season with a buzzer. Your Premier Series champion in the Elite Male Division.
What a legend here. He dominated throughout the season, and now he has dominated in the Premier Series finals. And I'm just lost for words here, Kane. What a great run there. He knew he had to clear the course in order to get the win here over Kevin Rodriguez. And he's going to be pretty happy to take out this win as our Premier Series champion for 2024 for the Elite Male Division.
That was absolutely wild. You can see the crowd and all of his friends, all of his supporters, his team, giving him all the respect and props he deserves from that absolutely electric run. Crazy. It came down to actually completing the obstacle, not just a time thing. You can see our podium there, all 3 gentlemen dapping each other up, giving each other props. They're all friends too. They train together occasionally. They compete with each other a lot. So you know that there's nothing but sportsmanship and respect amongst those 3.
Well, we're going to get another look at this run here that Jackson threw down. With a little bit of trouble on Skate Tech, but the rest of it was just phenomenal all round. The rolling log, he just got there. And, he pulled it all together for such a phenomenal run. And what a great way to round out the Premier Series finals. I mean, this young man here just bringing so much dedication to this sport and continuing to show up and dominate across so many different areas. I mean, it's hard to think of a more worthy champion here today.
Man, this dude's like the chosen one at this point. Like, oh my goodness. He's on a hot streak, and I don't think he has any sign of ever really slowing down at this point. I mean, wow. So awesome to see. Taking a look back at our Elite Division here, so many runs in the female and male division that I want to highlight here. First off, I want to give a shout out to none other than Zoe Harkness, who had a huge fight in the challenge course there that locked her into 2nd place. She was really struggling there on Skate Tech until she eventually worked her way down. And once she got out of that obstacle, there was no stopping her. She fought her way. The only thing that really limited her was the timer. But 2nd place after being stuck in no woman's land forever. You know, it's super admirable to see that resilience there. And then, of course, our shocking fall of the division has to be 5th place Addie Herman there. I think